Okay, there it is. Okay, so I'm gonna full screen it. But once again, as you can see, also that ignore this opening thing. I'm not good with graphics, but as you can see, all of them include pictures and stuff. We have information on each, in every game, and it goes all the way to 360 slides. Exact. And yeah, it's, as you can see, it truly is a lot. So yeah. Also, I think the funny part about this is that this part here, the bit is not even funny. It's the out of context picture that actually makes it. I just like this. The joke isn't even funny. I just like Clyde. But we'll get there. It's only like a few slides in. You put so much effort. I tried. So let's start it. Hang on. Let me just make sure that everything loads up, good and everything. Let me get some music and all that. Clyde do be making those eyes. All right. Hopefully I can get through each game in time with their soundtracks, but if I don't, then this is going to be a multi-part stream. I don't think it will be, though. I think we can cover it all in one night. All right. Okay. Wait, this might be the worst song to start with. Hang on. Welcome to the Shady Zelda retrospective. You're all gonna die. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Let me give you guys a better song. Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone to what I want to call the Shady Cicada Zelda retrospective. It is a stream to explain the entire Zelda series to you. If you are someone who has been a fan of Zelda for a long time, or is just recent, like you just got into Breath of the Wild and you're excited for Tears of the Kingdom, this is explaining every single game in the series. If there is a game you don't want spoilers for, you can just feel free to, leave for a bit, because of course we're going to have spoilers for the series. Not for Tears of the Kingdom, and I kept it light for Breath of the Wild. But I'll be explaining everything. Okay, there's a few games that might be left out. That includes like some spin-off games, like the Tingle games, the CDI games I didn't count, I wanted to, and Triforce Heroes I didn't count because I have never played it. The other thing is that some games are very not fresh in my memory, mostly the stuff in the Downfall timeline, which that's all explained too. So some might not be as packed with information as other games. So apologies right now to Spirit Tracks fans. I never got the chance to finish it because I lost my file, but I tried my best to get all the information I could about it. So it should still sum it up well enough, but you'll see what I mean. Okay. Don't worry. Once we get there, you'll see that I still put effort into it. I put my whole... I'm not doing the meme, but I put effort into it. Let me just make sure everything works here. Okay. All right. So, I'm starting this off like a school project. What is The Legend of Zelda? Well, what did I type here? Do not mention how much you love Zelda. You probably will. Well, okay, yeah. It is a series that spans thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. In case no one knew, the Link and Zelda you see in the games are not always the same people. A lot of times it's reincarnations or descendants and returning evils. Ganondorf, you'll find out, is actually the same Ganondorf in every single game, minus one. And that's going to be interesting. It also has Tingle, who I put there for you to enjoy. Okay. This is going good. We'll be covering a few things in this retrospective. Thank you, Groovy Beat, for being here. It's a video game. It is a video game. I'm sorry to say it's kind of cringe. I know you guys don't like video games, and we like FIFA around here, but unfortunately, this is how it's got to be. So yeah, we're going to cover the game plots and the timelines they reside in, which means I'm not going to just swap all around. There are 3 separate timelines at some point in this series, and I'm going to cover them one by one. You'll learn about some characters, you get some fun facts, some important areas in Hyrule, because they are recurring. And we'll have time for questions, and yeah, spelling errors, so it's gonna be great. Where does the cartoon fit in? Nowhere. Although you could count it closely to like the first Zelda, if anything. But I would put it in the same bubble as CDI, even though it was quality. It was pretty quality. So yeah, like I said, it's based off of my memories and the Hyrule Historia information. I didn't have a chance to look through creating a champion, but I could still, mention some stuff from there. I do actually have sources. I actually put pages down. Like I said, it's not going to be super accurate, but I will try my best to do it in my own words, And like I said, some things might not be covered. I really said all of this already. But yeah, Skyward Sword is the longest one. So, stick with me on that because it is the first game that we'll be covering. But it needs to be the longest one because the lore is really important for the rest of the series. Even though we just streamed it. So, this is the awful bit that I meant to take out. But in the time of chaos, that is what they called it. I just assumed it was a void. There were 3 goddesses that created the world. It was... This is such a stupid bit. Why did I do this? It's Blinky, Pinky, Inky, and the fallen deity. The fallen deity himself. Clyde. There had to be 3 goddesses, so I couldn't put a 4th ghost. Anyways. Nah, okay. The real deal. There were 3 goddesses. They're known as the 3 golden goddesses, and they're the ones who created the world. So before that, you can just assume it was probably just a void. Whatever you want to know, whatever you think chaos might be, is what it was. There was Din, the goddess of power. She created the land. Nehru, the goddess of wisdom, created order, which you can take that however you want. I think that just means like the laws of physics, but it could be whatever. And Feror, which I call Feror, you can call her Ferore, Ferrero Rocher, whatever you want. She created life. And that's all true so far. And upon creating the world, they left behind the Triforce. You might be asking, what's the Triforce? And I hope you're following already. That should be easy enough, right? I even got the symbols that represent them, which are all throughout the games. So, when they created the world, they left behind the Triforce. What's the Triforce? Well, there's a lot of information, but it's 3 golden triangles that can grant the wish of anyone who possesses it. So if you touch it and you're like, God damn, I want cat girls to be real, it'll give you a cat girl. All right. Each piece represents each goddess, which is power, wisdom, and courage. And someone needs to have a perfect balance of those attributes to actually possess and use the Triforce. If they don't have the perfect balance of all 3, so let's say that they fall under the power part more, then if they touch it, it'll actually split into 3 pieces, and it'll give you the one you're most worthy of. So in this case, you would get the Triforce of power, and then it would find 2 people who represent wisdom and courage the most, and give it the other 2 pieces to them. If you want to bring them back, you actually have to bring those people and take the pieces from them. It is unknown why the goddesses left the Triforce behind. We don't know why. We actually don't know why, but there are theories. Even with characters in the games, they even have theories. I think in Link Between Worlds, they mention it as well. But we don't actually know the real reason why they left it. You can leave it to interpretation. And the Triforce was originally left in the care of someone known as Hylia, which is another goddess. Not as high up as the golden goddess. You can consider her a lesser god. Also, Professor Beeps, welcome back, and thank you for the sub. I'm sorry, I mean Professor... I very much appreciate that. Thank you so much. We will now be covering the distant past before Skyward Sword. Oh my god, that harp came in at the perfect time. They did a little troll, and they were like, let's see what these dudes do. It'll be really funny, you know? Timeline before Skyward Sword. Okay. So, in the era of the goddess Hylia, many races lived on the land in peace. As you can see there, they're kind of poorly made up. You can actually make out some of them from our Skyward Sword stream. Oh, I did the true crime! They lived in peace until they didn't. I forgot I did that bit. That's awful. And also, thank you, John, for the resub. It's good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. John! Hope you enjoy the stream, man. It's good to see you. And the reason things didn't go well, I called them Denise adjacent because I keep typing Denise. I type Denise a lot during the stream. Also, yeah, the Night Academy track is actually so fitting right now. But during this time period, demons breached the surface from underground, accompanied by the Demon King Demise. We don't really know why or how. I mean, we know why, but like they just breached the surface one day. Demise is essentially malice incarnate, the most evil of all evil. That is what the book says. You could also, I consider him the Satan of the series, which he kind of just is. He's the source of all things just evil and malice. He appears differently to everyone who sees him. So this way right here is how Link sees him. But people who look at him like actually perceive him differently. So you can even see him as like some kind of Eldritch whatever. Like whatever the embodiment of malice is, and I guess whatever reflects to you the most is what you're gonna see. So he's kind of special. He's not just Ogre Man. Also, Chris, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream, and welcome into 2 lessons. The goal of him and his army was to acquire the Triforce and use it to take over the land. Very, very simple. And you fear cat? Yeah, I fear a cat girl. Please show me a cat girl demise. And yeah, the war against the demons and the people with Hylia started because, you know, they want to protect that Triforce. Hylia versus Demise. Wow, sound effect. After a violent battle, Hylia gathered all the human survivors that were left, put them on a plot of land with the Triforce, and sent that land into the sky. Already an error, but so he can look like anything. See Zelda. True. He appears differently in each... Yes, that's right. He appears differently in every era. I was supposed to write that down and I forgot. But yeah, he's... That's an important thing, him looking different in every era. That's very important, so keep that in mind. But yes, the humans, out of all the races sided with Hylia, they were the ones who gathered on a plot of land, and Hylia sent them way up into the sky to get away from Demise with the Triforce. Upon doing so, she created the Cloud Barrier, which is theorized to still exist, through some proof that we've seen in Breath of the Wild. But it's basically, essentially, a thick cloud barrier in the sky that separates the sky islands from the ground. You actually can't see the Cloud Barrier when you're on the ground, though. It just looks like a sky. The rest of the races fought with Hylia against Demise, which seems a little unfair, because one of the races is this little bastard. How did the humans get sent up, but this little thing had to fight Demise? These things probably got, like, shish kebabbed. But okay, it's fine. I've never seen one of these things attack yet. They literally go like, you know, they sound like that. But I love Kikwis. I don't know why they fought in a war, but they did. And, they might have succeeded. You don't know yet. But we had all these races that accompanied Hylia. We had the Kikwis, the Magmas, the Pirella, the Ancient Robots, the Sheikah, which are important, but we'll get to them later, and the Gorons. Am I going too fast, or are we doing okay so far? You might recognize a few of these from the stream, but if you're a Zelda fan in general, you'll probably recognize the Sheikah and the Goron the most. They're the most ancient and the most unchanged in the series. You good? Okay, perfect. They had biological weapons. They probably were the biological weapons. Just throw the kiwi and explode into clouds. Okay. In the end, Hylia and the remaining tribes were victorious. Hylia did eventually seal away Demise, but this is only temporary because Demise is so goddamn powerful that Hylia knew he would break free from his imprisonment eventually. So, in an attempt to stop him, or like destroy him completely, she wanted to use the Triforce. The problem, though, is that the Triforce can't be used by gods. For whatever reason, it can't be used by gods. It's only meant to be used by mortals. So, she decides to shed her divinity and chooses to be reincarnated and reborn as a human. So, she's gonna die, and she's gonna come back as a human, eventually. With her foresight, she plans her return and a bunch of other big gamer plays. I really went and said that. But she does kind of foresee a lot of what's going to happen in the future, and tries to plan accordingly with that. Whether it be ordering some people to do something for her or whatever, or leaving behind things for a certain someone. But the plan would play out over 1,000 years later, which is a goddamn long time. Let's cover the Sheikah real quick. They are a loyal tribe to Hylia. They were tasked with watching over the Sealed Demon King until Hylia returned to continue the plan. So they're just trying to, they're watching over Denise, making sure she doesn't come out and start slaying. I gotta stop talking. The main member who was entrusted with the task of watching Demise was a Sheikah named Impa, who was that very, very cool design on the right. She's bussin'. And while it's stated at this point, the Sheikah are a very advanced race capable of creating and using technology not seen anywhere else in the world. So the Sheikah are a very advanced race. And if anyone had to invent the internet and, like, Discord, they would make it. I don't know why I use Discord as an example. I'm trying to hit you all with that Zoomer shit. But it's true. Even in a time like this, they were very, very advanced. And now we get to actual Skyward Sword, which is perfect because the song playing is Zelda singing the main theme. I say this is going goddamn well. They have iPads. They do have iPads. And a Nintendo Switch. Sheikah are e-girls. God, I wish. I mean, what? Next up, let's talk about Skyloft. So, the beginning of the story takes place on Skyloft. It's a large piece of land in the sky. And connected to it is something known as the Isle of the Goddess, which is the island that the humans were sent up on. So they weren't sent up on Skyloft completely. It was mainly just the island with the Isle of the Goddess, which if you look in the picture on the bottom right, that big statue all the way back there, that's the Isle of the Goddess. So they were sent up on a little tiny thing like that. Descendants of the surviving humans all live here, all accompanied by bird companions known as the Loftwings, which is that little bird you can see in the top right. So they all got their own little helper birds. And at this point in time, only a select few were aware of the surface. Pretty much no one knew about the surface anymore. They lived up here for so goddamn long that this is their way of life. And that's it. The cloud barrier is technically just like the floor to them. So yeah, same thing for all of those on the surface. So people who still live on the surface, they think like the goddess and Skyloft are basically like myth now. It's like a legend. They're like, oh, there are people who live up there in like paradise. But like, who knows if that's true? Because they can't see it. The cloud barrier blocks it. Good so far? Guys, keep you distracted. Teacher distracts so I can sneak out and take a shower. The school showers? That's just disgusting. Are you sure you want that? We have the Skyloft Knights. So, upon being sent up, they decided to, develop a militia, grow in strength, so maybe they can defend themselves next time instead of leaving the goddamn Kikwi. Nor that they thought the world beneath the clouds was completely barren. Okay, well that too. Maybe they thought it was, yeah. They thought it was barren. They thought it was just a single lone Walmart. Whatever, you know? Humans can become Skyloft Knights by studying at the Knight Academy and by having a grasp on the arts of swordplay and loftwing riding. So if you guys understand this well enough, you too could probably become a knight. This is all established by a dude named Gaepora. He is the father of Zelda and the principal, or like basically the dude who established the Knight Academy in general. He is also the keeper of Legends of the Past, so he's still pretty much kind of, at least he's aware of a lot more than people on the land are aware, or people on the Skyloft are aware. The Skyloft Knight uniform is the origin of the iconic tunic that we've all known for years, which is why you see it up there and it looks like that. So if you're wondering why Link and subsequent Links have that tunic, the source of it is just a knight uniform on a sky island. Who else in the back of the classroom bought a whole chicken we can eat? You're gonna rotisserie a whole ass chicken? No. Okay, fine. As long as you share with me. Alright, so the story. So Link is having a nightmare. And it's pretty bad, actually. It's that Breath of the Wild got delayed again. So it's a black void, and he sees Onuma standing there, and he's like, I'm sorry to say that Tears of the Kingdom will be delayed for 5 more months. We hope you understand, but development is coming along very well. No, he's having a nightmare of a demon breaching the surface while a separate voice tries to talk to him, and that already sounds familiar, of a demon breaching the surface. I wonder if there's a parallel. He's just a sleepy lad. Link is just a sleepy lad. He's kind of head empty, but we love him for that. Honestly, this Link is my favorite one. Of course, he's the first Link in the series. When it comes to combat and flying, he is pretty goddamn talented, just the way he is. His lofting is crimson colored, which is apparently an incredibly rare color for a loftwing. People thought it was extinct. So that, probably makes him special right off the bat. He's a childhood... Oh, Groos's theme is so good here. He's a childhood best friend of Zelda. That random person we'll get to later. She doesn't matter. Don't worry about her. I don't know who she is. He's awoken from his nightmare by Zelda, who, he's awoken from, I'm getting a little too hype. I gotta calm down. He's awoken from his nightmare by Zelda's loftwing. It carries a letter from Zelda telling Link to meet her before the wing ceremony. Those who pass the wing ceremony advance academically in the Knight Academy another step to knighthood. So, there's a big test happening, and her bird shoots a letter out into Link's face and tells Link to meet up with her. If he was to win the wing ceremony, he would be given a sailcloth on top of the statue of the goddess by someone playing the role of the goddess. And the person playing the role is Zelda. So if he wins, he gets to go on a date with Zelda. And he gets to, I don't know, be a knight. Which, like, whatever. It's not even that funny. Why did I do this? I don't remember doing this. I don't remember doing this, but that is a great screenshot. He looks like he's ready to square up.
You wanna go? You wanna go?
Alright. Anyways, who is Zelda? We're finally getting to that person. She's not that important. She doesn't really matter to the series at all. I'm kidding. This Zelda's my favorite. But as the seal of demise on the surface began to finally weaken, a human girl was born on the land above the sky. Her name was Zelda. Weird timing that as soon as the seal's weakening that she's born. But you know what? It's whatever. She's the daughter to Gaepora, the principal of the academy, like I said. And she is Link's childhood friend. I said they are definitely a thing here because there's no way I'm not shipping them. Of course, like, they're a thing. They're a thing. They're a thing, goddammit. This is the one game where they are a thing. Like, absolutely. She loves to tease Link, but is also supportive of him. She knows when to stand up for herself and others, putting things bluntly, and as a result, intimidating those she argues with. I guess I put her whole goddamn biography on her. She pushes Link off a cliff and he dies. So, the game kind of ends right here and it stars her now. Nah, he was meant to call his loftwing after she pushes him off. I promise I'm going to go through this game quicker, but I made the intro kind of long here on purpose. But she pushes him off the island because he can call his loftwing to start flying, but the loftwing doesn't show up. So she jumps down and catches him with her loftwing. And she was chosen to play the role of the goddess for the ceremony's winner, as I said. Her support of Link makes it clear she'd rather have it with him above the others. She doesn't actually say that, but I assume that. I'm just letting you know. Anyways, the others. Perfect time for this song to be here. No one matters but Groos. That's true. There are other characters, but Groos is the only one you really need to know about for this, because he's great. He's a cocky, humble type of lad who often bullies and teases Link. And he has a big crush on Zelda, leading to his jealousy towards Link, because they always spend time together. He's another student participating in the wing ceremony, and obviously he wants to win. He's out! The Groos is loose! The Groos is loose! Let him go! Let him go! Skyward Sword, Link dies. You're right. You're too true for that. Wow, I literally typed the Groose is loose. Nice. These captions start getting way funnier, by the way. Like the titles. But Groose and his lackeys, they kidnap Link's bird and hide it away in a cave so he won't be able to participate because he doesn't want Link winning. Link wielding a sword, he braves a little cave and he fights off enemies and gets the bird. Zelda reunites with him with his bird. At the same time, it seems like she hears a voice or something beckoning her somewhere. She then asks Link, she asks Link, I'm gonna be calm, if the lands in the sky are all there is in this world, pondering if there is a land below the clouds or if the land has anything going on. So she's the one asking about, hey, is there anything below the clouds? And if there is, like, you know, I've heard, you know, my dad told me things about the surface, blah, blah, blah. So they return to the ceremony. Groose gets called out by Zelda. Groose doesn't care because he's Groose. He does care, but he's like infatuated. He's like, oh, you called me out? Can you do that again? Like I said, there is a big dummy crush. Also Groose. I don't know why I typed this. So Link eventually does win the ceremony, and he's allowed to eat his bird in peace. Why did I type that? The last part is a joke. I'm just hungry. I guess I was hungry. Upon winning, he meets with Zelda atop the statue of the goddess. It's a cute little date. She hands him the sailcloth, and then she pushes him off the cliff, killing him again. No, she pushes you off the statue, telling you how to use the sailcloth. You can actually hit the floor. Actually, you can't, but it would be amazing if you could. They decide to fly out on their loft wings and spend time together. It's like a little cute celebratory date, which is what that middle picture is. The top picture is the one right before she pushes him off the statue. I think he assumes a kiss might happen. The middle one is them flying together. Yeah, a Zelda moment. Cute. But during this flight, a giant tornado appears and knocks Zelda off her loft wing, sending her to the clouds below. Link is unable to catch her and is knocked out himself. So that's what that is down there. Although she falls into a tornado in real life, but then Link has a dream of her being eaten by this thing. This is the thing he dreams about, by the way. So this avocado down here is a recurring thing in his dreams. Okay, we're actually getting through this pretty well. So upon waking up, Link sees a blue spirit leading him to the statue of the goddess. He follows it at night. He ends up at the statue of the goddess. It opens a special passage into the statue, and Link sees a sword known as the goddess sword. The spirit introduces herself as Fi. By the way, everyone, your batteries are running low, so please charge your phone immediately. Also, no phones in the class. What the hell, chat? Come on. If you're watching this on a phone, turn it off. Don't even watch it. I'm kidding. Keep watching. We have Fi. Fi, she's the spirit that resides within the goddess sword. They were both left behind by Hylia to guide the chosen hero when the time would come. Okay. And is everyone going well so far? My phone just says 15% left. Charge it. Look at all of your low-ass percentages. What is this, you yee-ass battery, yee-ass phone batteries? Go charge it. She comes across as very monotone and calculated, almost like a computer. She seems like the one who is ready to help Link at any given moment, which is true because, well, you'll see. Fi explains to Link that he is the chosen hero and offers to help him find Zelda on the surface below, confirming that there's truly a world beneath the clouds. So she does offer to help and everything, and Zelda's dad actually shows up as well, and he's like, oh, I've read the legends about the sword and the surface and all this happening, but I didn't think it would happen in my time. So you have that as well. Also, she's just kind of neat. That sword speed is kinda... No, I understand, trust me. I still have a crush on Fi, I'm not gonna lie. I would charge my phone, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, as soon as she's like, it's running low, I'm like, you know what? There you go. Actually, no, I would keep it uncharged. Because that way she would visit. That all just sounds so... What is this title? What is this title? Falling lower than the stocks at Squeebo Inc. Oh my god. It sounds like the bomb guy from the sea. Bombs? Rope? Lamp oil? Upon putting a tablet given to him by Fi in a part of the statue, a beam pierces the cloud barrier, allowing Link to cross it. Pierce the heavens, as some people might say. But finally... Link is able to open a hole in the cloud barrier and go down to the surface, as you can see there. So this is the first time anyone on Skyloft has done it in 1,000 years. So it's a pretty big deal. Link heads to the surface to a region known as Farron, a name derived from a being known as Farron, with their name being derived from the goddess Faror. Names and stuff. There's a lot of naming conventions that play along. If you ever played Elden Ring, where every name's almost the exact same, it's this shit. But yeah, all you gotta know is he goes to a region called Farron for now. Okay. Don't worry about Squeebo Inc., okay? Don't worry about Squeebo Inc. It's losing stocks. I put a lot of stocks into it. I'm poor now. Don't worry about it, all right? I live on the streets. I'm doing this from the streets. there's a hobo looking at me, and it's fine. It's fine. I think he wants to know Zelda lore. So anyways, the sealed grounds. Link lands in a lush forest area known as the sealed arounds. Okay, it's the sealed arounds. Don't worry about it. It's a gigantic spiral pit with something sinister looking at the bottom. The thing at the bottom seems to bother Link. I believe Link also hears a voice down there, but I can't remember that. Either way, I think Sanj could probably confirm. But there is that thing in the right picture there is the thing at the bottom of the pit. So it's very mysterious. Why is this here? As far as they know, the surface could have been barren. So why are there man-made things down here? At the top of the spiral is a really old temple known as a sealed temple, and the front is decorated with the symbol of the Sheikah. Do they grow avocados in the sealed arounds? I wonder. I mean, you know what? To be fair, by the way, it's a spiral. So it is a round, okay? I'm still technically right. Granny. Sorry, I mean, hang on. Let me do this right. Granny. When Link enters the temple, he encounters a mysterious old woman. She is seated in front of a door, and if you peek through the door, you'll see a giant amber crystal eyes emoji. You won't know much about that yet, but you know. She tells Link that Zelda was actually here, and that she departed on a mission of her own. She's actually the one who found Zelda when she came down to the surface. Perhaps the old lady rescued her from whoever caused that tornado. Interesting to intrigue me as such, past Shady. I wonder what that could be all about. But yeah, so Zelda is here. She's fine. She's on her own quest, and the beginning of this game is you trying to find her with Fi on land. Everyone good so far? Sweet. So, going through Farron, okay, you can already see Best Boy, but I won't mention him yet. Fi helps Link guide Link in the direction of Zelda, basically picking up her essence and following the trail. So it's basically like a dog sniffing thing. You can hold out your sword and it'll tell you the area Zelda's in, or like the direction Zelda's in. So it's just you're following. This leads Link towards helping the small Kiwi tribe, who give him information on where Zelda went because they ran into her. And that's on the bottom left. You can see the Chief Kiwi, big lad. Link finds a dungeon with the knowledge that a spring at the end is where Zelda is, known as the Skyview Spring. Upon reaching the end, Link meets a being known as Girahim. Sniffers unite? What are you sniffing? Oh, you mean the dousing dog thing. Gotcha. It was an interesting mechanic. I actually liked it quite a bit. There was something kind of cool knowing that Zelda's like right here and you're just barely behind. It definitely gives that sense of urgency. But it also helps like form that connection between the two of them. You know what I mean? So like the dousing mechanic was really nice. Girahim, the licky guy. I really went and said that. Sniffer Nation? Get out of here, chat. What? Also, I do agree, Cardinal. He is the best. He's my favorite Zelda villain, I think, like, ever. He's a master sorcerer and a loyal follower of Demise. Whoever that is, you know, I described him before, but let's pretend we don't know him. He's the one who made the tornado as an attempt to capture Zelda, and he needs Zelda to resurrect and free his master. But why? Why does he need Zelda? What's so important about her, chat? Remember, she's not a princess or anything in this game. This is before Hyrule is even a thing. I should have mentioned that. In this game, it is just called the surface. There is no Hyrule. There is no such thing, no such term as Hylian. So there's no royal family or anything. Zelda is just a girl. Anyways, there's him trying to lick. I like Link's face here because it doesn't look like he's panicking in this shot. He does. He rolls away. Or like dashes away, but it looks like he's just kind of like perturbed. He's like, this shit again. The licker gets licked. That's a weird way to describe it, but getting licked means they got the shit beat out of them. Not to mention he actually succeeds unlike most other villains. Yeah, true. True, actually. Girahim's so goddamn good. I love him. Link puts up a good fight, leading Girahim to leave because he's angry, threatening that he will return if Link continues to meddle with his plans. Surely Link wouldn't do that. Link gets to the Skyview Spring, but it's too late. Zelda's already prayed here and departed. Why did she pray here? What's this all about? However, Fi imparts information from Hylia, so like just a message that Hylia left behind, to tell Link that Zelda must pray at 2 springs. So she's going to another one. The other one is called the Earth Spring. So that's where Link and Fi head next. If you notice, by the way, if you've played Breath of the Wild and not played this game, there are certain springs. There's like the Spring of Power, Spring of Courage, and all of that. This is one of them. In that game. It's the exact same spring, by the way. The architecture is the same. The statue's the same in the back. The waterfalls are even the same. So it's lasted that long, for the record. But how long is that? We'll find out. Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay, thanks, Shady. On Zelda's side of things, she arrives in the volcanic region of Eldin. So there's 3 regions, by the way. Eldin's the other one next to Farron. It's derived from the name is derived from the goddess Din. To reach the Earth Spring. She's captured by members of the demon tribe known as bokoblins. I don't have to explain that to you. You guys know what bokoblins are. At least I'm pretty sure you are. They're little ogre gremlin lads. Luckily, she's freed by a Sheikah woman named Impa. Impa becomes her caretaker from here on out. Also, she's really cool. Chris Pratt's son is so cool. So yeah, Zelda gets captured. She shaves. She saves Zelda. Zelda's now bald. She shaves Zelda's head as well. But there you go. Elden Ring? It could be. Nah, it couldn't be. There's no market here. No one here spends an hour to attack you with one shot. Impa, please. So after meeting, so Link does arrive. I guess I didn't say he arrived here, but he does arrive in Eldin, and he meets the Mogma tribe and gets information on Zelda from them because they saw her. He heads to the next dungeon to get to the Earth Spring, and he also fights a giant boulder called Scaldera, which is that thing. I like it though. It's neat. She's bald. Yeah, sorry chat. She got the VTuber bald redeem. He finally managed to catch up with Zelda, but is prevented from getting any closer by Impa. The reason being that he arrived too late to save her, and Impa had to save her. So Impa's like, you're kind of unfit to be a hero right now. So, you know, if you want to meet her and you want to get to her, be better. Which Link is not happy about. But yeah, that's another thing about this game that was kind of interesting. That Link he just wasn't good enough to get there yet. Or to get there quick enough. Link finds out that Zelda and Impa will be going to an area in the region of Lanayru, the third region. Derived from the goddess Nehru. And they're going to a place called the Temple of Time, which might be a familiar name. And that's where Link and Fi go next to meet her. Easy, done. We're good so far. We're actually moving through this pretty quick, I think. So this is good. You wrote her name wrong. It's VTuber Miss Noma. It's true. It's true. There's only one bald person on this planet, and it's Noma. Time stuff. Okay, there's a fun fact here. But Link does reach the desert region of Lanayru, and he finads, because I can't type, he finds many relics of the past, including stones known as time shift stones. You can see in the top right. They bear a old Sheikah symbol on them. That's not confirmed, but like it looks very much like a Sheikah symbol. And it can be assumed for many reasons. But the color on them is familiar to a certain object in another game, which would be the Ocarina of Time. We're going to get into that more later, but it is assumed that the Ocarina of Time is made out of these time shift stones. And the time shift stones, when you strike them, create a bubble in the past. So when you strike it, a certain radius around it will go 1,000 years back in time, which allows Link to discover that the Lanayru region is actually used to be a lush, like, green area with rivers, grass, all of the good old fresh things. So with these things being time manipulating and a ocarina being carved out of it, you can imagine why it could affect time and space. So yeah. But by going back in time, he brings these robot scraps back to life and allows them to meet these ancient robots, who are all great, minus one who is an absolute shrimp for Fi, which I guess is me, but he's way worse. Girahim extends the game's story. I guess, okay. Link makes his way through some old mines and a giant scorpion, which was the third dungeon and boss. I usually have pictures for all the bosses, but not for this one. But he does find Zelda at a place called the Gate of Time. The two of them, so Zelda and Impa, plan to enter it to go into the ancient past for reasons, but they're stopped by Girahim. Impa puts up a good fight, but is eventually overpowered by Girahim, so Link jumps in and buys them time to enter the gate. He still doesn't know why they're doing this, but they have to go back in time for some reason. Impa tells Link to visit the old lady to figure out what to do next, so she knows about the old lady for some reason. Upon entering the gate, destroys it. I'm gonna have to correct some of these in post before like I put it up for download. Or I might leave it. But the is Impa, okay? I'm sorry. Impa destroys it from the outside. Or sorry. Why did she destroy it from the No, I think I meant inside. I typed this part so wrong. So I'm gonna describe it to you myself. Zelda and Impa go into the gate and they destroy the Gate of Time. They do that so they They do that so Girahim can't follow them into the past. Zelda also throws Link her harp. She does have a harp that she plays. I should have mentioned that a while back, but she does have a harp, and she throws it to Link. Girahim gets angry and threatens Link again before leaving, like a gamer, because, you know, he's like, I'm gonna beat your ass, and then he leaves. So, yeah. Zelda? Oh, hey, that's the harp playing right now. Did I really put a YouTube clip? Amazing. Is it flickering? Okay, there we go. No, we're good. The Groose calls a truce. As Link flies back down to Farron to meet Granny again to ask for information, Groose dives down after him like the insane Chad he is, in the air. And I guess I left the clip. Does it work? Oh my god, amazing. It works. So yeah, So Groose, you know, Groose kind of... Gaia? Oh, that's... I guess Link's name's Gaia now. But Groose grabs Link and comes down. I should mention that Groose is... I think it ends there. Yeah, so Groose, despite being a bully and kind of an ass at this point in the game, this scene is also one of the best scenes in the entire series. But he jumps after Link because he wants to know why Link keeps going down. He wants to know where Link is going. He also wants to know if Zelda's okay because he... when Zelda was kidnapped, he was sobbing in his room uncontrollably because he does love her, right? But yeah, they hit the surface. It's Groose's first time seeing the surface. He freaks out immediately once he sees some tiny birds. And I said I guess I said it's because he's cool. But the reason being that they're at such a high altitude that the little mini birds don't go that high. They only know loft wings. So he's already like, what the hell? Groose heads towards the old woman's place for more answers. He wants to know more about Zelda. And he officially names the surface as Grooseland. Not Hyrule. He says he wants it to be known as Grooseland. So from here on out is Grooseland, if you want it to be. While he talks to the old lady, who he aptly names Granny, a rumbling from the spiral pit alerts everyone. The timing on this song for this part is actually amazing, because this song plays for literally the part where it starts rumbling. But yes, the thing at the bottom of the spiral pit that we talked about earlier, it's rumbling now. So... there's that video again. No, we're not doing that. Avocado. Sorry, hang on. Avocado. From the bottom of the pit, a gigantic demon spawns out of the ground. This being is also the one seen in Link's nightmares. It is known as the Imprisoned. But you can call him Avocado if you want. Armed with his sword, Link fights the Imprisoned by slamming the stone seal on its head back into its head. So that thing on the top there, which, by the way, that same seal, that same stone thing you saw at the bottom of the spiral pit in the last picture, it's embedded into its head. So Link slams it back in, which is really metal, really cool looking, and he's able to seal it back exactly where it was at the bottom of the pit. But Granny does make it clear that the seal is weak, and that the avocado will rise again soon. Link's run will now have to go from 100% to an any percent. Tears? Why did I type that? Why did I put the little sad face? Alright, it's fine. It's fine. It's true, though. He's got to hurry. Because the seal is weakening, this thing's going to come out more. And while we don't know much about it yet, we just know it's an avocado. Granny made it very clear that this thing is, like, terrible. And we should probably, like, hurry on our mission here. And, consult her about the whole gate of time thing. Also, welcome in people coming on in. Welcome in Snivy. Welcome in Lost Sauce was taken. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to my 360 slide presentation of the Zelda series. Hope you enjoy. Avocado of Death. Time 2, the timing. I guess the last thing was called Time. Or one of the slides. Granny reveals that there is a second gate of time with her right in the Seal Temple, which, if you remember, is the same place by the Spiral Pit. However, it can only be activated if Link forges his sword into something stronger. It's weak. It's a yee-ass sword. To do so, he needs to travel the regions once more to search for the 3 sacred flames of the goddesses, which are just 3 magical flames, and he can use them to forge and strengthen his sword. So, backtracking. This game has a lot of backtracking. After witnessing Link seal the avocado, Groose realizes Link as a hero, kinda. He doesn't say it or anything, but it kind of humbles him a bit, and it does put him into a bit of an angry depression, because he's like, shit, I guess I'm useless then. Fine, you go off and do your whatever. So he's kind of sad now. He stays at the Seal Temple, and you go off doing your thing. Okay, moving on. This part is flames, yo. Get it? Because we're finding the flames, and this part's fire, because I like this segment. Alright, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm funny. I know I'm funny. I'm very attractive. I know. Upon finding an ancient tower in the sky, once again, so in the sky, there are multiple sky islands, along with Skyloft, and one of them is just this tower. There's another one where it's just a big pumpkin bar, for the record. You could just go and get drinks and soup and shit, but we don't talk about soup. But yeah, he finds a tower here, and a statue of the goddess. It teaches him songs, which he plays on the harp given to him by Zelda, and upon doing that, Fi details some instructions left behind by Hylia on where to find the flames. Link travels to each region, having to pass a test before finding the respective flame. Do you guys want to know what the test is all about? It sucks. It's the worst test ever. They really put... Yo, can we get some not like this in the chat? The test. The test that Link goes through on the surface involves him treading a realm known as the Silent Realm. It includes yet another test for the hero. Where's the music? Where's the music? Excuse me, sir? Video paused. Continue watching. Yes? What? Okay. Anyways, it's a test known as the Silent Realm. Thank you for the emotes, chat. Perfect. Here, Link assumes a spirit form and has to restart if he takes damage even once. He's a weak boy. He is also pursued by guardians, but not the guardians that you think. Not the ones from Breath of the Wild. It's that thing on the bottom right there. Also, this meme's amazing. When he passes these trials, he receives an item to help him in his quest. Now, to those who want to know how it kind of works, Link has to collect tears, and yes, they actually do look like the Tears of the Kingdom, funny enough. They have the Magatama symbols. Link is in that circle in the top right picture. Once you leave that circle, these things chase you. And once again, if they hit you once, you're dead. There's multiple of these things, different types of them, and they chase you. But if you get a tear, they stop, but only for 90 seconds. You're on a timer to get it. There's like stuff like a type of water where if you touch it, they wake up immediately. These little ghosts that I call the weenie ghosts. And if you get near them, the weenie scouts is what I call them. If you get near them and they catch you, they immediately snitch and wake these things up. So it's anxiety. But it's theorized that these trials may or may not take place within Link's soul. And another fun detail is that if you look inside that same weird water, but only if you look at it only from a first-person view, from Link looking at it, you can actually see the Triforce, which is interesting for reasons. But yeah, these trials are scary as hell. Oh, agreed, Pav. They are super scary. You know, the Wakey Juice, 45 slides already. Wait, really? Damn, okay. Link braves many dangers, bosses, dungeons. Gear him again, Mike Wazowski, that giant octopus thing with boobies. You don't gotta worry about it, but you probably should worry about it in your sleep tonight. He braves an ancient ship to each flame. I would love to go into all of them in detail, but I do want to leave some things in case you want to play the game, but also because I didn't have a lot of time. Just know that Link does go through separate dungeons, meets a bunch of characters, and he ends up finding the flame and stuff. The boat one's really cool, by the way, because that ship is in the Lanayru Desert, and part of the desert used to be a giant ocean, and the ship, when you hit it, there's a crystal, a time shift stone in there. When you hit the stone, it sends the ship and the area around it back in time. You also get a small boat with the time shift crystal on as well. And when you hit it, you can sail on the sea from 1,000 years ago, but in the small bubble you're in. So around you, like in a perfect circle, is water, no matter where you go, because the crystal's with you, and the rest of it's still sand. It's really cool to see. It's a really, really cool like visual. The ship is a great dungeon. Ship is one of the best. I think it's my favorite dungeon in the game, next to Ancient Cistern. So yeah, Link also goes to hell. He sees zombies, don't worry about it. It's not actually hell. But yeah, he also meets beings who help him on his quest, such as the water dragon Farron, which is what the region is named after. The imprisoned Avocado breaks free again a few times, but Link is helped by Groose this time, who makes his own bomb catapult weapon known as the Groosinator. It shoots these gigantic bombs at the imprisoned, the big Avocado. They manage to seal it once more together. So he finally notices that he might have a role in all of this. And that depression kind of got him motivated to help out, which, hell yeah, Groose. We love him. He's great. He set up an entire railway track around the giant spiral hole to move this Groosinator on. So he can move anywhere and shoot this thing. It's awesome. For completing all the trials, 3 mysterious triangles appear on Link's hand. It's an extreme rarity to have all 3 appear on one's hand, even in future titles. You'll notice in future titles, we'll explain soon, that character like Link will only ever have like 1 appear on his hand. But this Link has the whole thing appear eventually. So this thing's kind of goated. I am not sure. In fact, if Sanj wants to help me with this, I'm not sure if all 3 appear on anyone else's hand in the series, like on the hand. This might be the only instance, but I could be wrong. But either way, Link gets the flames. He forges the stuff. He gets a Triforce on his hand. The True Sword. So, no, I don't think so. Okay, good. I got that part right then. Fitting song again. So, this might look like a familiar sword to some fans. After Link gets the 3 flames and forges the sword, he uses them to turn his goddess sword into its ultimate form, the Master Sword. So this game, once again, first in the timeline, is the origin of the Master Sword, meaning that this Link is the one who made it. He's the one who forged it. And of course, the sword itself was made by the goddess Hylia, but this forging and everything was through this Link's adventures, which is really cool to think about. Which also means that Fi is sleeping in those. Is sleeping in the sword. Anyways, this is the origin of the sword. Oh yeah, forged by the first Link and the spirit within the blade itself, blah blah blah. So he heads towards the Gate of Time in the Sealed Temple, because now we can finally open it and go inside. There's the flames. On the bottom left, you have the Master Sword there awakening, and then you have the new Gate of Time, or the second one, in the Sealed Temple. Good so far? Remember, once again, the Sealed Temple is where Granny is. It's where that giant amber crystal is. It's a lot of details to take in, but I hope you're all following along good enough. Fi is eepy. Fi is eepy. She's a little eepy. Let her eep. I'm still your Zelda. This part makes everyone cry. This part makes everyone cry. Also, welcome in, Risky. Hope you're doing well. Link activates the gate, and he managed to head 1,000 years into the past. He's finally able to reunite with Impa and Zelda, because this time, you know, he did the thing. But she has a bit of a lore bomb to drop herself, on top of me. She has her own lore thing. She reveals that she's the reincarnation of the goddess Hylia. So, something we didn't even know till now. I don't even think they mentioned Hylia a lot until this part of the game, funny enough. But in the past, by the way, the Seal Temple is also known as the Temple of Hylia. So it belongs to her. But yeah, Zelda's the reincarnation of the goddess Hylia. This is the mortal that she became when she gave up her divinity. Praying at the two springs helped her remember who she was, and then she tells Link about the war, the birth of Skyloft, and demise, which I told you all about already, so I don't have to do it again. She mentions that she feels awful for using Link, as he was a part of this plan the entire time. There was always meant to be a hero, and he was always meant to do all of this for her plan to work out. It's the result of Hylia's foresight, and it was all meant to happen, which I just said. She says that the time they're currently in right now is right after the war, so the humans were just sent up into the sky. Demise was just sealed at this point in time. To strengthen the... Nice pictures. Nice pictures. To strengthen the seal on Demise and make sure he, like, absolutely stays seal until the present, Zelda actually has to stay here in the past, in a long slumber. She says that despite everything and despite being Hylia, she is still just Link's childhood friend, and she even remarks that she is still his Zelda, which is very, very cute and very sad as Link just frantically tries to break through the crystal and get her out, because he doesn't want this to happen, obviously. She has Link promise to wake her up in the present when it's time, the same way she woke up Link all the time, which is really cute. She's even like, so here it is, sleepyhead. I always wake you up, so you're going to be the one to wake me up this time, right? She encases herself in an amber crystal and slumbers for 1,000 years. Hey, amber crystal, doesn't that sound familiar, chat? Oh, I said it right there. The amber crystal you see at the start of the game, behind the door that the old lady's watching, is Zelda in there the entire time. But of course, it's the Zelda from the past. It's a time loop. It's a time loop. So she is always sleeping there from the beginning of the game. It was mentioned in the past that the goddess gave her chosen hero a sailcloth. Due to a time paradox, you were always that chosen hero who received the cloth from the goddess. So, when you're at the top of the statue at the beginning of the game, like when you do the wing ceremony and she cosplays the goddess, plays the role of the goddess, and she gives you the sailcloth, she says that the goddess gave this to her hero, like in the ancient, in the past. So you were always that hero because it's a time loop. She is the goddess, and she did give it to you. So you're the hero that they were talking about. There was no hero before this. There is a manga showing the hero before him, but that's not canon. This is the hero. So if that's hard to wrap your head around, I'm sorry, but it's a time paradox, so it's meant to be kind of weird. But yeah, there you go. Triangles. That flicker is so weird. I hope you guys aren't seeing too much of that flicker. I don't know why it keeps happening. Stop. Yo, like mild epilepsy warning, I guess, if that keeps happening. I think it only happens when there's a video. You can close your eyes for this slide, and then I'll come back. But actually, I want to play the song for this one in a minute. But Zelda instructs Link to find the Triforce. They must use it to wish for the eradication of Demise. You don't see it? Oh, perfect. Okay, that's good then. It's just flickering on my side for whatever reason. But yeah, before encasing herself, Zelda's like, hey, you gotta go find the Triforce and wish for Demise's destruction. It's the only way. So Link meets an ancient sky being known as Levias. He's told about Levias from, I can't remember, I think it's Gaepura, Zelda's father. But either way, Levias is just this ancient creature, and since he's so goddamn old, he'll probably know where the Triforce is. So Levias instructs Link to find the 3 ancient dragons on the surface, known as Faron, Eldin, and Lanayru, so they can teach him a song. We already met Faron. The song was made by Hylia, known as the Song of the Hero, and will help guide Link towards the Triforce. Upon learning and playing the song, so he meets all of them, he learns the song, he plays it. Link finds out he must play it on his home island, where the final Silent Realm trial awaits. So he did more Silent Realm trials. There's one on his actual home, so he's going to be chased by those guardians, collect the tears, all of that nonsense again. And this part I actually want to play real quick for you all, because it's interesting. Wait, hang on. I got this. So, also, is it just looping this song over and over again? Oh, never mind. It's just all 5 themes. We're almost done there. But the actual theme, the actual song of the hero is the Legend of Zelda theme, which is interesting that it is a canon song to the lore. But yeah, it's neat. It's neat, look. In case you want the proof. This is the thing, Jim Bob. So not yet, right? Yeah, I clutched this final trial so well. So well. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh. See? So, this is cool because, like, canonically, at least in my head, and the way that they framed it in the game, is that this is Link's song. Like, this is just straight up Link's song. How many slides have you given for the other games? Quite a bit. Not as much as Skyward, but still quite a bit. This and Ocarina got the most attention. Damn, that sounds pretty. It's super pretty. And for the record, the people singing there are the dragons. Also just people in the song, but they're all the dragons singing there. Anyways, he has to go back to Skyloft because the way to the Triforce will be open for him there. Guacamole. This one goes kind of quick. Ignore the pictures. That's some good-looking guac, though. Okay, wait, I gotta skip ahead. This is so many Fi songs. Hang on, chat. Hang on. Let's move down a bit. Let's go to what's the sky theme? Sure, I know what that is. Okay, so Link finishes the trial and he finds that the Triforce pieces are in one final dungeon, and the dungeon is actually located on Skyloft. It's on the Isle of the Goddess, the same island the humans rose up on. The Triforce was always there with them, as we knew from the beginning of the stream. The bottom of the island also sports a familiar-looking spiral. Where else do we know a giant spiral that's on the ground? Link bests the dungeon, okay, and receives all 3 triangles, finally forming the Triforce. By the way, this dungeon's awesome because it is formed as a slide puzzle. You do a slide puzzle, but each little slide represents a room. So you basically create your path in the dungeon yourself, and it's awesome. Link makes his wish to eradicate Demise. The Goddess Island breaks away from the Skyloft and heads back to the surface for the first time in millennia. As the imprisoned is about to escape again for literally like the 4th time, the island crushes and destroys him completely. Given the spiral shapes of the island and the pit, it's confirmed that this was the original spot for the island. So this was the, the sealed grounds is exactly where Hylia sent everyone up. So it's finally reformed. Demise is crushed. He actually is dead. He's eradicated now and becomes Guacamole because smushed avocado. I thought I was clever for that. But yeah, so that was Link's wish. That's how they granted his wish. He touched the Triforce, he made a wish, and they were like, we're just going to crush him. Really funny. Oh, whoops. Next up, Gurren Lagann. I gotta watch the anime still, man. It sounds so good. We need some salsa chips. I want some so bad right now, dude. But I'm like, I can't talk and eat. Sucks. You were clever for that? Yo, thank you, Noodle. Thank you. And it's good to see you, Noodle. This guy again, I swear to God. With everything solved and all plot lines wrapped up, Link finally gets to awaken Zelda after 1,000 years of her sleeping, technically. Everyone's emotional, and Groose cries in relief and hugs Granny. I love Groose. He does. He goes and hugs. He becomes cool with Granny, and he's very emotional for Zelda being okay. The celebration is cut short as Girahim injures Link, knocks out Zelda, and kidnaps her. Man just appears and does some trolling. Groose tries to stand up to him while protecting Granny, but Girahim gets through them as well. Yes, he does roundhouse kick Groose and Granny, so he's an asshole for that. Girahim takes Zelda through the Gate of Time, and because he plans to use her soul to resurrect Demise in the ancient past. Oh, sorry, did I say Demise? But the avocado's different. Surely the avocado's not Demise. We already saw how he looked. That looks completely different. They're not the same person. Nah, no way. He also says this when he sees Groose. Stand down, you're in my way, and the sight of your appalling hair makes my gorge rise. I still don't know what this means. Chat and I tried to figure it out when I streamed the game. We have no idea what this means. I don't know what his gorge is, nor do I really want to know. I thought maybe it meant blood pressure, but gorge could really only mean like one thing. But then he's saying it's appalling, so it shouldn't be making, it's okay. Moving on. Makes him want to throw up. Is that what it means? It's French for throat. It means he wants to puke. Yo, thank you. Where were all of you during the stream? Did I just not see it when I streamed it last time? Because we didn't get that answer last time. He wants to throw up. Okay. I see. It makes his gorge rise. His mushroom gorge? Sucker. Oh my god. Now Link is angry. I wonder if I can get to some of the closer to the end songs now. Let's do some like hang on. Let's move a bit forward and get let's get to like here. Yeah? No, like here. Okay. So, Link is angry now. He goes back into the past to stop Girahim and stop the resurrection ritual. Impa, who is still here in the past, she's still in the past watching over Zelda. She puts up a fight against Girahim, but she's unable to stop him. You don't get to see the fight. You just see her kind of kneeled over because Girahim's an asshole and, you know, did whatever. Link is angry and he storms through a literal army of demons and makes his way to Girahim. To paint a picture for you, by the way, I wanted to include more. Now that Link is back in the past, that spiral pit is there again. And Girahim is at the bottom with Zelda doing a funny little ritual dance to revive her. Or sorry, to resurrect Demise and use her soul. And Link runs straight down that spiral, going through it. A literal army of bokoblins and moblins and just a bunch of shit. It's actually really cool. And it's probably, I still think, one of the coolest moments in any Zelda game for any Link. Like, he gets actually really mad. Link ends up fighting Girahim, and that's his full design there. That's his true form. Kinda. And we fight him. Link beats his ass. And, but Girahim was just trying to buy time. The ritual's a success, so the Imprison will come out, and Zelda's soul is going to be slurped up. The Imprisoned of the past emerges, devours Zelda's soul, transforming it into his true form, Demise. So, when Demise was sealed, his weird, like, incomplete form was the Imprisoned. And every time the Imprisoned would come out of the pit and Groose and Link would stop him, he would always evolve some new limbs. Like, he'd evolve arms, a tail. He eventually develops a halo and starts being able to fly. And he wants to get to the sealed temple. Now, the reason in the present that he was trying to get to the sealed temple where Granny was and stuff, it's pretty heavily assumed that he's trying to get to Zelda, who's in the Amber, because she's the one who has that seal on him. So by, you know, killing her, he would leave. Or by taking her soul, he can be Demise again. So that's what he was trying to do this whole time. It was just never said because the Imprisoned can't talk. It was just a big monster. But anyways, he was always here. He's the guy that Link saw in his nightmares. All of that. Demise was always here. His sword, which I think I'll describe, his sword is Girahim. So, it's an anti-master sword, basically. The same way Fi is the spirit in your sword, Girahim is the spirit in Demise's sword. So it was just his sword trying to stop you every bit of the way. Which is pretty funny. Groose manages to save Zelda's body because Demise just flings it because now it's useless. It's just a body with no soul. But Groose saves Zelda. Link also, he also tells Link that there's still time to get her soul back from Demise. So that, you know, if he beats his ass. Demise is surprised by Link's courage to face him because in the past, humans were very, very afraid of Demise clinging to their goddess. He says, hey, you know what I'll do for you? I'll challenge you in a 1v1. Special arena. Final destination, no items, basically. He's like, I just came back. I've waited so long. I could stand to wait a bit more. Come see me if you want to fight. So, after a warning from Fi that this is the point of no return, she wishes Link luck, and they walk into a portal together, taking them to the final area, which is a very pretty final area, by the way. Did us have a PowerPoint? Avi, it's 360 slides long. It's insane. It's insane. But hi, Avi. I hope you're doing well, and I hope this ends up being kind of fun for Are you guys having a good time? You guys having fun? Hope you guys are having fun. We're actually getting to the end of the Skyward Sword right now. But yeah, before fighting, Demise states if Link loses right here. So, Demise does some gamer-like shit talk. Which, by the way, if you guys don't know, we're like 50 or 60 slides in already. So, like, we're doing pretty good. But, he basically does a whole gamer talk. He's like, yo, if you lose, I'm gonna mess up everything. Everything you enjoy. Everyone you love is gonna die. This whole world's gonna be taken over by me. I'm gonna get the Triforce. Everyone's gonna live in, under my rule, whatever. Which is great, because it makes you want to beat his ass even more for being the cause of, like, everything and putting... He's the reason Zelda had to go away for 1,000 years and, have to have her whole mission in the first place. So he sucks. Amped up and fueled with courage, Link takes Demise in an epic final fight. I want to say epic. I ended this shit in, like, less than 2 minutes for the record on stream. It was really funny. But, filling the Master with lightning and then plunging it into Demise's chest, Link wins the battle. Which is really cool, because Demise, like, puts this thing up to get lightning. So he actually does bring kind of an item or a buff to Final Destination, which is kind of messed up. Oh, we don't talk about me losing? I didn't lose once. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I lost once. You're right. But, he gets the, from that, it's kind of a hint that you should be doing the same thing. Because in the game, when you put up your sword, you get blessed with, like, some goddess energy. And you can do a skyward strike. Doing it in this area allows the lightning to hit your sword, making you do, like, a super goddess strike. So you raise your blade skyward sword. and you start beating the shit out of him, and then finally you go in for the kill. And it's funny, when you go to actually stab him and finish him off, Demise will actually roll out of the way. He's the only enemy in the game that can like actually roll away from your finishing attack. But eventually Link jumps in the air, and as he jumps in the air, the lightning strikes his sword. He brings it down and he just like plunges it right into his chest, which is really funny because like I have this funny idea in my head where like, what if the lightning brought Demise back to life, like it resuscitated him by accident? But no, he beats his ass in the QRTs right there. 6 just more hours at this pace? Oh, nah, trust me. Trust me. We're going to do it. We got this. It'll be fine. But you know what? Even if it is that, I'm glad it fills up the whole stream. But, yeah. We need to talk about the curse. Is Demise Sans? No and yes, maybe. He does keep coming back. Well, you'll see. The curse, as Demise begins to cease existing, that is how I described it. He curses Link and Zelda, a curse ensuring that an incarnation of his hate and malice would follow the soul of the hero and the descendants of the goddess for all time. We're not gonna... You're gonna know more about what he means there soon. But he's basically saying, you know, every incarnation of Link, which is a thing we'll get into, and every descendant of Zelda, his hatred will always be there to... just mess with them. Just get, you know, give them a hell of a time. I wonder what this leads to in capitals. Also, wait, would? Yeah, Abby? Yeah, Abby? Actually, you know what? I played with my best friend once. Like, next to me. She was on the couch and she's like, okay, daddy. And I was like, oh, what? I love Patori. But yeah, so... yeah, there you go, Red Oni. You know, it's a good hint. That's a good hint of things to come. But once again, remember that Demise, he isn't just like a guy. He's an incarnation of like hatred and malice itself, right? So that hatred and malice, which also just like exists everywhere, can form as something else one day, or take on the form, or someone can represent what he is one day. And I wonder who that could be. I wonder who the shining example of that could be. I guess we'll find out. Maybe. We have our goodbyes, which means I'm gonna start playing some ending music because we did this so goddamn quick that this whole soundtrack just got shafted, which was part of the plan anyways. Hang on 1 second. If you guys want me to slow down though, let me know. I can slow down a bit. He is kind of... Oh god, chat. We're not there yet. It's fine. It's fine, Oni. You can give little hints like that. Once again, this is me to start describing the entire series. So if you guys want to talk about the entire series, you're more than free to. This is the one stream where that's totally fine. Let's get to some ending stuff, yeah? Let's get to, eradication theme? Is this where he, puts him out? Yeah. Alright, fine. We'll do it from here. So, Link makes it back to the sealed temple and wakes... You know what? No, I have a better song. Hang on 1 second. It's called Phi's farewell theme. Here we go. So, Link makes it back to the sealed temple and, Zelda wakes up. So her soul is returned to her body. Phi says that her job and their journey is over. Link places the sword in the pedestal. There's just a pedestal there, for the record, and Link puts it in. It's not where he originally got the sword, or is it? No, it's not. No, wait, but the statue of the goddess is right. You know, that's a good question. Yo, Sanj. The statue of the goddess is where he gets the goddess sword from, and that comes back to the land. He doesn't put it in there, though, right? He puts it in the seal temple, right? Or does he put it in there? I think he puts it in there. Either way, okay, forget all of that. He puts the sword back in the pedestal, okay? Phi says her farewells, claiming that while she doesn't fully understand emotion, her journey with Link was close to what she imagines happiness is like, which is really cute. She thanks him and rests in the sword, while also stating that they could one day meet again in another lifetime. And yeah, this part killed me, because she is my favorite partner next to Midna. And, oh, he does put it in the Seal Temple. Yeah, that's right. He puts it in the Seal Temple for Impa to watch, which actually I do mention in the next slide. I totally forgot about that. But yeah, she says goodbye to you. She, you know, the sword's resting in the past. And she says goodbye and thanks Link. She actually has this whole speech where she's like, I'm going to tell you what everyone's been telling you on this entire journey, but this is the first time I'm saying it. Thank you, Link. And it's really, really, really cute, and I want to cry every time and piss. So, yeah, goodbyes too. Impa states that Demise's consciousness is deteriorating and being destroyed within the Master Sword. She needs to stay in the past and watch the sword. So she stays back there 1,000 years in the past to watch the sword because his consciousness is still in there and slowly kind of breaking apart and leaving. Before leaving to the present, Link gives Impa one of her bracelets, to which Impa responds that surely they will meet again. Which is totally impossible because they're going 1,000 years back to the present. But it actually is possible because, as you can see, Granny has the same bracelet, and she always had that bracelet. Interesting. When Zelda, Link, and Groose return to the present, Granny's there waiting for them. It is then that everyone notices she has the same bracelet that Zelda gave Impa, revealing that she is the same Impa from the past. She waited all this time. And this shit makes me want to cry just talking about it. It's so cute. After telling Zelda she told her that they'd meet again, she really was like, see, I told you. She fades away. I said to the afterlife because she totally dies right there, but she does just fade away into particles. And her long mission's finally over. Everyone's sad. Groose is just straight up crying, and I think Zelda as well. Link and the others take one last look at the Master Sword in the pedestal, and they leave. You missed this part in the streams, did you? Yeah, no, this part was big. It was real sad. Real bittersweet. But for the end, Link reunites with her father, so the father actually comes down to the surface. They meet up again finally because, you know, of course her dad was worried about her. Everyone gets to meet up and it's all nice and happy. Groose gets to see his friends again. Everything's well. Everyone heads back into the sky except for Link and Zelda, at least from what we see at the time being. In one final scene, Link is sitting next to Zelda on the same statue of the goddess where everything began, now that it's back on the ground. But this is where they hung out at the beginning of the game. The Triforce is just sitting behind them. Link's playing the harp. She's singing. It's really cute. Zelda mentions that she wants to stay on the surface and she wants to live there while looking after the Triforce. She asks Link what he plans to do, and Link just kind of smiles and looks at her, but it's super heavily implied. I mean, it's confirmed in my head, obviously, but he stays on the surface with Zelda. He chooses to just, like, spend their lives together on land and watch over the Triforce. The end. That's Skyward Sword. That was a lot of information, but that's Skyward Sword. Okay. Was that to your liking? Was the speed good? Did you guys enjoy that? Do you have any questions? If now's your time to ask anything about the lore if you want, but also time for me to take a slurp. Thank you so much, Contract, for the 46 months on that goddamn over 4 years. Is that actually... No, it's almost 4 years. You're almost at... That's insane, dude. Thanks so much for the resub, and I hope you're doing well, man. I always appreciate the support. That was great. Yeah, are you single? No comment. But... Oh my god. You know what, Sanj? For you, I'm always single. Got you. How Skyward really was the sword? It was very Skyward. It was so high up to a point where people couldn't even see the land up there because it's separated by that cloud barrier. You never mentioned the best boy Goron. I really wanted to. Yeah, there's a guy called Gorko. He's this really, really like dorky Goron that you meet, and he's obsessed with the myths of the people who live in the sky and the sky lands, because once again they don't know if it's real or not. It's been so long, so he searches it, but his mind is blown because you are a Skyloftian and you keep activating like certain like old architecture or old objects that belong to the sky people, like on the surface, and he's always like, brother, how did you do that? It's great. I love him. So he's good. Favorite Zelda ship? Literally these two. These two are my favorite Zelda ship. 100%. When the Smash Bros come into this, that comes during the Taboo arc. It sounds so stupid. Sounds so stupid. What happened to Demise's sword? It faded. Oh yeah, that is a good question. So when Demise was defeated, Demise actually stabs the sword into the ground because he's weak. He's like kneeling over, and as he does that, the sword actually just fades away. Like it breaks into particles, it dissolves, it's gone. So Girahim supposedly dies right there. So Girahim's gone, sword's gone. There you go. That was a good question, actually. But yeah, Girahim is very likely dead. Oh, I forgot to mention. I don't know why I didn't put it there. But yeah, Demise turns Girahim back into the sword. When Demise breaks out of this, so there's some edits I might want to make to this later, but when Demise comes out of the ground, becomes himself again, he puts his hand out, and Girahimon's in like the crucifixion pose or some shit, and a sword just starts coming out of his chest, and then he eventually turns into that sword. It's really funny, and like Girahim's like laughing and shit. But yeah, brother, I am full of microplastics, Goro. That's still one of my favorite lines. It's making me look at Zelda games in a whole different perspective. Hell yeah. No, Zelda lore is amazing. It makes you enjoy the games a lot more. So yeah, if you guys have any more questions, feel free to hit me with it. I'm gonna take a drink of water real quick. 1 second. When do you learn this when this game takes place in Alrest? If only. No Titans though. Anything about the Sheikah? Yep, we're gonna get more into that soon, but you never get to know more about any more Sheikah in this game. you only get to really know about like Impa and Granny, who is also Impa, and all you know is that they are just, at the moment, just a tribe that is very, very loyal to the goddess. They have a much bigger role as things play out, which we'll get into. How do you rate the chances that we'll ever get a Zelda game that takes place after Skyward Sword? It could happen. It could absolutely happen. They could make it its own thing. They could cover the hero of man, which is something I'm going to talk about just now. There are a few heroes in this series that they talk about that we never get to see, or who never got a game and may never get a game. There is like the hero of man. There's the guy from 10,000 years ago in Breath of the Wild. There is a random ass hero before the events of Four Sword and after Minish Cap. There's just stuff like that. Where do rupees come from? I'll be actually getting into that. It's not in this slide, but there's a point where I'll actually be able to tell you. But yeah, there's rupee ore and stuff. If you want to know why they're in the bushes and all that, there's actually a reason for that too, which I'll get to. But yeah, okay. But yeah, there will be an explanation as to why they're under rocks and bushes and all that. It's great. Where's Tingle? He's coming. He's coming. Is the hero of time not the not hat guy? No, he's not. Oh, sorry, the hero of man. Yeah, that is the hero of man. All right. I said that's enough questions. Shall we move on to the next thing? But no, we'll get to Tingle. Trust me, I have a whole thing dedicated to him. What is Zelda? You missed all of the first game. It was the most important one, Noma. You don't pass the test. No, I'm kidding. It's good to have you, Noma. Hope you're doing well. So, the reason why this was so long, by the way, is because this is very important to the rest of the series, but also it might be very important to Tears of the Kingdom. So, that is why I wanted to spend a lot of time on this one. Either way, what do we got next? Oh, you know what? I don't have to go to the next game OST yet. The Aftermath. So, many years later, the world of the surface became known as Hyrule, and the humans there were now known as Hylians. So before that, remember, they were just straight up called humans. I'm still going to use humans in here, but those lads with the big pointy ears on Skyloft, they are now Hylians. So people did come to the surface after Link and Zelda, and a royal family was started. Supposedly the royal family started from Link and Zelda. So, you know, they boinged. Why'd I say it like that? Thank you, Abby, for the 20 months. Much love. I don't know why Twitch didn't say anything for that, but thank you so much for the 20 months. I mad appreciate you. I love you. And thank you so much for almost 2 years of being around here. Your company always means so much. You have pointy ears? Well, hell yeah, I want to be a Hylian. But anyways, many of the other races from Skyward Sword either evolved into the species we know now or phased out completely. The only ones that relatively stayed the same were the traveling Gorons and the Sheikah. But yeah, the Gorons seem to stay the same because they're just ancient rock lads, but the Magma, the Perella, and sadly the Kikwi, you'd never see them again. But it can be assumed that the Perella evolved. The Magma probably didn't evolve because there's no way they became Goron because Gorons were there, and the Kikwis could have become, you know who's, but we don't know yet. Either way, they're all gone, so no more Kikwi. Sorry. Descendants of Hylia. So descendants of... I call her Hylia now, but the original Zelda that we saw in Skyward Sword is Hylia. So descendants of her possessed powers and became the royal family of Hyrule, tasked with the job of keeping order and protecting the Triforce. So the same thing with her, how she wanted to watch it over. Her family does the same thing, or descendants do. Every princess in the family was traditionally named after the reincarnated goddess herself, Zelda. Okay, got it so far? Every princess is called Zelda now. As time passed, people other than the royal family became aware of the legend of the Triforce. Nice credit song. I love this credit song. But yeah, people on the surface in Hyrule now became aware of the Triforce, and it led to a lot of civil war between them to gain its power, which not good. This era became known as the Era of Chaos, which I guess I put a citation for. So yeah, people got greedy, and it sucks. Sealing the Sacred Realm. So the Sacred Realm is a realm in which the Triforce now resides in. It's a super secret hideaway that your mom couldn't even find. Why did I say that? But if you look in the background, that area there is a place within the Sacred Realm. It's a whole other dimension if you want to see it that way. It's a pocket universe that they put the Triforce in. Whatever, it resides there now. It said that it says the Sacred Realm reflects the heart of anyone who steps in it. And a pure heart can lead to a land of peace. An evil heart leads to a dark and dangerous land. So if you, let's say, are cat girl adjacent, you really love them like me, and you walk in there, there's a chance you could turn the entire realm into cat girls. But not really. It's not based on thought. It's based on your intentions. If you go in there and you're an evil lad, you will make a living hell out of the Sacred Realm. Got it? Easy so far? During the Chaos era, which is, I guess, yeah, which is the era we're talking about now. A sage of light known as Rauru constructs the Temple of Time, sharing the same name with the area in Lineru. If you remember where the goddess, the Gate of Time was, where Zelda and Impa went into, that's a whole different Temple of Time. But that one's just gone now. So this Temple of Time is named after it probably, or just by coincidence. He constructs this temple directly over the sealed temple. So where Granny was and the Master Sword and all of that in the first game, the Temple of Time is built over that. So you're always still kind of there. It's kind of nice. The Temple of Time contains the only existing entrance into the Sacred Realm. And using his power, Rauru seals the entrance, closing off any entry to the Triforce. He's like, oh, you're all going to be little bastards about it? None of you get this. None of you get the Holy Doritos. This temple also has the Master Sword because, once again, this is where the pedestal is with the Master Sword. This is where the sealed temple was, right? The Temple of Hylia. All of that was placed behind a door, only to be opened when 3 important stones were collected, which we'll talk about later. They're the keys to opening it. Within the Sacred Realm, the Triforce was placed in a spot known as the Temple of Light, which you can see in the background, and Rauru became the guardian of the Triforce. Time passes on. Done. We're going to come back to that later. We actually can't explore this now because Ocarina of Time actually isn't the next game. But this was necessary to know because this happens before the next game. The other thing, which I probably point out later in the slides, is that, I'll say it now just in case, but Rauru, you might notice he looks kind of like Zelda's dad. He also has an owl form that he, uses. I don't know if he projects into it or what, but there's an owl that helps you in Ocarina of Time known as Kepora Gebora. If you remember, Link's dad's name is Gepora. He also makes owl noises. He goes, whoo, and shit. So, it can be assumed that there is a relation here, and he might even be a descendant of the royal family. Possibly. He could be. Especially having powers and stuff. So he could actually be just an ancient member of the royal family, descendant of Zelda and all of that. We don't know. Did I say Link's dad? I meant Zelda's dad. Sorry. I meant Zelda's dad. That's my bad. Brain messing up and stuff. Link doesn't have a dad. I can hear Link crying somewhere. He's not crying. He don't care. How do we know Kepora Gebora is Rauru? The Hyrule Historia says it, and I actually prove it later on. I do have the page. I cite the page it comes from. But they do mention that Rauru is Kepora Gebora in the book. You said it earlier, too. Oh, this VOD's gonna be ridiculous. Wasn't the same Alma Majora's Mask and not an alternate version? I believe it's the same name, but it is an alternate version. Everything that resides in Termina is an alternate of Hyrule. But we can get to that in the Majora's Mask session for sure. I'm down for some debates and theories and stuff. But anyways, now we get to another point in time. So many years after that, this counts as the first major event in the Kingdom Hyrule. The war, that was pretty major, but this was like major, because this isn't Civil War anymore. The world became engulfed by monsters and evil beings. It was then that a small creature known as a Picori descended from the sky, bringing a sword and a golden light. We're going to talk about the Picori more later, but it comes down to help. It's a tiny little lad. It can fit in the palm of your hand. A very cute, small baby. The hero at the time, only currently known as the Hero of Men, that guy in the top right, wielded the sword, allowing him to seal all the monsters away into a chest. Peace was brought to the world once again. So, yeah, it's Patori. She is small, too. It could be her. But yeah, so that Link up in the top right, we don't know anything about this Link, for the record. There's never been a game about him. The most we know is from this story. Can you do the Picori voice? Okay. Picori. Picori. Is that how I did it? I tried to make them like Italian babies. Anyways, the Hero of Man. Sorry, excuse me. He seals all the monsters away in a chest because he's a boss. He's like, I'm gonna just do it. And the golden light that the Picori brought, along with the sword, was known as the Light Force, a source of infinite power that holds an incredible amount of force. And to know what force is, it's the power and energy that inhabits all living things given to the world by the gods. It is the very breath of life itself. It's just life energy. If you want to call it ki, you can. It's probably not the same, but all you gotta know is that force is just the essence of just every living thing. It's really, just like Star Wars, yes. Exactly. It's called the Force and everything. What else? Or if you've been reading the Hell's Paradise manga or whatever, or watching Hell's Paradise, it can be also Tao. But yeah, so they brought that down as well to help out with whatever. It's not the map juice. I wish it was. I would drink it. There they are. That's a Picori. They're very, very cute. They're very small, as you can see by them holding a literal 4-leaf clover over their head. Short King supporters. We love our Short Kings. After evil beings were sealed away, the royal family became overseers of the Picori blade and the chest the enemies were sealed in. They oversee a lot. Hell's Paradise Trader. We didn't establish we were going to watch it together at the same time. I wanted to see a bit of it first. The royal family also kept the existence of the Picori's land, known as the Minish Realm, hidden. So they're like, hey, thank you for the support. We're not gonna dox you. No one's gonna know where you are. In gratitude to the little friends, the people of Hyrule hold a Picori festival once every single year. The festival also contains a sword fighting tournament, and the winner gets to get a prize or award right in front of the chest and the sword that the Hero of Man used to seal every monster away. It said that every 100 years, a secret door opens up, allowing the Picori to pass through and enter the world of the Hylians. That would be very convenient for a Zelda plot. Every year. Now, this door opening up by 100 years and allowing them to visit and all that stuff, here's the fun lore for you that I didn't include here. But, in case you didn't know, the reason why there's rupees on their rocks and bushes and all of that is because the Picori put them there. And the reason they do it is because they like getting joy out of the people who find it. Literally like us, the player, but also Hylians. So, really, really cute. But the Picori are the ones who put it there. Alright. So, wait, I didn't know this lore? There you go. Alright. Moving on. They're really good lads. We have the Minish Cap, which I have the Minish Cap OST playing. So let's go. Before the small, get it? It's a pun because it's before the small things happen with Picori and Minish, but also before the fall, before bad things happen. I'm clever as shit. But once again, the Picori are also known as the Minish, alright? In this game, we have another incarnation of the hero after Skyward Sword and the Hero of Men. So that's this game's Link. Not the Toon Link you all know and love, but it is Toon Link. There's multiple Toon Links, funny enough. He's a blacksmith apprentice. Apprentice? I can't words. He's a blacksmith's apprentice and the childhood best friend of this era's Zelda. Cinnamon Parallel. What does that mean? Why did I type that? Cinnamon Parallels? I think I meant to say, I think it's my joke how I say like cinematography, like cinematic parallels, because they were childhood friend, like Zelda and Link were childhood friends in the first game. But remember, this Link is like a reincarnation of like the spirit of the hero. This Zelda though is a direct blood descendant of Hylia Zelda from Skyward Sword. Either way, they're childhood friends. Link visits the smith and Link's house so she can walk together with him to this year's Picori festival. She's like, yo, let's go check it out because we're friends and we're great. Link protects her from enemies with a shield on the way. That's the shield she brought. At least I think that was the deal. Or she buys the shield. I can't remember what it is. If Sandra wants to pitch in here. I don't remember how he exactly gets the shield. I know she gives it to him. I don't know if she buys it or she just has it. Either way, you start off with a shield. Smith makes a sword to be given to the winner of that year's sword fighting tournament. Important because swords. So your dad figure gives it to you or whatever, your mentor, and you take it. Yes. Okay, gotcha. All right. Next up, we have Vati, who is great. We love him. We love a Vati around here. Upon arriving at the festival, Link and Zelda witness the tournament winner. It's a dude named Vati. He desperately needs some sun. He's a very pale lad, but I love him. One of my favorite designs in the entire series. Customary to past winners, he's awarded the thing, he's awarded in front of the Picori blade and the chest and all that. But Vati, who thinks the light force, because he's aware of it, he thinks it's inside the chest. He breaks the Picori blade and opens the chest, which unleashes all of the monsters all over again. So he opens up Pandora's box, essentially. Vati more like Farty? Yes, Hinge? He's a cute edgelord. Wait until you see what he becomes in the series. But yeah, he unleashes monsters all over. It sucks. And then Vati finds out that the chest doesn't contain the light force. So he's like, well, that was a waste. Before leaving in search of it, he turns Zelda into stone, fearing that her and her powers may get in the way. He's also big stinky. But yeah, he turns Zelda into a statue, and it's actually kind of messed up because, like, whoever did the voice acting did a very convincing scream when she becomes a statue. It's kind of awful. But yeah, Vati leaves. He's like, I'm gonna go find whatever now. Kind of shit. With the knowledge that the Picori blade may be able to turn Zelda back to normal, focus is now shifted towards repairing it, from the king and whatever. The Picori tribe, known as the Minish, are the only ones who are capable of repairing it, which means we have to find them. Picori can be found, but only children can see them, because pure heart and shit. But with this knowledge, Smith, your mentor, he proposes to the king that Link should just go and get it repaired. He should go find the Picori and the Minish. But Link, because it's his childhood friend and possibly his crush, he agrees to go and find them to set out, and save his friend. So he's gonna go repair the blade, and that's all you gotta know. That's it. That's the whole game. I'm kidding. How Zelda is complicated? Oh, Morley. Oh, you sweet innocent soul. This is the simple part. This is the simple part. Nice. This one's called Nice, which, by the way, so the amount of slides are different. This used to be called Nice because it was slide 69. It is no longer that. This is like slide 70 something, but whatever. Or it's like, I don't know. I can't remember. But anyways, on his quest to find the Picori, Link runs into a grumpy hat bird thing. This grumpy... By the way, this theme playing is Vati's theme. When he unleashes the chest, it plays this song. But yeah, the grumpy hat bird thing is known as Ezlo. He's a being that was cursed in becoming a hat. A Minish cap, perhaps. But yeah, this is the partner in your game. He's just a bird hat. He squawks at you. He's a grumpy old man. I love him. He's another one of my favorite partners ever. It's revealed later on. I'm just going to say it from now, but he used to be a powerful Minish sage, so he used to be one of the tiny lads. His apprentice was actually Vati, and that's baby Vati there you can see on the bottom right. That is the Picori version of Vati before he comes to the land and is full-sized. So Vati used to be Minish Picori, or he is Minish Picori. Vati always harbored evil intentions, and apparently the way that the book described it was really weird, because he apparently harbored these intentions from the evil of man and humans. I guess it just manifested within him, which sounds familiar. Sounds kind of like malice, and like another form of malice, being cursed with malice, demise, something, maybe. Could be something, could be nothing. Either way, he puts on a mage cap. I meant to say powerful mage cap, but now it's the power mage cap. Ezlo did make a cap called a mage cap, but Vati puts it on. He gets a bunch of power, and he turns Ezlo into a cap. A Minish cap. Sorry, a Minish cap. There you go. Once he puts it on, that's how he becomes the Vati we know now. And yeah, he curses Ezlo. Shortly after, Vati set out to find the Light Force, which led to the events of the game. Feeling responsible for this mess, an amazing video game. Okay, thanks, Shady. Ezlo teams up with Link and helps him find the Minish village, since he knows how to get there, because he is Minish. But yeah, he's like, well, I started this whole mess, so I'm gonna help you. That's such a good title. That is such a good title. Catching a sneak Picori, because he finds the Picori and it's a sneak peek. All right. On their journey, Link and Ezlo find a magical portal in the form of a tree stump. Using magic, Ezlo shrinks himself and Link down to Picori size, the palm of one's hand. I meant to say the size of one's palm, but okay. Also, this is one of my favorite songs in the game. I love this song. What's it called? Oh, it's literally called Story. This is the beginning of the game. But there's a lot of, like, this has a lot of anime-sounding songs in this game. But yeah, you shrink down to the Minish area. And upon meeting the... You find their village and everything, and they're like, Picori! It's great. Upon meeting the Picori and their elder, Link finds out that to repair the Picori blade and use its power, he needs to find the 4 elements, which are crystalline forms of the spiritual energy that exists in the world. So, like, the crystalline form of fire and water and all of this. He has to be the Avatar. It also should be known that you actually don't understand the Picori's language. They literally speak by saying, like, Pico, Pico, Picori, until you find an elder who, like, speaks English and shit, and I don't know, you can talk to them better. But yeah. How do you talk to them better? Yo, Sanj, do you remember how you can talk to them better? How some of them just speak full English? Or is it just the city ones? There's city Picori. Some just live in, like, towns and shit. But yeah, they're cute. I love them. As Link collects the elements, he must bring them to an area known as the Elemental Sanctuary, which is an important place in the series as well. And there he restores and powers up the blade. Lots of parallels. You need an item, right? You get an item that lets you understand them. Getting the goods. That little picture of them trading stones or connecting stones is so cute, by the way. And also, the grumpy bird hat, Ezlo on top. It's just so cute. I love this game so much. If you guys don't know, this is one of my favorite Zelda games. Link braves many dungeons, monsters, and puzzles to collect the 4 elements. He even utilizes items that are very similar to the ones the Hero of the Skies used. And by that I mean he has mole mitts to let him dig. He has a gust jar. Those are all items that, like, Skyward Sword Link used. Are they the same items? Very likely not, but it's kind of cool to see. Also, he fights enemies that would be normal sized, but since he is small, they are gigantic. The first boss is literally a giant choo-choo. He also fused these things called kinstones with people, which helped with 100% file completion, but also destroyed the minds of many. There's also gacha figure collecting. This is true. So you have to find these pieces called kinstones, which are those little things there. You can see in the little thought bubbles in their head. And you have to find people who have the exact other half and fit it with them. And by doing so, you can unlock areas in the game. It'll open up areas that get treasure chests. It'll make an enemy appear that's worth like a bunch of rupees. Some are mandatory, for the record. Some are mandatory to continue. They're like golden ones. And on top of that, there is actually a gacha machine that gets you figures, and it's awful. Like, I love it, but it's awful. Where the kinstones the Koroks of Minish Cap? Kinda. You know what? Yeah, if you had to attribute it to anything in this game, it would be like like finding Korok seeds, essentially. Not as crazy as that, though. There weren't like 900 of them, but yes, it was absolutely something like that. But it was a time. It sucks when you have so many pieces, but you don't have the one piece for one character. Sneak King. Why did I say... Oh, I know why I said this. Still looking for the Light Force, Vati decides to possess the King of Hyrule and use him to order his soldiers to search for the Light Force. So he possesses the king. The king's like, stop doing everything you're doing right now. Go find the Light Force for me. I don't know where it is, but you do it. Vati learns of a legend from a wind tribe, curious, that once the 4 elements are collected, a holy sword would be born, opening a way to the Light Force. Now that Vati knows this, he lets Link finish his quest so he could later steal the elements from him. He's like, you collect all that shit, I'll get it from you later. The Wind Tribe. Skyloftians? No, probably not. They're probably not that. But there is a Wind Tribe, interestingly. Oh, they are confirmed. Oh, that's right. I think the book just straight up says they are not Skyloft people. So, sorry to burst the bubble. I should have put a citation. I forgot, I guess. But they are confirmed to not be of Skyloft origin. It is said that they originally lived on the land, and after mastering the power of the wind, they moved their home to the skies. They can ride the wind to travel from the sky to the land and vice versa. Sounds very Zonai-y, doesn't it? They left, if that is a Zonai, but they left the ruins behind of their old home. I meant to say old home. The Wind Ruins, which is one of the game's many dungeons. So, yeah, they're just more sky people, and they got a red bird up there and birds, and it's very sus. There's a lot of sus stuff with them, but it's really cool. And yeah, they did leave ruins on the ground and stuff. The Four Sword. I bet none of you saw this coming if you don't know the series. You know there's game's called Four Sword. Did you know it originated here? After taking the 4 elements to the Elemental Sanctuary, the Picori Blade becomes infused with their power, turning into the Four Sword. That's its final form. The Hold Home. Oh, Noma, I had a really bad one earlier. I can't remember what it was now, but it was really funny. The sword gives the wielder the ability to split into 4 copies of themselves. So this is the origin of the Four Sword. Is this the Cuckoo minigame music? It is, isn't it? Yeah, you got it right. Let me move ahead. This is hurting my brain. Let's do Hyrule Castle. Yes, this is a prequel to the Four Swords games. Did you know? At the same time, a door beyond the sword pedestal opened, containing the secret of the Light Force. The secret being that the Light Force dwells within Princess Zelda and every generation Zelda prior to this one. So the Light Force just exists within the Zeldas. And, yeah, Vati turned her into stone. Idiot. So yeah, that's what this whole window meant the whole time. Vati does the thing. So, this is actually the end of the game, funny enough, because this game, there wasn't a lot to explore. So, like I said, quick slides for some of these games. But following Link, so he trailed Link during all of this, Vati also saw the truth of the Light Force, prompting him to take the stone Zelda to the roof of Hyrule Castle and extract the Force from here. I meant to say her. He extracts the Force from her little by little. So, he's able to take it out of Statue Her. By the way, you can actually get a bad ending if you don't get to them in time. He actually extracts all the Force out of her and basically, essentially kills her, I guess. But you get a bad end. And also, what's going on, Willow? It says, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Link does manage to catch up with him and stop the ritual. Hang on. Don't read yet. Don't look at the slides, chat. Don't look at the slides. Since we're getting to the end, we should play the final areas because the final music in this game is so goddamn good. Come on. Where's that dark Hyrule Castle? There it is. The final dungeon is Hyrule Castle, because you're going through, and you gotta stop Vati before Zelda's, Capri Sun. And this song plays, and it's really cool. It's just an evil version of Hyrule Castle's theme. But yeah, Link managed to catch up with him and stop the ritual, but Vati had enough power at this point to transform into Vati's Wrath. Is he still a cute edgelord, Noma? That thing on the bottom right is his form now. This is what he becomes in the series. But yeah, that's what he looks like now. After a really cool fight with really cool music, feel free to look it up. I'll play it for you guys during the question segment, I swear. Link managed to defeat Vati with the Force Sword in hand. With Vati destroyed, the curses on Zelda and Ezlo are broken. The Mage's Cap that Vati stole originally wore was also left behind. So, Vati's dead. He's gone. Surely he'll never, ever come back. That old man on the top right is Ezlo, when he was a Picori sage, mage, whatever. So he turns back. Vati is dead. Hang on, let me play some of that music. Hang on. You gotta hear the... I don't remember what it sounds like. I just remember the music was amazing. Hang on. What do we got here? That melody comes back so much in the series. Oh, the Hyrule Castle theme? I love it. I love how much it comes back. Like, this song did not have to go so hard. And there's like a little organ in the back. There's one part here. Where is it? Where is it? This part here, I think? Well, here. With that neoclassical shit, it's so good. And like, you're fighting him on the rooftop. Like, it's storming. He's busy like transforming into like a demon while you fight him. And this song's playing, and you have to like split into like the 4 links with the 4 sword and like fight him and stuff. It's so cool. I think there's another part too where he like transforms again. Yeah, it gets like evil as shit. And remember, this was on the Game Boy Advance, so like it wasn't like super limited, but you're still kind of limited making music for it. So to come up with shit like this, man. I actually remember how this sounds. How's it go? And always, Taikyo, have yourself a lovely night. Thanks so much for coming on by. I hope you enjoyed. It's so good. But yeah, shit's intense. But they do the thing, right? Sorry, I just love this shit. I'm gonna play the credits theme before we move on. But yeah, so he does stop him. And wait, hang on a second. I'm sorry. Hang on 1 minute. I'm sorry. It sounded like the song was about to drop into something. I need to know what that is. Hang on. Oh! It has the Zelda theme in it. I forgot about that. Okay, that's cool. Anyways, credits. So, he fights Vati. The Mage's Cap is there. Vati's gone. Ezlo's back. Zelda's back to normal. So the Mage's Cap. The Mage's Cap was made by Ezlo, because I never explained it before. It was made by Ezlo with the purpose of it being a gift for the Hylians. They really love humans a lot. So they made it a gift for them, and it's meant to grant the wish of its wearer. The stronger the heart of the wearer, the greater the cap's power becomes. Hyrule Castle is coming down as a result of the fight between Link and Vati. It's just crumbling. So Ezlo, a mage once again, gives the Mage's Cap to Zelda. With a small amount of light force inside Zelda still, she makes a wish to restore Hyrule to its original condition, and the wish comes true. Which, great. Lovely. Goodbyes in the end. After the wish is made, the door to the Minish village begins to once again close, not to open for another 100 years. So, all the Picori gotta go back, or the Picori who live there, you know, stay there. And Ezlo has to leave. Before Ezlo leaves and the door shuts, he gives Link some parting words and a gift. He does, like, despite being the grumpy old man, he does thank Link. It's really, really cute. They are gonna miss each other. And the parting gift is a green cap, because this Link never had a normal green hat. And before Skyward Sword, this was thought to be the origin of the green hat, for the record. And the hat wasn't a snarky bird, even though the snarky bird cap was probably better. So, Link and Zelda are all good. Hyrule is again at peace. Maybe one day the door will open again. And maybe one day we'll get to see our little friends again. Please, Nintendo. And that's the end of Minish Cap. So, you know, a nice, good, short story. A lot of emotions. Some of the best music in the entire series. Oh, this part right here. This is my favorite melody in the whole game. Does this not sound like an anime? Or like a Pokemon, like, mystery dungeon kind of song there? Like, listen to that. Oh, and Zelda's Lullaby? But anyways, that's the end of Minish Cap. This is the question segment. If you want to ask now, feel free while we go through this song. It's so good. Oh, ooh! Ooh, that chord progression. I forgot how good this song is. Damn. But yeah, that's the Minish Cap. Hope you guys enjoyed. And feel free, if you have any questions now to ask about the game, shoot it at me. Or anything so far in general. And no worries, Marley. Have yourself a lovely night. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and hope to see you again as always. Thank you so much. What games did you miss? You only missed Skyward Sword and Minish Cap so far, and everything that happened in between. But yeah, that's the end of it. I don't think there's probably gonna be a lot of questions for this one, but oh, okay. Is Vati died or was banished? So Vati was sealed. I don't remember if the book fully described what really happened, But all you gotta know is that he's very likely 99% inside the 4-sword right now. He's sealed in there. But he's gone. Smile. Don't worry, the next slide will give you guys a confirmation on that one, actually. Did a Picori exist during Events of Skyward Sword? Technically, they should. Like, technically, the Picori should exist for the entire series. We just never get to see them again. Funny, though, is that in Breath of the Wild's development, they did want to make a town of tiny people. It wasn't necessarily going to be the Picori, but they did want to do something kind of like the Minish Villages, which they never did. But for all you know, maybe they bring it back. Maybe it's in Tears of the Kingdom. Maybe we find a small town of Picori, and that would actually make me so happy, because I love this game so much. I love this game. Have you played it yet? Oh, fish. I think I've played every single Zelda game like a solid 5 or 10 times now, minus some where I've only played them once. But I love it. It's probably one of my favorite games ever made, too. I love the soundtrack. But yeah, that's the Minish Cap. Tiny people, you say? Yeah, yeah, tiny people, eyes emoji. But also welcome in, Fish. Hope you're doing well. No one else saw the game, but it did teach me what happens to Vati. Yeah, it does. Like, the intro to the next game will give you a good rundown, chat. Which we'll get to probably right now, yeah? Okay, yeah, all right. I have the music prepared. Hang on. So, the next game is actually 4 Swords. But between that, there's some stuff that happens between Minish Cap and 4 Swords. Oh, wait, does Bird Hat stay as a hat at the end? No, so he... Hang on, let me backcheck for you real quick here. He turns back into the mage. This guy. And he gives the mage's cap for Zelda to make the wish, to make everything go back to normal. And before he leaves, he gives Link a normal hat. And then he's gone for good at this point. And no worries, I'm doing great, Waffle. It is lovely to have you. Thank you so much for coming on by. And thank you for the resub as well. I hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. It's a lot of talking. But I hope you enjoy. And, you know, I always love having you here. And also your name, I never said this, but or maybe I did, but your name brings me great joy. But yeah, also this final piece of art is really cute. All right, might have just spaced out. No worries. I don't expect anyone to retain all of this information. There's so much to cover. But yeah, between Minish Cap and 4 Swords, Vati, who was thought to be dead, returned to Hyrule eras later in the timeline. So this is like hundreds of years later, by the way. He occupied a place known as the Palace of Winds and kidnapped women. Vati, why? This plot's going to be really short, by the way. This is only like a few slides, but it is said that another hero appeared, 4 sword in hand, and once again defeated Vati. That's all we get. We just know a hero at some point who the book says is a descendant of the Minish Cap Link. So, family related. A descendant of Minish Cap Link seals away Vati at some point. The historian does say that, but he was sealed in the 4 sword, which was placed back in the Elemental Sanctuary, where it was formed many years ago. Once again, this Elemental Sanctuary is the same one from Minish Cap, where you put the elements together. Will the slideshow be available for download? Yep, after this stream, I'll put it up for download. Just mind the spelling errors, but it'll be up. There's no more info on this hero. It is said that, yeah, he may have been a descendant of the hero from Minish Cap. It should be noted by this point, Vati has no recollection of his past as a Picori. He may have lost his mind after many centuries of being what he now is, which is kind of sad. So, this Vati, all he knows is that he is this thing now. He doesn't remember being Picori or that cool little design he used to be. He's just basically kind of lost his mind. Which sucks. I hate that for him, but he's also kind of an asshole, so I guess he deserves it. And now we have 4 swords. By the way, this Zelda design is really cute. I love this design. I totally forgot that's how she looked in this game. And also all the little links there, adorable. Dude, again? In this era, each generation's Princess Zelda was tasked with looking after the 4 sword. One day, the sword on the seal on the sword began to weaken. So Vati's on his way out again because these big malice evils just can't stay in their goddamn incubation chambers. Incubation? No. Receptacles, whatever. Vati once again escapes, kidnapping this Zelda and taking her to the Palace of Winds. This is where it's going to get really weird, by the way. His goal is to make her his bride in commemoration of his resurrection. Forgoing or forgetting his original goal of stealing the light force. Another sign he's maybe lost his mind. So he doesn't remember about the light force being inside Zelda or whatever. He's not going after the light force inside Zelda anymore. He's trying to marry Zelda. Really weird. But that is how far gone he is at this point. This era's Link, so the 4 swords Link, he witnesses the resurrection and is instructed by a random ass fairy. Yep, a fairy just appears. And tells him to pull out the 4 sword, which splits him into 4 links. And that's how you get these 4 little lads. But yeah, he just became Bowser. It's true. It's true. He's gonna make his own Peaches song. Eslo would be proud. This is literally the end of Four Swords right here, for the record. The four links travel Hyrule. They defeat enemies, making their way to the Palace of Winds. Once again, this was never like a full game. It kind of was, but like it's pretty damn short. It's like a party game with friends. Once they arrive, they confront Vati in a battle, ultimately winning the fight. Easy. Vati is sealed in the Four Sword once again, and once it's placed back into its pedestal, the four links merge back into one body. The princess and her descendants continue the rule of looking after the sword. So they look after the sword, they look after the Force, the Triforce, all of this shit. They look after all of it. This royal family has a lot to do. It's a great, yeah, for the record, this is an amazing game. Super fun with friends. If you're able to even, you can't get on the 3DS anymore, but it was really fun with friends on the 3DS. Surely Vati would not wake up again, at least not for thousands of years, right? Smile. Forget about Vati for now. He's gone. He's dead for sure, chat. He's not going to come up anymore during this stream. So, yeah. I have to read the manga still, Waffle. I plan to. It's the next one that's on my list. I can't wait. But yeah, there you go. Okay. Now, we move on to the next big game. This is the next really big one to cover. And we're actually making good time. So this is good. I'm glad about this. This is going to last one stream, which is what I planned. But this is going to be, I mean, you can already see where this is kind of going, but we're going into Ocarina of Time. If you guys don't know, still one of the most iconic games ever made. One of the most iconic Zeldas ever made, if not still the most iconic Zelda. So I will start with the best song ever. Zelda Lore in one night. I'm doing my one-off. How far in the timeline are we? We covered Skyward Sword, Skyward Sword, Minish Cap, and Four Swords. And now we're on to Ocarina of Time. So you're still before the split timelines. So you're pretty early. So, beginning of a new legend. In this era, the wars for the Triforce, among other things, continue to play out. If you guys remember when I mentioned before, and yeah, I love this song. I'm turning it up a bit. If you guys remember me mentioning before, with Rauru and all that stuff, there were wars for the Triforce after the Kingdom of Hyrule was established. And Rauru sealed away the Triforce in the Sacred Realm in the Temple of Time, which he created. It's the same area where Hylia and Impa and all that were in Skyward Sword. It's built over the ruins of that place, right? So there are still wars over this Triforce. People really want this thing. Amidst this, a woman flees with her baby into the Forbidden Forest. She runs from the war. She's mortally wounded. She runs with the baby into the Forbidden Forest. What's the Forbidden Forest? It's a name given to a place known as Kokiri Forest by those who live outside of it. It is said that those who become lost in the forest are doomed to become Stalfos, while children become Skull Kids. Stalfos are the ones on the left, and Skull Kids are the one on the right. So kids who get lost become that, Stalfos become that, and they're doomed to wander the woods forever. Is this in chronological order? Of the timeline, yes. Not by release order, but chronological order of the series, yeah. But yeah, so people, you know, it's not good to go in here. So, the woman and the baby. Fleeing into the forest with her baby. Oh, by the way, the collab art, would you guys want me to look at it at the end or halfway through this stream? Let me know. But, yeah, the woman and the baby. So, fleeing into the forest with her baby, the woman meets the spirit of Kokiri Forest, known as the Great Deku Tree. The Deku Tree, sensing that this infant's destiny was tied to the future of Hyrule, agreed to take the child in and raise it. She was like, please take care of him. There's nowhere I can take this baby. And he's like, I foresee great things. I will take him in. The mother breathes her last breaths, whatever, and passes away. So, sad. But yeah, that's the origin of this Link's parent. Eventually the war died down and the King of Hyrule unified the land under his kingdom. So eventually those wars, it's all good. Everyone's all good now. Everyone joined together. All the races are joined together. No more war. The child will grow up to be a boy named Link. Oh, another incarnation of the hero? Post-war. In a time of peace, a man named Ganondorf. Oh, we finally got to him. You know, remember how we were talking about demise in his incarnations of hatred and how they would always come to haunt the descendants of Zelda and the reincarnations of Link, the spirit of the hero. Vati could probably be seen as like that first big amalgamation of malice or incarnation of his hatred. Good, perfect song to be showing our boy. But this guy is probably the shining example of an incarnation of demise. So, yeah. He's almost worse than Satan, which is demise. So, yeah. Also, how you doing, Cell? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. But anyways, Ganondorf, he's the leader of a desert people known the Gerudo. He swears his loyalty to the King of Hyrule because the whole unification thing. So he's fine. He's normal. He's not actually a bad guy. I was lying. Ganondorf's reason for this is to find and acquire the Triforce. I lied again. He's bad. He's just joining with the king so he can get a better vantage point to find that Triforce. Aware that 3 special stones are needed to access the sacred realm where the Triforce rests, he begins to make a plan to get them in secret. And surely nothing could get in his way. Good job, me. Cell, there's so many like spelling errors and like tired like typings in here. Like there's random ass pictures in here too, and I forgot that I put them in. It's killing me. How are you? I'm doing great. This ended up being so much more fun than I thought. But anyways, it's Ocarina of Time now. So, Nightmare. I almost wanted to play the Avenged Sevenfold song here, but I was like, copyright, and also it wouldn't make any sense. But anyways, one night, a young princess named Zelda, also a descendant of Hylia, just for the record, had a dream concerning the fate of Hyrule. It depicted Ganondorf going after the Triforce and bringing ruin to the world. So she knows. She got spoilers, basically. Knowing this, she tried to tell her father, but the king was like, no, I don't believe you. Some yee-ass dream? Hell nah. But, you know, she still tries to keep up her thing and keep watch on Ganondorf. And, oh yeah, I put that there. Of all, you know, all the Zeldas have magical Hylia powers in the family. So, like, why don't you believe her? Like, she would have a prophetic vision, but sure, just don't. Whatever. Zelda instead gets the aid of her companion, a Sheikah named Impa. Interesting. It's not the same Impa or a reincarnation or anything like that. I'm almost sure that it's probably just like a name that it could be a tribute to the original Impa, or it could just be the Impa's just a name that is common amongst the Sheikah. But either way, she tasks Impa with watching over Ganondorf's actions. Easy. Impa looking angular as hell. And 64 days were wildin', huh? We'd like it to be viewed at the end of the stream when you see this. Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. That's the perfect time, I feel, as well. So, Link, the Kokiri, question mark? At the same time, the young Link at Kokiri Forest begins to also have nightmares of Ganondorf. He's just that bad. Also, I typed, before I move on, sorry, but I typed Ganondorf so many times during making this that that's probably still here. So every time it's here, take an imaginary shot, or take a shot of water. Anyways, Link is then awakened by a small fairy named Navi. Navi was sent by the Deku Tree to be Link's companion, but also there to tell Link that the Deku Tree wants to see him for something. Link heads out of his house, located right in Kokiri Forest. So he lives in the Forbidden Woods now. Navi wakes him up. She's like, "You're a lazy little sleepy man. The Deku Tree wants to see you. Let's go." Ganondorf, who is he? Is he hot? You know, it's funny, Cell. When I showed Demise to everyone, a bunch of them were like, wood, smash. I can see that happening for Ganondorf as well during this. In his small quest to meet the Deku Tree, Link arms himself with a small sword and a shield. He also talks to a fellow Kokiri and his best friend, Saria, who is on the top right there. So, the Deku Tree's in the middle there. Navi's on the bottom left. On the bottom right is Link seeing Ganondorf in his nightmare. It's a really funny face. One thing that I didn't mention, also a fitting song, perfect. To those who don't know, I'm playing the soundtracks for each game while doing them. This is the song of the Kokiri Forest, but Link does meet someone named Mido. I'm gonna call him Mido. He's kind of an asshole to Link, because he doesn't like you being cool with Saria and being all cool with the Deku Tree and shit. He also makes fun of you for being someone who doesn't have a fairy, although you have a fairy now. We'll get into that more. But he says that you can't see the Deku Tree unless you have a sword and a shield, which you end up getting. And then he lets you through, but, like, he sucks ass. Yeah, there you go. Mido does suck. Agreed. Who wouldn't, though? Yeah, Sakura? You know what? It's fine. You're all allowed to be thirsty. There's a character in here that I get really thirsty for that... Well, it's in the Twilight Princess segment, but you'll see. Anyways, the Kokiri and Saria. The Kokiri are childlike spirits of the forest, taking the form of small children. Perhaps they take other forms in the history of Hyrule. Huh. I wonder what they could end up being. I'm not going to tell you yet. Each Kokiri is granted a fairy companion. Until Navi, Link was the only Kokiri to not have one, as his origins are not that of Kokiri. That is something he is called out for by the others, because once again, he's a Hylian. His mom brought him into the forest, so he's not a Kokiri. Saria is Link's best friend, always supportive, and a great ocarina player. The Kokiri and Link sport green outfits that very much resemble the tunics of heroes in the past. There is no correlation, however. I said that, but to be fair, there probably could be a correlation for all we know. But as far as we know, it's just a forest child outfit at the moment. But yeah, it could be related. The Deku Tree. Link meets the Deku Tree, who mentions that a man named Ganondorf had cursed him. Whatever. Ganondorf cursed him. Tasked with finding this curse, Link heads into the Deku Tree, the first dungeon, to solve the issue. At the end, he finds a giant parasite named Queen Goma, just that big spider thing you see there. Realizing pretty fast that this is the curse, Link slays it. You know, hands out with the nail polish. He slays on it. I don't know what I'm saying, but he kills it. And also it has weaponized babies. This thing literally gives birth in front of you and uses its babies to attack you. It's actually really disgusting. Because they let you see it. They let you see the whole thing. Queen Noma. Oh, this is Noma? Noma, you look different. Can we get a redeem for this? The music timing. Yeah, it's so good. By the way, this is one of my favorite head empty themes. Anyways, the Deku Tree. Cry. I forget that I named it named them like this. But anyways, the Deku Tree congratulates Link on a job well done, but notes that it's still too late for him. He's like, good job, but I'm still gonna die, homie. I'm so sorry. He then gives Link the Kokiri's Emerald, one of the 3 spiritual stones that Ganondorf came looking for. Remember, to open the way to the Sacred Realm, you need 3 stones. This is one of them, and Ganondorf was looking for this, which is why he cursed the Deku Tree. After explaining the Golden Goddesses, the creation and function of the Triforce, and Ganondorf's intentions, the Deku Tree tasks Link with saving Hyrule. So he tells the story I told you guys about the goddesses and the Triforce's creation. 3 of them, they made it. You gotta wish when you touch it. Easy stuff. He tells Link to go out into Hyrule and meet with Princess Zelda at Hyrule Castle before ultimately passing away. He dies. Something I didn't mention during this part that I end up mentioning way later in the timeline is that he actually does leave behind basically like a seed or something. You don't see it, but there is a small baby Deku Tree that'll eventually grow. So, yeah. With his memories, by the way. The Ocarina of Saria. I thought I was clever for that, didn't I? Yeah, rest in peace, Deku Tree. You're a good lad. He raised Link. Alright? Like one of his own. Link gets ready to leave Kokiri Forest for the first time and explore Hyrule. It's first time leaving the actual forest. Something that was forbidden for the beings of Kokiri Forest to do originally. Yeah, so by the way, the legend that is to be believed amongst the Kokiri is that if you leave Kokiri Forest, you die or something like that. Like they can't survive leaving. That's not true, by the way. But it might be because it's theorized that the Deku Tree said that to keep them safe because there was shit going on in Hyrule. But yeah, before leaving, Saria stops Link and gives him an emotional goodbye. This is not the song for an emotional goodbye, so give me a minute here. This is the worst song for an emotional goodbye. So let's do this one. Wait, is the emerald like one of the orbs in Wind Waker? It's very akin to it. They thematically serve a similar purpose. So, good question. But yeah, before leaving, Saria stops Link and gives an emotional goodbye, knowing that he was always special, and even seeing something like this eventually happening. She was like, you were always different. This is probably going to happen. It's actually kind of sad, them parting, because I don't think she wants it, but she gives him her ocarina as a gift. And Link makes his way to Hyrule Castle. It's really cute. On his way into Hyrule Field, Link encounters an owl named Kepura Gebura, familiar name, who imparts wisdom onto Link. Many times in the story, many times. This guy talks in paragraphs, and they do this really bullshit thing in this game. When he talks to you the first time, he'll go, do you want me to repeat myself? And chat, no is the answer on the top, and yes is the answer on the bottom. Which means, you know, instinctively, you're gonna say yes and get him to repeat. And that became a meme up to this point. That is still a meme, but he talks a lot, and yeah, that happens, and it's really funny. I remember when I was a kid, I think I rushed and I got stuck in the loop like 3 times, like an idiot. But anyways, yeah, is that the spoiler owl? Wait, was that a meme we had? I feel like that's a meme we had, but you know what? I'll say yes. But yeah, this owl once again is Raruru, who may or may not be a descendant of Zelda from Skyward Sword. So, interesting. Anyways, Metal Gear Link. Okay, Noma was in a call with me when I was putting these parts together, because I remember I pulled that picture of Snake up, and she was like, what the hell is that? What is that? But anyways, yeah, Mario's here, chat. And one of my favorite characters in the series, Marin, who's that little girl there. She's great. They also have Bowser brooches on their chests, as you can see. But yeah, Link makes his way across Hyrule Field, which is the song playing right now, by the way. He fights many monsters and even the undead at night, which used to scare me a lot when I was a kid. I used to put up my shield and just stay still with my shield until night was over because I was, like, afraid. But he eventually makes it to Castle Town, which is a town right outside the castle, obviously. It is also the location of the Temple of Time, which is important. There, he meets a young farm girl named Malin. Malin notices Navi and realizes Link is from the forest, calling him Fairy Boy. She asks him for a favor, to take an egg of hers and to find her father, who is resting somewhere near Hyrule Castle. She's also very, like, she's very peppy, she's energetic, she says shit bluntly. I love Malin. She's great. Link makes his way to the castle, sneaking past many guards, hence Metal Gear Link. At some point, the egg hatches into a small cuckoo, which are the chickens in Zelda. If you hit them, they attack you. They murder you. You could say cuckoo. You could also say cuckoo, but please don't say cuckoo. Link arrives at the castle. He meets Malin's sleepy father, Talon, who is he's Mario. He looks like Mario's dad in the movie. He wakes him up with the cuckoo, and he runs back to his daughter. That's for later. Link proceeds to sneak through the castle grounds to find the princess. The princess! And for that, I'm going to play another song. Here it is. Okay. Since this is the song that plays when you meet her. Also, by the way, I'm lying. Mario has no dad. He died. What was I going to say? Oh, a fated meeting. They all die. Mario dies. A fated meeting. So, Princess Zelda meets Link and notices he has one of the 3 spiritual stones needed to open the path to the sacred realm. So she's like, you got the stone. Yeah, I'm sorry, chat. Mario dies. He dies in this game, too. I'm sorry to say that. But anyways, yeah, Zelda notices he has the stone to open the way to the sacred realm. She's like, you're important. Realizing this might have to do with her dream, Zelda has Link peek through one of her windows, which you can see behind Zelda in that picture, to see Ganondorf, the man she has been suspicious of all this time. So they're peeking at Ganondorf. There's a really funny fan art of them, like, pushing their faces against the wall looking at him. It's really cute. But he's just there kneeling to the king. She then instructs Link to find the other 2 stones in an attempt to stop Ganondorf. Upon hearing this conversation, Impa directs Link where to go next, but not before teaching him the song of the royal family, known as Zelda's Lullaby, a song he learns on his ocarina, which is this song. Fun fact, Zelda's Lullaby is just a Ballad of the Goddess backwards. The Ballad of the Goddess is the song that Skyward Sword Zelda plays on her harp and sings. It's the main theme of Skyward Sword. So it's kind of interesting that it's just that but backwards. But also kind of really neat and gets me a little emotional thinking about it. It's technically just her song. It's the goddess's song. But yeah, the Grods. Excuse my speech impediment. But yeah. Next up, Link meets rocks. And I guess we're playing Epona's song. That's good. But anyways, Link continues his journey for the 2 stones. In doing so, he makes new friends and helps those suffering from Ganondorf's curses. He meets the Goron tribe of Death Mountain. Ganondorf closed off their source of food, which is called the Dodongo's Cavern, a place that has tasty rocks. They like to eat rocks. Ganondorf said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna bomb the cave, or like I'm gonna cave in the area where all of your tasty rocks are. Starve, god damn it." But also Death Mountain, which you could see in the background there, is probably the volcano that you find in the Elden region in Skyward Sword, just before the Gorons migrate there and live there. The Mogmas are nowhere to be seen. Link enters Death Mountain to find the home. Nice. He enters it to find the home of the Gorons and their leader, a man named Darunia, which is that guy on the right, who is sad and stressed over the whole situation and will not provide any assistance. It's true. He's just depressed. He's depressed over everything going on. He's like, buzz off, whatever, I don't give a shit. Link briefly leaves Death Mountain. He makes a bit of a detour to figure out what to do. I think Navi actually kind of gives him a hint. But either way, you enter the Lost Woods. It's an area near Kokiri Forest. And as the title gives, it's easy to get lost in there. And if you do, and you're not a Kokiri, that is how you can become a Stalfos or a Skull Kid. But Link follows the sound of a familiar tune to make his way through. And once he does make it to the end, he finds his friend Saria. So they get to meet again. It's really cute. And she teaches him her song, which is Saria's song. One of the best songs ever made. And I'll play it right now, actually. And no worries, Snivy. Have yourself a lovely night. Thank you for coming by. Hope you enjoyed. Hope to see you again if you did. It's this song. The Lost Woods theme. This is her song. So she teaches it to you, and Link heads back to Death Mountain thinking, hey, if I play this song for Darunia, maybe it'll work. His depression is gone. This is a line he actually says. So Link plays it for Darunia. Darunia starts dancing, as you can see in the bottom right. He cheers him up, and he says, like, suddenly, just like that, my depression is gone. And which only, that would be amazing if that, like, you know, I kind of feel it. This song cures my depression, too. He gives Link a bracelet that gives the wearer more strength, allowing Link to lift a bunch more stuff, including something known as a bomb flower, which is just it's a bomb flower. You pick it up, it's a bomb. You throw it, it blows open an entrance to Dongo's cavern. And I love it. I hope to see them in Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, the cavern's dangerous, thanks to Ganondorf. And Link is tasked with clearing the cavern of monsters lurking within. In doing so, he will earn the second stone, the Goron Ruby. Now, can you guess what the monsters might be? Can anyone prepare the oh boy emotes? Oh boy! I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos! This is their time. This is their time. Lore-wise, this is their first time appearing, but they've been around since the first Zelda. Also, Freako, thank you for the resub. It's good to see you, bud. Welcome to Tons of Lore, 360 slides. Hope you're doing well, and always a pleasure to see you, bud. Seriously, man. Thank you for coming on by. There you go. Thank you for the emotes, chat. By the way, the song playing right now is Dodongo's Cavern. So, yeah, it's freaky. But anyways, Link makes his way through the cavern. And yes, he does bomb Dodongos. He eventually reaches the cavern's boss, King Dodongo, which is that lad there. He proceeds to bomb him too. Oh boy! Saving the cavern and the Gorons from starvation, Link is made into an honorary Goron brother and is given the Goron Ruby from Darunia, the second stone. The Gorons go to hug Link and the little lad screams for his life. It's great. It's true. Darunia's like, let's give him a hug, boys. And Link just backs away. He screams and then runs. He's they would have crushed him. He's a small baby. Look how small he is. You can even see on his back there. That's the Hylian shield. It's the size of him. Okay? Link is, I believe, he's like 10 years old here. So, very small baby. Doing what he does. And, yeah. How about a Goron hug, brother? They're gonna pulverize him? Yeah, they were. Homie got away, though. Now it's time for fish. For the record, that fish... Okay, when Noma saw me putting this together, she thought that Jabu Jabu, which is the fish in the bottom left, she thought that that was his actual size. Like, he was a tiny little fish. And now I'm like, damn, that would have actually been amazing. I kind of wish he was small. But anyways, Link's quest for the last stone leads him to Zora's domain, a home of a fish species known as the Zora. Possible evolution of the Perella? We don't know. It's not confirmed, but it could be. Seems like it would. In my head it is, but who knows. The Zora are worried for their princess, known as Princess Ruto, because she's gone missing. Link explores an area known as Lake Hylia. Oh, hey, we know that name. But he explores Lake Hylia. He finds a message in a bottle from Princess Ruto claiming she was eaten by their guardian deity. Similar... by the way, Jabu Jabu is their guardian deity, similar to how the Deku Tree is the guardian deity of the Kokiri. But yeah, it ate her. It just ate her. Did Jabu Jabu always have a hat? Yep, he always had that ornamentation going on. Really cute, isn't it? Also, hi, Justice. Link gives this news to the King of the Zora, who asks Link to save his daughter from Jabu Jabu's belly. Apparently, Jabu Jabu's been acting strangely ever since a man named Ganondorf visited him. What a surprise, huh? But how did the bottle get out of the fish? Actually, never mind. You better stop that. And yeah, the V word, I guess, plays into this. But also, a funny thing, chat, is that behind King Zora, and this music is very fitting for what I'm about to tell you. You're gonna hate this. But behind King Zora is Lake Hylia. All of the water from Lake Hylia passes underneath his ass. And his and then into Hyrule. I don't know why this is a thing. I don't know why they made it like this. But all of Hyrule's water is technically this man's bathwater. Also, when he moves out of the way to let you go past him, he inches very slowly, and it's a comedically long cutscene on purpose where he just goes more, and he just inches over to the left, and it lasts like an entire minute, and then he leaves. And no, it's not like all the water, but like you know, a lot of the water does pass through him. Nice water filter system. Yeah. Maybe it just freshens it up. Listen, there's a type of coffee bean out there, and it only becomes the coffee bean once a monkey shits it out, or something like that. I think it was something like that. So, like, this shit happens all the time, you know? So if it falls from the big waterfall, listen, Sanj, you know there's probably some other royalty up there sitting on that one, too, all right? You know there's one up there. He could sell it. He could. There's a market in it. Civet coffee. There you go. Yeah, and there's elephant poop coffee. That's all real, chat. It's real. Yeah, it's Jabu. There you go. Anyways... Link enters... That music was so fitting for that. But Link enters the stomach of Jabu Jabu. It is a flesh dungeon. The walls are fleshy. If you slash them, blood comes out. It's really weird and off-putting, but it's actually kind of cool. But yeah, Link encounters many weird monsters and flesh domes, but he also finds Princess Ruto. Princess Ruto demands she be carried and escorted out of the stomach, which Link obliges to. This dungeon is essentially an escort mission. So you gotta carry her like that. You can throw her, you can put her on switches to keep the switch down. But sometimes you can accidentally throw her into holes and she gets lost. But eventually she gets lost no matter what. At some point, Ruto does get split from Link because the flesh does what it wants. I worded it like this because she literally stands on a platform, a flesh platform, and then it floats into the air and up into a ceiling where she's just gone. Link finds his way to the main issue, another monster named the Baronade. He defeats it and is spat out by Jabu Jabu, which is that thing. It's god-awful looking and disgusting, but we do it. It's a jelly... Actually, funny enough, it's a jellyfish. VTuber misnomer, once again. Fish marriage. So, from here on out, Link ends up in a river where Princess Ruto also is. She got spat out as well. She ends up having a bit of a crush on Link after he saves her. And she offers to give the final stone to Link, but tells him that essentially giving... Like, it's a Zora tradition where when they give this stone to someone, it's an act of, like, proposing to them, like engagement. So by doing this, she sees them as engaged. Link, not really reacting to much of this. I don't know if either he doesn't give a shit, he's weirded out, he just wants the stone. That's all he wants. But they're technically married, kind of. He takes the stone and heads back to Castletown, where the Temple of Time is. So he's got all the stones, he's ready to go back there, he's ready to open up the door and figure out what to do next. And once again, yeah, a reminder, this is the known way to the Sacred Realm, but it's also the Sealed Temple that was in Skyward Sword. It's built over it. So yeah. Zora, engage! The Ocarina of Time. Shit gets serious from here on out. Like, real serious. It gets really dark from here on out, actually. But as Link heads back to Castletown, Ganondorf launches an attack on Hyrule Castle in an attempt to get a treasure needed to access the Sacred Realm, the Ocarina of Time. So he's done with playing, good guy. He puts his attack on. And Link finds Impa and Zelda riding on a horse to get away from Ganondorf. This is in Hyrule Field right before Castletown. They're just riding out. Funny enough, this is actually Link's nightmare coming to life. Like, this is the dream he has at the beginning of the game. Before fleeing completely, Zelda throws the Ocarina of Time to Link, but she kind of fumbles it and she throws it into the castle's moat. Before grabbing it, Link comes face to face with Ganondorf. He asks Link where Zelda went, but Link's like, I'm not gonna tell you nothing. And he draws his little butter knife and he's ready to fight, and Ganondorf's like, really? You're gonna stand up to me? And he just summons a magic orb and just shoots Link in the face. I'm not even, like, he just shoots Link. So he shoots him, and he leaves looking for Zelda and Impa. Maybe next time, Link. Sorry, little man. But you tried. You did good. Link gets the... Oh my god, that's a lot of information. Getting played... By the way, this is a double entendre, but you'll see why. Link gets the Ocarina of Time, and he hurries to the Temple of Time. It should be noted that the Ocarina shares the same color and radiance as the Time Shift Stones in the distant past. It is also capable of manipulating time and space with music. So, it's... while it's not outright confirmed, it's pretty kind of clear that the Ocarina of Time was made of time shift stones from Lanayru in Skyward Sword. Witnessing a vision upon picking up the Ocarina, Link learns the Song of Time. At least I think it was something like that. He sees like a vision of Zelda. It's a song necessary to open the way to the Sacred Realm with the three keys that you can see there. So Link reaches the Door of Time, located within the Temple of Time. Lots of time. There's so much time. There's so little time to talk about all this time. He places the 3 stones down and plays a Song of Time, which opens the door. Behind the door, the Master Sword of Legend is in the pedestal. Hi-fi. Good to see you again. It's still here after all this time. And Link pulls it out, opening the way to the Sacred Realm. Easy. Done. That should have been the end of the game. But unfortunately, a little bit of trolling happens, chat. Ganondorf appears, revealing that he actually came back. He followed Link, and he was waiting for Link to open the way to the Sacred Realm. So now he has access to the Sacred Realm and the Triforce. So Link also just falls unconscious. So Ganondorf's like, you did it, idiot. I got it. I got the goods. I won. So yeah, Ganondorf gets the Triforce. Not good. And now we skip to a time skip. Link and Navi, because Navi's just with him, he wakes up 7 years later in the Temple of Light, which is a place in the Sacred Realm, and is approached by Rauru. But yeah, the Master Sword made him comatose for 7 years. Rauru tells him that the sword did not see young Link capable of fully wielding the sword, so it put him in a slumber in the Sacred Realm until he was older and ready. Crazy. Link finds out that Ganondorf's heart turned the Sacred Realm into a living hell. Like, once again, as I said, the Sacred Realm changes depending on the person's heart who's there. So with Ganondorf walking in, he did a bit of trolling. It's not good. And welcome in, Tiffany. Welcome in, Nat, as well. Welcome in, everyone coming on in. It's good to see you. Oh my god, you did actually make slides. Nat, 360. 360. Loving the slides already. I'm glad you guys are having a good time. We went through quite a bit already. Like, it's been so much fun. I'm loving this. But hope you guys continue to enjoy the thingies. Not finding him worthy of all three pieces, the Triforce split when Ganondorf touched it, only giving him the piece he was worthy of, the Triforce of Power. Like I said, if you don't have a balance of all three virtues, it splits and gives you the one that you're most worthy of having. The other two go to the other two worthy people, which who could they be, chat? Who knows? Who knows who could they? You know? And no worries, Carvin. I'm glad you know, glad you had a good time. Time skip 2. Hyrule was under Ganondorf's control for 7 long years because, you know, he got the Triforce. He had all the power, so he took over Hyrule. And both Hyrule Castle and Castletown were under his control, leading the survivors to flee to Kakariko Village, a village near Death Mountain, which we'll get to in a minute. Fun fact about Kakariko is that it is based on how the French... I think it's the French. It's based on how the French interpret how a rooster sounds. You know how we have cock-a-doodle-doo? Theirs is kakariku. Like Kakariko. So that's how you get Kakariko Village. And there are chickens there. A lot of chickens. Castletown is completely destroyed and is overrun by undead monsters known as Redeads, which are those lads on the top right. Once I got to this part in the game when I was little, I gave the controller to my dad. And I said, I don't want to play anymore. I said, you take over. I was like, you take over. I can't do this. I was scared shitless. And just, you know, the funny part is, this isn't even the scariest thing that you get to see in the game. It gets way worse than this. But, yeah, they look like that, and they shriek like, they do like a women shriek, and they stun you. I used to think it was Navi screaming. And when they get close to you, they basically like latch onto you and just kill you that way. But they're freaky. Good music for this part. Also, Dr. Alhon, I don't know why. Oh, sorry. It's because of the dot, Dr. Alhon. I thought you were posting a link. Sorry about that. But yeah. Oh, whoops. Nope, not yet. Not that freaky thing yet. But yeah, from a mark on his hand, Link finds out that the Triforce of Courage resides within him. The piece chose him and Ganondorf when Ganondorf split the Triforce. So, Courage went to him, giving him, you know, more power. Whatever. He has it. Or at least it manifests with him saying he's worthy of it. Now that he is fully capable and worthy of being the hero of time, which he's deemed from here on out, Link sets out to stop Ganondorf leaving the Sacred Realm. Easy, right? Now get ready. Oh, wait, we have to talk about this first. So, don't worry about that down there. Just know that that is an actual enemy in the game. Those are actual bloodstains, and if you look carefully at the texture, it's just N64, but if you look carefully at the texture on the floor, it's all skulls. It's a room of corpses. This thing is the worst thing ever made, and I love it. I want it to come back. Like, I want it in Tears of the Kingdom so bad. But anyways, Kakariko Village is an ancestral village founded by the Sheikah tribe. Interesting. Looks like they're back. I mean, we already knew with Impa, but still. It is also where Impa was born and is home to the royal family's tomb, the bottom of a mysterious well, and the Shadow Temple. All areas where Hyrule's blood-stained history of ceaseless conflict is written. So, there's a lot of crazy shit. The royal family isn't always the greatest. They've done some really messed up shit in the past too, which we'll talk about in a minute. But it also contains one of the most freaky things to come out of video games, the Dead Hand, which is a creature we still don't know much about, but maybe that's for the best. The thing, which we'll come to later, is located in these places. So, yeah, don't like them. You said Wholesome Howard. I thought you said Vile Howard, which, by the way, is a boss in the Xenoblade series. His name is Vile Howard. Now we have the most manly man to ever man, the XY chromosome himself, Guy Dude McMahon, which I will skip straight to their theme, just to keep caught up and everything. I hated Vile Howard. He was awful. He was actually vile. Oh, Nat, there's an amazing name in Future Redeem, by the way. I can't remember what it is, but if you find it, like, you'll know it. Anyways, Sheik. Upon leaving the Temple of Light, Link returns to the Temple of Time and meets with a young man who is definitely an absolute man. A manly man named Sheik. They claim to be part of the Sheikah tribe, for the record. Wielding the same harp that Skyward Sword Zelda and Hylia played eons ago, Sheik imparts knowledge onto Link. I didn't put the citation here, but the harp is the same one that Zelda had from Skyward Sword. Same harp. Not the model. It is believed that it is the same exact harp. So, yeah. Which is really cute. He tells Link to break the curses on 5 temples and awaken the sages within. These sages will be a great help towards stopping Ganondorf. So he has to go to 5 temples. He's got to free these sages, and it'll help him stop Lad. But yeah, lots of testosterone. Yeah, manliest of men. But for real though, Sheik is so goddamn gender. Epona, a little side story for you all. Here's Luigi. He sucks. He also dies, by the way. Spoilers, he dies. Luigi dies in everything. He dies in his movie. He dies in this game. He dies in Kirby. Luigi always dies too. Or no, sorry. Luigi always avenges Mario. And then maybe, I don't know. This is a bad bit. Let's continue. The song came on just in time. Link sets out into Hyrule Field, finding how familiar areas have changed thanks to Ganondorf's influence. On the way, he makes his way along Lon Ranch, where the farm girl, Malon, and her father, the owner, Talon, live. Malon was the little farm girl that you met, and you had to, like, wake up her dad, Mario. Link finds out that their ranch hand, Ingo, a terrible person, which is this guy, he was given permission from Ganondorf to take over the ranch. He gave it to him. He kicked out Talon. So Talon is gone, the owner. Like, her dad, Malon's dad is gone, but Malon stuck around because Ingo abuses the horses, and she takes care of them. So he's an asshole. He abuses horses, and she's sticking around, just trying to be a good lass. I forgot to add a picture of her, but she is all grown up now, and her design is probably one of my favorite designs in the series. But yeah, so a quick little thing about Epona. 7 years ago, Link actually visited this ranch, when he was a kid. And it was here that he met with Malon once again, and one of the horses at the ranch named Epona, small baby. Malon taught Link a song she sang that Epona loved, called Epona's Song. And Link, returning to the ranch in the future, plays the song again on his ocarina. And the older Epona recognizes it and approaches Link. It's really cute. And this is not a mandatory thing. Or no, you know what? It might be. No, I don't think it's mandatory. But, so, like, this is something you could miss. But, like, you shouldn't. Ever. But it approaches him. And then Ingo's like, hey, if you race me with that horse, I'll let you keep it. You get it. But also, this race is going to cost money. So, cough it up. For the record, you have to pay money to get into the horse pen as well to, be with Epona. So, yeah. It's not mandatory, but you should do it. Yeah, see, there you go. So you can miss Epona. But you race him, and by the way, he abuses the shit out of his horse during this race to make it go faster. But Link wins against him twice. Ingo's a little baby who can't take it, also because Ganondorf would be mad about giving a horse away. And he decided to close off the exit so Link can't leave. But Link is literally riding a goddamn horse, so he jumps the fence and escapes. He jumps the fence, the route, and a cool little mini cutscene plays. It's really nice. And while it isn't shown or anything, I just like to imagine that Malon's very happy about that. Obviously, she is. So, yeah. Link proceeds to head to his home, Kokiri Forest. One of the temples is said to be located there. But also, he needs to know what happened to his home 7 years later. Nothing good happened. It's bad. Link makes his way through Kokiri Forest. It's now overrun with monsters, including this thing called a Deku Baba. Link defeats them, reunites with his Kokiri friends, but they don't recognize him because the Kokiri don't age. They don't recognize Link as aging because they thought he was a Kokiri as well. So surely he would not be an adult. They also claim to miss him, and it's really sad because you're literally right there talking to them, and Link doesn't say anything. Link finds the entrance to the Forest Temple. It's the same location where Saria taught him her song back, during the Death Mountain arc. Sheik also visits him there to teach him a new song. He does this for all the temples. So Sheik shows up, teaches songs for temples to quick travel there. You don't got to worry about that. But yeah, it's where Saria was. Where is Saria? Not here. The realm between realms. I put that there for the meme. Some of you know what this meme is. It's a meme on this channel. Snurp! Wait, why are we saying snurp? You know what? Screw it. Snurp! Link fights his way through the Forest Temple and eventually encounters the boss, which is Phantom Ganon. A Ganondorf-looking figure made by the man himself. Ganondorf made this Phantom Ganon to fight. Link defeats him, and anger and aware of its defeat, Ganondorf banishes it to somewhere. He just says the realm between realms. If you guys don't know, there was a meme where when Ganondorf said this, I made a joke about him being like, in any kind of realm. He could even be in our realm. And during the fan art segments, chat would draw or sneak Phantom Ganon into their art, saying that, like, the realm between realms is chat's fan art. He's just traveling. But yeah. Now we get to know where Saria went. Link succeeds and he meets the Sage of the Forest, who ends up being his friend Saria. They have an emotional moment which ends in Saria giving Link something called a Sage Medallion. The medallions are imbued with the Sage's powers, giving Link more power as a result. Saria says her goodbyes to Link, awaiting the day her and the other awakened and freed sages would help during the fight against Ganondorf. Now, I think I talk about it here. Yeah, so it's never been confirmed, but it is believed that those who become sages need to die first. And there's a few reasons for that, which we'll get into during this as well. But like, there's a lot of points where you either don't get to meet them, the person you're looking for, like Saria here. You know she was in the Forest Temple, or she probably was. But there's other characters that you meet where they're like, hey, I'm going to go fight the boss, or I'm going to go up ahead. And the minute you're there, they're gone. They're just no longer there anymore. So it's assumed that they probably died. And, you know, they're in the Sacred Realm and all that now, awakened as sages, which they didn't even know that before. But yeah, Link frees them after they go to encounter a boss. Oh, I literally mentioned that. So yeah. And now they're located inside the Sacred Realm. So, a little weird. They go to Brazil? Suavemente? I'm waiting for it. Mr. Suavemente is coming up. He's coming up. Does Melon recognize Link when he's older? Oh, yeah. No, she does. She does. Everyone who isn't the Kokiri, most of the other people would recognize Link. Or at least, a lot of characters don't actually call him out. But, yeah. Actually, no. Most people who knew Link in a closer sense recognize them. It was just the Kokiri. By the way, you do meet Mido once again. And Mido, you know, who's the bully Kokiri, even he's sad that you're gone. He's sad that you and Saria are gone. And it's actually really depressing. But anyways, it is confirmed that Uru is the owl known as Gepora Gepora. Just taking on a different form. There's the page. The fact that... I already mentioned all of this, by the way. It implies that there is a relation between them. He has powers. He looks over the Triforce. He built the Temple of Time over the Temple of Hylia's ruins. Like, there's a bunch of connections that say that he's probably an ancient member of the royal family. Anyways. Oh, here's one of my favorite songs. I'm turning it up. Song of Storms goes hard. Dragons are back. I don't know why I said it like this. But Link makes his way back to Death Mountain, where the Fire Temple is set to reside. Link finds the Goron home to be empty, except for a Goron child named Link. This child claims to be Darunia's son, and... oh, I don't know why I quoted it like that. That's so funny. I didn't meant to quote it like that, but Darunia named his son Link because of Link's heroics. It's really cute. His name isn't actually Link is so cute, but that's really funny. The Goron child tells Link that Ganondorf unleashed an ancient dragon known as Volvagia. I'm sorry. I'm going to say Volvagia, but Volvagia is fun to say. But Ganondorf has been feeding Volvagia Gorons, which is really messed up when you think about it. Darunia is a descendant of the Goron that defeated Volvagia in the past and set out to defeat it. Link heads to the Fire Temple. Also, Suka, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's Skyrim. I'm sorry to say, Suka. Our favorite series was a lie. The hard G. Volvagusi? You stop that. Stop that. You stop that. I'm gonna fight you. What do Gorons taste like? Probably rocks as well. Or like rocks and flesh. Like chicken with rocks in it. That's how I imagine. Yo, Skyrim all along, I'm sorry to say. The Sage of Fire. But I hope you're doing well, Suk. It's good to have you in. Link makes his way through the Fire Temple. He sees Darunia up ahead. Darunia says he's going to face off against Volvagia without the weapon that the Goron hero of the past actually used, which was something called the Megaton Hammer. It's somewhere in the dungeon, but he goes without it. This is the last time you see him in the mortal realm. Once again, implying that he dies. Also, Groovy Beat, thank you so much for the gifts up to Red Oni. Red Oni's a lovely lad around here. They mad deserve it. Thank you so much for the support. Link frees the captive Gorons and finds the Megaton Hammer. He makes his way to Volvagia and fights it. Darunia is nowhere to be seen. Link defeats Volvagia and sees Darunia awaken as the Sage of Fire back in the Sacred Realm. So, once again, implied that he probably died. And I will, even though I didn't put it in here, I will talk about the manga version of this briefly in a sec. But yeah, he gives Link his best, acknowledging him as a brother once again and giving him another Sage Medallion. The Gorons are free. Unfortunately, when you think about it, his son, you know, is without a father now, which... It's sad. All of this is just sad. This game is way sadder than I remembered. When I made this presentation, I was like, oh my god, that's right. In the manga version of this, which isn't canon, but I still like it a lot. Like, there's times where I wish the manga was canon. But, in the manga, Volvagia was Link's pet in the past. As a child, it was Link's pet. Ganondorf took it, mutated it into this thing, which means Link had to kill his pet. And... there's a few other emotional scenes in there that I won't mention for spoiler reasons, but it gets even more emotional when it's like in its final moments. But yeah. Anyways, proceed. Okay, this is a joke that only Deltarune people will get. But anyways, Link heads to Lake Hylia next, where Zora's domain is frozen over. Link meets Sheik again in a cavern near Lake Hylia, who tells him that a monster in the Water Temple, yes, that Water Temple, it's below Lake Hylia, and it's causing the issue. It froze the Zora. It froze Zora's domain. All of it's frozen. The King Zora is also frozen in a big crystal. Proceed. Link heads to the temple using his newly acquired iron boots to sink down below and his blue tunic, which allows him to breathe underwater. In the water temple, yeah, she grew up. She done grewed up. In the water temple, it's that water temple. And shoutouts to Sanj. I made a reference in here somewhere in one of the slides, but inside, Link meets an older Princess Ruto. She expresses her anger toward Link for disappearing, still believing that they are engaged. Hi indeed. Link moves on to find the boss enemy and free her people from their frozen home. So she goes on. She's like, I'm gonna go ahead and do the thing. But as Link tries to catch up with her, he can no longer see or find her. She's just gone. But yeah, no, you know, it's funny. I was still doing this part when Noma was in a call with me, and she was like, really? Really? And I was like, yeah, really. I was like, yes. Yes. And she was like, what is it though? Is it like the thing on her head? And I'm like, it's literally everything else. But anyways, that is the last time you see her in the mortal world. Morpha, these balls. Oh, here you go. Here's a shout out to you, Sanj. It's a bit confusing, but Link makes his way through the water temple. Do not use Din's fire on Tektites. He fights his way through a slew of monsters and even a dark shadow version of himself. You do fight a shadow Link. I didn't realize what that picture was. Okay, I added that for no reason. Noma sent me that, and I was like, I'm gonna just throw it in here. Just for fun. Finally ending up at the dungeon boss's monster, Morpha, a sentient amoeba-like creature. It's actually like this pool of water, and then you find that it's not water. It's this amoeba. It is the pool. It's what's freezing everything, and it probably killed Ruto. Sucks. There's the Tektite as well. The Sage of Water. Upon defeating Morpha, Link sees Ruto awaken as a Sage of Water. She expresses remorse that they cannot marry. It was something like that. Or like it was like we have to put it on hold. It was something like that. She does remark on it though. But she accepts her roles as a Sage and gives Link another medallion. Once again, these medallions are have the Sage's power. It powers up Link. Blah blah blah. Saving Zora's domain, Link hurries to Kakariko Village where the Shadow Temple lies. So, goodbye. No marriage. Does that mean she's single again? Eyes emoji. Huh? Why did I make this, huh? Next up is Link. In case you didn't know, Link is in this game. Snurp Pasta. Link makes it to Kakariko Village, which is currently on fire. He sees Sheik being thrown around by an invisible creature. It's actually kind of funny, but like it's messed up too, but it's funny. The creature also attacks and throws Link and then slowly makes its way to the Shadow Temple. Sheik tells Link that the invisible creature originally came from the bottom of Kakariko's well and escaped. But it's just a well. What could be down there? It's just a well, right, chat? What could there be down there? Sheik also mentions, manly man, also mentions that Impa went to the Shadow Temple in hopes of fixing the issue. So Impa's still around. Who knows what happened? Because we don't know what happened to Zelda. But Impa is trying to fix the issue here. Never just a well. No, it's just a well. It's just a well. The well. Sorry. The well. Link finds out there's an item in the bottom of the well that can let him see invisible objects and creatures. The well is only accessible in the past. Wait, is this the Shadow Temple song? Oh, it's the Fire Temple. Close. But yeah, the well is only accessible in the past. Show us the PowerPoint. Right here, lads. Right here. Thank you so much for the raid, Indy. I hope you're doing well. We are like well over 100 slides in, I think, at this point. We are on Ocarina of Time in the timeline. It's the 4th game we're covering, but it's one of the biggest ones, so it is chunky. Hope you're all doing well. Thanks for the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream, and I hope you guys enjoy, even if it's part way through. But now you get to know what's at the bottom of the well in Kakariko Village. If you'll notice on the bottom right picture, you'll see red marks on the floor. That's actual blood, and those are actual torture machines. The royal family of Hyrule had a messed up past history, and it seems like they had prisoners down at the bottom of the well, secretly. Or not. But either way, at the bottom of the well, it was a prison, and they tortured people, and there's a lot of undead beings down there, and it's bad. It's real bad. And it's just the Fire Temple's music, yeah. But yeah, it's good to see you all. Hope you all enjoy your time here if you choose to stick around. But if not, thanks for coming by and saying hi. But anyways, Link travels to the past. Once again, he goes down into the well, because that's the only way to access it. He has to be a kid again. And by putting the Master Sword back in the pedestal in Temple of Time, it can actually send him back to 7 years. So that's how he does it. He goes back, he sends himself back. He enters the well. It's full of undead creatures, bloody torture weapons, prison cells, mounds of corpses. That is also true. There are mounds of just like skulls and shit and bones. The royal family of Hyrule has a bit of a messed up history, it seems. Good writing. Link fights the monster at the end, known as the Dead Hand, the thing I showed you earlier, which was the bloody flesh blob creature with multiple, like, arms that grab you. He receives the Lens of Truth as a reward, allowing him to see the invisible... Just see the invisible? He returns to the future and heads to the Shadow of Temple as an adult. So yeah, the Heck royal family. Yep. Yeah, just like real royal families, huh? The Shadow Temple. This is one of my favorite boss designs like ever, by the way. I love this boss design so much. Another thing that freaked out Noma when I was making this and she was in the call. The Shadow Temple is built just like the well, and it is just as messed up. Good writing, Shady. Link makes his way through and finds the boss enemy that attacked Kakariko. It's a giant ghostly creature named Bongo Bongo. While it's not confirmed, there are multiple, like, Why is Bongo Bongo auto-modded? It's auto-modded for bullying. What? But anyways, he fights Bongo Bongo. It's this gigantic ghostly creature that hangs from the ceiling. It plays on a drum. You're on the drum, it plays. There's a lot of theories that this was someone who was previously, like, executed by the royal family or the Sheikah or whatever, and it's just like a spirit of malice or whatever, like a it's just angry spirit, or it's a culmination of the souls who perished down at the bottom of the well. Either way, there's a lot of fun mysteries behind this thing. There's even mysteries of it being like there was a whole thing about it, being tortured and having its hands cut off and stuff. Like it's a whole thing. There's fun theories, but yeah, good design. Anyways, the Sage's Shadow. Once Link defeats Bongo Bongo, Impa awakens as the Sage's Shadow, once again implying that she might have died and then awakened as a sage. She then tells Link to help Zelda, where is she? Who knows? And gives Link another Sage Medallion. Link heads towards the desert, where it is said the Temple of Spirit lies, and this is the last temple. Can't wait to bongo. Oh boy, I can't wait to bongo those bongos. That sounds like Link getting ready for sex. But it's so awkward. Did you know the noise that Bongo Bongo makes is a distorted reverse audio of a couple of Japanese old men arguing? What? That means that's the second time they've done that. Because Choo Choo's in Wind Waker is two Japanese men arguing, but sped up. What? There's no way Nintendo did this twice for Zelda. That's so funny. Anyways, I have to play the song. My second favorite song in the entire series of Zelda. And one of my favorite songs in general. We come to Gerudo Valley, and this is its song. On his way to the desert, Link jumps a gigantic chasm with Epona and ends up in Gerudo Valley, an outpost right by the desert. Yeah, get jamming, lads. I'm turning it up. This area is home to the Gerudo, the desert tribe that Ganondorf belongs to. But what are they all about? The Gerudo. I have a slide for it. I have a slide for it. The Gerudo are a strong desert tribe that consists of mainly women. It's all women, chat, except for one person. A Gerudo male is only born once every 100 years. So every 100 years, there's a male Gerudo that's born. Due to the rarity, the Gerudo male automatically becomes their king. Meaning that this Ganondorf is their king. The Gerudo women have children by going out and finding Hylian men. Just felt the need to mention that, if you're wondering how they have kids. Before becoming the king of demons from gaining the Triforce of Power, Ganondorf was, and technically still is, the king of the Gerudo. Blah, blah, blah. Said that already. But depending on the era, the Gerudo are not fond of having men in their towns without strict permission. I think that just goes in general. I don't think they like having men in general. But I said that just in case. Because I can't remember. But they're way, way more strict about it in Breath of the Wild. Anyways, and probably for a good certain reason, but we'll get to that. I was going to ask how the heck do they have kids? Yeah, they find Hylian men as mates. Metal Gear Link 2. Yeah, I brought this bit back. Link sneaks his way through a Gerudo fortress while also freeing male Hylian carpenters who are inside. I felt the need to say that just in case of, But he fights off a Gerudo thief who attacks him many times inside the fortress. After freeing the carpenters and besting the Gerudo thief, the thief shows Link respect and gives him permission to roam Gerudo Valley freely. So when you're sneaking through here, if the women catch you, they actually imprison you. But now that you have, permission to roam, they're just cool NPCs now that, are chill with you. She tells him about their leader, Nabooru, and the Temple of Spirit, which is where Link's heading. Also, her design goes so hard. I want to see an updated version of this design. I would be so happy. Which, I mean, we technically have it in Breath of the Wild, but, this specific person. I thought they were different thieves, not the same one. No. I think it is the same one. At least in the book, I think. I could be wrong. Either way, if you guys can see it either way, it could be the same person or different ones. Either way, one of them does show him enough respect to be like, you take this dub, king. I hate sand. Link follows many landmarks and a ghost to make his way through the desert without getting lost. He eventually makes it to Spirit Temple, but finds himself unable to get anywhere past the entrance room. It's all blocked off except for a child-sized crawl space. I wonder what he has to do, chat. He goes inside and meets Link. He meets Sheik once more, while also learning that perhaps a solution could involve him coming back here in the past. He returns to the Temple of Time to become a child again, and to go through that child-shaped hole. And what do you know? Convenient song. We're doing this right on time. Naburu. Let's learn about her for a second. Link returns to the Temple of Time as a child and finds the Gerudo leader, Naburu, there. She tells Link she's looking for something that might help her stop Ganondorf, as she kind of justifiably hates him too. Ganondorf's just an asshole. She can't continue as the only way into the temple is a child-sized crawl space, so she tells Link, hey, go in there, get the treasure, we'll be buds, it'll be sick. So he makes his way through, and he fights something known as an Iron Knuckle, which is this big-ass knight. It's like a cooler version of a Dark Nut. And he gets the Silver Gauntlets, which are gloves that let the wearer have, like, just a ton of strength. You could bench press, like, 2 pounds with this thing. Instead of 1 pound, it's insane. I'm seeing all the Zams in chat. It's okay, you're allowed. You're allowed. Let's learn about some witches, though. Who's saying Zam over these ladies now, huh? Link heads outside to give the gauntlets to Naburu, only for her to be captured by 2 400-year-old Gerudo witches. One of them claims to be 380, but, like, they gotta be the same age. They're twins. They're known as Kotake and Kume. These two raised Ganondorf, so you can see, not say, you can see why... Oh, no, sorry, never mind. It is say. You can say they were his mother figure, technically. Like, they raised Ganondorf, and they suck. They also have the same skin color as Ganondorf. It's funny. Me and Sanch had a debate about something with this, like, 5 years ago, and it's hilarious. But anyways, I love you, Sanch. They teleport Naburu somewhere and disappear. So Naburu is captured. Link can't do anything about that, so he heads back into the future. Hopefully nothing bad happens to her in those 7 years, being their captive. Hopefully not, right, chat? Nothing would go wrong. Nah, it's fine. Bad thing. Oh. Nice. Link goes back to this Temple of Spirit in the future. He's an adult, and he can wield the gauntlets to lift things out of the way and make his way through the temple finally. He eventually confronts another Iron Knuckle, which is that thing there. Upon defeating it, it's revealed to be Naburu in the armor. She's been brainwashed by the witches for 7 long years. When she fully comes to, by the way, she's unaware of what she's been doing for 7 entire years, which is really, really messed up when you think about it. She was just like their mind slave for that long until Link came to save her. The witches appear, she tries to run away, and they shoot her and eviscerate her. I'm not even lying. It's really sad, it's really messed up, but yeah, she tries to get away, they shoot at her, and Link's like, nope, can't have that, so he makes his way to the witches. Yeah, lost 7 years of her life, and then supposedly, possibly, her actual life. We don't really fully know, but yeah. Not good. Now we have Twin Rova. Now, I'm probably saying a bit of hi to this one, but when the two witches fuse, they become her. And it makes me wonder how it looked when they were in their prime. When Link reaches them, the witches, they fuse into one being known as Twin Rova, an extremely powerful Gerudo witch with the powers of fire and ice. Link uses their own elements against them, so she'll, like, launch an ice move, and Link gets a new shield in this temple called the Mirror Shield. He's able to absorb the element, so, like, let's say he absorbs a bunch of ice, he can shoot it back at her, and she don't like it. So you kill her ass. Funny enough, I don't mention it in this, but when you kill her, she splits back into 2, and the witches are, like, saying, like, this isn't the end, like, we'll get you. Oh no, they're like, this isn't the end, like, we'll get him, let's get him. And as that happens, a beam of light shines down, and they have halos on their head or something, and they start ascending up into the heavens, implying that they're already dead. It's really funny. But then they say that, like, they'll haunt you forever or some shit. Whatever. Get them out of here. There's 3 shields in this game. Yes, there's a Kokiri shield, the Hylian shield, and then there's the Mirror shield, the final one. That shield cannot be eaten or taken from you. But yeah. Naburu awakens as a Sage of Spirit. She leaves some parting words and gives you another Sage Medallion. With the 5 sages, 6 counting Maru, Sage of Light, awakened, Link heads back to the Temple of Time for the next thing he's got to do. We're almost done, by the way, so we're going to get to the question section in just a moment, which is good because I want to eat my fruit bowl. You're a girl? I forgot, by the way, how amazing Zelda's design is in this game, by the way. Such a good design. But back in the Temple of Time, Link encounters the manly man Sheik once more. Sheik reveals that not only is he not the manliest man who ever manned, he's actually Princess Zelda in disguise. Which, let's be honest though, Sheik is still very gender. Link is actually the 7th sage. She spent her time in hiding, waiting for the day that Link would reawaken. She bears the Triforce of Wisdom on her hand, so the Triforce of Wisdom went to her, Courage went to Link, Ganondorf has power, once again. Just to mention where the 3 pieces are. But she has it, showing that the Triforce chose her for that piece after Ganondorf split it, blah blah blah. With the 7 sages, Link, and the Master Sword, Ganondorf could be sealed away. Finally. Surely nothing will happen. Oh man, something happened. Link is the 7th sage. Did I say Link again? Because I meant to say Zelda. Zelda's the 7th sage. But yeah, after revealing herself, Zelda's trapped in a magical crystal. Okay. A far-off Ganondorf. We don't, like, he's far off in the sense that, like, he is talking to you from where he is. He's not actually here. But he laughs and he mentions that he waited for Zelda to show her face. He was waiting for this the entire time. Again, playing Link and Zelda. He transports her back to his castle. Hyrule Castle is taken over. It's his now. And he challenges you to show up. Link heads towards the castle for the final fight. Surely, Ganondorf is not playing Link again right here. Also, this theme is the theme of the witches, for the record. And I love their song. It's so good. But yeah, he goes on. And also, what's going on, Ashton? And thank you. I'm glad you think it's cool. This is a lot of fun. It was a lot of work to make this, so I'm glad chat's having a good time with it. This is a lot of fun. Yeah, you just want an ocarina? Really? That's talented. I want to learn this shit. I want to learn a guitar, maybe. Oh, I want to make a metal cover of this. Anyways, the castle. He makes it to Hyrule Castle, which is now Ganondorf's castle. Ganondorf's castle floats over a pit of lava, but the 6 sages form a bridge to castle. to the castle for Link to enter, which he proceeds to do. Ignore all the spelling errors. But yeah, they basically make Rainbow Road, and Link can cross it to get to the castle. Link gets his hands on the golden gauntlets inside the castle, which are more powerful than the silver ones, so he can bench press like 3 pounds now. And he gets the light arrows, which are important. They're just arrows imbued with the power of light, which you can imagine is very good against evil. Link goes to the castle. He receives the aid of the sages by doing so, by receiving their aid, they open the way to where Ganondorf is, technically. Not technically, that's what happens. Link goes up a long staircase where Ganondorf is found, but he's playing an organ on the way, which, you know what? Since we're getting to the end, I might as well play the song now. Hold up. For immersion's sake, right? Immersion's sake. Is this it? Yeah, so you're going up the stairs, and Ganondorf is quite literally playing the organ. So in case you're wondering the origins of Ganon's theme, it is canon to the series. Not just like a composed song for the game. This is actually his song that he made. So you're going up the staircase. You're fighting a bunch of enemies as you're going up, trying to get to them. And yeah, like I said here, this song will be heard in many different iterations in the or many different games in the series. Anyways, he gets to Ganondorf. Ganondorf reveals that he wanted Link to show up, so he plays him again. He plays him for the 3rd time. He wanted Link to show up because now all 3 Triforce pieces are in the same room. Zelda's here, Link's here, and now if Ganondorf beats them, he can get the entire Triforce. So, he gets ready to fight. He also unleashes some like crazy like waves of power, and because of that, Navi can't help you. In this game, Navi helps you lock onto the enemies. She's like, I can't help. I'm sorry. The dark waves are too much. I can't help you. It's now, yeah, it's Suavemente time. Actually, wait, hang on. Do it. Hang on one second. Let me... just for a few seconds, right? Suavemente Ganondorf. Dude, he's a musician. I never knew that. Yep, man played his own song. Alright. Alright, yeah, hang on 1 minute. I'll just play it. I can't show it to you right now, but I'll play it. Wait, you know what? I do have a way to show you. Hold up. Just for the meme, and just because of the hype of Ganondorf returning soon, here you go. I'm gonna take a drink of water. Actually, have some fruits. Don't try to understand what this is.
Suavemente, bésame que quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez. Suavemente, bésame que quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez. Bésame, bésame suave, bésame otra vez. Suave.
I did see the Tears of the Kingdom version.
Tus labios suave, besándome otra vez suave, besa, besa suave. Bésame un poquito suave, besa, besa, besa suave. Bésame otro ratito cuando tú me besas. Me siento en el aire.
The funny part to this is that the original song is one that my mom used to play a lot. So hearing this is really funny, just the text-to-speech version. But there you go. It's well animated. Check out Terminal Montage on YouTube. He's the one who animated this. He makes some of the best animations ever, and they're so funny. But look at those moves. But anyways, and there's the castle. This is how the fight's gonna play out, chat. No lie. Excuse me, I'm just finishing my grapes here. Okay, back to this. Oh, it's so good. Shall we get the... Whoa! Oh, there we go. It glitched on my side. Ganondorf battle. Which, by the way, the time signature in this song is ridiculous. But anyways. Because of Ganondorf's immense power, Navi's unable to help Link. In this fight, Link sends Ganondorf's magical attacks at him. So, the same orb... Oh, yes, 2316. That's the signature. But just like in the past when Ganondorf shot an orb at Link, he tries doing the same thing again. He's like, I'm gonna shoot you with an orb again, you little bastard. But Link is like, how about no this time? Link slashes the orb and sends it back to Ganondorf. And then it becomes literal tennis. The fan base calls it Dead Man's Volley. We're just bouncing it back and forth until Link hits him with his own orb, then Link shoots him with a light arrow, and then Link starts slashing at him. So Link goes full violent on him. Like, as I said here, oh my goodness, Link. Link's not playing around in this fight. Also, that's official art, and I love it. I mean, all the art here is official or a meme, but still. But he beats his ass in the QRTs. Baby Rage. Ganondorf unable to accept his loss. By the way, he coughs up actual blood in the oldest versions of this game. But anyways, he can't accept his loss. He causes the castle to collapse around him with his last breath. He's dead though, for sure. Link and the now freed Zelda start making their way out of the castle as fast as possible before it collapses around them. This actually has a timer and you have to make it out, and it's very, very cool. But they eventually make it outside. Relieved that the fight is over, however, something emerges from the debris of Hyrule Castle. Which, by the way, Hyrule Castle's gone. It's completely totaled. Shit's gone really bad in this timeline. But anyways, this is I timed it on purpose, Sanj. I picked it. But Ganondorf comes out. He shows his Triforce of Power. Claim, kind of a visual claim that, hey, you can't kill me. I have this with me. And I'm also just powerful. He mutates and transforms into Ganon. This is the first iteration of Ganon in the series, technically, like in the timeline. This is where he becomes that pig monster for the first time. Yeah, this is how it happens. But he slashes at Link, knocking the Master Sword out of Link's hand. It lands next to Zelda, and then he raises a fire barrier around him and Link. Zelda and the Master Sword are outside the barrier, and now you have to find a way to fight him without it, which, it's so cool. The lighting's great, it's terrifying. Navi's like, I don't care about no dark waves, I'm gonna help you anyways. Alright, I'm with you no matter what. Link uses the tools he obtains from his journey to fight off Ganon, and eventually the fire barrier goes down just for a brief moment, and Link grabs the Master Sword. By the way, when you don't have it, use every other item you have. If you have the Bigoron Sword, use it. Use the Megaton Hammer you got. Use the arrows you got. You do whatever you can to hit him in the tail. But eventually you get the Master Sword, because it goes down for a second. You grab the sword, you go back in. Link proceeds to strike Ganon down with the Master Sword, and Zelda takes this chance to use her powers and just stun Ganon and keep him in place. And she's like, do the thing. Do the thing, Link. You don't always have to do the thing, but today you gotta do the thing. And he stabs Ganon straight in the forehead. Like, just deep in the forehead. It's great. But yeah, and with the help of Zelda and the 6 sages, they finally get to seal Ganon away into a void that has been opened up in the Sacred Realm, which I didn't know that until reading the Hyrule Historia. They opened a small, like, abyss, like a small pocket in the Sacred Realm, just for Ganondorf to be sealed there, and then close it up. So yeah, that's where he's going. So they knock him away, and perfect face right here. I love this face. The curse continues. Just like Demise, Ganondorf swears that he'll be back. He claims that he will exterminate the descendants of Link and Zelda as long as he has the Triforce of Power in his hands, which he still does have. The Triforce was never formed, and he gets to keep a piece, which is kind of insane for the lore, but he gets to keep it. While Vati could also be considered an incarnation of Demise's hatred and malice, Ganondorf is a shining example of the curse, someone who embodies it and causes just as much damage to Hyrule as Demise would, if not more. This man is way worse than Demise, funny enough. Even though Demise is the source of it all, Ganondorf has done so much worse, at least from what we know, at the very least. Either way, Ganondorf is gone, and he'll never return. Smile, 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 smile. But he does promise to kill his descendants. And also, thank you for the resub, Shadow. Hope you're doing well, and I very much appreciate that. Welcome on in, and thank you once again for the support. Now, with this, we play... Let's get some credits themes going on, yeah? Staff roll. Alright. So, he's sealed away. He's all gone. But some weird shit happens from here on out. But anyways, Zelda thanks Link for saving Hyrule, and she also decides to use the Ocarina of Time to send Link back to the past. as she believes he has the right to live out his childhood just like anyone else. Because this man, what, lost 7 years of his life as well? So she said, you go back. After a lovely goodbye scene, it's really pretty. They're like in the sky somewhere, and she plays the song, sends him back. But Link comes back. He places the Master Sword back into the pedestal. Thank you, Fi, for your help again. Once again, they as Fi promised, they did get to meet in another life. This was the first time they got to meet in another life, and she did her job very well. So thank you, Fi. With the quest now over, Navi says her goodbyes. She doesn't actually say, like, we like to assume she says it, but in the cutscene, she just flies away. But with the mission over, she flies out of a window in the Temple of Time, and Link walks away from the sword and goes to live his life. They split. And have a good one, Luna. Thanks for coming on by, and I hope you enjoyed. Always lovely having you. The end of Ocarina of Time. In the future, everyone is celebrating the defeat of Ganon. A Kokiri named Mido, if you remember, he's there with King Zora, and they're both looking sad during the celebration. Wait, Navi's actually a reincarnation of Fi? No. Did I say that somewhere? I thought Fi was always around. Did I say Navi by accident, Sanj? I meant to say Fi. No. Navi isn't a reincarnation of Fi. Fi's in the Master Sword. She's still sleeping in there. But yeah, anyways, while everyone's celebrating, there is, you know, Mido and the King Zora there looking depressed because once again, King Zora lost his daughter. You know, Princess Ruto was gone. Mido lost, you know, Saria. But it zooms out to show that the sages are actually looking upon the people celebrating. So they're always there kind of watching them, which is really cute, but still sad, but bittersweet, yeah? In the past, though, Link gets sent back, and he approaches Zelda. But in a funny detail, he actually still has a Triforce of Courage on his hand. He didn't have that as a kid. It only happened after the Triforce split. But because he has it in the future, you know, he came back with it, which leads to some crazy things. You'll see. But either way, they reunite, and supposedly, things are all good. Wait, isn't Ganon still in the past? Oh yeah, we'll get to that. This is where things get complicated. But this is also where we'll start moving a bit quicker. Ocarina of Time was really necessary to be long, so yeah. It's like the champions of Breath of the Wild. Essentially the same. Like, they weren't sages, but they definitely played roles akin to sages in Breath of the Wild. I still think we're going to get sages in Tears of the Kingdom, but who knows. Anyways, the timeline split. Things do get weird here. So yeah, once again, stick with me on this. This is where things get crazy. There are now 3 timelines because of the action that took place in Ocarina of Time. 3 separate things happened after the events of this game in 3 separate universes, or 3 separate timelines. We'll just keep it like that. And Harish, your question is very important because it has to do with that as well. So, I'm going to describe briefly what they are, but then we're going to go into them more later. But 3 timelines. There's a child timeline, and and I'll do a question moment after this if you don't understand. But there's the child timeline. This is where Link gets sent back. So he gets sent back to his where he's a child and everything. Ganondorf is still around. Everyone's still around, and Ganondorf is Ganondorf's still here. Link and Zelda though are able to successfully warn everyone about Ganondorf's uprising this time, because Link has the Triforce of Courage on his hand still. He came back with that. And now the king's like, okay, I didn't believe my daughter who has, you know, powers and shit. I'll believe you, though. Which makes sense. It's a Triforce of Courage. So yeah, in this one, they tattle on Ganondorf. And I won't tell you more on what happens yet. But Ganondorf is basically, like, imprisoned and sentenced to execution. Before he's able to do anything. In the adult timeline, this is the future where Link defeated Ganondorf and the sages sealed him away. Where Ganondorf promised to come back and kill his descendants and stuff. In this timeline, though, there's no more hero. Zelda sent Link back, so this timeline no longer has any hero at all. If we're to believe that there is an actual reincarnation of the spirit of the hero, since Skyward Sword, that spirit no longer resides in this timeline. Which could be not a good thing, because Ganondorf is still sealed there with the Triforce of Power. I should also, one quick thing to mention, really quickly, is that because Link left with his Triforce of Courage, some weird confusing shit happens in the sense that the Triforce of Courage does still exist in the future timeline, in the adult timeline, but it's split into a bunch of pieces. I guess it just couldn't handle being taken back to the past and existing in the adult timeline at the same time. It managed to do so, but it splits into pieces. I think that's the case. I think the historian mentions it later. And then there's the downfall timeline, which sucks, because it's a timeline where Link loses to Ganondorf. And once again, everyone was in the same room together. So by killing Link, or defeating Link, he gets the entire Triforce in this one. So it's a dark timeline. I'm actually saving that one for last, but we'll see. But yes, that's the split. Questions? If you have any questions. Also, by the way, you're going to see a fun meme here. These notes tell me about how I'm going to be quicker with some of the games, and I am a bit quicker with some of them, but not as quick as I say. And every time I get to the questions part, I keep talking about how I'm going to be quick. What if Ganondorf pulls out the Master Sword? He can't. So one thing I forgot to mention, good question. Ganondorf cannot even touch the Master Sword. It is called the Blade of Evil's Bane, and it is meant to destroy any form of like malice or evil. So Ganondorf can't even like, yeah, he can't interact with a fully powered Master Sword at all. Wait, here are questions. People, did I become sages? That means Zelda died before becoming a sage. You see, now that's the part where I'm kind of like curious. I think she might just have the role of sage because she already has Hylia's powers in her. So she doesn't need that whole awakening thing, as she's already like a divine person. That's my theory, at least, if we are to believe that sages do die to awaken. Shady, the adult timeline is back when Link was a child, but he just vanishes, and then everything happens. So, the adult timeline is not where... No, the adult timeline is where Link is an adult. That's where he travels to free the sages, beat Ganondorf, and then he gets sent back to the past to be a child. So... I know what you're trying to say, though, because, like, in the adult timeline, technically, he should still exist. But no, once he's gone from there, he was still a kid in that timeline. But yes, he's gone now. Link is just gone from that one. Yeah, yeah, so that's the thing. Yeah, risky. Yeah, that's a fun thing I'm thinking about now, because in Tears of the Kingdom, from the trailers we saw, it looks like Malice was actually able to overcome the Master Sword, which probably means that Ganondorf just got stupid strong. But I'm really curious to know what's up with Fi now. I'm actually kind of scared for her. He's sent back in time, but the timeline resumes. There you go. You got it now. Yeah. It's implied the downfall timeline actually happens, but I'd argue to say it feels like an alternate universe. Yeah, it's up to your it's up to like your guys' interpretation if you want it to be fully like a canon thing or not. I mean, it's canon no matter what, because it could still just be like an alternate universe kind of thing. But yeah, it's definitely just it can be a what if scenario or something that just happens in a realm with, if we are to believe multiverse and every outcome is possible, then this is just one of those many outcomes, I guess. But I agree with you, Sanj. I don't like the idea of Link losing in general too, though. Child and adult timeline are how the endings of Ocarina of Time play out, but is there an on-screen explanation of the downfall timeline, or is it simply a what if scenario when the player loses to Ganondorf? The closest thing we have is the intro to A Link to the Past for something called the Imprisoning War. But of course, this wasn't something that was thought out. This is something that I'm like, it seems that they made up to fit the timeline better. By the way, they did always have the timeline in mind, but I don't think they ever had the downfall one in mind. So they don't ever reference it. I will say, though, for the longest time, or at least when Breath of the Wild was coming out, I honestly thought that was going to take place in the downfall timeline for a few reasons that we're going to go into in a bit. Could the Bikori be related to the Kokiri? That would be cute. That would be really cute if that's actually a thing. Like the four spirits evolved in the Kokiri. I never thought about that. But that would be kind of neat, huh? Also, if I miss any questions, I'm really sorry. I'm trying to see them here. Child timeline, they tattle on Ganondorf and he dies. Oh, well, I'm not going to say he dies. Ganondorf just gets sent for execution. But they do tattle on him. Adult timeline, Ganondorf is sealed and things go from there. Link loses timeline, depression. Which timeline is where the hero is unable to reincarnated? That is the adult timeline. If we were to believe the whole reincarnation thing, it's the adult one because he's not there anymore. Yeah, the series actually started with the downfall, hilariously. With that, but like, you know, since there's an actual ban-in Minish Cap, I saw someone say there's likely where the ban-in timeline split actually happens. I like that thought process now. That could be interesting too. The adult one, TP. Oh no, TP is not in downfall. Yeah, Shu. I'm sorry to actually. It's actually the child timeline though. But it is a great goddamn game. And also, what's going on, Scott? What's your question? Who is Raruru? So we never actually get a full answer. All we know is he's the Sage of Light. He has enough powers to seal the Triforce away in a place called the Temple of Light, which he also made, I believe, in the Sacred Realm. So he has powers to do that. He also made the Temple of Time, which is built over the Sealed Grounds, which is the Temple of Hylia from Skyward Sword. He has a very similar look, and he to Zelda's dad in Skyward Sword. He has a similar name in his owl form, Gaepora. So it's assumed that he's probably just a member of the royal family. Like he's related to Hylia and Zelda, just an ancient person. But yeah. But he is the Sage of Light. What timeline are we covering first? We're going to be doing the Child timeline first. Child, Adult, then Downfall, and then Breath of the Wild. What if the Triforce made the timelines to compensate what happened with Link taking the Triforce's courage back in time so they actually do coexist? That could be a neat thing. I've never heard someone say that. That is a really fun theory. I like that one. I lied, I didn't have one. It's okay. I just love having you here, Scoot. Is Wind Waker the last time we see Mr. Man alive? Yes. Ganondorf, yes. Yeah. So we've been waiting that long. It's insane. But either way, oh, I guess I did this. If you're still here, thank you. It took a lot of time to make, and I very much appreciate the support for this little project. So thank you so much, everyone, for sticking around. These next ones won't be as long as the last few games, but I will. It's going to be nuts still. But things do pick up, and I do plan to get through this tonight because tomorrow is Tears of the Kingdom Day for me. I'm going to wait till midnight. So yeah, thank you, everyone, so much. I didn't think people would be this interested and to have this much fun. I really thought this would be boring. So thank you, like boring for you guys. So thank you so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. My favorite game in each timeline. So in the early timeline, like this whole prequel era, Skyward Sword. In the Child timeline, Twilight Princess. Adult timeline, Wind Waker. Downfall timeline, Link's Awakening. But yeah, now's your time to, refresh. If you want to get some snacks or anything, feel free. But now we'll be covering games in the Child timeline. It'll then be followed by the Adult timeline and then the Downfall timeline, leading to one last game, which is kind of a quick one. But you'll see. Anyways, let me get the new soundtrack open because the first game in the Child timeline used to be my favorite Zelda before Breath of the Wild, and that is good old Twilight Princess. A 6-hour soundtrack. Perfect. Okay. Oh, no, it's not. It's Majora's Mask. I'm an idiot. Sorry, chat. It's Majora's Mask. Hang on. No. I messed up. Listen, other me remembered. Okay? Hang on. Let me get the soundtrack to that. I think this one goes fairly quick. Sorry. The Hero of Time, as a child, still has something to do. I forgot. He still has a mission. I go so excited for Midna. Don't worry. I included some pictures for myself, but it's also for you guys. Sorry. Okay, it's Majora's Mask. That was my bad. Yeah. Pass Shady with the save. After Ocarina of Time, Link, once again, he lives his childhood. Is it okay if I eat in class? You know what? This time, you guys can eat in class. You can wear hats. Do whatever you want. It's a party tonight. After defeating Ganon and returning to the past, Link felt the need to once again see his companion. So he's looking for Navi. The Hyrule Historia says he's been searching for Navi for months. Very sad. But, he's looking for her. He explored the Lost Woods on the young Epona. He has baby Epona now. In search of her, but was attacked by a familiar-looking Skull Kid. The Skull Kids live in Lost Woods, and this is one who actually knows Link. Meaning that it's very likely you meet him in Ocarina of Time. And it says it right there. A Skull Kid he's met before, except he's wearing a weird mask. Knocking Link off Epona, the Skull Kid, accompanied by 2 fairies, starts taking Link's gear, including the Ocarina of Time. He also takes Epona, which is messed up. Link pursues Skull Kid on foot. Also, when Link jumps in this game, he does cool flips, and I wish they brought that back. Upon following him, he falls down a large abyss, which transports him to a parallel world to Hyrule. It's a place known as Termina, which is about to meet with a terrible fate. I did the thing, chat. I did the thing. But yeah, he just falls down a hole. He basically gets isekai'd. It's kind of wild, but this poor Link cannot catch a break even in childhood. All right, it's time for Majora's Mask. Anyways, I tattletale. Also, that artwork of Skull Kid, I want that painted on my wall. It's still one of my favorite pieces of art in the entire series. But anyways, upon landing in Termina, Link is cursed by Skull Kid and is turned into a Deku Scrub, another race in the series. So that's Link up in the top right now. He becomes that. And it's messed up. This game is really dark, by the way. I'll talk about some dark things outside of this presentation. As Skull Kid gets away, one of his fairies named Tattle is left behind. Her brother Tail leaves with Skull Kid. Yes, they're called Tattletale. But you get the white fairy. She doesn't really want to help Link, but she needs his assistance to escape where they are, so they kind of work together. Link and Tattle exit into a clock tower. So they're actually like underground, but they exit up into a clock tower where they're approached by a mysterious man. Okay, the mysterious man. The man claims to be the Happy Mask Salesman. He's actually a character who runs a mask shop in Castletown. You can do a whole side quest with him. But he's here. He explains how the Skull Kid and his 2 fairies stole a powerful mask from him. The same one the Skull Kid currently wears. It is known as Majora's Mask. It was a mask used by a power tribe I meant to say powerful tribe. It was used by a powerful tribe in the past for incantations. So a bunch of creepy spell users, which sounds familiar to a certain other race in the series later on. It's never confirmed, but it's theorized that they're the same. The people that would become the Twilight people, but we'll see. Anyways, the man admits he's been following Link, but he knows of a way to return him to his former self. He just needs to get the Ocarina of Time back from Skull Kid. But he also asks Link that while he does that, he gets Majora's Mask back from him because he has to leave in 3 days. How convenient that he has to leave in 3 days. I wonder what happens in 3 days. Anyways, Link sets out to find the Skull Kid in his Ocarina. Okay, 3 days. Okay. That bottom left picture is Noma's fault. She photoshopped that and sent it to me while I was doing this in the call. Like, while I was making this in the call, and she sent it to me. And I was like, alright, I'll put it in there. Hey, did you know 80 free pulls? The art of the mask still creeps me out. It's such a good design, though. It's so freaky. Also, forgive me for using the 3D moon. Natasha, no! Hi, I'm Natasha. Oh, wait until you see. Noma did something even worse. Honestly, I was impressed with what she did. But anyways, 3 days. When Link exits the clock tower, he finds himself in the town of Clocktown. The town is scrambling in order to prepare for a festival they're having in 3 days. Link looks up and sees a sinister-looking moon in the sky. It looks as if it's getting closer. Which, by the way, if you do look at this moon, it actually does slowly get closer and closer to you. Or to, you know, the ground. And, yeah. Link, who is still a Deku scrub, takes on many tasks around the town, including goddamn hide-and-seek with children, to figure out Skull Kid's whereabouts. He eventually finds his way to an observatory, where he uses a telescope to see Skull Kid on top of the clock tower. He also sees the moon coming down. The moon cries a weird tear, and you can get it. Don't worry about it. It's for a side quest. The way to the top of the clock tower doesn't open until the festival 3 days from now. But hey, that's kind of rough because, you know, it's kind of coming down. What's going to happen in 3 days? Majora's Mask is GameCube. I'm born 2004. I don't remember getting ads for it. It was ported to GameCube. It was originally on N64. You can get it on GameCube on the Zelda Collection, and then it was 3DS. Dawn of the final day. On the 3rd day, the moon is about to hit the goddamn town. Everyone's scrambling, everyone's scared or depressed. The world looks like it's actually going to be destroyed. We don't have a full meaning behind this yet, but all we know is the moon's going to come down, it's going to crash. But Link waits, nonetheless. The moon is now already incredibly close to Clocktown, looking to crash, blah, 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 blah. It turns out this is the doing of Skull Kid with the power of Majora's Mask, but did Skull Kid want to do this willingly? Or is it the mask? Who knows? The way to the top of the tower opens, and Link heads up to confront Skull Kid. Tattle's brother Tail is there. He seems a bit unhappy and a bit perturbed and uncomfortable by Skull Kid. And he actually tells Tattle and Link to look for 4 giants, and he gives the locations of each of them. He drops the he doxes them. He gives you like their IP address. He's like 192.164. Go please. You got to get them. They'll help you. They'll help us. Link has no way of stopping Skull Kid or the moon, but he managed to shoot the ocarina out of Skull Kid's hand. Time loop. Yeah, I did the meme. Link remembers Zelda teaching him the Song of Time, allowing him to play it once more. Or, you know, he remembers. He plays the song going 3 days back in time when he entered the clock tower. The happy mask salesman sees that Link has the ocarina and teaches him a song known as the Song of Healing. The Song of Healing is able to turn, like, just spirits into masks. Like, troubled spirits. It puts them to rest and makes them masks. Upon playing the song, the troubled Deku spirit within Link is settled and turns into a mask. Which means if Link puts this mask on, he can actually turn into the Deku anytime he wants. But yes, he had the spirit of a very troubled Deku child within him. And they do actually give more lore on this later. Not in this slide, but it's really depressing. You actually meet his father, who is looking for his son. He doesn't know what happened to his son. He does eventually find out that his son did die. It's really messed up. You actually see the son's corpse at the beginning of the game. It's just like this weird, looks like a weird, like, tree thing. Turns out it's just his corpse. It's not fun. Link back to normal. He goes to the mask salesman, but the mask salesman shakes him violently because he's like, yo, you didn't get my goddamn mask. 3 days, goddammit. You better find it soon because something bad's gonna happen. If you don't get it, something terrible is gonna happen. A terrible fate. So Link gets out there and he chooses to find the 4 giants and help with stopping Skull Kid and getting the mask back. So, with no time to spare, Link sets out into the land of Termina to find the 4 giants the tale told him about. Link travels to 4 different areas that are heavily afflicted by the malice of monsters and just, the shit going on there, endangering the people who live there. I won't go into too much, but, like, there's a Goron area, but they are afflicted by, like, just a whole-ass ice age. They're struggling because it's cold. There is a forest area that is afflicted by poison. There's another place that's afflicted by the undead. It has a lot of messed up stuff. Like, it's just stuff like that. Anyways, Link meets alternate versions of past characters and even enemies. Some of those enemies now being friends, like Kotake and Kume, the Gerudo witches. They're in this game, but they're just friendly in this. They're just potion sellers or some shit. Link tells the story, or Tattle tells Link the story of how her and her brother met Skull Kid, and how Skull Kid was just an innocent prankster until he stole and put on Majora's Mask, and it was then that everything changed. So he was just, like, look at them. They were huddling away from the rain. They were, like, basically like a bunch of, like, little outcasts, maybe, just hanging out together, just doing little innocent pranks. But then Skull Kid put on the mask and it changed him, and I guess his prank now is dropping the moon on Termina. Link also meets oh, there he is, finally. Look at the shading. Look at the muscle. I never realized how, like, toned this man is. But this is the debut of Tingle. It's his first appearance in the series, both in the timeline and in the game series. This is his debut. He's a 35-year-old man, in case you didn't know. He claims to be a reincarnation of a fairy. He is looking for a fairy of his own and wants to be a friend with Link after seeing that he's accompanied by Tattle. I feel like I'm doing a talk show for like a dating show thing. It sounds like a dating show and he's a contestant. This is Tingle. He has a father in this game. The father refers to Tingle as a child despite his age. He does have a dad. He looks like a motorcycle, like, gang member. Tingle sells map to many people, including Link, to help his father. He is Tingle. He's a bachelor. He's single, ladies. And lads. I don't know what his orientation is. I don't know where he's at, but feel free. You know, he's single. And very toned and muscular. I don't have legs like that. Epona and more. So during Link's travels, he does eventually find his horse. It's at a ranch owned by alternate forms of Malon. That sounds weird, but there is an adult form and a child form of Malon, and they're sisters in this game. They own the ranch. You find Epona. You get Epona back. There's a whole messed up side quest. If I have time to talk about it later, I will. But since time is, of the essence here, I'm going to keep going. But there's some really, really messed up stories that I will get to. Hopefully maybe in the questions or after this presentation, but we'll see. Link also takes the time to help residents of Termina and receives rewards in return, such as other masks that grants him new abilities. While he gets to keep these items, he must still turn back time every 3 days, meaning people won't remember his deeds. So yeah, you have to keep fighting that 3-day, like, timer, because the moon keeps coming down. You got to rewind, and when you do lose all of your, you do lose, like, all of your arrows and rupees, any, like, numbered amount of items, like your bombs and stuff. You do get to keep your key items, though, in masks when you go back in time. On his quest, Link meets more characters who either died in the past or died right in front of him, allowing him to play the Song of Healing to let them rest. By doing so, he gets their masks, allowing him to transform into a Zora and a Goron alongside his Deku form, which you can see in the picture on the bottom right. You can see the Goron Link and the Zora Link. All really sad stuff. He has strong legs with him falling from balloons constantly. He just lands on his feet every time. How you doing, Voodoo Monkey? Okay, so, the top right. Remember how I said Noma did worse? By worse, I meant I am very impressed. She photoshopped that. She photoshopped that and sent this to me during the Discord call, and she was like, use this. And, I used it. I had to use it. She likes to joke around saying Zelda is Genshin Impact just to tease me, so she was like, there you go. The Danny DeVito one I found on the internet. But yeah, it's like she did so good at it. Like, it's honestly insane. It looks like he's actually holding it. Like, damn good at it. She's like, it's nothing. She did this in like 10 minutes or some shit too. So shout outs to Noma. But anyways, the 4 giants that Link has to save. These things are weird looking. I promise I show their faces later, but they are literally just like a face with big legs coming out. That thing on the bottom there. Link travels to each dungeon in the 4 regions and fights the bosses, causing the blights there. Upon beating each one, he frees a giant. The first giant he frees teaches him a song called Oath to Odor. Oath to Odor. That's the song of anime conventions. And by playing that song, it'll summon the giants when the time comes to, when you need them. Link also takes his time to do more quests and even upgrade his sword into the Gilded Sword. It looks pretty neat. I forgot to include a picture. He also collects as many masks as he can to help him on his quest. Link returns to Clocktown and waits for the final day to face Skull Kid. For real, on God. There they are. In the final hours of the moon's impact, Link once again meets Skull Kid on the rooftop, except this time, things play out differently. Link plays the Oath to Order and summons the Giants. They appear and they push against the moon, stopping him from falling. Not completely. But Majora's Mask, the mask itself, starts talking, and it says it's tired of its puppet. It floats in the air, and you'll notice, like, in this part, Skull Kid's actually limp. Like, his body's limp. It just drops him to the floor, and it flies into the moon. And by flying into the moon, it possesses the moon, and the moon starts pushing harder against the Giants. At this point, Link is like, no. I'm going in there. I'm stopping this shit. Also, yeah, we gotta get to the intense music now, don't we? But Link's like, I'm gonna stop that shit. And Tattle's like, you're really gonna go in there, aren't you? Like some real Marvel shit. But they do. And what happens is something very, very pretty. Give me 1 second, though. I'm trying to get to, like, the end songs here. There's a lot of songs in this game, surprisingly. By the way, they made this game in the span of a year, for the record, to those who don't know. Very, very impressive. But anyways, Link goes inside, and yeah, I didn't mean to make an evil song here, but he goes inside, and inside of the moon, it's like this serene field with the tree in the middle. It's Elysium from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Even Nomo saw this, she was like, Pyra should be here. But it, you know, it's serene, whatever. And they never explain this. But inside there are also children that are wearing masks and running around. And in the coding of the game, or like if you're to remove, or like their models, if you're to remove their masks, they actually have the same face as the Happy Mask Salesman, which is interesting. Never explained. But they ask you if you want to play with them, and if you do, they ask you to give your masks to them. If you collected every mask in the game, you give it to them. You do a little trial that they transport you to, that you do with like each transformation link. And when you're done, you get like you get some stuff. You get some items. Don't worry about it. Either way, you solve them all, and you end up getting a mask called the Fierce Deity's Mask. It allows you to transform into an entity known as the Fierce Deity, which is that thing on the top right. It's just like this cool, beefier, more powered up adult version look of Link. There is lore behind this, but I can't remember it, so if Sam wants to add in here, if he's still here, feel free. But isn't that design awesome? That's unsettling. Oh, it's super unsettling. That's a peaceful field with like these random kids. It makes no sense. They also have like these really deep, dark lines too. But anyways, one final kid asks Link to play with him, which leads to a room where Link fights Majora's Mask. Really strange, once again. Transformation. Okay, Link transforms into the Fierce Deity, making quick work of the floating mask. After being defeated, the mask starts evolving. And this is where things get really weird. So, it turns into that cute little lad there. He's like 9 feet tall or more, but he turns into this thing, and this music starts playing. And he runs around like crazy, and he makes random clucking chicken noises. By the way, this is my favorite final boss in any of the games. In terms of design and just thematic, whatever, this is my favorite final boss in the Zelda series. So, he transforms into this. He starts moonwalking. He starts throwing child tantrums. He runs around, clucks like a chicken. It's really funny, but you beat his ass and he transforms one more time. That's it. The Fierce Deity's Mask is supposed to have the memories of all the citizens of Termina. Thank you, Sanj. That's what it is. So yeah, he has a really weird voice and shit too. You beat him up. But then, after you beat the shit out of him, because I thought he was kind of adorable here, he gets pissed and he becomes a goddamn... Sorry, they become a goddamn demon. They get ripped, and I don't show it here, but they extend these giant flesh whips. Also, the part that makes it even more off-putting is that when you see this thing, you expect like a really like low, like demonic voice, right? It has like high like women shrieks, which makes it even more off-putting. But like I love that they did that. It's so weird and just like uncomfortable, and I love it. It like whips at you, can grab you with the whips, but you start beating the shit out of it. The song that plays is dope. Hang on, where is that? If I have time after this presentation, I'll show you guys videos of some of these bosses. But yeah, it has flesh whips, but you fight it as, you know, the Fierce Deity. And yeah, I love how the fun facts about me, but it's my favorite final boss design, and just thematically my favorite as well. I will say that like the Twilight Princess final boss is up there too, and Demise's, but design-wise, I love this one. Anyways, I have to actually skip this song now. But it has Majora's leitmotif in there, obviously, and it's cool as shit. But yeah, a physical object that has sentience and a humanoid form. It's really weird. It's really weird that this mask was able to do all of this. But yeah, never made another Zelda game like this. It makes me sad. I really hope Tears of the Kingdom has some themes that go really, really dark. But anyways, Link does win. The moon goes back to normal after killing Majora, and like there's no like surely like it surely won't come back. Majora's actually gone. Link eventually slays Majora, returning the moon to normal and stopping the threat that befell Clocktown. Link gives Majora's mask back to the masked salesman, who departs to who knows where. We don't know what happens to him after this. Skull Kid's back to his usual self and even recognizes Link from the Lost Woods. With the dawn of a new day, the civilians of Clocktown are able to live out their days in peace. Dawn of a new day implying that they finally reached that fourth day. No more destruction. They had their festival, all is well. Some people even got married. And the hero of time once again departs on Epona to continue looking for Navi and live out his life. Surely we won't see him again. In fairness, you never see this Link like this ever again. This is the hero of time's final game, starring him. So he got to have 2 big adventures, and we love him for it. He did great. The unfortunate part of this, if you'll recall, by coming back into the past, no one remembers his heroic deeds of fighting Ganon, and by fixing time here and all that as well, unless he did every single side quest up until this final day here, some people may not remember what he did here too. Like this. Oh, yep. I meant to say like this. You'll see what I mean. But yeah, at the end, you see a nice tree stump. Skull Kid carves a drawing of his friend Link. You got Tattle and Tail, the 4 giants, and it plays Saria's song, which is really cute. But also the Song of Healing that turns troubled spirits back into, you know, masks, or into masks. It's the Saria's theme backwards. So yeah. Are those silent princesses? You know, it's funny. They do quite look like it, don't they? Questions? If you have any questions, go for it. I'm going to start speeding up from here. But yeah, I'm going to take this time to drink some water and eat some fruits. So if you have any questions, let me know. Isn't there a theory about Majora's Mask being a weird dream nightmare? Yeah, but I, like, it's going to sound really bad. I, like, refuse to believe that one. But it is an interesting thing. For sure. Considering Song of Healing turns souls into mask, who's Majora beforehand? You see? That's why I love chat asking questions. I never thought about that. That could really been a thing, huh? It makes me think that, like, I still think it has something to do with the interlopers, which we'll talk about soon. Why does Tingle exist? If he didn't, this world would not be whole. You know? I'm gonna start speeding up from here. I'm gonna try so hard, but I probably won't. But welcome in, dude. But yeah. I do remember the dream plot twist and him passing on and stuff twists as well. Or theories, by the way, I should say. Sorry. The reason Link can't return time back more than 3 days is because it's when he entered Termina. I think so. They never actually specify that, but that's actually a good reasoning for it, Ninja. It might be because of that. Also because that's when Skull Kid is, like, here doing his deal. So it's probably the best way to find them, you know? I like the idea Tingle is the Termina version of Link. You know, it's funny because there is a character who is theorized more to be Link, but it's really funny thinking it like that. I've never thought about that, but that's actually really funny. I kind of want to believe that now instead of Cafe. When does Tingle become supreme ruler of Hyrule? He already is. As long as he exists, don't we already, you know, worship him? I don't know about you, but I'm streaming from Hyrule right now. Alright. Sorry, I'd have to eat some more fruits. Is Termina part of Hyrule? Not really. It's like a parallel world to it. It's weird. It is connected, but it's not part of Hyrule. It's essentially just like an alternate Hyrule. Oddly. They never fully describe it. But there is a big hole that connects them, essentially. Why does your gaming channel only have one video? I mean to update it more one day, but I just don't have time. I'm a busy boy. Busy man. Got a job. Got a whole life. It's tough, but one of these days I'm gonna try. Oh, wait. Hold up. Hold up. You can't look at this yet. Okay. We're gonna move on now, but that's the end of Majora. Great game. Lovely game. Super dark. We'll talk about it more eventually. But we need to move on to the Twilight Princess soundtrack. 1 second. Because that's the next game in the line. We're actually close to ending the trial timeline, funny enough. I think Termina could have been created because of the wacky Triforce shenanigans. You know, it's weird. They never mention the Triforce at all, but in the Stone Tower Temple, which is the 4th temple, you actually see Triforce marks. Very strange. I don't know if we see marks of the goddesses here, though. That's usually a mark that, like, the goddesses had something to do with it, which you'll come to find in some later games in this retrospective. But who knows? Who knows? It had to be, though. All right. So, Twilight Princess time. What happened to Ganondorf from the child timeline? You guys asked this earlier and I didn't tell you. Now I'll finally tell you. So, once again, Link and Zelda tattled on Ganondorf because Link had the Triforce of Courage. They actually believed him. And he was in jail, and years later, or I don't know where they had him in prison, but years later, they sentenced him to execution. There are sages in this timeline, but they are not the same sages that you come to know in Ocarina of Time. These are the ones before them. So there's a whole random group of 7 sages once again. Ganondorf is sent to a place called the Arbiter's Grounds to be executed. It's in the Gerudo Desert. You don't meet the Gerudo in Twilight Princess, by the way. So there's that. But they take him there to be executed. The sages pierce his chest or stomach. It's his stomach in that picture. With their Sword of the Sages. However, it seems fate had an odd outcome in mind that day. You see, something funny happened when Link came back, and it sucks. But basically, with Link coming back and having that Triforce on his hand, there is a chance that that gave Ganondorf in this timeline the Triforce of Power. Because now there's a split again. Because obviously Link's here with One Piece. The One Piece. But yeah, Ganondorf gets the Triforce of Power right here, and he's unable to die from this wound. So he pulls the sword out, and he straight up kills the Sage of Water. And in a panic, they use an object that is on the Arbiter's Grounds called the Twilight, the Mirror of Twilight, and it opens up a portal to a place called the Twilight Realm. They basically open it, and they just shoo him in there. They're just like, get in there, and they seal it. That's all they can do. So they just seal him in the Twilight Realm, and they're like, oh god, please let that be it. So they lost the whole stage and everything. Why didn't they aim for his heart? Yeah, why didn't they just aim for his goddamn head? Slice his goddamn head off. Insane. Also, this song is insane because this one's not even in the game. This is the E3 trailer theme, I think. Awesome. But let's talk about the Twilight Realm real quick. Long ago, a group of strong magic wielders known as the Interlopers showed up to take control of the Triforce and the Sacred Realm. There are theories that the people who had Majora's Mask and used it for incantations are these same people, but we don't really know. But they are powerful magic wielders. They wanted to take the Triforce and the Sacred Realm eons ago. In retaliation, though, the gods, very vague point, but the gods, whoever they are, could have been the goddesses or not, they dispatched 4 light spirits who sealed the Interlopers' magic into objects known as the Fused Shadows. They were like, nah, put that shit away. We're gonna put it into rocks. They then banished them to the Twilight Realm using the Mirror of Twilight, never to return to the World of Light. So the Interlopers ended up living there, and they actually have descendants known as the Twilight, which are the people on the right. But yeah, their descendants are just random-ass people. Just strong magic wielders. Like, incredibly strong, by the way. Like, it dwarfs the magic power of people in the modern Zelda era. Which you'll come to know. The Twilight and Zant. Oh, there she is. There's my wife. I'm going to have to try my best to look to the left, because I'm going to be very distracted. To those who don't know, Twilight Midna, like, that's my wife right there. Like, true form Midna, I love her. Alright? Big crush. Zonai? It could be. Honestly, I'm still in the realm that could be a possibility. Because they seem to be strong magic wielders from the information we tried to gather through theory crafting and lore in Breath of the Wild. So, absolutely. We could have some interlopers and stuff going on. But anyways, the Twilight and Zant. The Twilight were gentle, pure-hearted beings. So they, once they had their descendants and everything, they did end up being like a docile, like just, you know, good race. They reside in the Twilight Realm. They wield magical abilities, but it's nowhere near the power their ancestors had. They have a royal family themselves. And the royal family chooses a member amongst themselves to inherit the position of leader. Zant was a Twilight who wanted to be king, but was not chosen. They said, nah, you suck. Instead, they chose someone named Midna. Princess Midna. My wife. Just in case anyone here says anything. That's my wife. At this point in time, Ganondorf was inside the Twilight Realm. He noticed Zant's plight and malice towards the others for not becoming king, and Ganondorf's like, hey, yo, I'll give you some of my power. A fraction of my power if you do what I tell you to do. So Zant does that. He takes Ganondorf's power, who exists as like a big glowing thing like this in there. He gives him strength, and Ganondorf tells him to fuse the Light World and the Twilight World together. Because by doing that, Ganondorf can escape into the Light World. So, yeah. This Ganondorf never got to take over Hyrule, as it's the child timeline, so it's possible he's a lot angrier. And a little bastard baby. Zant's number one... Zant's number 1 victory royale? Okay. That's a good way of putting something really dark. Zant transforms Midna into a small imp, making her powerless against them. She leaves to find a solution. She gets the hell out of there. That is what she becomes. Zant also transforms his own people into demons to do his own bidding. What the bottom there is what they turn into. After hundreds of years of peace in the Light World, Zant manages to make his way to Hyrule. Why did I say after hundreds of years of peace? Forget that part. Hundreds of years don't pass during this. After Zant takes over and turns Midna into an imp, he immediately goes into the light world. I think I was trying to say that peace reigned until Twilight Princess. Zant gave the Zelda of this era an ultimatum. So he launches an attack on Hyrule Castle. He's successful. And he tells Zelda, hey, you have an ultimatum. I either destroy all of Hyrule or you let it get covered in Twilight. And she chooses the latter. She's like, we'll get it covered in Twilight. Fine. That's all we can do. The civilians are unaware that they're in the Twilight, but from anyone else's like outside POV, they turn into souls, which is really weird. They've just become souls. The 4 light spirits that banished the Twilight's ancestors eons ago were also just sapped of their light, their energy, and thus remained kind of dormant. So they can't stop it anything now. Okay. Oh my god, it's already 3 a.m. I have time. I can do this. I can do this. Wish me luck, Chad. We have Link. Now, this Link is probably my favorite design of Link next to, like, Breath of the Wild, maybe. But, like, I love this Link. In this one, another young courageous boy named Link is born. He grows up in Ordon Village, a small farm village. Link grows up here with his best friend Elia, his horse Epona, and 4 other kids, Colin, Beth, Tallow, and the sickest baby known to man, Mallow, which is that thing on the bottom right. It talks, and it's grumpy. And it's like,
Yeah, everyone knows how to use a stupid slingshot. You gotta be stupid to not know.
this man opens up his own shop, starts capitalism. It's insane. Mallow's insane, but I love him nonetheless. Ely is the top right, and at the bottom is Russell, which is Link's mentor, and he tasks Link with giving a gift to the royal family in his stead, which is a sword. The beginning of the story has Link teaching the kids how to use a sword and a slingshot, to saving one of the kids from monsters in the forest after they decide to chase a monkey. Some kid chases a monkey in the forest, Link goes to save him. All you gotta really know is that you take care of kids for like 3 hours in this game before it starts. The bad stuff, though. Yeah, Russell is Link's father figure. Like, he's great. He also has a son of his own. His son is Colin, and Colin looks up to Link. He idolizes Link. He wants to be just like him, and he does show courage throughout this game, and it's really cute. Anyways, Link prepares to make the delivery to Hyrule Castle tomorrow and goes to find his horse, Ebola. And yes, I said that on purpose. He finds Epona with his friend Elia, who's nurturing an injury Epona has. I should have just said injured. Something she calls Link out for being reckless and all that with Epona. As this happens, though, enemies known as Bulblins, these lads here, break into town and knock out the children and Link. They literally club him in the back of the head, and they shoot Elia in the back with a bow, like an arrow. It's wild. But either way, they kidnap all the children, but they leave Link here. Link wakes up. He tries to give chase and figure out where they are, only to come into contact with the Twilight Realm. At this point, remember how Zelda let Zant, swarm the palace or swarm Hyrule with Twilight? It's reaching where Link is now. Also, thank you so much, your beloved wife, Minna. This is for your dedication to the Zelda stream, darling. Let's go. Let's go. My wife gave me a $10 donation for my work. Thank you so much, wife. I very much appreciate it. And just know you're lovely, and everyone here knows that you're my wife. It's established. But no, really, thank you to whoever gave me that $10 donation. That means so much. Thank you so much for doing that. I very much appreciate it. But anyways, Link sees this wall in front of him. It's where the Twilight Realm is extending. And as he's there, an arm just grabs him and pulls him in. And it's one of the Twilight demons. What happens here? This title. Some dude in your Twitter comments. I promise this will make sense in a moment. As Link is being strangled by the demon, a familiar mark appears on his hand. It's the Triforce of Courage, because once again, incarnation of the hero. So it appears on his hand, and this causes the beast to drop him and leave. Unfortunately, though, a sharp pain runs through Link. He doubles over and transforms into a wolf before passing out. You guys know that meme where the guy sees they're into the whole mommy thing, and they're like, what's happening to me? And they're transforming into like a dog. There you go. Link is taken and imprisoned in Hyrule Castle, now completely covered in twilight. I forgot to mention the guard, chat, but, the guard. But yeah, he becomes a dog in the Twilight Realm. Really weird. Midna's search for a solution ends with her finding Wolf Link in his cell. According to legend, a savior of the world would appear in the form of a beast. That's just a legend that they have. I don't know, I found it in the Historia. Just happens, if you happen to be a beast, you're probably a hero. Or you have the Triforce, or something. Midna teases Wolf Link at first, but she helps him break free, and in return, has him help her defeat Zant to take back the Twilight Realm, even if he doesn't know that whole goal yet. They're gonna, use each other for help. Wolf Link and Midna meet Zelda in Hyrule Castle, where she explains how Zant came and took control. This era Zelda, of course. A whole new Zelda, but another descendant. She explains the whole story. Link, knowing that he needs to stop Zant to save the children, and, you know, Hyrule, he decides to set out with Midna's help. Easy. Reverse Anamorph. Yeah, the titles start getting really stupid from here on out. I get really silly with them. Link leaves the Twilight Realm, but he's still a wolf. Midna offers to help him, but only when he acquires a sword and shield to defend himself when he turns back to normal. So he's still a wolf, even outside the Twilight Realm. Link sneaks through Ordon Village and steals a shield, along with Russell's sword that he was meant to give to the royal family. So he grabs all the shit. He travels through the forest again and comes into contact with one of the ancient light spirits named Ordona. Ordona instructs Link to restore light to Hyrule and save the other light spirits. I'm losing it. So Link goes through Faron Woods and he kills these little bugs. I hate them. These are basically like the Silent Realm areas in Skyward Sword. Similar vibe. But by doing so, he's able to restore the Twilight Realm area back to the Light World. And by doing that, he's able to revive the Light Spirit. By doing so, he returns to his human form. But he appears with a tunic. By the way, the Light Spirit he frees here in Faron Woods is also named Faron, who is not the dragon, but still. He gets the tunic. And Faron tells him that this tunic belonged to the legendary hero. Now, at this point, this could be any of the heroes beforehand, but it's implied that this is Skyward Sword Link's tunic. Or at least it's my headcanon as well, which is really, really cool to think about. But he gets it. It's a sign that he's the hero. And, yeah, this can't be Ocarina of Time Link, because this is the child timeline. So, yeah, he never became the hero of time in this one. Faron tells Link that his transformation to a wolf is a sign that he was a hero chosen by the gods. He also tells Link to go to a nearby forest temple, which can find a power that can match Zant's. Something that interests Midna. The dragon is Farosh. It's not. It's Faron. Like Faron is based off of Faron from Skyward Sword. Farosh is based off of Faron, which is based off of Faror. But yeah. Now here's the big lore for the people who are curious about the hero of time. On the way to the temple, Link encounters another wolf. Once again, if you become the wolf or a beast, that's the sign that you are the chosen hero of the gods. So why is there another one? The wolf transforms into a skeletal knight and challenges Link to a fight. The knight goes on to teach and pass down its many skills to Link throughout the story. His stance is very similar to another certain hero, and he's left-handed, like a certain other hero. It's confirmed that this is actually the hero of time. That this is him. Link from Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, that's him. Also, Twilight Princess Link is his descendant. So, at some point, even though this Link had a hard life, no one really remembered his deeds or anything, he at least got to settle down and have a family. But he does have regrets of not being remembered as the hero, and he does have regrets of never passing his teachings on to anyone. And that regret manifested into this, the Hero's Shade. And now he gets to finally, you know, overcome those regrets by teaching this Link, his descendant, his moves. So there you go. Good to see you again. Monkey. Link enters the forest temple. There's a bunch of monkeys there that need help, so you help them while going through. There are Kokiri symbols on the doors. The Kokiri are nowhere to be seen at this point in the story, but there's a few things that are implied, like this used to be Kokiri Forest. This could have even been the Deku Tree, because the temple is a giant hollowed out tree. Interesting that it's there, though. Link fights the boss here, which is a giant plant called Diababa. It's a big parasitic plant. It has a bunch of poison liquid. It's weird. You were helped by a monkey with a fat ass. Don't worry about it. But once you beat him, you get the power to rival Zant, which is actually the fused shadow. If you don't remember, the interlopers, way back in the past, the ancestors to the Twilight, their power was sealed away into the fused shadow, these objects. So Midna's collecting these to use her ancestors' power to kill Zant. Did the Kokiri turn into monkeys? You know, it's funny to think about it, because they are forest spirits. They probably could take the form of other things. So it could be that, for all we know. But yeah, it's only a small piece of a whole, so Link and Midna set out to find the other two pieces. And the missing kids. He bids farewell to the village. Easy. Also, Rayan, hope you're doing well. Welcome to my big-ass slideshow. It's so long, but we'll finish this by the end of the stream for sure. Kakariko returns, so Link finds his way to this era's Kakariko village. It's also covered in twilight. He has to kill more light-sapping bugs, those weird bugs, to restore it to normal. Upon doing so, he gets to reunite with the kids, because they are actually there. The kids are there, and they're being taken care of by this man here named Renato. He's a shaman, and Ilia's not with them. We still don't know where she went, who is, by the way, the potential love interest of Link. So they're being taken care of. All is well. Link finds out that the Gorons may have something, you know, to do, or something that he might need. being the Fused Shadow or whatever. So he wants to go up there. But the Gorons in this era are not accepting outsiders. They're very welcoming beforehand. This one, they keep humans out. They will literally roll into you or beat the shit out of you to make you leave. Because clearly something's going on. The mines. Link yearns for them. Link learns how to wrestle these Gorons to make his way through. He literally learns how to wrestle them and slap their good old titties. It's great. But another Fused Shadow piece is in the Goron mines in Death Mountain. Link finds this out. And they find out that one of their people, named Darbus, is got transformed by the Fused Shadow and is now like an evil demonic-looking thing, which is that thing on the right. So that's like a demonic Goron thing. But Link makes his way through. He fights it. He turns it back into Darbus after defeating it, and he gets the Fused Shadow piece. Easy. Easy. Done. Temple done, right? So it gets another piece. At some point, Link returns to Kakariko Village, and he sees a Bulblin trying to ride Epona. Because Epona was also captured. I forgot to mention that. So the Bulblin still had it, but they came by. Link, the Bulblin falls off. Link manages to calm Epona down, and he gets his horse back. And it's really, really cute. You actually have to calm her down in the game. And then a cute little cutscene plays of them together. So, yeah. The Shrek duel. At another point in Kakariko, the Bulblins appear again because they're assholes. And before one of the kids is taken, Colin, the one who idolizes Link, pushes the other kid out of the way and gets captured. Link goes out into Hyrule Field and fights them on horseback. One of the coolest moments in the series. He jousts with Shrek, the leader of the Bulblins, named King Bulblin, on a place called the Bridge of Eldin. And they have a jousting match. Link jousts him off the goddamn bridge and then proceeds to make that pose on the bottom right after doing so. This game is amazing. But yeah, he downs him. He's gone. He's out of here. And I'm doing great, Ryan. I'm doing great. My voice, I don't know I'm gonna handle doing all of this with my voice. But other than that, I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time. Hope you're well. Freezy treats. Proceed. Link ends up in this era's Zora's domain, only to find it covered in twilight, and all of the Zoras are covered in ice. Hey, look, familiar. He transforms into a wolf again here, because he has to, free the area again. But the bugs he has to kill in this one are in Zora's domain, but they're also in this Hyrule's castle town. So he actually has to go all the way there, too, in the Twilight Realm. And there, he actually finds Ilia. Now, when he's in the Twilight Realm, people can't see him. He can only see them. So he sees Ilia, and he sees, this sick, young Zora that she's taking care of. So now he knows that she's okay. So he rushes to finish everything, return the place to the world of light, and he wants to proceed. Once he frees the light spirit here, one of the four, the spirit tells him about the interlopers and mentions that a Fused Shadow lies in Lake Bed Temple, which is a temple at the bottom of Lake Hylia. Not the water temple, just another temple. Link needs the power to breathe underwater to get there. No memory. Cries. Link heads back to Castletown and reunites with Ilia, but she has amnesia and she actually doesn't remember Link. She looks at him straight and walks past him. It's actually depressing. But he still chooses to help her save the Zora child that she's looking after. She's been under the care of this bar owner named Telma, and she's awesome. She's great. So Link helps escort the child, Ilia, and Telma to Kakariko because the shaman Renato, who's looking after the kids, might be able to help the Zora kid. So Link and the others are attacked by King Bulblin again, who managed to survive falling off the bridge, but then Link proceeds to joust him off a bridge again. The man even put shields on his arms to block Link's hits, and he still failed. It's great. You have to shoot him in the face. Oh, here's another wife of... Did I really put hard eyes? God damn it, I really do just be loving fish in this series. Someone please help. Don't help. I love the fish mom. She is a mom, by the way. Literally mom tears. But as the Zora child is being treated, the spirit of his mother shows herself to Link, prompting him to follow her to a graveyard. She reveals a secret entrance beneath the grave of the King Zora of that time. So the graveyard has a grave for a King Zora. She tells you to open it, and she is the queen, the late queen. She passed away, and Rallis, her son, is the Zora prince. In the grave, Link finds a tunic that allows him to breathe underwater. It's a tunic, once again, made for the whole marriage proposal thing. Zoras love doing that. He leaves Prince Rallis in the care of the shaman Renato and heads to Lake Bed Temple. At some point, Ilia does remember Link, though. And there's a really cute scene of them remembering each other. Or her remembering him. Excuse me, 1 minute. But she gets her memories back. And she gives you an item that allows you to call Epona from anywhere. So, Elia's safe, but now Link's like, nah, we gotta do this. We gotta do this shit. We gotta kill off all the Twilight. At least the kids are okay, though. A worm on God. Link makes his way through the temple and fights the aquatic monster Morphle. This thing's gigantic. Funny enough, they play it off like Morpha, the boss from that killed, or fought Princess Ruto in Ocarina of Time. He looks like that same thing where it's like an amoeba with an eye, but then it comes out and it's this. So it could be implied that this is an evolved form of like the Morpha amoeba, but who knows? Either way, Link beats it. He gets the final piece of Fuse Shadow and he forms it fully, looking like this. Why didn't you use it quicker is what I have to say. Also, now it's time to play the song now, chat. We're halfway through. Actually, we're almost done with the game, but we have to play the song. Hold on. We need to play Midna's theme, but the sad version. You know the one. Midna's Lament. Come on, where is it? Oh, it's really far down. I keep forgetting this is a 6-hour soundtrack. What? A minute, please. All right. 1 minute. I'm almost there. There we go. All right, returning to the temple, or from the temple, Zant actually shows up and he attacks Midna and steals the Fused Shadows. So Link and his friends getting played as a theme in this series. He attacks her, leaving her for death. He also turns Link back into a wolf, despite being in the world of light. The light spirit there also comes to help, but is defeated by Zant as well. Zant messes up everyone. It's insane. Link carries a now dying Midna across a rainy Hyrule Field in an attempt to receive Zelda's help. And this song plays. So you're traveling Hyrule Field, it's raining, it's nighttime. You're trying to get her to Zelda to see if, Zelda can help. Zelda's help. Link managed to reach Zelda. She tells Link that if he wants to return to normal and have the power to go up against Zant, he would need the Master Sword of Legend. Hi, Fi. It's Fi again. She then pours all of her magic or power into Midna, saving her life. It should be known here that Zelda actually fades away. But she does pour her power into Midna to save her life. Link and Midna head towards an area called the Sacred Grove where the Master Sword rests. And that's why she set to stop her. But she does it. Also, her design, goated. One of the best Zelda designs ever. Familiar faces in places. So Link reaches the forest outside of the Sacred Grove. This area is near his home. And he encounters a Skull Kid. Could it be the same one of the past? It's implied that this is the same Skull Kid. It's not like heavily implied, but like I like to imagine it's the same one that knew the Hero of Time. Either way, he's still here, and the Lost Woods theme, Saria's song, actually plays here as you play with him. And by playing with him, you're just fighting enemies. Actually, I think the song's here. Yeah, this is it. This is one of my favorite songs in the game, too. But yeah, Link fights enemies. He makes his way to the Grove, and he finds the long dilapidated ruins of the Temple of Time from Ocarina of Time. It's there. It's all busted. It's pretty much gone, as you can see in the picture there. But Link finds the sword in the pedestal. So it dispels his curse, turning him back into a human. And then he pulls it out, and now he's good. He's ready to go fight. He has to get the Fused Shadow back, obviously. But he's got Fi again, and they meet again in another lifetime. All right. So they go to Arbiter's grounds in Gerudo Desert, where Ganondorf was executed because the Mirror of Twilight's there. They want to use it to go into the Twilight Realm and, defeat Zant. When they get there, though, they see that the mirror is shattered. And they find out that Zant shattered it. So he's an asshole. The sages show up here, and they tell Link and Midna about Ganondorf. This is where Link and Midna first find out about Ganondorf and how he, and his execution and everything. But then they task Link and Zelda with finding the shards of the mirror and repairing it. So from here on out... Chicken boobies. You guys like that? I bet you do. Yeah, this is the same Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time. So Link and Midna travel all across Hyrule. They acquire the shards they need. They go through dungeons. They fight bosses. Some are even people who are possessed by the mirror shards, including this poor little lady in the bottom left. She looks into the mirror and then she turns around like this, and it's freaky. My favorite boss fight in the game. You also meet the Uka, who are bird people, and they live in the sky, on a floating island in the sky, chat. They have relations with the royal family of Hyrule, and supposedly the Sheikah, and is known... sorry, it says known there. I meant to say it is unknown. It is not known if they're connected to Skyloft. It's never been confirmed, but since they have, relations with the royal family for an incredibly long time, and live in the sky and everything, it could be that they evolved from Loftwings, or Skyloftians who were up there. Either way, it's kind of suspicious. With the shards acquired, Link and Zelda repair their mirror and enter it. The mirror, arriving at the Palace of Twilight. Link upgrades his Master Sword in there with the power of light and uses it to destroy the evil creatures and revert the Twilight Princess or Twilight demons back to innocent Twilight. So In the final area, you upgrade your Master Sword even more than usual, and you just start killing all the dark shit, and you turn these little lads, or these demons, back into these little lads, which are related to Midna. How Midna came out so goddamn hot, I'll never know. Either way, they meet up with Zant, and he drops his calm demeanor. He goes insane. He becomes a bit of a child tantrum baby, a bit of a gamer, and he fights you. He goes nuts, but Link beats the shit out of him, and Midna gets the fuse shadow from him. She finally gets it back. She puts it on. It's a helmet, and it gives her ancestors' power, and it's insane. She stabs Zant in the stomach there and makes him explode. He is dead from here on out. He dies in seconds, and even Midna's terrified of the power that her ancestors had. It's insane. Surely this will be it. With most ends tied up, only one remains, Ganondorf himself. He waits at Hyrule Castle. Link and Midna make their way to an enemy-infested Hyrule Castle with the occasional aid of friends. Link has a showdown with King Bulblin one last time, but after defeating him, King Bulblin gets respect. He's like, I side with the strongest. You are the strongest. I'm gone now. And he just leaves. We don't know what happens to him, but Shrek is now just gone. But he's fun. He was a fun rival to have. Link and Midna make it up to the throne room where Ganondorf resides, including one of the hardest goddamn pictures in the Zelda series. That shit up there in the top right goes so hard. But there he is. He's back. He's back. After a few words, good way to describe that, Ganondorf actually possesses Zelda and uses her to attack you for the first phase. And when you fight her, she looks like that, by the way, which honestly, good look. It's a good look for you. When you fight her, she has Ganondorf's voice. So it's really weird. But yeah. After you beat that phase, though, he transforms into the Dark Beast Ganon, Demon Beast, whatever. This is his first time doing it in the child timeline. But of course he has a Triforce of Power, so of course he'd be able to turn to something like that. Link transforms to Wolf Link with the aid of Midna. Midna flips him over on his side, and then Link bites the goddamn sword wound that the sages gave him ages ago to just, to beat his ass in the QRTs, you know what I'm saying? Also, welcome in, you people. Hope you're doing well. It is a Sigma stare. Absolutely, it's a Sigma stare. They bite into him. At this point, Ganondorf unleashes even more power, but Midna uses the fuse shadow to fight him while telling Link and Zelda to leave. She's like, I got this. Y'all get out of here. But unfortunately, this part messed me up the first time I played the game. Link and Zelda see Ganondorf outside. He actually makes it outside as well. He won the fight against Midna. He proves it by having her helmet and crushing it in his hands. So Link and Zelda hop on Epona and they're like, all right, nah, we can't have this. We're gonna mess you up. So Zelda prays to the 4 light spirits that you freed, the same ones that, sealed the Twilight away so many years ago, and they grant her a bow of light. So she shoots Ganon with it, and Link starts slashing at him until he falls off his horse. And at this point, they have a final showdown. Ganondorf does the usual. He puts up his barrier. He's like, it's just you and me. And they do the thing. All right, I guess I got to play the song for a bit, huh? Hang on. Let me find the song. Hang on. This song goes hard. This is probably like... This is such a good fight. Hang on one second. Hang on one second. I got it. I got this. I got this. I didn't realize how low it is down here. But I got this. Here we go. Alright. Shit's so... Like, she's got them tribal drums. It's so good. But, after a big old fight between Link and Ganondorf, this is a great-ass fight, too, by the way. Like, there's so many things, different things you can do. You can distract him with a fishing rod if you want. He's good at blocking, like, everything you do. But there's a point where if you attack at the same time, you go into that little scene in the top right there. And if you mash A, you can push back against them. And it is dope. When you do that, the hero leitmotif plays, and it's great. But eventually, Link knocks him down, and he plunges the sword into Ganondorf's chest, which is just a staple. At least he got it right. But it's actually right in the goddamn sage wound. But Ganondorf stands back up. This dude's like, I am strong. I got the Triforce of Power. You can't stop me. Funny for him, though. Unfortunately, the Triforce of Power fades from his hand. He's no longer... I guess it no longer sees him worthy of that title. So it fades away. He sees a vision of Zant snapping his neck, which he shares power with Zant. So I think that was, like, symbolic for Ganondorf dying. Because Ganondorf dies standing up. And, like, once again, it's not confirmed. But as far as we know, he's actually dead here. Like, he actually dies for real here. The Triforce of Power is gone, so he can't come back from this. He's now a mortal that died. The end. Oh, hell yeah. Sorry. I forgot I put Midna back. I'm sorry. I'm shrimping again. I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me play the credits. And let me just forget it. Just forget I did that. It's all right. But my wife is here. Anyways, it's revealed that Midna actually did survive, but upon defeating Ganondorf, whose power was used to turn her into an imp, because Zant used it, she turned back into her true form, the Twilight Princess. I also put the beautiful Twilight Princess, because I had to, alright? Her, Link, and Zelda return to the Mirror of Twilight at Arbiter's grounds. It should be noted that she still has her gremlin energy, despite being who she is now, and it's great. She's like, what, are you speechless over how beautiful I am? Which, to be fair, I was. Before Midna parts with Link into the Sacred Realm, because she's going back into the mirror, she makes a decision that she's going to shatter the mirror completely so no one could ever rebuild it and open the Twilight Realm. She's making it so the two realms are permanently split from each other. She tells Link that even though they can never meet again, that they should always remember that the Twilight World exists and not forget them. She cries a bit, and she actually uses her tear to shatter the mirror when she goes inside, and that concludes it. We never see the Twilight Realm again. Maybe one day we will, but that's it for now. Midna is goated. I hope she's, still out there, and I hope to see her again. Link returns the Master Sword to the pedestal. Who knows if he left Ganondorf standing there or not? I always wondered what they did with his corpse. And he goes off on another journey, and Hyrule is once again at peace. The end. Holy shit. This and Wind Waker are like the next two big ones. All the subsequent games go kind of quick, but oh my god. Anyways, chat. Like, they go really quick, but like, yeah. So that's it for Twilight Princess. Now, before we got more trailers for Tears of the Kingdom, we actually assumed that the Ganondorf in that game was from this one. Because the sage chest wound that he has here, Ganondorf has the malice pouring out of his chest in Tears of the Kingdom with the hand holding it down. So a bunch of us were like, yo, is that him? Is he back? And he's like, he's not in a standing pose, but he's still in a really weird pose. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe it could be, but it probably isn't. Because, I mean, we saw rehydrated in the trailers, and he has no chest wound. It's 5:20. I guess I was typing it really late. Any questions you want to ask before we move on? Please get yourself some water and all that. And no worries, Groovy Beat. Have yourself a lovely night. 2 days. And thank you so much for the thank you so much for just being here. I hope you enjoyed. Why did Triforce leave Ganondorf? They don't ever say it, but it seems like because he got his ass beat real bad, the Triforce no longer saw him as the most powerful person. If anything, even though it didn't, the piece should have probably gone to like Link or something, because he demonstrated power over Ganondorf, and by doing so, Ganondorf is no longer worthy. That's how I took it, at least. Let me take a drink. Thought he's exhausted all of his power. It could be that too. They never actually fully say it. But it could be that too. Like, it could be any one of those things. Either way, it's still him lacking the power. And done. And no worries, Egg Cheese. If anyone's got to go to bed, please feel free to do so. This VOD will be up. So if people do want to check it out later, they can feel free. Yeah, it went to Mallow now because he has capitalism. You're right. You're right. Can Mallow be on more slides? Not now. But maybe if I do choose to edit this at some point, I'll put him in more, I promise. But yeah, the time gate and the gate to the Twilight Realm look familiar. Is it possible to create it with the same magic technology? I don't know, because I feel like the gated time might have been made by the Sheikah or Hylia. I could be wrong, but you never know. Honestly, there's so many ancient beings in the past that we actually really don't know who made what. But it could easily be that. Like, maybe one race was really good at knowing the entrance to different realms and domains, and they had made several different things. I really hope we get a game one day that just explores, that just tells you about all the realms. But yeah. This is great. I thought Zelda died reviving Midna. So that's the weird part. That's why I said it was so weird that she faded away, because even I don't have no idea what that's all about. She does fade away, giving Midna her power, but then when you see Ganondorf, her body's just back. She's just there. So maybe she did that to be dramatic? I don't really know. But it's really weird. When you see Ganondorf in the throne room, she's just strung up somewhere. But yeah. Really hoping there's some hints at TP in Tears of the Kingdom. I would love that. I would love that. I didn't notice Midna's Lament anywhere. At least in the things from the trailers and stuff. By the way, to anyone who is playing the game at all, because I noticed some people seeing leaks and stuff, try to keep that away if you can. In fact, please do keep it away, because that's an immediate ban. That's not me saying that to you, just to anyone else, by the way. But yeah, who knows? Did they ever explain how the mirror was made in the first place? I don't think they do. I could be wrong. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think they ever actually explain it. It's just there. The sages didn't make it. They made use of it. So yeah, it could be... Who knows? Maybe the interlopers themselves could have made it even. But I mean, if the four spirits sealed them away, the four spirits could have made it easily. Or the gods. Anyways, next game is Four Swords Adventures. This one goes really fast. Let me get some music for it anyways, though. Adventures. Also, I'm gonna be this person who does a whole debate thing. I would love to believe that random object in Lurelin Village is the Twilight Mirror, but Midna shatters it into like microscopic pieces. So it could be, it could very well be, but it could also not be. In my head, it's not, but who knows? It's such a weird thing there that looks like the Mirror of Twilight. It could easily, honestly, be it, and it's just so old now. But who refarmed it? You know, who knows? Either way, I'm not gonna say no to it either. I just wanted to mention the shattering, the great Elden Ring shattering. Anyways, welcome to Four Swords Adventures, another party game, but this one slaps, and I might actually be playing this with a few other streamers eventually. Made a new one? Yeah, they could have. Like, people knew about the Twilight Realm. If they truly didn't forget about it, they could have tried to make another mirror and travel there. Who knows? Are you serious? Yeah, so this is the only time. This is the only game. Actually, it's going to say it there. We'll get to it. But several hundred years after Ganondorf's defeat, Hylians and Gerudo are back on good terms. They weren't at some point because of the whole Ganondorf thing, probably. Unfortunately, a new Ganondorf is born and reincarnated into the world. So this Ganondorf is the only time where it's a different Ganondorf. Any other time in this series where you see Ganondorf, not counting Tears of the Kingdom yet because we don't know, but every other game is the one from Ocarina of Time. This is the only time where he actually managed to reincarnate. He doesn't remember his past life or anything, but he does sneak into an ancient pyramid near the Gerudo Valley, and it's forbidden to go in there. But he goes in there and he finds a trident, which is interesting because there's actually, and I didn't put it here because I forgot, there is a piece of text there, a tablet, and reading it shows that someone knew that Ganondorf was going to be reincarnated, because it says something like pull the Triforce, or like pull the trident and like get all that, you know, get the power, blah blah blah, like you're gonna end up here at some point. Like something or someone like foresaw this and him pulling this out, which is kind of insane. But I have to find the source of that, but I know it's true somewhere. Sorry, you're gonna have to go on my word on that. But as Ganon, not Ganondorf. No, he comes back as Ganondorf. You don't get to see him as Ganondorf in this game, but he comes back as Ganondorf. Once he gets the trident, though, he becomes Ganon again. But he is Ganondorf at some point. But yeah, he gets something called the Dark Mirror as well as the trident, and all that helps him transform to Demon King. This is the only time that there's a different one, blah blah blah. I said that already. We never get to see the Ganondorf in this game. Here's the other thing, though. Vati is back. Tens of like at this point, it's thousands of years later. And so he comes back. So Ganondorf set out to resurrect the evil wind sorcerer Vati. This Ganondorf knows about Vati, and he revives him, or brings him back. And it's his first time coming back in thousands of years. Ganondorf also used the Dark Mirror to bring a Shadow Link into Hyrule. Now, this I got from the Historia. This is a weird fact that I totally forgot about. But the Shadow Link that they see there on the bottom right, it's formed from the past Ganondorf's resentment towards the past heroes. Really weird. So you can take this link as a weird malice amalgamation of the Hero of Time, maybe, possibly, and Twilight Princess Link, but mostly Twilight Princess Link, probably. It's mostly that. But that's real. That's in the book. Really weird. Hatred of the past Ganondorf. The Link of this era pulls out the Four Sword after being baited by Dark Link. Dark Link causes him to pull it out and split. But by doing that, he frees Vati, who is in the sword. So, not good. These links have to stop both Vati and Ganon. Dang, that's pretty metal. It's cool. It's really cool. His hatred is so strong that it transcends, like, dimensions. It transcends time and space, which kind of makes sense for, like, what is basically a physical manifestation of a feeling. It kind of makes sense. This goes quick. Like, this is literally the plot right here, and then it ends. I'm so sorry, chat, but it's short. The links eventually face and defeat Vati. They defeat Dark Link and regain the Dark Mirror, and then they defeat Ganon, sealing him in the Four Sword. There's not a lot of story to this game. It's just a fun game that you go through with your friends. Link fuses back into one being and places the sword into the pedestal once more, ending the Four Sword saga, and it's up in the air whether this Ganon will return or not. It's also up in the air whether Vati will return or not, because this is the last time we see this Ganon and Vati for now. And it's also the end of the child timeline for now. That's one timeline down. We're moving. We're moving. But there you go. If you have any questions, now's the time to ask. I'm going to have some more water and some fruits. Give me a minute. Why is all this crazy lore stuff in the fun multiplayer Zelda game? It's so funny. They're really playing like a Kingdom Hearts where it's like, you always play the phone app to get that lore. Why is Vati a salty bish? He's completely lost his mind. What happens to Vati and Ganon? They get sealed away. I believe, you know what? I believe they get sealed away into the Four Sword. So this Ganon is not even with the Master Sword or anything like that. I believe he's with Vati in the Four Sword. But I could be wrong. Did Ganon and Vati make out? Well, they have thousands of years to do so. They just might. Isn't the Four Sword the only sword other than the Master Sword to be confirmed to seal Ganon? Yep. At the moment. At the Momo. Also, welcome back, Never. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, they become homies for eternity. Possibly. If you guys have any more questions, hit me with it. Before I continue, I'm just going to eat some more fruit really quickly, so don't mind me. Consider this like a small BRB. I need a bit of a thing to eat some fruit. Why is Vati a mood in terms of his looks? He does look pretty cool, doesn't he? God, I hope they got sealed with Uno. I'd love to see more of him. Yeah, I really like what Minish Cap did for his lore, because before this, he was like, dude who wants to marry Zelda, which was really weird. His story in Minish Cap was way better. What kind of fruit is it today? Strawberries, grapes, blackberries, and raspberries. The grapes are the best part tonight. Alright. This Ganon did return. Do you think he would face the same fate as Vati, losing his mind and such? Probably. It's funny you bring that up, Ninja, because in the Downfall timeline, something like that happens. It's the only game you talked about so far that I didn't know for lore. Really? It's fun. It's a really good game, by the way, Noodle. Full recommend. Anyways, we have the adult timeline. Now, we're going to get into one of the other best games. This is the last really long description. After this, it moves quickly. So we will be done by the end of, the stream. But let me see. Wind Waker, OST. Spoilers, the next game is going to be Wind Waker, because we're going to the adult timeline now. Now, to reiterate, or to help you all remember, this is the timeline where Link, as an adult in Ocarina of Time, beat Ganon and sealed him away, and then Zelda sent him back in time. So there is no hero in this timeline. Ganondorf is sealed here. This is the one who got, this is the one who took over all of Hyrule, got destroyed by Link. Like, he knows about this Link. Like, he remembers being killed by him and the Zelda. And he's still sealed away with the Triforce of Power. No heroes. There you go. All right. What do we got? So in the adult timeline, like I said, everything I just explained, basically. So, hundreds of years after Ganondorf's defeat, we're rewinding back to Ocarina of Time. So imagine this after Ocarina of Time, but in the future timeline. Is that hard to get? I'll explain one more time, because I see some people are confused, but remember that Link travels to the future in Ocarina of Time. He goes to the future, he kills Ganondorf, or he beats Ganondorf, seals him away, and then Zelda sends him back to the past. She says, you're going to go relive your childhood. In that timeline, there is no more Link. He's gone. She sent him away, right? Back to the child timeline. So, there you go. And Ganondorf is still sealed there. This is still Ocarina of Time Ganondorf, though, just in a different timeline. Anyways, so in this time, hundreds of years after Ganon's defeat, people still praise the hero of time's heroics. Hundreds of years later. Ganondorf eventually managed to break free from his seal, though, hundreds of years later. So he did make that promise to come back out. And he starts just destroying Hyrule. Like, he puts that shit into hell. And people start praying for the hero of time to come back. But he doesn't, because he's gone. This is where it gets messed up. There's no incarnation of any hero to come help them this time. Ganondorf is just destroying Hyrule. And it's really sad. The king of Hyrule at the time, I'm going to try to say his name, King Daphne's No Hansen Hyrule. The king at this time, he made a decision. He would entrust the fate of his kingdom to the gods. If you're going to ask who the gods are, I don't know in this case. This could mean the golden goddesses or just higher deities in general that we don't know of. At the very least, he prays to them. He says, hey, we need you to help us. We can't do anything else. What they decide to do is hilarious. The flood. The gods instructed the kingdom's subjects to flee to the highest mountains, and then they flooded the entire world of Hyrule with Ganondorf in it. The king sealed himself within his kingdom as well. The princess at this time, she took a part of the Triforce of Wisdom. She split it in two, or the king split it in two. She took a part and she fled to the surface because this whole place is flooding. She's going up above the sea with several of her retainers to, you know, be with her and take care of her. She gets away. We don't know a lot about that Zelda, but she gets away. The highest mountains become islands. Hyrule gets flooded so high that giant mountains become islands. The kingdom's ex-residents who went up there would go on to have many descendants, and over time, the kingdom of Hyrule and its many legends became a distant memory. So at this point, there is no Hyrule. Hyrule's gone. It's flooded. Ganondorf's down there. The king's down there, probably dead, and it's just a vast open sea, not known as Hyrule. Hey, worked for God and Noah. You're not wrong. Also, what's going on, Hyperion? Good to see you back, man. All right, now we're on the Wind Waker. This timeline is depressing too, because there's no Hyrule. Hyrule's gone. Old Ganondorf. So he looks like that now. He's a lot more older in this game. In this one, he got a taste of power and got sealed away, and I think that kind of humbled him a bit. Not really humbled him, but he's a lot more focused than his angrier counterpart in Twilight Princess. Which, by the way, it's theorized that both games take place at the same point in time, just in alternate timelines. But yeah, he breaks free from his seal at the bottom of the ocean, and yeah. He orders his minions to attack two temples known as the Earth and Wind Temples. Apparently, these existed in Hyrule and also had two more sages known as the Wind and Earth Sages. Ganondorf tells his minions to kill them. He actually succeeds. They die. And it sucks because they are there to pray to the Master Sword and strengthen it. So by doing this, he weakens the Master Sword. Which actually could lead to a fun theory in Tears of the Kingdom, now that I think about it. If there was a lack of sages, perhaps that's why the sword fails in Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, he kills them. And he emerges from the sea. He takes over an area known as the Forsaken Fortress, and he turns it into his base of operations. That place there. Yeah, so when he killed the sages, by the way, that was underwater in Hyrule. Hyrule underwater still exists, kinda. It's really weird. I'll explain it later. He continues his ancient goal of forming the Triforce, and to do so, he sets out his giant bird minion, known as the Helmarok King, that guy, to kidnap young girls with long ears, in the hopes that one of them may be a descendant of Princess Zelda. He needs that Triforce of Wisdom. Good song here. September by Earth, Wind, and Fire Temples. Real. Yeah, real. When it got sent to the past, wasn't Ganondorf still alive in the past too? Yep, that was the Ganondorf we just covered in Twilight Princess. That was the past Ganondorf. This is the future one. That's why he's the boat! The boat! At the same time, the old king of Hyrule awakens, attempting to find a way to stop Ganondorf's plans. The plan is to find a new hero and the descendant of the royal family. You don't need to know why I said boat here yet, but he's looking for a hero and whatever princess descended from his line. We're in the adult timeline, to those asking. Now, the beginning. A young boy. Wow, the timing's great. The Zelda theme plays now. A young boy named Link is awakened by his little sister. This Link has no ties to any of the past heroes. No reincarnation, anything like that. This is just a boy. His little sister Errol wakes him up, and she reminds him that today's his birthday because he just doesn't realize that. And she tells... So he has family in this game, which is really good, nice and cute and good for him. She tells him to meet their grandma because she has a gift for Link. Link arrives at his home and his grandma gives him a gift. And the gift is a tunic. Because on this island, once boys reach a certain age, they actually don the tunic of the Hero of Time. Or like a tunic fashioned after it as a tribute to the Hero of Time. The funny part is this Link actually hates it. He doesn't like putting it on. But he takes it because his grandma made it, and, you know, he loves his grandma. He heads back to Errol, who has a gift for him as well, which is her telescope. Nice face. He uses the telescope, and he looks around, and what he sees on his island is that same giant bird carrying a long-eared girl, and it's being pursued by a pirate ship. The pirate ship actually shoots at the bird. It hits the bird drops the girl into a forest on the island, and concerned... Link decides to go and, you know, see what happened to the girl. So he gets a sword by training with a cool old grandpa, and he makes it to the forest, and he does find the girl, and she's just caught in a tree. She landed in a tree, but she's okay. She falls from it. A branch snaps, and she comes down. Here comes one of my favorite Zelda... this is one of my favorite characters in the Zelda series, what I meant to say. Link learns that the girl's name is Tetra. She's one of the pirates on the ship from earlier. And she is also the captain of the ship, despite being like 2 years old. Probably the same age as Link, which is probably like 12 or something. 10, maybe. Link leaves the forest with them and sees Errol outside. As the siblings wave to each other, the bird swoops down again. Mistaking Errol for Tetra, the bird instead captures her. So she takes Link's sister. And Link, in such a frenzy, tries to run after the bird to the point where he runs off a cliff and Tetra has to catch him from falling. He just didn't care. Like, he blindly tries to rush after this bird who's in the air. But yeah, it steals Errol, and that begins the whole story, basically. Link and Tetra head back to the island's village where they're met by a Rito postman. Rito are humanoid bird creatures that exist in this era. That guy, I will tell you more about them later. There's an interesting fact about them, but that is the Rito. This guy's called Quill. He's really cool. The Rito basically tells Link about the bird and the girl and the kidnapping, saying that basically the sister was taken to the Forsaken Fortress. That's where Errol is. So Link wants to go, but Tetra doesn't seem to care about the idea, as she doesn't feel responsible for any of this. But the Rito kind of mentions, he's like, hey, this shit wouldn't have happened if y'all didn't come here, all right? This was a peaceful island. And Tetra's like, well, shit. All right, fine, I'll let you come, but Link, listen, you just got a sword, and it's a little shitty thing. You need better shit. You need a shield or something. Go get it. So Link has to go get the shield, and Grandma. What? Grandma. Hang on, I have to play the sad grandma song. There's a sad grandma song, I'm sorry to say. And it's not great. It's fantastic, but it makes me sad. So, there is a Hylian shield passed down through Link's family, so Link goes to get it. But Grandma's holding the shield, and she knows that something happened to Errol. She knows that you need to leave to go help Errol, and she is obviously depressed and in shock. Also, that picture, ignore that meme picture, I found it on the internet, but she's in shock. Yeah, that picture's so good. But she's like actually like torn over this, to the point she's such in shock, as I mentioned here, that you can visit her later in the game and you have to use a fairy to snap her out of it. Remember, fairies are used to like revive you. You have to use it on her to snap her out of it. But like, yeah, if you don't do it, it's a heartless % run, so you need to go and do it. But yeah, she says goodbye to you, tells you to take care, and she also makes you soup. All right. But Link boards the ship and he waves sadly to his grandma, who sees him off as he leaves the island. And I guess, you know, she gets really pissed. There's an alternate timeline, the grandma timeline, where she dons the sword and shield and messes up Ganon within seconds. Arg. While he waits, Link plays a fun obstacle course with a pirate crew member named Nico. He's a little rat man gremlin man. Thank you, Shady. Link also gets acquainted. I mentioned that for a reason, but we'll get there. Link also gets acquainted with the rest of the crew. They finally make it to Forsaken Fortress, and they immediately notice it's under heavy guard. They don't want the ship getting near it, so they opt to catapult Link hilariously into the fortress. They stuff him in the barrel, chat, and they launch him into the fortress. Hang on, let me get the Forsaken Fortress song, I guess. Here we go. They launch Link straight into the wall of the fortress, a wall, making him lose his sword somewhere. Commence sneaking mission. Metal Gear Link 3 Moblin Eater. You thought that bit was over. It's still going. Link sneaks his way through the fortress, avoiding spotlights and enemies. He also beats up some bokoblins to turn off said spotlights. Bokoblins, this is their first appearance in the series. Not in the timeline, but in release order, this is Bokoblin's debut. He eventually finds his sword and fights off one more enemy before finally finding his sister and other imprisoned girls. Sadly, the giant bird grabs him and takes him away, so it's shortly lived, unfortunately. The bird flies into a mysterious Ganondorf-looking figure. Upon seeing Link, the figure instructs the bird to just throw Link really far into the sea. He just yeets Link across the sea. Gonna go on a whim here and say that Ganondorf didn't like the tunic that Link had on, because this Ganondorf would actually recognize it. Alright, the King of Red Lions, the boat. Link wakes up on a talking boat who introduces itself as the King of Red Lions. From here on out, I'll probably call it Coral, but maybe not. The boat tells Link that the man he saw was an evil man named Ganondorf, and he says the seal on him failed, and the only way to stop him now is to get the Master Sword, a sword that can only be wielded through achieving many hard trials. Hi-fi. Remember, this Link has to be, like, extra worthy, you know, because he's just a boy. Random boy. The boat tells Link... Yeah, it's a talking boat, for the record. The boat tells Link that the first step towards this goal and saving his sister is to get 3 items known as the Goddess Pearls. Link gets to sail for the boat on a nearby Windfall Island, and they set out. Fun fact about this Windfall Island, by the way, it has a lot of motifs, or it has the motif of Kakariko Village in its song, implying that this is Kakariko Village, the remnants of it after the place was flooded. This is like just one of the high up mountains of it. Cool to know. Some of the islands actually do this to like give you a hint of what might have been in the past Hyrule counterpart. Now I gotta play the best song ever created. 1 second. That's why he's the boat! The boat! Hang on 1 sec. Let me, here you go. Okay. How you guys feeling, by the way? You guys hanging in there? Am I going at a good speed still? Link and Coral, the King of Red Lions, the boat, reach the first island with the Goddess Pearl in it, Dragon Roost Island. The music here is amazing, as you can hear. Before leaving to explore, the boat gives Link a magical conductor's baton known as the Wind Waker. It's a tool that allows him to control the very winds themselves and make sailing easier. I just assumed the wind's gender. Amazing. But he can control the wind with this thing. Link meets the Rito postman, Quill, again here, revealing this is also the homeland of the Rito. Link learns from him that their guardian deity, a dragon named Velu, has lost control of itself. What's that? Am I able to check the slide number and come back to this slide? Hang on 1 second. Let me see if I can do that. If so, hang on 1 second. Crap. It's not working. Oh, there we go. We are on 200. We are on 224. So you can tell we're getting pretty close to, like, you know, we're over halfway there. So it's going well. It's a good pace. All right. Sorry, let me just go back to here we go. 224, lads. We're making our way there. All right. So they reach Dragon Roost Island. They find out this is the realm of, or the home of the Rito, the flying people. And Link also learns from the postman that the guardian deity, a dragon named Velu, also I might spell deity a few times wrong in this, Velu has lost control of itself. I'll give you a fun fact now, although I probably say it later. Velu is said to be a descendant of Volvagia, the fire dragon you fight in Ocarina of Time. Have to be awake in 2 hours, but too interesting to not watch. That actually means so much to me that you guys find it interesting enough to stick around. I will say though, the VOD will always be here. I'll probably make it a permanent upload, so if you guys do gotta sleep, please do. But if not, I hope I continue making it interesting and fun for you all. Is Groose the ancestor of the Triforce of Power or not? We actually don't know what the whole deal with Groose is. People think that the Gerudo might have been descended from him because he has some golden eyes and red hair. So it's possible that the power, you know, because Ganondorf has it. If he's a descendant of Groose somehow, then that could lead to that. About Velu, like I said, it's said that he's said to be the descendant of Volvagia from Ocarina of Time. I'm okay with this song one more time. Velu gives the Rito the power of flight when they are children. Since he's out of control, he hasn't been able to perform this action. So they can only fly with Velu's blessing. He actually gives them like a thing to do so. The young prince of the Rito, Kamali, has Din's pearl, but will not hand it over until he's able to meet Velu and be able to fly. He's a depressed little baby man. We also have a character named Medley, who I love. She is great. Honestly, just the best friend ever. Link meets a young Rito named Medley, who helps Link traverse the island's mountain to find out what is happening with Velu. She is also very cool. Link goes through a dungeon located below Velu and eventually finds the problem. So he goes into the mountain, which could, you know, be a form of Death Mountain or a whole other mountain. But he goes in there. It's the first dungeon. He has to find out what's happening. This is the perfect podcast for work. I'm so glad to hear that, John. And thank you so much for the bits, dude. I always appreciate it. And I'm so glad you're having fun here, man. Thank you so much. 1 minute here. Sorry. There we go. Thank you so much for the bits. Goma. The problem is a giant lava centipede creature named Goma. Not to be confused with Queen Goma, although they're probably the same species somehow, even though this is more of a centipede type creature than a spider. It's been yanking on Velu's tail and stuff. It's probably been yanking on Velu's tail. Maybe it's been spanking. Who knows? But literally under Velu in the mountain, in the volcano, this thing has just been messing with its tail. And that's why it's screaming. Link defeats it, brings Velu back to his senses, and Kamali is now able to meet Velu to be blessed with flight, and a result, he gives Link the first Goddess Pearl. Link sets out to Forest Haven, where the next pearl is set to be. And here comes some lore. There is some cool lore coming from here. Can the Rito peck people? Probably, if they tried. They never do it in the game, but I have no doubt they could. I would love to see that, actually. Yeah, this is also the birth of the Sentusi meme. Wait. Oh, that sounds awesome, Kiwi. I gotta see that art. Now, this is where things get a little interesting. because this area is very first of all, this is the debut of the Koroks. This is their first game. Forest Haven, the next place they go to, is the home to the Koroks. It is also home to the Deku Tree. In Ocarina of Time, remember how I told you that a new Deku Tree spawned in the future timeline? Because when he died, a little baby one spawned. This little baby one in Ocarina of Time is the one who tells Link about how Link is a Hylian and his mother brought him here, because he has the memories of the past Deku Tree. That same Deku Tree from Ocarina of Time grows into the one that you see in Wind Waker. He actually mistakes you for the hero of time and speaks Old Hylian to you, which Link does not understand. It's really interesting. But yeah, that's him all grown up. So that's the first good piece of lore. Here's the other crazy piece. So once again, he realizes that that isn't the hero of time. But also, he reveals that the Koroks actually evolved from the Kokiri. They're the very same forest spirits. Now, I have a head canon. Doesn't have, it's not true, but I mean, it could be true. Because they are forest spirits that took the form of children, I like to think the Koroks are their original, like, most natural form. If their deity is a giant tree, it just makes sense to me. And it also explains why they could exist in, like, Tears of the Kingdom or whatever. But, I mean, they can evolve in any timeline. But they do evolve, or they do change, and the Kokiri that we knew become the Korok. Okay. The Deku Tree and the Koroks conduct a ceremony to give Link their pearl, but then another Korok comes in to say that their friend, Makar, has fallen into the Forbidden Woods, a dense forested area full of monsters. The Deku Tree tasks Link with saving Makar, which is that little baby at the bottom. He's one of my favorite characters ever. I have a plushie of him. When you shake him, he jingles. I love it. But yeah, we go to the Forbidden Woods, which is also an interesting area, because it's Kokiri Forest. Or at least, it's heavily implied that it's Kokiri Forest, but hundreds of years later. Like, the very same one from Ocarina of Time. And the way you can tell this is you can actually find Kokiri houses in the dungeon. Like, almost the same architecture. You even find what looks like Saria's house, and it's where you get the dungeon item. And, there's something really, really, really... I don't know what the right word is. Not emotional. I guess emotional about that. But it's just neat that, like, at the place that looks exactly like Saria's house, you'd find a weapon to help you. So yeah, this is, like, they left Kokiri Forest. It got overcome by demons and other shit. Link makes his way to a demonic plant called Kale Demos, which I think literally means demon plant in a different language. And also it can die if you give it some funky fresh water. Like, if you pour water on it, it immediately dies. It's really funny. It has to be special water. But yeah, you do it and you save Makar. That's cool. I never noticed. Same. It took me a while, and then I was like, oh shit, like, that's awesome. After the best boy is saved, Makar joins in on the ceremony with his violin, and the Deku Tree awards Link with Pharaoh's Pearl. Link and the King of Red Line set out to a place called Great Fish Isle to find the last pearl, to be held by the deity Jabun, which is said to be descended from Jabu Jabu. They just love descendants in this series. So this is Jabu Jabu's long lost, or not lost, but, like, descendant. It talks. It speaks Old Hylian. You go to Great Fish Isle, but then you find out that Ganondorf destroyed it, forcing Jabun out, and finding out that from the postman, Quill, who shows up there again, the Rito postman, he says that Jabun is actually on Link's home island. So Link goes all the way back. This is a good time to cure Grandma, by the way, who is still in shock. But you meet Jabun, and there's the art of him. Jabun and the King of Red Lions speak to each other, and the King of Red Lions is able to speak Old Hylian with Jabun, which is really weird, implying that he might be an old character too. He also reveals to Jabun that Link is not the hero of legend, and really is just some lad. They straight out tell you right here. Link gets the final pearl, which allows him to access a puzzle, which then leads to a giant tower appearing in the middle of the sea. Don't worry about the puzzle, it's just a fun little puzzle. But it unleashes this tower called the Tower of Gods, and Link sets out to go in there to find out what to do next. And this place is dope. Uh-oh. Wait a minute, this is an old slide. Hang on, this wasn't supposed to be here. Ah, there we go. Ignore that, I'll have to delete that. I was supposed to, I forgot. Don't worry about we already know about Demise. It's never stated, but this place is, like, technologically advanced, and it looks a lot like Sheikah architecture. And the boss you fight is another Face Handsman, or Hands Faceman. Yeah, Hands Faceman. It's Godon, that thing, and it shoots at you with, like, a gun mouth and everything. So it's implied, it's not implied, but, like, it's theorized that the Sheikah made this place. Linka defeats the Guardian. Linka? other character. Link defeats the guardian of the tower. Other character from Xenoblade, actually. He defeats the tower, the blah, blah, blah. He rings a bell at the top, opening a portal that takes Link and the King of Red Lines below the sea. And they find that they can actually breathe below the sea in this certain area, which we'll get to in a minute. But let me move up the song here. Yeah, Linka, not Linkle, but Linka is a character from the new Xenoblade DLC, and she's great. Okay, hang on. Let me move a little forward to, here we go. Yeah. So, this is the song that plays when you come down here, but at the bottom of the sea, Link finds a whole field and a castle right in front of him. He enters the castle and finds a statue of the Hero of Time. Remember, this is under the sea. You look up, you see the sea, but you can breathe down here. It's just like a bubble. It's just this air bubble where a castle and a big field is. Everything's in black and white right now because time is frozen here. But Link finds a statue of the Hero of Time inside the castle. But more importantly, he finds the Master Sword. Hi-fi. Eager to save his sister, Link takes the sword and heads back above the sea to return to the Forsaken Fortress. That's all we get for this place for now. That's it. It don't work. What? Oh, okay, I know where this is going. Link goes... Hang on 1 second, sorry. This song is not going for this. It's not going for this part. Here we go. Link returns to the fortress to save his sister. So we have a redemption arc. We go back to the Forsaken Fortress. Once he meets up with her and the prisoners, Tetra actually shows up. Remember that Tetra kind of left you after this, but you actually... There are a few occasions where, like, she finds you on an island. She doesn't actually, like... Yeah. There's a point where you actually do meet her. Or at least you meet Nico or something, I think. But you go back to an island to get some bombs, and she shows up there, and she, like, kind of sees you sneaking around. It's kind of great. But either way, she shows up finally to help you. She's like, we'll watch over your sister and the ladies, and we'll take them onto the ship. You go fight the bird and take care of what you got to do. So the bird starts chasing Link, but Link eventually uses this giant hammer that he got. I think it is also called the Megaton Hammer. No, it's called the Skull Hammer. And he beats... he bashes its skull in. Like, he just beats the Helmarok King to death. Link goes on to confront Ganondorf with the Master Sword, who is still here. Thinking that it's all he needs. But Ganondorf quickly defeats Link, revealing that the sword is not at full power. Because once again, Ganondorf killed the two sages that were praying to this sword. So Link can't do it. As we mentioned in the past, there are parts where the Master Sword actually doesn't do enough, which now leads me to think about Tears of the Kingdom and sages. It is also revealed that the sword was sealing Ganondorf's magic. So by pulling it out, not only did it restore the flow of time to Hyrule, which by the way is the land below, he restored time to it, Ganondorf has even more power now. So, Link gets played again. What's new? Tetra jumps in to save Link, but she's also overpowered. But just then, Ganondorf's Triforce of Power resonates on his hand. And from that, he's able to realize that he's in the vicinity of someone with a Triforce. Turns out that Tetra has it, and it turns out that she's the descendant of the royal family. She's Princess Zelda without even knowing it, basically. So what happened was, after the Zelda of the past escaped with her retainers, they became pirates. Their descendants became pirates, and they just lived on as pirates without knowing that they were royalty. It is also revealed that the golden piece on Tetra's necklace is one half of the Triforce of Wisdom. I forgot to mention that she has a necklace. So there you go. She had it with her the whole time without knowing what it was. Before Ganondorf could do anything, the Rito Postman, Quill, and Kamali, the little prince, shows up. They grab Link and Tetra and fly them outside. Before the dragon Valoo burns down the entire tower that Ganondorf is in. And then he dies. Surely he's dead. Zelda. Link, Tetra, and the King of Red Lines, the boat, they go back to the land under the sea. The King of Red Lines revealed that this is the ancient land of Hyrule. He also shows his true form and reveals himself to be the ancient King of Hyrule. So the boat is the King of Hyrule. He just put his soul on a boat. He possessed a boat, and he came to find a hero who can help. So there you go. He's King No Hamson, No Bamson. Yeah, white girl jump scare. Yeah, I'll never understand this part. I'll explain this in a minute. But this king, once again being the old king, has the other piece of the Triforce of Wisdom because he split it in half. By fusing it with Tetra's half, he reforms it, transforming Tetra into Zelda. From an old picture in the castle, you can see that okay, yeah, I already told you guys that her retainers became the pirates. The king then instructs her to stay in Hyrule Castle, where the Master Sword was, to stay away from Ganondorf while Link powers up the Master Sword. So, we have to leave her behind. She stops being a girl boss. She loses her dark skin color for no reason. I'll still never understand that. It would have been neat if she got to keep it. Because it makes no sense. But whatever. Her design is still bussin'. And you'll be happy by the end of this game for reasons. You'll see. But yeah, Link finds out to... well, I'll say mentioned right here. His new mission is to find descendants of the Earth and Wind Sages, to awaken them and have them pray to the Master Sword, powering it back up, and to find the broken pieces of the Triforce of Courage. Once again, it split into pieces after the Hero of Time left the timeline. So, honestly, Ocarina of Time Link making things a little hard here. Not his fault, though. Once Link and King Boat... Oh, that's what I started calling him for short. Because he's the king of Hyrule, but he's also the boat. Once Link and King Boat leave Hyrule, the portal to it immediately shuts off, so no one can get in and reach Zelda. So you can't go back to Hyrule now. The Triforce literally blasted her melanin away. True. You're not wrong. Now, here's a crazy fun fact for you all, to those who didn't know. So Link finds out who the Sage Descendants are as they are starting to awaken to their roles. Those two are characters he met before, the Rito Medley and the Korok Makar. During their awakenings, the two meet their ancestors, the sages killed by Ganondorf. Makar's ancestor is a Kokiri named Fado, and Medley's is a Zora named Larudo. Huh? How is that her ancestor, chat? Turns out, Rito are descendants of Zora. They had to live on the mountains, and they became bird people. So, is that still true in Breath of the Wild? It could be. It could be just a faction that split off and became Rito. But the Rito, as far as we know, are evolved Zoras. What? Yeah, I knew I was going to get some people. But yeah, there you go. That's her ancestor. She even plays the same instrument and everything. Also, I love that the violin is so big for Makar that he plays it like a cello. I love it. It's so funny, but I love it. It's a magical world. We can evolve faster. Maybe Valu had a hand in it. He was like, hey, you have to live up here now? I'll help you. One like equals one prayer. Link takes each sage through their respective dungeon, fighting many spooky enemies and gigantic bosses, possibly the bosses that killed the last sages as well. Those two bosses specifically are the ones of the temples. After clearing the temples, Makar and Medley stay behind to pray to the Master Sword and power it up. A wild fate, but a fate they are more than happy to take on. They have to stay there and just pray to the sword. This was the fun part. I say this so seriously, because this next part I'm not a fan of. The Triforce Hunt. Also, Tingle is back. That's the only part that's good about this. Link travels to every corner of the sea, fishing up pieces of the Triforce of Courage. You have to go through this entire game, looking at maps, deciphering maps to get these pieces. It's a hunt. He gets help from this era's Tingle. Tingle helps him decipher the maps for like 300 rupees a piece. This bastard. I forgot to mention it, but he does have like 3 other Tingles in this game. There is Ankle, Knuckle, and then there's David Jr. They all look like Tingle, but they wear different colored suits. David Jr. does not like Tingle. I don't even think he's in the game unless you link a Game Boy Advance to it. It's really weird. But, yeah. Either way, I like the hunt. Hey, no, that's totally fine. It's just my personal thing. If people like the hunt, then hell yeah. I do like the ghost ship and stuff. Like, you have to board a ghost ship. You have to go to little islands and solve puzzles and stuff. And then you have to do, like, enemy trials. And then you get the Triforce of Courage. You end up reforming it. You get all the Cheeto pieces, all the craft cheeses. And, you reform it. After that, the symbol of the Triforce of Courage appears on Link's hand. Finally, this Link earns the right to be a legendary hero. And the King Boat recognizes him as the Hero of Winds. That's what he dubs him. He's like, there was the Hero of Time, and you who forged your way here all on your own, you were the Hero of Winds. You know, and with friends, of course. It wasn't just him, but still. Have you found all the Tingle statues to bring Knuckle back? I don't remember. I did 100% this game once. So, like, what's the deal? Actually, I don't remember that quest at all. But either way, I hope Tingle shows up in Tears of the Kingdom as well. Yeah, I feel that way as well, by the way. About the ghost ship being, like, the same, thing. It should have been a whole, like, mini dungeon. Or more. Anyways, Link returns to Hyrule Castle. He finds it destroyed. The Hero of Time statue also getting, like, decimated. It got, like, beheaded. Someone's really mad at that statue. I wonder who it could be who would be mad at the Hero of Time. Zelda's nowhere to be seen, implying that Ganondorf came here and took her. Luckily, Ganon's tower isn't too far, so Link heads there for the final fight. You get to travel Hyrule Field for a little bit underwater, and it's really neat. You get to look out and you get to kind of see it, and it's just cool. It makes you want to explore the entire place, but you get to his tower. This is the picture we have of his tower. Me too, Sanj. I wish there was more to the hunt in general. One sec. Oh, they're still there in the HD remake, but in the GameCube version, you hook up your Game Boy to find them. Gotcha. Okay. The tower. Link makes his way through the tower fighting old bosses and a ton of monsters, including Phantom Ganon, this lad. So he summons another Phantom Ganon again. He even has to fight a weird puppet Ganon creature that turns into stuff like a spider and a worm. This freaky dude. I hate this fight, by the way. It is... like, I love it, but I hate it at the same time. It's rough, is all I'm going to say. I'm going to start skipping to the end of this playlist, because we're getting to the end. Kind of surprised, actually. We are making good time, I think. Let's just move straight into... We'll play the puppet Ganon songs. Reunited once more. Link once again confronts Ganondorf, who has an unconscious Zelda. Remember, once again, they are in Hyrule. Suavemente. They're under the water. They're in Hyrule still. And all three Triforce pieces are here. Ganondorf finally might be able to see his plan through for once. Ganondorf shows a tiny bit of humanity here, and he talks about the life of himself and his people in the desert, the Gerudo, and how hard it was. Talking about how, like, all the wind there brought death. The biting wind that passed through brought death, and this and that. But it also, like, while the reason itself seems real, and it seems like a motivation for him in the past, it also seems like a justification for all the horrible shit he's done, and it doesn't justify it. So he's still kind of a shithead, but he's a lot more, like, humbled. He's a lot more mature, but he's still evil. But yeah, this was such a good scene. But he proceeds to catch Link off guard. He knocks him out. And with the two kids here, Ganondorf is able to take their pieces and finally reform the Triforce. This is his first time actually doing this, forming the Triforce. So he succeeds after probably hundreds of thousands of years at this point. Probably hundreds at this point, but either way, long time. So he goes to make a wish. He wants to return Hyrule to the surface so that the kingdom and the world can finally be his. Before he touches it, however, the ancient king of Hyrule, King Boat, that's why he's the boat, he shows up and he touches it first. I guess Ganondorf didn't see that coming. But the king makes his wish instead, and is to completely flood and bury Hyrule and give the next generation, Zelda and Link, hope to create a better world. So they want to put Hyrule in the past. It's a dead spot. It should have been dead forever ago. And he's like, all right, flood this goddamn place. Holy shit. Hi, Jules. Holy shit. How you doing, man? Welcome everyone. I hope you're all doing well. This is thank you for the resub as well, dude. You're almost at 3 years. God damn, dude. I miss you, man. I actually wanted to hit you up like this month because I'm taking this month off to play Zelda and do no work. I wanted to hit you up and see if sometime you and the guys wanted to do something, maybe. Seeing as I don't know if there's going to be any convention in Canada anymore where I get to see you. But thank you so much for the raid, and welcome raiders. I hope you're all doing well. I'm Shady Cicada. I'm a variety streamer. I stream all kinds of things. Zelda is my favorite series of all time, next to Xenoblade, and my full-time job is video game music. I make video game music for a living. I do covers and stuff every once in a while. It's been a long time. But that's how I met Jules. Thank you for the shout out, by the way. Please check out Family Jules. Not only is he an incredibly talented musician who's made some of my favorite covers, he's also just a great streamer and a really funny, down to earth dude. So please give him a follow. And yes, okay, dude, I would love to. We gotta hang out, absolutely. Also, I love your goddamn dog. It's so cute, so cute. Yuna is the name, right? I believe. But yeah, I hope you're all doing well. If you guys want to know what this is before I continue, I made a 360 slide presentation of the entire Zelda timeline. The lore for every single game, what happens in them, fun facts about them, all leading up to Tears of the Kingdom for people who want to know what happens. Of course, this has spoilers for the series up to Tears of the Kingdom. I try not to spoil too much of Breath of the Wild either, but we are at the end of the Wind Waker part. So if that's something you guys don't want to stick around for, feel free not to. But if you're down for like a chill explanation of the Zelda series in general, feel free to be a part of that. There's also some random shit posty stuff in here. But yes, it's 360 slides and we are over 2/3 in. So yeah. And yeah, dude, I can't wait to hang out, man. For real. Thank you so much for the raid once again. Shall we continue, everyone? Professor Shady? All right, I'll do it. But yeah, I'll hit you up next week then, man. So at this point, because the king made the wish to drown Hyrule and all of that nonsense, the Triforce is good now. They're like, all right, you did your wish, that's it, Hyrule's gone. Ganondorf at this point, obviously, he kind of goes mad because he's been trying to do this for like hundreds of years and now it's over. It's ruined for him. So he claims that he'll show Zelda and Link, like, he's like, I'll show you a future, huh? I'll show you your future. And then he pulls out these two, like, big swords. It's such a good scene. The ending of this game is probably one of my favorite endings in the whole series. Because, like, it's dark. It's sad. Ganondorf doesn't get what he wants. The king doesn't even get what he wants. Because I'm sure he wanted Hyrule as well. But he said, nah, screw that. We gotta drop the past. So we have the final battle. The seas actually start, like, pouring down. Like, the water is pouring from the sky, because it's the top of the sea, and flooding Hyrule. And you're fighting Ganondorf during this. It looks cool as hell. Zelda's shooting Ganondorf with light arrows. Link's just, Link's striking him. At some point, Ganon takes, like, the handle end of his sword and knocks Zelda out. Like, hits her across the head. It's insane, but it pisses Link off. So Link fights some more. Zelda eventually wakes up, and Ganon starts dodging her light arrows. And she's like, Link, we gotta try something else. I'm gonna shoot at you, and you use your shield. Perfect time for the song to come on. She's like, I'm gonna shoot you, but you use your shield. So Link puts up his shield, Zelda shoots it, and it bounces off. You have to do this in the game, by the way. It bounces off his shield and shoots Ganondorf. And from there, Link is able to just mess him up. And by doing so, he has one of the sickest kills. This Link claims one of the sickest kills in the series. He jumps really high in the air and then stabs half the sword into Ganondorf's head, going straight into his body. Which you can see there. So Link deals the final blow, jumping into the air. He stabs Ganondorf, like I said. Ganondorf mentions that he feels the same harsh wind he felt all those years ago in Gerudo Valley. It's a really, honestly, beautiful ending. It's really great. But he passes away and turns to stone. Also, we don't know what happens to the sword. It's implied that the sword is left here in Ganondorf's head. But yeah, because the Triforce was fully formed, it could be implied that he no longer has the piece of, like, the Triforce of power on him. Meaning, homie's dead. Like, he's dead. But yeah, it seems like the Master Sword's left in his skull. So, once again, bye Fi. Thank you for all you've done, because now Fi's buried in Hyrule as well. She doesn't get to go with anyone, but I'm sure she's glad she got to do something again for a master, It's sad, though, because this is where you get... Yeah, this is truly... In this timeline, this is where you say bye to that sword. So, the end of Hyrule. I'm going to play the credits now, because why not? This is so fun. We're actually... I can't believe how much good time we're making. This is not the ending I wanted. Staff roll. So, Hyrule begins to completely flood. Link and Zelda are being raised to the surface. The king states that whatever new land that they find in the future will be their land, Link and Zelda's. But the time of Hyrule is over, and it should have been over a long time ago, probably. So both the king and Ganondorf just couldn't let go of it. So Zelda tries to... Because they're getting sucked up to the surface, by the way, like, just through magic, through the Triforce's wish. And Zelda's like, come with us. She, like, puts out her hand. She's like, it can be, like, our land together. Like, just come with us. And he reaches out his hand, but then he slowly puts down his hand, and he just looks down, and he just decides to drown with Hyrule. It's really sad. It's really goddamn sad, but he just stays and drowns. Or not drowns. Who knows what happened to him? But he does die with the kingdom. But Link and Zelda do reach the surface. And upon doing so, Tetra's back to normal. Her melanin is back. Thank God. I don't know how someone could snatch your melanin, but it's back. They injected it back in. The gods, the Triforce, and the gods granted an extra wish. But once they reach the surface, once they reach the sea surface, Zelda's back to being Tetra, and they're found by the pirate crew with Aryll on board, Link's sister. So Link and, Tetra wave to the crew to get picked up. Link and Aryll and the pirate crew head back to Link's home Outset Island. Hyrule may be gone, but the world is at peace. And this honestly seems like a very good peace, because the seas above Hyrule actually never experience any kind of danger again, as far as we know. And we'll get into that in a bit, but we never come back to this Hyrule. But in one final scene, Link says goodbye to his island, his sister, and his grandma once more, choosing to join the pirates and search for a new land, a new Hyrule. The end. He goes with Tetra, and they go to find a new place to call Hyrule. That's it. That's Skyward... sorry, that's the Wind Waker. Yeah, it's probably because she no longer has a Triforce with him. Actually, I never thought of that, but that's true, Harish. That's a good point. If any of you have questions, feel free to hit them now. Now it's time for discussion. Also time for me to take a break and have some more fruit. But that's Wind Waker. So now every big player, every big game is now out of the way. By that I mean, like, all the ones with the biggest slides are out of the way. From here it moves quick, for real. Those spin-offs, DS games follow up Wind Waker. They do, but they don't take place in Hyrule. Not this Hyrule, at least. I will be getting to that, though, right after this. Is it possible that Daphne's Hyrule was the king during Ocarina of Time? No, because when Ganon breaks out, he breaks out like hundreds of years later, and that's when Daphne's is around. I do like that, though. For a second, I thought about that, too. Even when I was making this, I was thinking about that. But I sent the Medley and Rivali art. Thank you. I'll be sure to check it out. That would have been really cool, though. But yeah, nah, because for that too, the Zelda who escaped to the surface would have had to been Ocarina of Time Zelda, which once again would have been awesome. Does the wind ever go to sleep? I never know what happened to the Wind Waker. Maybe this Link keeps it, maybe he doesn't, but the winds do move peacefully now with him being gone. How does Ganondorf and the Master Sword come back? It doesn't. This is the last time in this timeline that you see the Master Sword or Ganondorf. That's it. It's gone. So after this point in this timeline, you'll never see that again. And art share, gotcha. No worries. And Yam, how you doing? We are over 200 slides in out of 360. We're getting there. Hope you're doing well. I think it's because one group made Zelda's model, another group made Tetra's model, which is why they are so different. Is that true? That would answer so much. That would actually answer so goddamn much. Did another team really make the Zelda model while another team made Tetra's model? That's cool. Like, not cool, but like, it makes a lot of sense. So we could have had our Melanin Princess, but maybe one day. In this game, the Rito evolves from the Zora, yeah, right? Yep. Would it have been better for the Rito to evolve from the Uku? Yeah, if they were like cuckoos or something, that would have been cool. But I feel like, well, I mean, the Uku would have made more sense actually, because yeah, they're sentient. But I don't mind this, as ridiculous as it is. But yes, if they evolved from like Uku or Loftwings, that would have been awesome. And in my head, even though in Breath of the Wild, I still think they're evolved Rito, or sorry, that they're evolved Zora, the Rito in that game could very well be the evolution of Loftwings, just with a similar name. That would be really cool to find out, but we don't know. They did that to keep story leaks from happening. The two teams making Zelda. Really? That is interesting. Okay. Just dropping by before cooking and eating. Oh, hell yeah. Can you share? I'm kind of running out of food. I gotta cook tomorrow. Breath of the Wild supposed to be a combination. So I, like, in my head, I don't follow the timeline merge theory. I'm more in the realm of every timeline eventually becomes Breath of the Wild after tens of thousands of years. But I'll go into that later. That's just my personal belief. Anyone can believe what they want. That's the fun part about Zelda. Anyways, shall we move on to the next one? We go and do the thing. If there's any more questions, speak now, forever hold your peace, because now we move on to Phantom Hourglass. There are 2 more games in this timeline, and these ones go quick because I haven't played these in a long time. Spirit Tracks I never even got the chance to beat because my save got deleted, got corrupted. But I did enough research, as much research as I could from the Hyrule Historia. Just know that these ones go quick. So I'm sorry to fans of these games, but I will try. Let's get the soundtracks though. Hang on. I love this theme though. But let's get the Phantom Hourglass. There we go. The other, like, well, I'll talk about the whole merge thing later, but the other thing too, part of my belief, like, I don't want it to be real. That's why I deny it so much. But I like, if it does happen and they write it well, then that's good. But I just don't see 3 timelines merging together and it not being like a notable event at some point where like destruction or something caused, or like would everyone be unaware? And if so, how do they know their histories? How are the Master Swords lined up? Because there's like 3 existing Master Swords at this point in each timeline. How did the Ganondorfs and stuff line up? The Malice with the Ganon, like that could be like, okay, they all fuse into one. But in my head, that just sounds like some Avengers Endgame shit, and I don't want it. But once again, it could be a thing. You never know. But I just choose not to go with the merging thing. Phantom Hourglass. Hyrule Warriors isn't canon, by the way, but I love Hyrule Warriors. It's so good. Sorry, I thought I saw someone ask in chat. We're still looking. So in this game, several months pass. It stars the same Link and Tetra from Wind Waker, and they're still looking for a new land. At this point, they run into a thing called a ghost ship, not to be mistaken for the ghost ship from Wind Waker. Apparently, it's different. It said the chips disappear around this thing, and this area Also, I guess I just added that in right there, but this area also falls under the jurisdiction of a spirit known as the Ocean King. This isn't the realm of Hyrule. This is the realm of the Spirit King. Or sorry, this is the realm of the Ocean King, a whole different place. The ghost ship actually appears in front of the crew. Tetra immediately boards the ship, but gets kidnapped pretty much like right after. She gets eager, she goes in, and yeah. Also, I love Link's face there and the whole, I told you not to call me Zelda. She likes being Tetra, good for her. Link goes after her, but is straight up hurled into the ocean. He can't get in there. At this point, we don't know what happens to the crew, but Link ends up on a place known as Murkay Island, on the oceans of the Ocean King or whatever. He meets an old man named Oshus who gives him advice on the whereabouts of the ghost ship. You know, because he's like, you gotta, if you want to go do the thing, you gotta go over here. Also, I love the art style in this. It's got the Wind Waker art style, but I feel like the lines are like thicker or something about it. Like the colors are more like washed out in a good way. There's something like lighter. I like it. But a history of this place. The waters of the Ocean King contain life force, which is the same energy / breath of life that exists in Hall of Hyrule. Something we haven't heard of since Minish Cap. But it contains a lot of it. A demon named Bellum, another malice creature, or however you want to, assume. It consumes the life force all around this sea, while also sealing away any spirits that could stop it. There are 3 spirits known as the spirits of courage, wisdom, and power, who got sealed away, except the spirit of courage managed to not. And the spirit of courage and the Ocean King created alter egos and fled to Murkay Island to just get away from Bellum. Even though the waters of the Ocean King are a different world, the symbol of the golden goddesses actually do appear, implying that they created this land too. That's from the Hyrule Historia. There's a picture. I forgot to include it, but that is real. So the goddesses had something to do with this too, probably. They have more of a beachy vibe. They do. I like it a lot. I would love for them to move these games over, by the way, to Spirit Tracks. Oh, hey, by the way, best character. Just give me a minute, sorry. Excuse me. All right. I would love for them to move the Oracle games and all of those to just let us play those games again. It'd be nice. Anyways, we have Linebeck, the best character, my other favorite character ever, next to like Groose. Hang on, do I have his theme here? Is this theme here? Linebeck's theme. Let's go. All right. So Link becomes friends with a fairy named Sela, who's later to reveal to be half of the Spirit of Courage, the one who got away. But she doesn't know that. She has amnesia. She doesn't know what she is. She just knows that she is a fairy. Also, she's really adorable. Look at the art. Link also met a man by the name of Captain Linebeck, the best character to ever next to Groose. Link and the silly Linebeck travel the seas on the SS Linebeck, that is what he calls it, during their journey. Linebeck is more in it for the treasure. I actually don't fully remember what the deal is here with what Linebeck is really here for, but I believe it is for treasure. But he slowly warms up to Link and becomes a genuine source of help. There are times where he just like violently shakes Link, kind of like the masked salesman. A few other funny things about Linebeck is when you travel, like he's very much like, he comes off as someone who doesn't give a shit. He's really about the treasure and all that. Like he's goofy and all that, but he does have a heart. He does have a heart, and it does, like, his affection for Link does grow. Like, he wants to take care of him. Not take care of him, but you know what I mean. At some point, there is a pirate who looks like a Gerudo, by the way, but she keeps attacking the ship, and you can actually board the ship and fight her. And it turns out that she might be Linebeck's ex-girlfriend. It's really funny. He, like, hides in a barrel, and he's like, yeah, we have a history, but I don't like to talk about it. Like, he has a lot of shit like that. Are these slides available anywhere? I should put it up for... I'm going to be putting up for download after this. Probably in my Discord. If anyone feels the need to join my Discord, it's !Discord. But if not, I'll try to upload it somewhere else. Like maybe my Twitter. If anyone wants to follow me on Shady Cicada on Twitter. Same name is here. I can try and put it up there as well for you all. If you do want to see these. Honestly, it means a lot that you guys would want to see these. But anyways... yeah, he becomes a genuine source of help and everything. He's great. I love him. I wish I could talk about him more, but I really don't have a lot of time, nor did I have when I was writing this. Link uses an item called a Phantom Hourglass to unlock clues that sleep in an area known as the Temple of the Ocean King. This song's in Phantom Hourglass? What the hell? The Temple of the Ocean King is a gigantic temple. By using the hourglass, he fuels it with sand by completing dungeons, and by doing that, he can actually unlock more places in there to find out more clues that help him free the spirits of power, wisdom, and courage. The courage one being the other half of Sela. He just do this to stop Bellum and all that, right? Of course. Thank you so much, Andrea. That really means a lot. Is it Andrea? I say Andrea because of a show I watched. Don't worry about it. But thank you for the follow. I'll be sure to... I'll try my best to put it up for download there. The ghost ship. With the help of the spirits and Linebeck, Link is finally able to board the ghost ship successfully without being yeeted. He finds Tetra turned to stone after Bellum apparently drained her life force. Once again, remember that all the Zeldas are the source of light force. They all have the light force in them. And the last time one turned to stone from this was when Vati did it. So, parallels and shit. The old man Oshus appears, who was helping Link, and reveals to Link that he's actually the Ocean King's alter ego. That's who he became. Recognizing Link's courage, he tasks Link with defeating Bellum. Link obtains and forges a weapon capable of defeating Bellum known as the Phantom Sword. See? No more Master Sword. Link finally confronts Bellum after doing all of this, but Bellum pushes back, and Link is only able to escape with his life thanks to the courageous aid of Linebeck. So Linebeck, who is kind of a coward, he actually jumps in to help Link, not armed or anything, which is... This is what made me love him so much. He jumps in to help Link, which actually does save Link, but Linebeck ends up being possessed by Bellum, which you can see in the bottom left there, and he becomes the final boss fight, technically. But Link manages to defeat Bellum and free his friend, and in doing so, Oshus is once again able to become the Ocean King, which is the big whale, and Tetra's return to normal. Simple. Easy. Link and Tetra bid farewell. See, I told you it's quick. But Link and Tetra bid farewell to the Ocean King and Linebeck and head back to their own world. Once they return, it turns out that only 10 minutes had passed in their world. So when, like, Tetra screamed, Link got flung into the ocean. For the pirates, they were only, like, perturbed for, like, 10 minutes. And then Link and Tetra were just back somehow. Which is weird. But different worlds can have different times or whatever. While it may have seemed to be a dream world, Link and Tetra notice a ship off in the distance implied to be Linebeck's ship. He's out, boys. So at the end, they do see Linebeck's ship, showing that he made it to the Hyrule waters, I guess. But yeah, that's that. And then Link, Tetra, and crew finally resume their search for a new land. Do they find it, though? Who knows? I know what happens. But this is technically the last time you see Wind Waker Link and Tetra, which makes me sad because I love them. And I always wish I could get more, like, seafaring adventures from them. There is a game called Tetra's Trackers that was Japan only. And it was like a puzzle game that had Tetra. It's great. Let me turn on my heater. It's getting cold. But yeah, that's it. If you have any questions, hit me with it. This one goes even quicker, sadly, this next game. But if you got any questions, hit me with them right now. Andrew is fine if you find it more easy. I'm Italian, so if my English is a bit crap, it's because of that. No worries. Hey, you're speaking... Your English is just fine. You're doing great. And yeah, Andrew it is. But yeah, that's what it was. Can't think of a name. That's right. But if you guys have any questions, let me know. I'm going to have some more fruits really quickly. We're almost done with the presentation. Yeah, are you still single? Only if you're still looking, baby. I like this bit. This bit's really funny. All right, give me literally a minute to rest my voice. If you have any questions, please hit me with it. I'm just going to eat the fruits here. Bromance is the best bit you can ever have. All right. Anyways. Seems like there's no questions for this one. Justifiable, honestly. Wait, would you or would you not accept Linebeck as your new god? Yeah, I would. I'd accept him as my ultimate bro, actually. I don't want to put him on a pedestal. I just want to be buddies. So I guess no. Yeah, I'm having the fruit bowl. Is streaming this late normal? Yes. I usually do stream this late. I work at night, and I usually sleep, like, in the day. So this is normal for me. Never finished Spirit Track, but the main theme absolutely slaps. The soundtrack to Spirit Tracks is probably one of the best soundtracks for Zelda I've, like, heard. Which, speaking of which, thank you for reminding me. We gotta open that one up. That is the next game. This one goes past really quick, by the way, because, like I said, I remembered shit all. I consulted the Hyrule Historia for the quick definition it had, and I went through it that way. So, sorry to Spirit Tracks fans. I did try my best, though. So, yeah. You ready? You got the pre-order Tears of the Kingdom tomorrow? Let's go. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I have it. I have the collector's edition coming, but I also have the digital, so I can play it right at midnight. This is Spirit Tracks music, by the way. One of the best soundtracks in the series. Uses a pan flute as its motif instrument, and it's fantastic. Fantastic. I also don't have a physical copy of this game anymore. I have to get it back and everything too. Anyways, what happened after? And also, I'm cheating on Midna. No, I'm not. I'm not. I swear. I'm loyal to Midna. I'm loyal to Midna. Thank you for the bits, by the way, John. But I am so loyal to Midna. All right. Thank you so much, John. To know what happened after Phantom Hourglass, Link, Tetra, and Pirates actually do find a new continent. In the heart of this land was a tower called the Tower of Spirits. From the tower, train tracks known as the Spirit Track spiraled out. So this place already had things on it. But this is the continent where Tetra founded New Hyrule. This became the New Hyrule. And they finally found their land. The royal family would continue with Tetra and go on for 100 years until the next story. So they lived their lives out in peace here, supposedly. And they did it. They succeeded. And honestly, that's the happiest thing ever. I love that they actually told us that. But now it's time for Spirit Tracks. Off the rails. You like that? 100 years after the country was founded, parts of the Spirit Tracks started to disappear. Once again, there's a tower in the middle, and Spirit Tracks just jut out of it. Just random-ass train tracks. The Princess Zelda of this time, who is Tetra's great-great-grandchild, wants to set out to the Tower of Spirits to investigate, if only she had some help. And yes, there is like a stained glass window of their founder, you know, Tetra in the back. But yeah, this is her direct descendant. And I like to think that it's Link's descendant as well. But anyways, we have this game's Link, who once again, this Link is not a descendant. He is another incarnation of the hero's spirit. But the Link of this time lives with an old man named Nico. This is the same gremlin ratman pirate ship boy who was part of Tetra's crew. So this Nico, he's the same guy who knew Wind Waker Link and, like, you know, hung out with him. So he lives with him. And he actually says that Link is like the spitting image of his old friend, which is really, really nice and really cool to see. Link is a train engineer in this game. His fellow trained engineer is a man named Alfonso. He's a descendant of Gonzo, which is one of the pirates from Tetra's crew, pirate crew. He used to serve as a swordsman in the royal family. Let's go. Why did I say let's go? Upon a visit to Hyrule Castle, Link and Zelda decide to slip out with Alfonso to investigate the Tower of Spirits and find out why the tracks are disappearing. So they do know each other and shit, by the way. This Link is cool. He's got a cool new shield that doesn't represent Hyrule at all, because it's a new area. It's New Hyrule. Before leaving, Link puts on a soldier's uniform to get around. The green soldier uniforms, the soldier uniform is that, and it's a tribute to the Hero of Winds. It's just the Hero of Winds outfit, which is really, really cool to see as well. On their way, they find out that the Hyrule Kingdom Chancellor, known as Cole, that guy, which he has two mysterious hats where horns should be, he was an evil little monster, a little creature, as I said, little gremlin man. He's attempting to resurrect the Demon King known as Malladus, just another form of, like, just another malice creature out and about. This Malladus was sealed in the Tower of Spirits in the center of New Hyrule, and that could, you know, seems to be a reason as to why the Spirit Tracks and all that are kind of getting all messed up, because this guy might be doing a little bit of nonsense. Ghost. So Cole plans to use Princess Zelda's body as a vessel for Malladus, and to do so, he gets his ally named Burn to kidnap Zelda, which resulted in them successfully separating her spirit from her body. So technically, she's kind of like dead, and her spirit comes out. That's her as a ghost, which, once again, adorable design, but poor thing. They actually managed to get away with her body. Burn has an awesome design, by the way. He looks like a Naruto villain or some shit. Link and Zelda meet a sage of a tribe called the Lokomo tribe named Anjean. They were here before Link and Tetra came to the continent. She watches over the Tower of Spirits, and she was actually a friend of Tetra in the past. So that's kind of cool. I really like that they actually have... They describe a bit of what their life was like here. Burn is also a member of the Lokomo tribe. He was not recognized by the gods. Apparently that's just a thing he wanted. And seeking out a power superior to the gods, he chooses to help resurrect Malladus, thinking, hey, maybe that guy will like me or some shit. Something like that. But he's cool. Burn is awesome. He's a bad boy. He's a bad guy, but he's cool. The mission. Anjean instructs Zelda and Link to fix the Spirit Tracks and restore barriers to temples to help open the way to the top of the Tower of Spirits, where Malladus spirits reside. So this is the part where it's a little confusing, because I got this straight from the book, and because I don't remember how the game plays out, I don't know why or what restoring barriers to the temple really actually does, if someone can remind me. But either way, they restore the barriers to these temples. They meet sages there and get their help so they can explore more of the Tower of Spirits to get to Malladus. Spirit Zelda helps out by possessing and entering a Phantom Knight down there, so she can possess a knight and actually attack things. And if you don't know already, the Smash Ultimate moveset where Zelda does the down B and activates the knight, that's a reference to this. That sounds about right. Okay, good. It allows you to reach the top to save Zelda's body. Right, we're also going for Zelda's body as it's being used as a vessel. Thank you. Link finds a train in the Tower of Spirits, which he and Zelda use to traverse the land, using a spirit flute that Zelda gives him. It's just like a little pan flute. Link is able to borrow the powers of other sages he meets and restore the barriers to the temples. So that's entire game. You're the cooler Daniel. At some point, Link defeats the warrior Burn, and Burn, realizing that he's just being used by Chancellor Cole, decides to help Zelda instead. So another like King Bulblin moment, recognizing strength. He decides to help out Zelda. So yeah, he's the cooler Daniel of the two Daniels. That's a title. I got some dumbass titles with these. And we have Malladus, which I forgot how freaky possessed Zelda looked, or like the vessel Zelda looked. That's spooky. But upon reaching the top of the tower, it's revealed that Malladus has already been resurrected. In order to get Zelda's body back, they would have to enter an area called the Dark Realm and defeat him. They just love including realms out of nowhere. So we have another realm. It's a Dark Realm now. We go in there. We stop. We go through the first phase, which is possess Zelda's body. He becomes a demon train. So you hop in your train and you fight him as he's a demon train. And then he assumes his final form, which is homie on the right there. I said true form, but I believe this is him and Chancellor Cole together. So I feel like I need to correct that. Malladus comes out as like a soul. And then I believe him and Chancellor Cole become a thing together. But either way, this is still Malladus, looking like a Ganon-type creature. Should have trained harder. Once Malladus was defeated, Zelda regained her physical form. Using her power and Link's courage, they were able to bring an end to Malladus and Chancellor Cole. Angine and the rest of the Locomo tribe remarked that the people who live here now no longer need their protection and return to the heavens that they supposedly originated from. It's just said that this tribe came from the heavens. But they were like, hey, you guys can handle yourselves now. We've watched you for 100 years. You got this. And they peace out. And I'm guessing that Burn goes with them. I don't actually remember, but I believe that, yeah. Isn't Angine from Crisis Core? That's Angeal. Don't you dare sully his name. Actually, it's okay to sully his name a little bit. And Angeal's cool, but he kind of made things tough. Not gonna lie. Do you think Malladus has stuff to do with Demise's curse because it's a kind of like malice? Absolutely. Absolutely, I believe this has to do with Demise. Once again, if it's like a big form of malice or hatred, like any kind of demon king seems to be just another incarnation of his hatred. Doesn't have to be Demise himself or anything, but his hatred is everywhere. It always exists. It's the yin to the yang, blah blah blah. So I totally believe that this is just another example of the curse in a way. But yeah. Quick note, Burn is also a Locomo. Yep, we said that earlier actually. That's why I was wondering if he left with them. Which I don't remember. The train tribe are actual angels. Isn't it awesome? It's by the way, here's a scene you're all gonna like. Training arc over. Get it? The land is entrusted to Link, Zelda, and their friends as they continue to take strides in New Hyrule's development. Link and Zelda also hold hands at the end, and it's very cute. So, New Hyrule lives in peace. This is the last time we see it. Maybe we'll see it again one day, but that is the end for New Hyrule. That is also the end of the adult timeline. There's only one timeline left, and it's a quick one, because they're all the retro games. But, and -1, which you'll see how much I sped through that one too. But yeah, they're all good. Yeah, TOS, I know. Hopefully there's no Twitch staff in here today. Seeing hand holding. But yeah, they hold hands and they go through the New Hyrule together. And who knows what happens to them? Does Malice exist somewhere in the other timelines? Technically, he should. We never get proof of it, but this area should still be somewhere with the Locomo tribe in the other timelines, and therefore Malladus should still exist. So yeah, I would say yes, absolutely. I never even thought about that. This is why I love this stream right now. Chat's asking questions that are making me think. Oh yeah, one last thing just to make you all happy, but it's confirmed in-game that Linebeck actually aided Tetra with New Hyrule's development, meaning that he ended up in their world and he actually helped out. So they met up with him again, and he even has a descendant on this new land called Linebeck III. He owns a shop. So yeah. we could get another Spirit Tracks type game. Absolutely, we could have another adventure in New Hyrule or even the continent of here. I would love that. It would also mean another excuse, you know, be another excuse to give us the tune art style, maybe. I would enjoy that. But yeah, Linebeck's okay, everyone. He joined up with the lads, and they all did stuff and lived happily ever after. All right. Now, notes about this one final timeline. A lot of games in the timeline are older in this one, and they're faded from my memory. I'll do my best to talk about them, but it may be quick. Maybe. We now rewind to the events of Ocarina of Time one more time. Backtrack. We're back at Ocarina of Time, all right? Now, at the end of Ocarina of Time, there's now a timeline where Link loses. He fails against Ganondorf, and Ganondorf gets the entire Triforce. He gets it from Zelda. He gets it from Link. He forms it. He becomes super goddamn powerful. He is fully formed Ganon. All of that. So we'll talk about it here. Does Spirit Track getting ever references in Breath of the Wild? Lore-wise, no. But we get references in like some region names here and there, I think. But that doesn't confirm anything lore-wise, as we've had that. The region or the area names reference like all the games. So no, they never bring this game back up like ever again. After this game was released, the only time we ever saw something about this game was in Smash Brothers. We had a level, we had the Phantom Armor. Oh yeah, there's also the Phantom Armor you can get in Breath of the Wild as DLC or whatever as well that plays into it, but no actual lore. As that's just like a fun DLC thing as well. But there's a book about food for evil chancellors. Is there? That's interesting. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. You're right. You're right. Yeah, I wouldn't consider it DLC either, Sanj. Absolutely. No. But it'll be nice to see if something like this comes. Like, if something from that comes out. Like, it's unlikely, but if we get something in this timeline, I would be happy. In any of these timelines. I feel like after they're done with Tears of the Kingdom, they might truly start a whole new thing. They might actually drop this timeline for all we know. It really seems like they might, like, I really think they're gonna end the whole demise curse thing, and that's just my theory. It might not happen, but I honestly think that they're gonna take like some strides to just like end the curse and start a whole new thing. Like the next Zelda's probably gonna be like super different, or they bring back Ganondorf again. I don't know, but who knows? We'll see. Either way, let's get through this before we continue. Yeah, on that. But it's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, like yeah, the Locomo theory you got there. Who knows? I mean, we have a lot of people coming from the sky. Could they all be related to Skyloftians? Maybe. Now we have the downfall timeline. So, let me get the right OST for this. One of my favorite OSTs in the series, surprisingly, because it's one of the first games in the series. There's only like 28 songs on this OST, so it might run up before we're done with this. We'll see. We'll try. Okay. Locomo or Zonai? We really got to know who these goddamn Zonai. Ganondorf should be once in a few games type thing. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, once again, I don't even mind if this is his last time. As much as I love Ganondorf, I believe in this team to write a character on his level. But I am glad that after, like, 15 years, we finally get to see him again. Like, it's been a long time. To those who don't know, Twilight Princess was his last appearance in the video games. This is the first time we get to see him again. And man, have I been waiting. Alright. So, the downfall timeline, right? In this timeline, the Hero of Time fails, Ganondorf gets the full Triforce and sends the world to ruin. Even if he is thwarted, the damage to Hyrule is done, and it shrinks into a shadow of its former glory. This timeline is very depressing. So yes, Hyrule as a kingdom prospers less and less and shrinks over time. This is in the book. As a final resort, the Seven Sages and Zelda from Ocarina of Time managed to seal Ganon and the Triforce in the Sacred Realm. So they managed to throw him in there anyways. But the problem here is that he's not like locked into an abyss or anything like the adult timeline. He is there with his Triforce. His Triforce, it's his now. And the Sacred Realm turns into the Dark World because it reflects his heart. So he's thriving. Like, he wants to get back into the Light World, but he's thriving there. It's fine. But yeah, they send him there. It creates the Dark World because he's stuck in there. He's there with the entire Triforce. And yeah, not so great. After this, there's a brief period of peace. Not too long, but there's a brief period of peace after they lock him away. But many people became aware of the Triforce and the Sacred Realm due to the events caused by Ganondorf. They're like, oh hey, he got sent to where? This caused the people to fight in a race to the Sacred Realm. So the war over the Triforce happens again. They learned shit all. They learned nothing. What they didn't know was that the realm was no longer a holy place. So many people entered the Sacred Realm. They found their way in there. but no one returned because, of course, the place is the demonic realm owned, like, with Ganon now. The King of Hyrule ordered the 7 sages of this era. This is a whole other 7 sages, by the way. This is like another 100 years or so later. He orders them to seal up the Sacred Realm for good. No entrance at all. So Raruru, none of that shit. All of it's gone. A fierce battle arose and many combatants were killed, but the Sacred Realm was eventually sealed in the end. These are going to move fast. For real. Less holy. As a result of Hyrule falling into ruin during the imprisoning war, the bloodline of the Highlands were weakened, and the sage's power also waned. This is in the Historia as well. It's depressing. No one's doing good in this timeline. So a link to the past. It keeps happening. Oh, I'm choking. We're almost done, chat. We're actually almost done. Can you believe it? There was peace for a while, but then a priest named Aghanim showed up. He sought to break the seal in the Sacred Realm, which of course is now the Dark World. They sealed them away. Isn't it written that only Link can defeat Ganon? It is written. No. So like the thing is they didn't defeat him. They just managed to put him somewhere, and it's not even a good place. Where they put him is still a bad thing because he turned the most like sacred of realms into like a hellhole, and anyone who managed to stumble in there in some way died or like turned into something. They never returned. So he was never actually defeated, and he's still thriving. He's just locked there. But anyways, Aghanim comes. He wants to release that seal on the Sacred Realm that the 7 sages years ago created. He kills the King of Hyrule of this time. In this era. This is another 100 years after they seal the Sacred Realm, by the way. Another few hundred years. He kills the King of Hyrule, and he kidnaps the descendants of the sages from the imprisoning war in ages past. One by one, he actually sacrifices them. With this era Zelda being the next in line. The next sage he wants to sacrifice to open the seal. Very grim. And no worries, popped up. Have yourself a lovely night. Thank you so much for coming on by, and I hope you enjoyed the VOD. Please pick up. Please, I am calling. That design of Zelda is so good. But Zelda sends out a telepathic cry for help. It is heard by a young boy named Link and like his uncle. Link's uncle goes on ahead and tells Link to stay, but Link follows him to the castle nonetheless. Link's uncle is found defeated in the castle, and he entrusts Link with his sword to proceed through the castle and save Zelda. It should be noted that Link and his uncle are descendants of the Knights of Hyrule, and Link is one of the last surviving knights. So, kind of like Breath of the Wild Link, who was also born into knighthood. This Link also technically is that as well. He got a schnoz. Oh yeah, you get ready for old Link art, chat. Get ready for old Link. He only became like handsome in Ocarina of Time. And I guess like Link's Awakening. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, I love that design got used in Ultimate. Well, excuse me, princess. Link saves Zelda and they escape to a sanctuary, a little church. The loyal sage there. They call him the loyal sage in the book, but I don't like. He's not a sage. He's just a priest or some shit. The priest agrees to shelter Zelda, and while Link goes on a quest to seek out a blade that could defeat Aghanim, known as the Master Sword. Hi-fi. Good to see you again. This is actually the Sanctuary's theme, and I love it. Speaking of Family Jewels, my friend who rated me, he covered this song a long time ago, and it's one of my favorite covers of the song. Is there an animated is this where the animated cartoon comes into play? I believe that's based on the first game in the series, so Zelda 1. But the design looks very much like this Link. Banui, shoutouts to Avi. Because Aghanim sent the sage descendants to the Dark World, this broke the seal on it, allowing travel to the Dark World and Sacred Realm. So by sacrificing the sages, it opens up the seal. And now people can step foot in the Dark World. People who go in there become demons. Sounds like the Twilight Realm, but it's not. Because Link is the hero, though, or the chosen hero, he becomes a pink bunny instead of a demon. That's Link, by the way. He acquires an item called the Moon Pearl to become human again. But yes, you do travel the Dark World defenseless as a pink rabbit for a while. But he gets a mirror. It allows him to travel back to the Light World, and he becomes human by getting a pearl. Link goes on to witness those who are affected and meet their tragic fates by the Dark World. I didn't get a chance to go into detail, but you can actually meet a child who plays like an ocarina, and he's cool and all that stuff. But then he gets actually caught up in the Dark World, and I believe there's like a whole thing where like his dad is looking for him, and he wants to give you like he's like, before I transform into whatever I transform into, please give my dad like these final words, and he turns into like a tree or something. So like he's out of the picture. It's actually really depressing. But yeah, that does happen. Actually, now's a good time to play one of my favorite songs. I was gonna play the Dark World theme. I'll probably play it after, but since we're at the sword, I might as well play the Lost Woods theme. But Link does come back to the lost... You know what? Nah, we'll play Dark World. Screw it. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. This is the song of the Dark World. It's one of the most iconic themes in the series. Kind of hope they bring it back one day. But, hey again, Fi. After braving many trials and fighting many enemies, Link makes his way through the Lost Woods of this time. It's the Lost Woods again. And he finds the Master Sword. A temple once stood here, but has decayed and completely disappeared over time. They said that in the book. But it's very likely it's the Temple of Time. You know? The only thing that it lies here now is the pedestal. Everything else is decayed. It's gone. It's been that long. Pulling it out, though, he heads back to Zelda, only to find that she was kidnapped by Hyrule Castle guards being controlled by Aghanim. So, Aghanim got a hold of her. But I do thank it for making so many musical staples in the series. Yeah, like, some people don't know that, like, Zelda's Lullaby and stuff comes from this game as well. Kakariko Village. A lot of iconic themes come from this game. Enough seals. I got mad at this part. I wasn't mad, but I was like, oh my god, there's so many seals. Link witnesses Aghanim send Zelda into the Dark World. With all the sages there, the seal on Ganon and the Triforce would be broken. So Ganon and the Triforce are able to come into the Light World. But if Link can stop him in time, he'll never make it. It turns out that Aghanim was just a projection, an offshoot of Ganon. It's his alter ego. Ganon is so goddamn powerful, he can manifest another form of himself to be in the Light World and free himself, which is insane. But yeah, he does it. Ganon's theme in this game is awesome. The bass is so good. Redemption arc. This, I think, put no pictures. This Link finally sets out to fix the problem that occurred 100 years ago in Ocarina of Time. He frees the sages and Zelda on his journey. Zelda and the sages break a seal around Ganon's tower, allowing Link to enter and defeat Aghanim. Link continues to make his way towards Ganon. Ganon's resting somewhere else. He's resting at the Pyramid of Power, which in the Dark World... If you guys don't know, by the way, the Dark World is parallel to Hyrule. It's the same geography. So the Sacred Realm could easily be another realm of Hyrule. The same way you look at, like, Norse mythology. If you ever played, like, God of War, how you travel to different realms, but they have very similar geography. It's just like a different layer of dimension. I believe it's kind of like that in this as well. But in the Sacred Realm, this is where Hyrule Castle would be. But Ganon has a Pyramid of Power. Which I had thought there was something rising out of the ground in the Tears of the Kingdom trailer. For a split second, I was like, is that the Pyramid of Power? I don't think it is. But anyways, hang on one second here. Where's Ganon's theme? Is it? No? Oh, hell yeah. Freaky. Ganon's message. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah. Whatever. Prince of Dark... Oh, okay, yeah. Oh yeah, Ganon's theme also comes from here. Even though he canonically plays in Ocarina of Time, his theme starts here. But Ganon is... So, Link makes it to the Pyramid of Power. Ganon is revealed to be in his demonic pig form still, completely abandoning his Gerudo form. He never becomes Ganondorf again in this timeline. He is just Ganon now. He wields a trident and attacks Link, a signature weapon you'll come to know. Link, with the power of the Master Sword and silver arrows, he gets silver arrows at some point. He finally managed to defeat Ganon, redeeming the hero that preceded him. Which, by the way, the song sounds like this and it's dope. This bass. It's so good. It's so good. But yeah. By the way, the staff roll theme, like the credits theme to this is lovely. It's such a good song. Which I'll play now, because we're at the end. But this Link finally manages to kill Ganon, redeeming the hero of time of the past. You know, he finally does what the hero of time meant to do. 7 sages and Master Sword in hand, which is very happy because it was like hundreds of years of suffering and shit. But he managed to get there, and Link actually gets to the Triforce as well. He makes a wish for peace to return to the world, and everyone who was sacrificed, and even Link's uncle, were restored to good health in the end. So everyone's all good. This song is so good. The Triforce was finally under the care of the royal family once again, which it hasn't been for goddamn millennia at this point because it was split. Ganon had it. Or no, it wasn't split. Ganon just had it. With Ganondorf defeated, the Dark World fades away, allowing the Sacred Realm to return to its original state. And the Link of this era succeeded and peace returned to Hyrule. Rest easy, hero of time. The end. Yeah, this song's great. And this story's great. I feel good with this Link. It's nice to know that someone actually came along and, you know, finished the job. Lore-wise, I'm glad that they actually set it up that way, because it has a lot more emotional weight playing this game. Again. But he did it. Now, before we move on, these next few games, once again, they go quick. These next few games involve the same exact Link. Technically speaking, this is the most experienced Link in the series, because he goes on 4 adventures in total, according to the Hyrule Historia. There's been updates here and there, but we're going off Historia, so yeah. What does he do next? Well, I'm going to connect the Oracle games very, very, hopefully as concisely as possible. Hang on. Oracle of Seasons and Ages OST. But we're moving on. We do be moving on. So, these are the Game Boy games, the Oracle games. If you guys don't know, Legend of Zelda Oracle... We're almost done, by the way. Like, this is almost completely over. But if you guys don't know, Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages came out at the same time. It's like Pokemon Red and Blue, but not really, because they are completely different games. But they do have the same ultimate, like, plot in the end. And by beating one game, you get a code, and if you use that code in the other game, it unlocks the true ending, along with some other stuff. But anyways, in this timeline, Kotake and Kume, also known as Twinrova, are back. We don't know if Link actually killed them in the Downfall timeline or not, but either way, they're somehow back, and they want to resurrect Ganon. So they need to light 3 flames. They never explain why, but they need to light 3 flames known as the Flames of Destruction, Sorrow, and Despair, derived from chaos, sorrow, and the hopelessness of humanity. These are just manifested, I don't know, they're weird. They're just there. They can bring back Ganon, apparently. To obtain the Flames of Destruction and Sorrow, 2 of them, Twinrova sent Onyx, the General of Darkness, to the land of Holodrum. He's an Iron Knuckle, if you didn't realize. He even has the Gerudo thing on him, the symbol. And Varen, the Sorceress of Shadows, to the land of Labrina, respectively. So they go to those 2 regions to do their own thing. And yes, Varen is very high. I understand. She's very high hello. And she even got the Team Rocket Jessie style. You're right. You're too right. I love her. They never bring it back. They never say what her deal is. She also has the Gerudo symbol on her shoulders. I just noticed that for the first time ever. But it has to do with, you know, them being sided with Twinrova, of course. Anyways, the Triforce calls for help. Link, the same one from A Link to the Past, is beckoned by the Triforce in Hyrule Castle. When he stands in front of it, it actually transports him to a different land to assist with that land's issue, with that problem. Because I guess it senses that someone's trying to revive Ganondorf somehow. Depending on which game you buy first, you go to that land first. But yeah, so we're just gonna pretend like both are happening. Technically, Holodrum in the Hyrule Historia happens first, so Oracle of Seasons happened first, and then it's Oracle of Ages that happens. Also, Link's art style in here is lovely. You're gonna meet my actual wife in just a minute. But yeah, if you want to hear the individual stories in greater detail, of course, you can always look them up, or you can play the game. That goes for any of these. But here we go. Oracle of Seasons and Ages. So Din on the left, by the way, they're named after the golden goddesses. There's Din here, there's Faroor, there's also, this is Din, this is Nehru on the right. There's also a Faroor. They are not the golden goddesses, as far as we know. They are just, their names are just based off of them. I love Din. I love both of them. They're both very pretty. But something about Din, I think it's red hair. Red hair gets me, but she's wife. She's a dancer. Actually, I talk about it here. Link awakens after being knocked unconscious in both Holodrum and Labrina. That happens in both. It's assumed the journey in Holodrum is first, like I said. There, he is awoken and nursed back to health by either Din or Nehru. While they share names with the Golden Goddesses, they are their own characters. Also, I should mention that Impa's in this game. A different Impa. They never say she's Sheikah, but she is an Impa. And in Oracle of Ages, she actually gets possessed by Varen while she's, like, quote-unquote, helping you out. And some shit happens, which I'll explain in a minute. Din was a dancer. She's the Oracle of Seasons. She safeguarded the 4 seasons of Holodrum. She's just able to do that. Nehru is a musician and the Oracle of Ages. She governs the passage of time in Labrina. So even though they're not the golden goddesses, they do have a lot of power over the nature of the world itself. Also, what's going on, DJ? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, red hair slaps. Din also just slaps. Also, dancers always slap. Shady likes Din and Pyra. Oh, once you realize how much I love ladies with colored hair, it starts. You'll know. You'll be able to figure out a lot more about who people I like. But also, there's Yor with black hair. You know, I love Yor. Anyways, baddies being bad. There are a couple of baddies here. Twinrova's servants began their plan. Onyx kidnaps Din so that he can use her to light the flame of destruction. Also, his true form. Just I randomly put it in here. He's actually a dragon. Once he breaks out of his iron knuckle thing there, he actually becomes a giant dragon. Twinrova's other servant, Varen, possesses Nehru and vanishes with her to light the flame of despair. And she also, like, well, let's talk about it in a minute, but the citizens of each land are also sacrificed to help light the flames. It's pretty messed up. The funny part about this, once again, when you're playing through these games, they don't make it explicitly clear about the whole Twinrova thing. They are their own stories. You can stop Onyx or Varen, and then the game can end. Like, it ends. But if you connect both games, that's when you finally get the true plot and the stuff that they're behind. It's really cool. Varen should have been a Phantom Hourglass boss. She do got that hourglass. You're right. She should have been the Phantom Hourglass. The whole game. Yep, I'm summing it up. Link sets out on 2 journeys to restore the lands and save the oracles, whether it be by manipulating the seasons or traveling through time itself. He gains either the Rod of Seasons or the Harp of Ages. I believe it's a harp. And then by playing or using them, he can change things to, change the world around him. Should be noted that the seasons and time were out of control because the oracles were kidnapped. Different areas of the map would just whack at a time. Like, you can go into another screen or something could happen, and then you're suddenly in the past. Or you go somewhere else, and it's suddenly winter when it was summer in the other screen. So, like, the whole world is out of control. It's out of order. So Link manages to make his way to Onyx and Varen. He defeats them both. He saves the oracles and restores order to the respective lands. That's all you really got to know. Once again, there's no like Master Sword or anything here at this point either, as far as I know. Link did not come here with it. But yeah, he forms a sword. He does all the shit he usually does. Easy. Play both games. This is where things get interesting. So you can beat the game, you can get a happy ending, but you can also get a post-ending. Or no, you also get a post-ending that teases Twinrova's plans, but you need to know anything about it unless you link them. By beating one game, you get a code for the other game. And by doing so, when you start that other game with the code, it actually links the adventures together. So characters from one land start appearing in the other one. They have lore with each other. They reveal a bunch of connections between major and minor characters, and you also get the true ending. Zelda, by the way, another adorable design. Like, these designs are so good. I keep forgetting how, like, detailed the ornamentation and everything is, but, like, it's adorable. So, this should be the same Zelda from A Link to the Past. It should be. That's so cool. Oh, dude, for real, I recommend you guys play the Oracle games. Any way you can. You can still do the linking up on certain other platforms, if you know what I mean. But I fully recommend you play them. They're fantastic. Zelda makes an appearance, but this is exactly what Twinrova wanted. We're getting played again. They needed to kidnap and sacrifice her for the final flame to be lit, the Flame of Despair. They proceed to follow through with their plan. Link borrows the power of the Oracle of Seasons and Ages and went towards a ceremonial altar where Twinrova waited. He managed to defeat them, which, by the way, the fight is very similar to the Ocarina of Time fight. It's really cool, just on a Game Boy. But they retaliate by sacrificing themselves to resurrect Ganon. Proceed. So once again, the whole flame thing doesn't work out. They sacrifice themselves to revive Ganon. So it's not the ritual they planned, which leads to something in this timeline that it just leads to something kind of whack. But because his whole resurrection is botched because of this, Ganondorf actually just comes back mindless. He can't, like, think properly anymore. He just comes back a mindless beast now, and that is the way he stays for this entire timeline. All because they did a botched resurrection by sacrificing themselves. Either way, he comes back wielding his trident again, and he fights the same Link again, but Link beats his ass, of course, in the QRTs. And he rescues Princess Zelda, bringing peace to both Holodrum and Labrina. After bidding farewell to all the friends he made on his 2 journeys, Link boards a ship and sets sail for a place to train, leading to one of my favorite games of all time. And with that, there's only like 2 or so, 3, a few. We're really close to the end. You want to know the slide count? Here, let me give you guys an update. But yeah, that's the end of the Oracle games. Simple. Let's see. I just want to spoil any slides for you all. But we are at... It should be really close. We should be like in the 300s now, I would believe. We are at 298. So we're really close. We're almost there. Almost there, everyone. Thank you for hanging in there with me. Alright. This next game's gonna hurt. This next game is gonna hurt. I love this game so goddamn much. Let me get the soundtrack for it. It also has one of my favorite soundtracks of all time, too. Maybe we can do the remake OST, possibly. It depends which one comes up first. Yeah, alright. The full OST is here. I don't know. What do you guys want? Okay, do you guys want the remake OST? Or do you want the normal OST for Link's Awakening? OG or remake? Now's a good time to take a break here. I think there's a question section anyways. Yeah. If you have any questions, hit me with it. Remake? Alright, remake it is. I haven't heard the remake in a long time anyway, so... Since, like, playing the game. So, let's do it. Also, the Ballad of the Windfish in this game is way prettier, so... That is a resounding remake. All right, let's do it. So yeah, almost there. So, oh yeah. Thanks for hanging around. The stretch figure is nearing 300 slides. Of course, we know what the number is now, but it's kind of crazy. Like this took so long to put together. And once again, I'm so happy to have you all sticking around here. Thank you so much for doing this. And I know some of you have to go to bed, so please go to bed if you have to. But to those who stuck around for this and got all excited and still having fun with it, it really does mean a hell of a lot. Weird fun fact, the timeline's actually been updated since Hyrule Historia, so now LA takes place before the Oracle games, but to be honest, I don't think that changes anything, and I like the Historia order better. I remember that. They brought some weird-ass lore to that. But yeah. Yeah, that is something that they updated it with, which is insane. Either way, I get the reasoning for it, though, like, chronologically. Are we done? We're not done yet. We're on Link's Awakening now, Sanj. As you can see. Alright. So... at the end of the Oracle games, Link goes out to sea on a raft. I actually didn't remember that. That's cool. Life's a beach. I did it. I know. After saving the two lands of Holodrum and Labyrinth, Link continues to sail the seas. During his voyage, though, he gets caught up in a severe thunderstorm which sinks his ship. The art style of this game is awesome. It gives a really good, like, old anime vibe. Love it. An unconscious Link washes up onto the beach where a girl named Marin finds him. Not Malin. Marin. Yes, this song. This isn't in the game. It's in a commercial, I think. But we actually get Japanese vocals for the Battle of the Windfish. Wait, the screen? Oh, you can't see the screen. Sorry. Here you go. My bad. My bad. Sorry, this song. Let me just... We gotta hear that song. Isn't this version... like, look at that. Oh, whew. I just need a minute with this song. It's so good. Also, you might like the background I used over there. I'm so sad this isn't in the game. Very sad it isn't in the game. This is all you missed, by the way. You just missed this slide. But anyways, it's about to end. Such a damn good song. It's still one of my favorite video game songs. Really good melody. Anyways, he washes up on the beach, and he meets two people. He meets Marin and her father, Terran. Not Malin and Talon, but they are based off of them. They seem to be based off of Malin and Talon, but while these two are characters mostly known for their appearance in Ocarina of Time, they also show up in Holodrum, which could imply that this could be this Link's memories of them. Or it's a fun reference. Either way, it's interesting, because this area also has Zelda, Mario enemies. There are Goombas here and stuff. It's a weird place. You might be asking what the note meant by memories. Keep reading, smile. So... he wakes up at the start of every game. Have you noticed that yet? Have you noticed that, chat? He wakes up at the start of every game? How is Tears of the Kingdom Link gonna wake up? Is he gonna wake up, or is this gonna be a change? When Link wakes up, Marin and Terran introduce themselves, and Link aims to leave the island, but the citizens tell him that there's nothing beyond the ocean. Strange. That makes no sense. The island Link is on is known as Koholint Island. The highest mountain has a giant egg resting on it. Really weird spot the Link ended up on. The owl this owl isn't in Kaepora, by the way. The owl instructs Link that the only way to escape it is to awaken an ancient being known as the Windfish. To do so, he needs to collect a group of magical instruments, which he sets out various dungeons to do. So he's just going to get instruments to just wake homie up. That's all. Because apparently waking this homie up will help him leave. Who knows what that even entails, though. Marin... by the way, okay, that's a real screenshot, okay? Link actually picks her up before they go on a date or whatever. And it says, is this your big chance? I'm just saying. Shipped fully, alright? But throughout Link's adventures, he returns to Marin's hometown regularly and even spends time with her at a certain point, traveling the island together. The funny part is, there's a bunch of optional stuff you can do with her. You can go get, like, I think you can get a picture together, but you can also go play, like, a crane game together. She sucks really bad at it, to the point where she's almost kind of good. She grabs the owner of the store with the crane and shit by accident and lifts him instead. I love Marin. She's great. She's adorable. She sings. If you guys want to know, that song that we heard with the vocals and everything, that's her song. Not her song, but, like, she sings it. During a nice scene with them at the beach, Marin expresses her wish, not with, expresses her wish to become a seagull so she could fly away from this island and look for lands beyond. She just wishes she could be free. She doesn't like being here. That, you know, she wants to know what's, you know, out there, you know? Unfortunately, Link can't spend time with her forever. He's got a jet, because he has to continue to he has to continue his quest to get the instruments and fight the nightmares. So what are the nightmares? The nightmares are bosses in this game. And weird name for them. Weird naming convention that we're using here, but okay. Link defeats them to obtain the instruments. However, as Link defeats more of them, they start giving away cryptic lines about the world they reside in. They start dropping things here and there where it kind of makes you wonder about the world. It's revealed that the world that Link is currently in is actually the Windfish's dream. That deity that we're supposed to wake up. Think of it on like an Eldritch like Bloodborne level, where you're inside the dream, but it's like it's still kind of real as long as they're asleep. So that's where Link is right now. He somehow managed to get inside of its dream. The problem with this, though, is that awakening the Windfish will cause everything and everyone, including Marin and Terran, to stop existing. The demons and nightmares have been fighting Link because they don't want him to wake the fish up, which honestly is a given. They're still assholes. They're still nightmares. They're still a problem for the Windfish. But it's still kind of sad that they're just trying to, they're trying to just live in their world as well, and we're out there to stop them. They want to keep the Windfish asleep. So, Nightmares Part 2. After obtaining all the instruments, Link stands in front of the giant egg and plays the instruments. It opens an entrance into the egg, where Link fights the core nightmares of the dream. The nightmares assume many forms, even Ganon at one point. I guess it reflects, like, Link's, whole shit as well. But he managed to defeat all of them, and at this point, he needs to make the decision of whether to wake the Windfish or stay in the dream forever with everyone and leave the Windfish to sleep. Of course, he, that's like... Is he gonna get his freedom or not? And also, Pelv, thank you so much for the raid. Holy shit, what were you up to? I very much appreciate that. Welcome in, everyone. And welcome to the nerdiest thing you'll probably see. It is a 360 slide presentation on the Zelda series, explaining the plots of all of them and fun facts and lore, all before Tears of the Kingdom comes out, just to get everyone kind of prepped and pumped on it. And it's been fun. We're really close. We're past the 300 mark now, so we're getting there. This is the end of Link's Awakening. And thank you for the shout out, by the way. I very much appreciate that. Please check out Pelv. She is really, really awesome. She's super chill, and genuinely, I love lurking in her streams. She's also a fellow. She's a fellow Breath of the Wild fan. At the moment, she's playing it. I think we rated her when she was playing, like Ocarina of Time or something. At some point, I don't remember. Either way, she has played through some Zeldas and some FromSoft games as well. So if any of that sound like it's down your alley, please feel free to check her out. To those coming my way. Oh, was Wind Waker I rated you? Was that what it was? Oh, shit. Time flies. But yeah, to those coming from Pel's stream, I'm Shady Cicada. I'm a variety streamer. I stream all kinds of things. Zelda and Xenoblade are my favorite series ever. And I love lore, obviously. I also make video game music for a living. I'm a YouTuber. I do all that nonsense and stream for a living. If any of that sounds like it's down your alley, feel free to stick around. If not, thanks for coming by and saying hey. Hope you guys enjoy. Either way, we awake Link, and since we're going quick, I'll give you guys another little fun fact. There's a store in this game, and if you steal from it, your name changes to Thief in capitals for the rest of the game. No matter what. You'll get to the ending, it's emotional. You will still be Thief. Now with that, hang on 1 second. Might as well get to the credits, huh? Since we cleared through this pretty quick. We can have some good old Ballad of the Windfish. Where is that? Where is that? But yeah, no, it's like, this game's fantastic. As short as the plot is explained, it's not the deepest thing. But to be inside the dream and for Link to like make his decision, like, it's rough. It's super depressing because you get to know, like, you get to know Marin and all that, right? So hang on 1 second. Don't read the slide yet. In fact, look away. You're not allowed. If you look, I'll cry. I'll do it. I'll cry. Remake credits. I don't know. It wasn't in the playlist for some reason. All right. So, with the nightmares gone, Link, and yes, we're going right back in. It's super depressing. It's super bittersweet. Link makes the bitter decision to play the instruments and awaken the Windfish, so we can be freed from the dream. It is revealed that the helpful owl was the Windfish's consciousness aiding Link to wake it up, which that's what the owl is, so. Koholint only exists in Link's memories now. This is Marin singing, by the way. It's a whole thing. It's cute. Koholint Island only exists in Link's memories now. With the Windfish wakes up, and Link finds himself floating on a piece of his shipwreck from the start of the game. So he's back there. He's out at sea. The ending looks so beautiful in the remake. It's just animated, and yeah. He sees the Windfish fly off and is left with a bittersweet feeling. Despite everything, Link does treasure his time on Koholint Island. A seagull can be seen flying by, making Link think of Marin. And there's kind of this small implication that her wish was granted by the Windfish. And she actually did become like a bird and is able to fly freely to wherever she wants to go. Which is really cute. I wish she stayed real, like as a human. But at least she got what she wanted. I think that's the whole point, you know? But she's lovely. That art of her is fantastic too. Super cute. But that was the end of Marin. She just wanted to be free, and hopefully she got it. But everyone else ceased to exist, which is insane. It's still very crazy to me that this game was even made, and was so early in the series. But yeah, she became Rito. Oh shit, the real evolution. It's thanks to the windfish. But yeah, the windfish is another whale deity. This is the second time we've seen one so far tonight. There are a lot of fun theories. Oh no, it's the third time. There was also the windfish Levias, the big whale. It's funny because you can find whale remains, like giant whale remains in Breath of the Wild. Does it have to be linked to them? Could it be a reference? Who knows? But they are there. And Andrew, I feel the same way. I'm going to wait till midnight, and I'm going to play that game and just get no sleep. Link's Awakening MM or deviations, and we should have gotten more of them. I honestly feel like we'll get more. I really do, and I hope we do. Bleak worlds like that and bittersweet endings, they fit the Zelda theme so well. That being said, chat, that Link is this is the final time we see this Link. We don't know where he goes. There are some implications that I'll get to in a minute. But as far as we know, this Link, after being out at sea like this, we don't know what happens to him. We don't even know how he gets away from this area here. How he gets, on land again or anything. But the bittersweet, yeah, this ending is probably one of my favorite endings in any video game. The bittersweet ending is so good. But after 4 adventures, and many adventures, okay, Shady, I definitely typed this at like 7 a.m. This Link sets sail another voyage. Oh, that's right. The book says he sets sail again, so we do have an answer. His further whereabouts are unknown. So, yeah, rip this Link, but not rip, but goodbye this Link. He had the most games and possibly like the most experience out of all of them. So he's kind of a tough boy. Okay. These last ones, I keep saying it as a meme, but these last ones really are going to be quick. So if you have any final questions, hit me with it. Also, the Game Boy version of the song playing in the credits here, so good. So good. Okay, but how do you just set sail on that raft? I have no idea. They never say it. But he definitely finds a way to make it back to land. And then I believe after that, he probably gets a boat. But, yeah, salute this Link. And yeah, the most deserved retirement ever. He's been through way too much. I think there's lots of ways to interpret the windfish and its ending, and maybe the dream was trapping everyone on the island since Marin says she wants to be free, or the people are manifestations of Link's memories and they all live on in other ways, like Marin becomes a seagull. I like the latter. I like going with that as well. And if they live on in his memory, in some form, they are manifested somewhere, spiritually, or something like that, somewhere out there. If you think of them, then maybe that's all you need. You know what I mean? But yeah. Also, I didn't count Triforce Heroes, sadly. I didn't have time, and I actually forgot it existed. I never owned it. I never played it. So I wouldn't have been able to give you guys good information anyways. Just know that it's in a place that is based on, like, fashion, and you can dress Link up as Zelda or a cheerleader, and it's hilarious, and it's amazing, and it's another co-op game. I mentioned it already. I'm sorry. There's no Triforce Heroes in here. I am sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I didn't have enough time. But it was cool. I never played it, though. I don't have it. I want to play it. But yeah, where are the Tingle games? Man, I wish. I was going to include the CDI games as well and everything. I really wanted to. But we have this next game, A Link Between Worlds, which isn't in the Hyrule Historia, so this one was a harder one to put together. I love this game. I've only played it once, and it was when it was released. So my memory's kind of faded on this one. I did research from like the wiki and some other sources to like pull it together. But I'm going to try my best to give as much lore as I can. It's not as much as people might want, but I'm going to try my best, all right? So, A Link Between Worlds. This game is very, very based on A Link to the Past, including the same exact Hyrule. The geography is pretty much the same. The world you go to, even though it's not the Dark World, is based on the Dark World. The opening song, even here, a lot of it's based on A Link to the Past. But yes, this game is fantastic. It's really, really good. The music's amazing. The characters are great. But unfortunately, like I said, my memory's going to be kind of botched, so I'm going to try my best. So, A Link to the Thing. Wait, what? What happened there? This Hyrule in the game, like I said, has the same geography as A Link to the Past. It apparently might have started off as a remake, but they decided to make it its own game. The Link in this game is theorized to be a descendant of the Link from A Link to the Past, which would help imply that he made it back to Hyrule after Link's Awakening. There's shit like that. They also tell the whole legend again. Like, the legend of Link stopping Ganon is actually told in this game. So, they do still think about it. And no worries, have yourself a lovely night, Pelf. Thank you so much for coming on by. Thanks for even sticking around. I know this is the most... this is a full of information geeky slide. But thanks so much for sticking around for a bit. And I hope to see you around soon. And I hope you enjoy Tears of the Kingdom when it comes out. It's very, very soon. Have a lovely night. The link in... I already mentioned that. The link in this game is a blacksmith's apprentice, which is the second time I believe this has happened. After Link's fight with the Ganon in A Link to the Past, the Triforce was split again. Which, once again, that's the first time it's been split in a very long time in the Downfall timeline. One piece was sealed away with Ganon. So, once again, even though he had the Triforce for a long time and all that, he still has the Triforce of Power in this timeline. They just can't get rid of this shit. He still has it. He's sealed away with it. Triforce of Wisdom remain with the royal family, and the Triforce of Courage is unknown. Like, nobody knows where it is at this point. This game it parallels a lot of Link to the Past, so it'll be a quick rundown. It's the same thing. You're gonna get 7 sages and stuff, all of that shit. And did I say a One Piece again? Goddamn. At this point, or at some point, this Link enters this is where it's gonna get vague. But Link enters a sanctuary, and he witnesses the priest's daughter. The priest is there. His daughter Ceres enters a door, only for it to be shut behind her as she screams. Don't remember the full context. Either way, door shut behind her and she screams. What the hell happens? Link with the sword in hand goes through passages in the sanctuary to find Ceres. It's like the same layout as the sanctuary in Hyrule Castle kind of areas in Link to the Past. He eventually encounters a sorcerer named Yuga, who casts a spell on Ceres, turning her into a painting, which is weird. That's that guy on the right. Another character who is very gender. He's like a Girahim adjacent, but not really. He's actually another adjacent. Link charges at Yuga, but Yuga also turns himself into a painting, with the ability to move through the walls as a painting. But this leads Link to crash into the wall and fall unconscious because he can't get to him. And Yuga escapes. Now we have Ravio, who I feel like, well, we love Ravio. He's one of my favorite characters. I'm not going to say anything yet because I'm going to get to it. But his reveal, I did not see coming. It actually blew my mind. I did not expect it. We'll get there. Also, his little chicken thing is awesome. Link, he awakens in his house with a strange man in a rabbit hood greeting him. This person introduces themselves as the merchant Ravio. After telling Ravio about what happened, Mr. Bunny Boy here gives Link an old bracelet and offers to help. He takes refuge up in... He sets up a shop in your house. And he allows you to rent items and weapons for use. It's a lot of money. You can rent them, but if you die, he takes them all back. This is like... I remember Onuma saying he wanted to experiment with something like that, and he did, and it was fun. I liked it. You can buy them, but it's very expensive. He is selling items to you in your own house. This guy's great. He tells you to find Princess Zelda to help figure out the situation. He's actually kind of a bastard, but I love him. We have this Zelda right here. Link meets the Zelda of this era, and she recognizes him from a dream. She gives Link a pendant and directs him where to go next. The pendants are just one of the MacGuffins, like kind of how you have to collect the orbs or the stones. It's just another thing you have to collect to move on in the story. Wall things. Link eventually finds Yuga, turning someone else into a painting because he just likes doing that. Maybe there's a reason. It seems these individuals are descendants of the sages from A Link to the Past. Okay, there it is. So they're descendants of the sages again, but hundreds of years later. Link finds Yuga and gains the upper hand, but Yuga retaliates by turning Link into a painting. The bracelet that Ravio gave Link, though, lights up, and it allows Link to just leave the painting, but allows him to enter walls now as a sentient painting and move around. So now Link has freedom thanks to that bracelet that Ravio gave him. You can kind of see the new Breath of the Wild shading style coming in here. You can, especially in like the official art and all that. It's really cool to see what they were warming up into. But yeah, he can walk around as a painting now. And this gimmick is still one of my favorite things. You can turn into a painting on the wall, and you can solve puzzles within the walls, or a way to get around through like random cracks. It's really cool. And the final boss, I'm not going to spoil what happens. I don't spoil it in here either. But there's a gimmick you have to do to kill the boss, and it's really cool. You have to figure it out on your own too. And also that visual is one of the prettiest visuals ever. I love it. Yuga goes to Hyrule Castle and puts up a barrier, keeping Zelda inside. Link goes on a journey to acquire the Master Sword. Hi-fi. I lied. This isn't the final iteration of the Master Sword in the Downfall timeline. Or, you know, this is now it. But yeah, that painting is amazing. I want a poster of that. But we do get to see the Master Sword again, so we get to meet Fi one more time. What game is this? It's called A Link Between Worlds. It's on the 3DS. It's amazing. Upon doing so, Upon getting the Master Sword, he dispels the barrier around Hyrule Castle, and he fights Yuga to free the sages trapped in the paintings. But Yuga also traps Zelda in a painting, like an asshole. But after some point, the fight ends, and Yuga turns into a painting, and he slips through a crack in the wall. Link follows suit, only to realize this crack leads to a whole other world. It's a world called Lorule. We have Hyrule and Lorule. Very funny, right? This is this game's Dark World, but it is Hyrule. If Hyrule is so good, where is Lo? Oh, it's right there. Yep. It's right there, god damn it. They actually did this. So, few things to talk about. Lorule is an opposite dimension to Hyrule. It is on the verge of ruin, for reasons we'll get into. And also Yuga's homeland. It looks very much like the Dark World from A Link to the Past. Link finds Yuga, who uses the Sage Paintings to revive Ganon. He managed to actually summon Ganon by using the Sage abilities. And the Ganon is still a mindless beast because of the whole Oracle thing. He is still just a botched thing. You could also, that's a menacing piece of art for him. I love it. But Yuga fuses with him to get Ganon's Triforce of Power, becoming Ganon. So they become one being, and this is also Yuga can get the Triforce of Peace. I wish it was that. To get the Triforce of Power out of Ganon. Hilda. By the way, best design ever. This is the best Zelda design. It's not even Zelda. Just saying right now. But anyways, Link almost loses until the Lorule princess, Hilda, appears and imprisons Yuga. Yeah, they have their own princess. She tells Link to save the 7 sages if he wishes to save both worlds from Yuga. Link goes on a journey and he braves many dungeons. He eventually gets all the 7 sages, just like the other games. For doing so, he's granted the Triforce of Courage. He goes back to Lorule Castle to convince Yuga one last time. So the Triforce of Courage finally comes back, and it's manifested onto Link again. He goes back to confront Yuga, but then something happens. Hilda, why? Okay, for real, I don't think anyone saw this shit coming. I definitely didn't see this coming. Hilda betrays Link, and she explains that Lorule had a Triforce of their own once. But when their people broke out in a war for it, they were like, let's just destroy the Triforce so no one can get it. But the problem is the Triforce is heavily tied to the world, and by destroying it, it sends the world into ruin. Like, it quite literally falls apart. And that is why it looks like the Dark World. Like, it looks awful. It's shit, and it's all because they destroyed their own Triforce. Awful. Yep. 2 Triforces? Yes, this leads to a lot of theories that people have not explored ever since. Or people have explored, but the games have never explored this again. But yeah, it's really weird. Hilda's goal was to always get Hyrule's Triforce, and she actually sent Yuga out to carry out her plans. She wanted Yuga to get Ganon and get the Triforce of Power, because she wants to reform it for, you know, her benefit of restoring her land. She also steals the Triforce of Wisdom from Zelda. So yeah. How do you even destroy the Triforce? I have no idea, but I guess she has some... I mean, if they have the same kind of deal where, like, they're descendants of a goddess and have goddess powers, perhaps there's a way. Perhaps it's easier than one thinks. No one's ever tried. So maybe it actually isn't hard to destroy it. But they did. They did. You eat them like chips? Yeah, just ate them like Doritos. They just put them in salsa. Yuga, why? While fighting Link, Yuga actually ends up betraying Hilda. He steals the Triforce of Wisdom from her, and now he has 2 pieces on his hand. He plans to remake Lorule in his own image. So he's still an evil bastard. Zelda grants Link a Bow of Light, as she usually does in these games. She's able to be blessed by one and give it to Link. Link fights Ganon once more, ultimately defeating him. And once again, there's a cool way that you finish him off. I'm not going to tell you what it is, unless you really want to know. But it's one of those things where it's like, it's just such a cool thing to figure out on your own, because it's kind of a puzzle. You have to learn how to do it, or figure out how to do it. And when you do, it's the most satisfying thing ever. I'm going to get to the credits because we're at the end here. But to those who know, like, you know what I'm talking about. Like, it's cool. Not the coolest thing ever, but it's cool. In a painting contest, of course, you're not far off. Hang on a sec. Couldn't you, in theory, use the Triforce to wish for the destruction of the Triforce? Possibly. They could have done that, too. Yeah, that's totally fair. Which is really funny, because you think they could wish for, like, no war or some shit. But, yeah. This boss fight was pretty epic. It's great. The music is fantastic. It has fusions, I believe, of, like, Yuga's theme and Ganon's theme. It's cool. But remember here, look what Ganon has, like, been resorted to. You know? He's a pawn. He's a mindless pawn being possessed by someone who actually can think for themselves. Ganon has, like, hardly anything to do with this story. He has a lot, but nothing at the same time. That is what he's, I can't find the right word. Something down to. There's a word, but, you know. Either way, Link wins. Triforce in hand. Now, here's the big reveal. Yuga's defeated and Zelda's free, but Hilda is still desperate to save Lorule. After an argument between the princesses, Ravio shows up. He reveals himself to be the... I don't mean to say Hyrulean. I meant to say Lorulean. He's the Lorulean counterpart to Link. He's Lorule's Link. So Ravio was just a Link the entire time. Ravio tells Zelda that this desperation is what led their kingdom to ruin in the first place. And Hilda finally realizes the error in what she's doing and sends Link and Zelda home through Lorule's version of the Sacred Realm. So they have their own Sacred Realm where their Triforce was, but it's not there anymore. She's like, okay, we'll just accept the end. This is not the right way to do things. You guys go back. In the past, the way they even found out about Hyrule and everything is in the past, Yuga and Hilda actually found a large crack in the wall in the Sacred Realm. In their Sacred Realm, there was a crack that led to Hyrule. Which is insane. They felt the presence of another Triforce, which led to them to trying to devise a plan to steal it. Also, if you didn't tell already, Yuga is the Lorulean counterpart of Ganon. Or at least implied to be, heavily. But yeah, they devised a plan to steal it. Ravio overheard it, but he was too scared to confront them himself because he lacks courage. So he comes to Hyrule to try and find a hero who could help. This poor, poor man. You know what, though? He still did a heroic thing, alright? The Wish. After Link and Zelda leave, Lorule begins to grow dark, implying the end is near. The world is about to end. Link and Zelda end up in their own Sacred Realm with the Triforce in front of them. They both touch it and wish for Lorule's Triforce to be restored, bringing Lorule out of ruin. So they make a wish to bring it back, and thus they do. Ravio and Hilda see their Triforce reform, expressing their gratefulness to Link and Zelda, and a light shines on both Hyrule and Lorule once again. Which, by the way, the Sacred Realm be looking like islands in the sky. I love that. Every time they show art of it, it kind of looks like how they depict Tears of the Kingdom stuff. Even calling it like the Golden Land or something. But yeah, thank you for the sub to Keelix, Never. I very much appreciate that. Thank you so, so much. Keelix Mad deserves it. But yeah, there you go. They returned the Triforce, which is upside down. There used to be fun theories that Demise came from Lorule. It doesn't really like make a lot of sense because like technically it should have a similar-ish history, but not really. But the reason they said that is because Demise's sword, Girahim, has an upside-down Triforce, which this has. But honestly, this game felt like such a fanfic game. There is lore in it. It's important. It's a mainline thing. But just being like anti-Hyrule was such a fanfic thing. Once again, it was done well. I loved it. Oh my god, 6 hours? Yeah, K. We're actually almost at the end, K. 360 slides. 360. It's so much info. But it's going well. Now, there are only 2 games left before Breath of the Wild. So if you have any questions, now's your time to ask them. If you're curious about anything, feel free to do so. But, yeah. 360 slides? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, K. I made a lot. This is huge. What's left? Zelda and Adventure of Link? Yep, that's it. And then we go to Breath of the Wild. These are going to go quick. Breath of the Wild's also going to go quick. The points in Breath of the Wild are really big, but that's for if people want to read it later. Because I'm just going to explain Breath of the Wild to you, probably ad-lib, like verbally. How close are we? We're really close. We're really close. But please, if you guys have to go to bed, please go to bed. How long did you make the presentation? Oh my god. 6 hours, apparently. I didn't know I've been streaming for that long. I've been talking for that long, too. God damn. My favorite Zelda game? It's Breath of the Wild. But it used to be Twilight Princess before Breath of the Wild. There's a theory that the old man... Yes, I remember this. Yeah, there's an old man in this game's Kakariko who does, like, Street Pass stuff. There's a theory that that old man is Link from A Link to the Past. He says a few sussy things, and he also kind of looks like an old version of him. What an old version of him would be. So it's very curious. Oh, hey, is that the Battle of the Goddess? So there's a bar in this game where you can get 2 bards to play songs from past games. And it's really cute. Is it possible that Zelda could go the route of another time split? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, it's happened before. I don't want to say too much, but there's a new game. It was a spin-off game that came out recently, maybe a few years ago, during COVID, kind of, a Zelda one. And it may be the result of another kind of alternate timeline kind of deal. But yes, that can always happen. They could always have a whole different thing. And I would welcome it. I'm totally fine with it. Anyways, let's get through it, yeah? The sun's coming up. In fact, the sun is up, so let's go. So, before we move on, we're actually going to hit up a real retro soundtrack now. Zelda and Zelda 2 OSTs. Link's crossbow training. Honestly, yeah, actually, you're right. I was gonna say that can't be canon because you fight old bosses and stuff. So yeah, you can count it like that as well. All right, Zelda 1 OST. 1 second. All right. Technically, the Tingle games aren't canon. I wanted to include them though. I just didn't have time, sadly. There are 12 songs in here. It should be enough for. It should be enough. It should be enough. All right. So, The Legend of Zelda. So here's a funny thing that kind of it's very questionable. But at some point in the timeline history, there was this random thing that happened. This could be seen as way, 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 way back in the timeline. But the royal family had their tradition of handing down the Triforce. The king at the time, we don't know what this time is, okay? But the king at this time, way back, was afraid of someone one day misusing the Triforce. As a result, he hid away the Triforce of Courage with the knowledge that someday someone would earn the symbol on their hand and allow him to access it. So that one's out of the picture. The king had doubts in his son, the prince, and instead chose to pass the rest of the Triforce on to his daughter Zelda. This is all in the book. This part I was very confused for a reason. You'll see why. So, after the king's passing, the prince became the new king and managed to inherit the Triforce. I guess he just, I don't know, took it from Zelda. I don't know. Either way, he needs more information. He doesn't know what a Triforce of Courage is. It's incomplete, and he feels like this Zelda might know where it is. So for whatever reason, to like help coerce the information out of her, homie just hires a random ass wizard. He's like, yo, wizard, I need you to help me interrogate my sister. Weird. Zelda says nothing, no matter what. Even with a whip apparently going on here. That picture's wild. But Zelda says, nope, I'm not saying shit. And the wizard puts her into a coma. And a very endless coma that likely lasts hundreds of thousands of years. Sleeping Beauty type shit. The king regrets his actions. He didn't want the wizard to do that. He took it too far. And regretting his actions, he takes this Zelda to an altar and hopes that one day she'd be revived or awakened by someone. To ensure this tragedy would never be forgotten, a custom was established that decreed that every girl born into the royal family would be named Zelda. This Zelda becomes to be known as Zelda the First. Are you seeing where this is getting confusing? Because we have Zelda Hylia, and we know the royal family started from them. So there's a few outcomes from this. The story is incredibly early in the timeline, and this Zelda predates every single Zelda except for Skyward Sword Zelda. She is the first one after Skyward Sword Zelda. Or the first one named Zelda, at least. Maybe Link and Zelda's kids weren't named Zelda at first. That could also be a thing. The tradition of naming the royal family daughter Zelda was a forgotten custom, only for it to happen again. That could be another possibility. I still like the first one. Or this takes place later in the timeline, and the past Zeldas were just named Zelda by coincidence or fate in the timeline. But that, I don't believe. I think it's the first one. I think maybe Link and Zelda might have had kids. Maybe their names weren't Zelda just yet. This was the first person in the royal family named Zelda, and after this is when the custom happened. And this was so long ago, predating like Minish Cap, so after Skyward. We can take it like that, because the story of the royal family handing down the Triforce and all that still counts. That still flies. That still counts as part of the canon. It works. So, yeah. And yeah, obviously they weren't thinking about the lore and stuff, but they are trying to like put it together here. And we're doing our best as well. But yeah, of course I didn't think that far making these games. Yeah. You're saying they boinged. I still can't believe I said that. Anyways, decline. What perfect to play the game over theme. Things get depressing here. With no one begin. I meant to say being. Lots of spelling errors. But with no one being able to wield the Triforce, Hyrule continued to decline and divide, becoming smaller and smaller until it was just a minuscule version of the kingdom it used to be. So Hyrule is no longer this big, prosperous kingdom in this timeline. After all this shit with Ganon, the Lorule stuff, the Triforce, no one's ever, all this crazy shit, Hyrule is finally just starting to just not really be so great. Kind of sucks. The Triforce of Wisdom would still be handed down to those in the royal family, but knowledge of the sleeping Zelda the First and the Triforce of Courage were lost to memory. So by the time of Zelda 1, no one knows about this. And honestly, it seems like goddamn no one knew about this shit through the timeline, which once again, you can put it together yourself. Maybe they did know, but there you go. So, Legend of Zelda and the Adventure of Link. They're going to be their own segment here. You feel like in Zelda class? Okay. I am going to be putting up this VOD in case you're ever curious to check it out. Because I went through the entire thing. There's no way. Also, this image in the back parallels Link in Breath of the Wild. They did that on purpose. Ganon, this game over theme is so long and loopy. I'm going to skip this one. Ganon is once again resurrected. Again. But remember, he is still incredibly mindless at this point. The downfall timeline messed him up. There was that botched resurrection back in Oracle. And ever since then, he's been a mindless beast. His only goal is going after the Triforce. He completely forgets the man he once was. This is like hundreds of thousands of years of him coming back. So, no more Ganondorf. None of that shit. Alright? None of that. The Zelda of this time splits the Triforce of Wisdom and sends her nursemaid Impa to find a hero with the courage to slay Ganon. An angered Ganon captures Zelda. You split that shit? You're mine. And yes, Impa existed ever since the first game in the series, which is cool. Never says she's Sheikah here, because once again, they didn't think that far. But it's nice to... It's implied that, you know, she's Sheikah, probably. Also, she looks like a gremlin. Like, not a gremlin, but like, she looks like how they drew the Twin Rover Witches. So, this is the first... I mean, unless someone likes this Impa, too. Link, he come to town. That's a reference. Impa finds herself surrounded by enemies, only to be saved by a boy named Link. In the Hyrule Historia, it states that this Link is actually, or he might be a descendant of a Link to the Past Link. Meaning he's probably a descendant of a Link Between Worlds Link as well. So he's related. Which is cool. But he's also just his own guy, of course. Impa explained the circumstances, and Link made the decision to save the princess and defeat Ganon because he's courageous. There is no Triforce of Courage in this entire game, for the record. Link gathered the pieces of the Triforce of Wisdom from some dungeons and fought Ganon, defeating him and turning him to a pile of red ashes. I say red ashes because the book says that, I believe. But that looks like a mound of flesh. But whatever. The Triforce of Wisdom and Power were restored. He gets the Triforce of Power from Ganon. So finally, after so long in this downfall timeline, this specific Link, out of all of them, manages to get the piece back. I mean, Link to the Past technically did as well, kinda. But, he gets the Triforce of Power. Great. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyways, hang on. Isn't there... Oh, yeah, there we go. Triforce and Power of Wisdom are restored and Zelda is saved, but there's still a piece missing. Weird, huh? But the game ends there. But there it is. There's that final piece. So this goes into Zelda 2 now, which, hang on, let me get the Zelda 2 OST. Like I said, these go real quick. Ganon is canonically dead now, right? Yes. He actually is. I'm going to tell you what happens here, though. It gets interesting, but he is dead. He is dead, and he stays dead. Link remained in the kingdom to help reconstruct it, but this was cut short when Ganon's underlings went on the loose once again in an attempt to resurrect their master. This time, to revive Ganon, they wanted to sacrifice Link and sprinkle his blood over Ganon's ashes to revive him. That's a real thing, which is so metal. That's so goddamn metal. Bring that back. Let's have a wanting for Link's blood again and sprinkle it over his dead body, you know? Maybe that rehydrates him. At some point, the Triforce of Courage finally reappears and manifests on Link's hand. So, Triforce of Courage, after hundreds of years of being gone, finally, there's some proof of it being around, manifesting on Link's hand. Link tells Impa, who shows him the comatose Zelda the First, and the legend telling him her story. So she's still asleep, and, yeah. Link sets out on a journey to finally complete the Triforce by finding the Triforce of Courage, and to save Zelda 1 and finally wake her up. Make her up? Make out? This world's Hyrule. Many, many years after sealing away Ganondorf, the sages of Ocarina of Time live on in the names of the towns. They are noted as Rauru, Rudo, Saria, Naburu, and Darunia. So they're named after the sages. It's really cool. Obviously, it was the other way if you're counting release times, but in lore now, in established lore, it is now that, which is really nice. No one forgot. Link bested many trials to reform the Triforce, including a final trial where he had to fight his own Shadow. He had to fight a Shadow Link. So Shadow Link is the final boss in this game. He's incredibly hard. This is a super hard game in general. You can cheese it, though. If you just crouch in the corner of the screen, Dark Link cannot touch you. You can just keep stabbing him and then he dies. But if you don't go up for that, it is a hard fight. Once Link defeats the Shadow, he obtains the Triforce of Courage and uses the full Triforce to awaken the comatose Zelda of a past era and prevent Ganon's resurrection, finally restoring peace to Hyrule once again. Ganon does not come back in the game. So, yeah, that's an awesome retcon to make the names based on the sages. So, that ends all three timelines as we know it. Ganon seems to be dead, lacking a Triforce of Power in all of them. But of course, something happened at some point. There are theories about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom's placement in the timeline. I'm not here to say where it definitely is or anything like that. For all we know, it's nowhere. My theory, like I said, my theory is that at the end of every single timeline, Breath of the Wild is always going to happen. Ganon's gonna always keep coming back and be even more mindless and full of malice. Link is always gonna be the Master Sword. Races are always going to evolve, or, you know, stuff like the Koroks and Rito probably always existed. The developers just didn't think that far. It could easily just be the endpoint of every timeline. You know? It's inevitable. That's what I like. Could Breath of the Wild be even millions of years? I wouldn't say millions. So, like, I will say hundreds of thousands, though. The reason being is because there's actual places from Skyward Sword in Breath of the Wild. The exact same places that you go to in Skyward Sword are still there, but heavily, like, dilapidated. But that could also be divine stuff. So, maybe not millions, but hundreds of thousands for sure. Definitely. So you're on the right track. Concerning my Triforce splitting the timeline comment from earlier, maybe the Triforce eases each timeline to Breath of the Wild to fix all the weirdness. Maybe. I'm still like not, I still can't like subscribe to it, even though I still think like people have some really good reasons for the merging. And if there's a way to like ease it back in after all this time, like subtly, totally fine. Maybe someone makes a wish. Maybe. Yeah, that's just like that's totally another theory, and that's totally fine. Like that, honestly, the way you worded it made me like that theory more. But yeah, yeah, looking for the exact locations of Breath of the Wild one time. Kay, do you know? Do you remember? So you've been playing Skyward Sword, right? Do you remember where that Zelda was praying at those springs? Those are the exact same springs that you find Breath of the Wild Zelda trying to pray in. Those ones that you visit, and it's the exact same one. The pillars are the same. The waterfalls are the same. It's crazy. And no worries. There's no Tears of the Kingdom talk here, for the record. We are going to talk about Breath of the Wild, though, briefly. If you want to experience that blind, then go for it. I know nothing about Tears of the Kingdom, so I won't be spoiling any of that for you guys. This is to get you guys hyped for that. So now you guys have all this knowledge going into Tears of the Kingdom, and any reference that comes up, maybe you guys will actually recognize it now, because I feel like it's going to call back to a few things. I think it's going to harken back to Skyward Sword the most, but we'll see. But anyways, we do have one last thing, and I'm going to go through this one quick, because we're nearing the end of the stream. And for that, we are actually going to have the Breath of the Wild soundtrack in the back, because why not? I'm saying that? Yeah, no. Like, spoilers for Tears of the Kingdom is the result of a ban in here. Like, we are very strict about it in here, so trust me. I hardly even spoil like the trailers we saw, so I got your back, man. I got your back. You only know what's shown in trailers. Same here. Same here. I know like a few extra things because some YouTubers got to play it, like at like a Nintendo location, but I won't talk about any of that. So, Age of Calamity. I basically talk about what my theory is of where it lands. But I also recommend just watching a video recap, kind of like Zeltix. He released one recently. It's an hour long, and I haven't watched it, but that's probably a good recap because this is going to be a quick one. It's also a bunch of paragraphs. This one's very, very, it's a lot. Excuse me, yo, Luna, thank you so much for the raid. Hello. Oh my God. Welcome in. I can't believe I caught you before you streamed and after you streamed. That's how long I've been talking. But we are nearing the end. We are on the final game, and it's going to be a very quick description of Breath of the Wild and how it plays out. If you haven't beaten Breath of the Wild, you might want to cut yourself off here and, you know, stop, because I am going to describe the plot. I'm not going to spoil too much. At least I hope I won't. But I'm going to describe the plot. Once again, to Breath of the Wild, not Tears of the Kingdom. But yes, welcome, Raiders. I hope you had a lovely stream, Luna. It's so good to see you. If you guys don't know, I'm Shady Cicada. I'm a variety streamer. I stream all kinds of things. I play all kinds of video games. Zelda and Xenoblade are my favorite series. And my full-time job is video game composer and YouTuber and streamer. If any of that sounds like it's down your alley and you want to see me geek out on some lore, feel free to stick around. But if not, thanks for coming by, saying hey. I hope you enjoy nonetheless. All right. Do love I could say hi and raid. Yeah, no, it's great, Luna. It's good to have you here. And yes, the VOD will be a permanent upload onto Twitch. So if you guys want to catch it, it'll be there. So, like I said, I'm not going to read all of this because these are a lot of big points. I had to get this end done quick enough to have it in time for the stream, but it takes place so far into the future of Hyrule that this could easily be anywhere in any timeline. So that's all you got to know with that. Don't think too hard about the timeline placement of this one. It's just very far ahead. But, oh, and also thank you for the shout out to Luna. Many races from the past exist here. We have Rito, we have Koroks. Now, the Rito don't have to be evolved from the Zora in this one. They could just be akin to the ones from Wind Waker. They could even be evolved Loftwings. We don't know, but we have Koroks, no Kokiri are here. I also talk about how I think Koroks are their original form because their deity is a tree, and I like to think that since they're forest spirits, they can, manifest into whatever. That's just my headcanon. While there are fun references to past games, there are 2 games that are directly acknowledged in the lore of Breath of the Wild. So there's references to others, but there are 2 where they said that these happened, and that is Skyward Sword and Ocarina of Time. They explicitly tell you in a few ways. Well, obviously, you have the architecture from Skyward Sword. You have the voice in the sword. The voice, our lovely lady. But then, if you read some tabulatures and stuff in Zora's Domain, they talk about how Princess Ruto from Ocarina of Time joined up with a hero to stop an evil man. So it's canon that it happened. The creating a champion also backs this up, that these 2 games 100% happened. So this could be, once again, anywhere in the timeline. It could also just be, it could even technically be a soft reboot where every game that isn't Skyward Sword and Ocarina of Time are just like actual tales, actual Legends of Zelda, and these happened. So a separate timeline. Those are just my theories in my head. It's wherever. It's whatever you want to think it is until there's like an official confirmation if there ever is one. Yeah, Urbosa's dialogue, she mentions that Ganon used to be a Gerudo, and the 4 divine beasts are all named after sages in the games. Now, the funny part, though, is that 3 of them are named after Ocarina of Time sages, and the one that is named after Medley from Wind Waker, that one, they never mention Medley. For the other 3, they actually mention why it has that name, or you'll see, like, at least in, the Elden region, like where the Gorons are, you see a big, carving of Darunia. So you know that Rudania is based on Darunia, and that Varuta is based on Ruto, and that Naboris is based on Naburu, the sages from Ocarina of Time. But for the Rito one, no talk about Medley or anything, which goes to say that's a fun reference, but they're still hamming it in that Ocarina of Time happened. Just want to make that clear. Blah blah blah. It's implied that the cloud barrier is still in Hyrule at this point. It's more of a theory, but the dragons that you see, when they fly back up and they leave, they go through a portal in the sky and disappear. The implication that there's still a sky barrier, there's still a cloud barrier, and you can't see the Sky Islands. But once again, there is a kid in Breath of the Wild who tells you that only kids can see the islands in the sky, implying that they've always been there, and we just couldn't see them. And also, what's going on, Yo, Chris, I hope you're doing well, man, and I hope you enjoy the VOD. Dude, this is 360 slides long. It's insane. And I hope you have a lovely day as well, man, at work. I'm going to pass out, because when I wake up, I'm going to wait till midnight, and Tears of the Kingdom is going to come out. So I'm going to be playing the shit out of it. To those who don't know, Corona G in chat's my older cousin, Chris. I always introduce him like this. He's basically my older brother, and he's also where the name Shady came from in Shady Cicada. And he's the reason why I was even able to pick up guitar. Like, he taught me how to play it and stuff through tabs and all that. So, yeah. Shoutouts to old Chris over here with the K. So, yeah, there's 2 Chris's again. I know Meadow could be Medley, but have we ever thought about it being Mido? That could be interesting, too. You know what would have been cool if the Koroks had their own Divine Beast? With a Korok champion? That'd be silly. But, yeah. A few other things is that, so the Cloud Barrier might still exist. We can even see dragons flying freely in the gameplay video for Tears of the Kingdom, the Onuma one. Once again, not going to spoil anything upon what we were shown by Nintendo before. I'm not even going to say what Nintendo said yesterday about Tears of the Kingdom. For those who don't know, they've been doing interviews with the developers, and I'm not going to say what it is, but they confirmed something huge that's going to make every fan very, very happy about Tears of the Kingdom. I won't tell you, though, just in case you don't want to know. And no worries. What the hell? Yeah, it's a long ass stream, but we're almost done. We're gonna get there. We're almost done. Thank you for the bits, John. For real, thank you for being here, man. Faith in the goddess Hylia once again is stronger than ever, so it's restored after all this time. Faith is restored, and you can see her statues everywhere again. Some of those statues are theorized to be like hundreds to thousands of years old. Do you have it already, Sanj? I know you're ahead in the time zones. And while it's not confirmed, it's like the Tears of the Kingdom may have a bit to do with Skyward Sword, just because of parallels. Oh, no, you're talking about the confirmation. Yeah, it's on their Twitter and on their website. The confirmation's wild. Don't spoil it for anyone else, but check it out for yourself if you want to see it. The confirmation it's good. It's really good. So, really quickly, I'm going to describe this myself. I'm not going to really read these points. But 10,000 years before Breath of the Wild, there was a legend, even back then, that Ganon always comes back. They call him Calamity Ganon at this point. He always returns to wreak havoc on Hyrule, only to be stopped by a chosen hero and a princess. The usual legend that we're used to. 10,000 years ago, another event like that occurred, but they decided to go all out on this one. So, the Sheikah of this time, 10,000 years before Breath of the Wild, are once again technologically advanced. They are insane at what they do. So they're like, hey, we're going to help you this time. We're going to help you more than ever. We're going to make these things called the Divine Beasts, which are up in the top right, which are named after the sages from Ocarina of Time and Medley. And the Guardians, located right there, below, located. So they make all of that, and they're like, we're going to use these things to blast the shit out of Ganon as soon as he comes out, and then the hero and the princess, you can stop him. How did they know that Ganon was going to come back? I don't even know. Was there a failsafe? Did they actually sense him coming back? I don't know. Either way, they somehow knew. 10,000 years ago, this story is very sneaky at times, in the sense that we don't really know everything still. And maybe we will in Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, they made the Guardians, and 4 champions were chosen to pilot the Divine Beasts. Those big things. People who are worthy. So the princess and the hero dealt the final blows, and they sealed away Calamity Ganon. Easy. They did their whole thing. Didn't they find the Divine Beast underground? They find it in Breath of the Wild. So I'm going to explain that in just a minute. But no, these Sheikah in the 10,000 years ago, the same monks that you see in the shrines, they're responsible for making these. There's also a Yiga origins here. After Ganon's defeat, and this is the part where I answer your question. The king became afraid and intimidated by the Sheikah's power and prowess. They were like, okay, thanks for helping us, but how did you do that? How did you, lasers? Computer-y things? This makes no sense in a fantasy land to them. They're like, so he forbids them from using technology and sends them to just live a simple farming lifestyle. He just, no, you can't be doing this shit anymore. All the Sheikah tech is buried underground at this point. And no worries, Andrew, it's all good. All the Sheikah tech is buried underground at this point, but some Sheikah resented this decision. It is kind of unfair. They were really just trying to help. It makes no sense. Once again, the royal family's just being, kind of stupid. So some Sheikah who resent the king and the royal family decide to side with Ganon, becoming the Yiga clan. So that's how they start. It also seems that they held onto their technology because when you fight Koga, Koga actually has runes, like Sheikah Slate runes that he uses against you. Like, he uses magnesis and shit. So they kept hold of it, but they're probably not, nowhere near as technologically advanced as their ancestors. As you can see, they're just a bunch of himbos eating bananas and shit now. Okay, a lot more points again, so I'm going to go through them quick. So, peace reigned over Hyrule again. This is 10,000 years later, which is 100 years before Breath of the Wild. So 10,000 years after, there was peace all that time. The last calamity became almost myth at this point. No one really actually believed it until a fortune teller came by, which I forgot to mention here. A fortune teller comes by and tells the king that Ganon is coming back. He's real. He's going to come back. Who is this fortune teller? We never know. It's very suspicious. It should also be known that they knew this for years and have been preparing. Around the same time, Zelda's mom dies mysteriously. She needs her mom to help her figure out how to get her powers, how to do the prayers at the springs and all that. It's a tradition, but she dies too early, which there was a meme about last time I streamed. So once again, very, very suspicious why all of that happened. So just bring that to mind. But in preparation, they decided that they have a tapestry showing what happened 10,000 years ago, and they were like, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna unearth these ancient guardians and divine beasts, and we're gonna use them against Ganon the same way our ancestors did. Should be fine, right? Could the fortune teller be the AOC guy? It could be Aster. I honestly, there's no reason why it couldn't be. He has a very similar vibe going on. He wants to bring back Ganon and all this other crazy shit, so it could easily be Aster. Absolutely. So they unearth everything. Yeah, by the way, her mom died. There it is. There's the meme. So they find 4 champions again to put the divine beasts. And get ready for Ganon. At this point in time, the hero's already shown himself. This Link has already gone on an adventure. He's had his own Zelda game, basically. This Link is insane. He's probably, in my head, still one of the most OP Links, if not the most OP Link. This man can parry a gigantic boulder, 10 times his size with a shield and his arm. He's strong. He already pulled the Master Sword out as a child. Once again, young Link did that in Ocarina of Time, and he had to be comatose. This homie pulled it out, and he's okay. Age of Calamity, that lore doesn't count. For some reason, I don't know why that splits there, but he does pull it out as a kid. Also, one final hi-fi. Hi-fi again. The Zelda of this era was tasked with the goal of praying to the goddess Springs, the exact same ones that Hylia and Zelda prayed to in Skyward Sword to gain her divine powers. Obviously, things don't really work out for her. She doesn't even seem keen on doing this. I mean, to be fair, to be locked into a fate kind of sucks if you can't accept it. And that's part of the issue. Her father keeps pushing her to do it because it's urgent. Ganon's going to come back, and he is kind of an asshole to her about it. She wants to research things. She wants to help research the Guardians and stuff and help on that front because she's more of a scientist role in this game. And he's like, no. Do this shit. Forget everything else. Go to those goddamn springs and do what you got to do. Keep praying. I don't care how many days, years it takes. And yes, it takes years, and nothing happens. So they kind of have a thing that, you know, they're not getting along so well. I like to think that each Link keeps the muscle memory of every other Link. That's why Breath of the Wild's so badass and insane with what he does. It could happen. Could absolutely happen. I would like to imagine one day. I don't know. I don't know what to think. I would love one day to... Actually, no, I wouldn't. I was like, what if there was like an Avatar state where like Link finally got to see some of his past lives? But maybe not like that. I would like it more subtle, where like he finds a place where there's like a tribute to past heroes. Which, by the way, before I continue, there is a forgotten temple. It's called the Forgotten Temple in this game, and it has a lot of Skyward Sword type architecture. There's even a giant goddess statue. It's actually theorized that it could have even been the Seal Temple, which can't really make sense because the Temple of Time is built over the Seal Temple. But either way, you go in there. It still could be something to do with Skyward Sword, obviously. But you go in there, and in one of the books for the game, I don't remember if it's creating a champion or a Japanese version of creating a champion or something, but they say that place was a place that was made to honor the past heroes of the eras. So it's a place to honor the Links. But they never tell you that in the game or anything. And that's really interesting, because if Tears of the Kingdom somehow has time travel and we go there, it would be really nice to see something like that. But we'll see. Either way, like I said, Link is proficient. He's a knight. His father was a knight. So he's already proficient with combat and everything at a young age. Zelda has an issue getting her powers. She kind of resents Link for this because Link is able to fall into his role immediately, naturally, and she can't do it. Okay, lots of text. Like I said, skipping through it. So Link travels. He meets up with the new Divine Beast champions. Some of them are actually friends he's met on his travels before. Like I mentioned it right there too. This Link basically had his own Zelda adventure off screen. Also, hi Arnie, hope you're doing well, man. There was Mipha, the Zora champion of Varuta, because she's a Zora. She has feelings for Link and even makes a Zora tunic as a way to show and confess her love to him, which Mipha's my wife, so, you know, maybe give me the outfit instead. We have Daruk, the Goron champion of the Divine Beast Varudania, dedicated to Darunia, the sage from, or the Goron sage from Ocarina of Time. Once again, these are all based on Ocarina of Time except for Mado. He's the best dude bro a friend can ask for. He offers Link a rock to eat, and Link actually eats it. That's canon. Link can eat rocks in this game. And that is why I believe this Link to be the strongest. At least one of the strongest. How does he eat rocks, and how does he like it? He does it more than one. More than once. We have Urbosa, the Gerudo champion of the Divine Beast Vanda Boris, dedicated to the sage Naburu. Incredibly cool and fierce, an old friend of Zelda's late mother, and also a mother figure to Zelda herself. She's very important. And then we have Rivali, which I don't know why there's so much here. Oh, right. I mentioned these are the Rito champion for Vada Mado, and even though it's a reference to Medley, probably, the Divine Beast, it's the only one in the story where they don't make that clear. Once again, cementing that Ocarina of Time and Skyward Sword are the main ones that canonically happen before Breath of the Wild. So, yeah. Rivali is a young prodigy with a lot of pressure on himself to succeed. This causes him to be the most stressed. And that's true. If you read his diary, there's a lot of pressure on him. And it also kind of leads to why he can be maybe kind of snarky, because he's doing all this work, and meanwhile we have some lad who we find out is going to be the one who's going to be the savior, not him. I could kind of see it. Also, if you guys don't know, the Rito have incredibly short lifespans. I don't remember the exact number, but they do not live past their 20s. Ritos do not live long. So, yeah. I can help you de-stress Rivali. Eyes emojis. Yeah, Tiny? This is still 100 years ago. Link is tasked with accompanying Zelda. The king orders him to do so, to watch over as she bathes in the goddess springs to be blessed with her divine powers. So these are the same springs that Skyward Sword Zelda went to get her memories as Hylia and all of that stuff. Not going to say too much more because I don't want to spoil too much for people coming in late. But yeah, so all of that. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work. She can't do it. She resents Link a little bit. Not like full resent, but she's a little like, you know, you're able to do it so easily. She doesn't like Link following her at the start and everything. But eventually, there is a point where she is chased by the Yiga. They're trying to kill her or something. And Link saves her. And from there on out, she kind of realizes that Link is like, you know, trying to help her out. And Link's cool. And she kind of admires him a bit more. And she kind of tries to get to know him to figure out what he's all about. She even finds out a reason as to why Link doesn't talk. And it's because, and I took this quote, he thinks it's necessary to stay strong and silently bear any burden. So he is also pressured by his role. He doesn't naturally just fall into it, because this Link, in the game at least, he is a fun-loving dude. He loves eating rocks, doing crazy shit, surfing on his shield, you know, making fun noises while he does it. A piece of lore that you should know from creating a champion is that he only does that after he wakes up and has amnesia. Before that, when he remembered his role, he took things way too seriously. Like, he couldn't really, like, have fun anymore, which is really sad. So it's actually kind of a blessing that he got amnesia and was able to, like, be himself again, like his true self. But anyways, at one last attempt at the Goddess Spring, Zelda's unable to awaken her power. She walks with Link to the champions, giving them the bad news, and then Link tries to give... Oh, sorry, Mipha tries to give advice to Zelda on how to awaken her powers. But then it's too late. The Calamity awakens. It's bad. But it comes from under Hyrule Castle for some reason. Very strange. Very, very sus that the Calamity rises from there. But either way, he rises from there, takes over Hyrule Castle immediately. And for some reason, even though he should be a mindless beast at this point, Ganon is aware of the plan that they're trying to do. He's like, hey, this happened 10,000 years ago. And he possesses every single Guardian and Divine Beast. Meaning that all of those big, crazy technological machines are taken over by him. And he uses it to like, utterly destroy Hyrule and kill a bunch of people. The Guardians, or the champions, the friends that we just read about, they all get murdered by offshoots of Ganon called the Blights. They're like smaller Ganon beings. They kill the Guardians. They kill the champions, and they take over the Divine Beasts as well. Not good. So everyone's out of the picture at this point, except for Link, Zelda, and a few Sheikah like Impa, another Impa, her sister Pura, and a man named Robbie. There's some other people, but most of the big players die pretty much almost like within hours of the awakening, as far as we know. The Guardians catch up to Link and Zelda. Link manages to fight a ton of them off, but he slowly starts breaking down. You can see there's even, like, rust. It's not rust, by the way. That's malice all over his sword, confirmed. He's all broken up. He's starting to lose it, and he can't fight the final Guardian. Like, he's too far gone. And before the Guardian shoots him, Zelda, at this point, who's crying, she's sad about everything happening, she decides to, you know, she jumps in the way to protect Link, and that's what activates her power finally. She finally, like, feels like a legitimate reason, like, she wants to protect Link. So she activates it, it deactivates the Guardian in front of her, and she's OP now. She has her powers. But Link collapses due to having mortal wounds. He suffers from it. And in this scene, something really cute happens. So when he collapses from his wounds, Zelda thinks that's it. She's like, it's over. This is it. But a familiar sound comes from Link's sword, and it's Fi's sound. And this shit made me so emotional. It's Fi. So Fi's talking to Zelda now. You don't get to hear what she says, but you get to hear the sword chimes, knowing that she's talking to Zelda. And she tells Zelda that there's still a way to save him. And she doesn't give up hope, so she calls two Sheikah, and she says to take Link to an ancient Sheikah place. 10,000. It's from 10,000 years ago, but it's a place called the Shrine of Resurrection. And two Sheikah carry Link, and they take him to the Shrine of Resurrection to eventually wake up. At this point, Zelda takes Link's Master Sword, all messed up, so poor Fi. You need to rewatch that scene? Oh, rewatch it, Kay. It's the same sound. It's awesome. So she takes the Master Sword back to Korok Forest, where Link found it. It's in a pedestal. There's a pedestal there for it and everything. She puts it back in, and there's a fun fact here that she initially had the plan to sacrifice herself to stop Ganon. And she even kind of gives it away when she's talking to the Deku Tree, where she's like, hey, when Link wakes up, can you tell him? And the Deku Tree interrupts her, and he's like, hey, don't you think he would like to hear it from you instead? And she's like, all right, you know what? I won't sacrifice myself. So what she does do instead, she goes to Hyrule Castle, she confronts Calamity Ganon, and she seals Calamity Ganon with herself in Hyrule Castle. They are now sealed in Hyrule Castle for 100 years. So, yeah. Insane lore there. Also, this Deku Tree, we don't know which Deku Tree he is. He might be a brand new one, but he does say he's been here since, like, Hyrule's time, like, immemorial. Like, he's been here forever. Who knows what that means? Who knows what that implies? Why is he not in Tears of the Kingdom moment whenever we look at the map in the trailers? Why is there no Korok Forest? Where'd it go? I don't know. Hope we find out. But yeah, thank you, Fi. After all these years, after hundreds of thousands of years, Fi actually wakes up for the first time, or first time again, and is to help her master again. And it's really cute. But anyways, locked away, Hyrule's at peace again. 100 years pass. We're gonna move quick. I keep saying that. Link finally awakens by a voice. It's Zelda's voice. She wakes him up. He wakes up from the Shrine of Resurrection. He's back. He's good. He has amnesia. He's not. His full strength is gone as well. So his strength is gone. He's still proficient at what he does, but he's not like OP as hell anymore. And he has no memories of what happened. He comes out to the Great Plateau, which is where the shrine is located on. This plateau is lifted off. It's a higher part off the ground. There's a bunch of stones. There's like a bunch of stone walls surrounding it, which look like they have entryways, but you can't go anywhere. It's like caved in. It's just ruins. But it is said by an old man that Link meets here. The old man says that this place is the birthplace of Hyrule, which can imply a few things, because the Temple of Time is here as well. Remember, the Temple of Time was built over the sealed grounds. Saying that this is the birthplace of Hyrule is interesting because it implies that this could be the Isle of the Goddess or Skyloft fallen to the ground. But I believe that it's probably just the Isle of the Goddess, amongst other things. The funny thing, too, is that if you look at the architecture for this area, it could be a fun reference, but I'm still going to point it out anyways. The geography matches up with Ocarina of Time's Hyrule Castletown. You can even find a broken down fountain where the fountain in Castletown and Ocarina of Time should be. And if you follow the path to where Hyrule Castle would be in Ocarina of Time, you actually end up at Castle Ruins. So that's also interesting. Once again, Skyward Sword and Ocarina of Time being very important. So that could be a reference, or that could actually be like a confirmation saying, hey, there that is. Also cast theme. Let's go. So I wanted to mention that. I should mention too that before Link actually left the shrine, he got an iPad. It's called the Sheikah Slate. It looks like an iPad. Very technologically advanced, but you can hear Zelda's voice telling him about it. But it's interesting because it can show him maps, it can take pictures, it can activate tools and weapons. Like, this is crazy for a Zelda game. So he uses the slate on a buried tower. He can see like a tower. Once he uses it on a tower, it's a Sheikah Tower. It rises out of the ground, and then a bunch of Sheikah Towers rise out of the ground, like all around Hyrule. By doing so, oh yeah, no, I already said that. So yeah, you got that. Does the iPod have games? God, I hope. Maybe Link didn't activate it, but there's got to be something on there. At the top of the Sheikah Tower, a voice warns Link about Ganon's return. The voice also tells Link to try and remember the events of 100 years ago. It's Zelda trying to talk to him. And Link actually gets to see Calamity Ganon being angry and trying to escape from the castle. You see this big cloud of malice, and it's just his pig Ganon form, but then like a glowing golden light shines, and it puts him back into Hyrule Castle. So that's Zelda continuing to seal him back. But Ganon is getting so eager to leave now because Link woke up. That's the only reason he's going crazy now. Because before this, he was asleep. Or like, he wasn't roaming around the castle with that purple stuff. That only happened when Link woke up, just to make that clear. So yeah. Moving this quick, I said ho because he likes to call you a ho. Ho! You know? So Link meets an old man on here. The old man knows more than he lets on, but he tells Link, hey, that voice you heard, you know, he first asks you if you remember what that, or if you know who that voice was. And he goes, that's interesting, because Link doesn't remember. But then he's also like, hey, do you plan to go to that castle? And Link is like, yes, because Link is still a courageous lad no matter what. So he's like, all right, I can help you out. I have this paraglider, and if you use this, you can escape the Great Plateau. You can hop off, you'll get down safely. But first, I want you to do some stuff. This Sheikah Shrine recently appeared. Go in that shrine, do the trial, get whatever treasure, whatever, just do it for me. So Link goes in there, he does it, and then the old man's like, hey, do more and then I'll give it to you. And Link, actually, the dialogue options are amazing because Link is like, that it wasn't the deal. Where's my paraglider? But the old man's like, nah. Do 3 other shrines on here. Which, by the way, when you travel around, the old man just happens to be in different spots, which is already kind of sus, implying that he can teleport. But you go and you do the shrines, and you go back to the Temple of Time where you meet him. You meet him at the top of the Temple of Time. And after praying to a goddess statue, by the way, it seems like the goddess statue can talk to you, implying that could be Hylia's voice. And if that's true, that means the original Zelda's helping you out, which is really cool. But you go up, you talk to him. He reveals himself. He is a ghost. He is a ghost of the King of Hyrule. The same father of Zelda in this game, the one who died 100 years ago in Hyrule Castle. And he basically tells you the story of what happened 100 years ago. He tells you that the knight that protected Zelda was you. And he's like, I know it's too much to ask at this point, or I don't have the right to ask you this, but can you please save my daughter? It's actually really emotional, but he's like, please save my daughter. Link, of course, agrees. And he's like, all right, first thing you got to do is you got to go to Kakariko Village. So do that. Find a lady named Impa. You'll find out what to do. So he also, tells Link that Zelda's the one who's trapped with Ganon, all of that stuff. So, yeah, he goes to meet a Sheikah named Impa. Impa's old at this point, but she does know Link. Link doesn't remember her. She tells Link the story of what happened 10,000 years ago, which I told you guys already. And then she tells him the mission given to him by Zelda. So Zelda left a message for her to give to him, and the mission was to regain control of all the divine beasts to help take down Ganon. Because they're still being taken over by Malice, yeah? She also tells Link to return some functions to his Sheikah slate, and to do so, he needs to meet Impa's older sister in Hateno Village, Pura. And yes, Pura is her older sister. This little baby, that's her older sister. Now, the reason she looks like a little goddamn 6-year-old is because she did a de-aging experiment to try and become young again. The problem, though, is that it didn't stop de-aging her until she became the form of like a 6-year-old, and then it finally stopped. So now she's just a child again. But she does restore the features. She gives you the camera and a photo album. The photo album has pictures taken by Zelda 100 years ago. They kind of surmised that that's who took them. And since Link accompanied Zelda back then, Pura is like, hey, if you go back to these spots, you might actually remember stuff that you did 100 years ago. So you do that. So his missions are to regain his memories and reclaim the divine beasts. Easy, done. So on his journey, he goes to restore the beasts. He runs into successors or potential successors to the champions 100 years ago. He meets Sidon, who is the younger brother of champion Mipha. He's also amazing. I love him. He also barely remembers Link because Sidon, Zora's lived for a very long time. So Sidon was actually a child when he met Link. So he remembers Link a little bit, kind of. We have Riju, who is a descendant of Urbosa. Her mother was the leader of the Gerudo, but after an early death, Riju was tasked with taking the role of leader despite being a child. She's like 12 in this game or something. Teba is another member of the Rito tribe, not related to Rivali, but he's just cool as shit. I love him. And he's just trying to figure out their situation. So one thing to mention is that when Link wakes up and Ganon also wakes up, the divine beasts also wake up, but they're being controlled by Ganon still. So they're making a lot of shit happen during all, like, in these areas. Like in Zora's domain, it's their divine beast is making constantly rain. There's thunderstorms and all of that in the Gerudo area. There's like eruptions in the Goron area, and then the bird divine beast is just able to just shoot Rito out of the sky and shit. So it's bad. And then we have Yunobo, the descendant of champion Daruk. He's a cowardly Goron, but he stops being cowardly pretty damn fast. He means well, and he's and will take initiative when deemed necessary. What happened to him, chat? We don't know yet, but why is he not in any of Tears of the Kingdom trailers? Why is he not there? Why is there no official art of him? What happened? Listen, in that trailer, when they showed the 3 champions running up, we see a boulder breaker. We don't get to see who's holding it, but that's a Goron weapon. Is it him? Is it someone else? Is he okay? We see that there's a lot of malice coming from Death Mountain. So did the Goron get messed up the most? And did he get messed up the most? Is he going to become like a hardened like dude now? Is he going to be like serious? That's going to be really sad. Or really cool. But they're not showing him for a reason. They're actively hiding him. Is Teba okay? Another good question. He does get shot in the leg by the Divine Beast. And my theory is maybe that injury never like fully healed. But who knows? But yeah, Teba's out of the picture in the trailers as well. It's his son that we see instead. Beast problems. So Link goes to the regions. He helps calm down the Divine Beast with the respective successor, and then he enters the Divine Beast to kill the blight in there and regain control of the Divine Beast. So he does so. He goes through some puzzles. He even braves some shrines and Korok puzzles to get stuff to help him out. Yahaha. And then eventually he does fight these blights. These are the things that killed the champions. So he avenges all of them, kills them, and then the ghosts of the champions visit Link. thanking him for freeing them from that. They can't leave the divine beast or anything, which is sad. There's a whole thing with Mipha when she is on her divine beast after being free. She actually is really sad because she's like wondering what her father is up to and what her father is thinking. 100 years later, she can see Zora's domain, but she actually can't go down there and be like, hey, so she's wondering how they're faring and all that stuff. It's really sad. But either way, they pilot the divine beasts to get a good angle, and then they aim a beam, they aim a light at Hyrule Castle, getting ready to just shoot when Link gets there. They're ready to just shoot Calamity Ganon right in his stupid face. So, yeah, that's what you do. So there's another thing that Link has to do, and it's to get the Master Sword back. So he goes into Korok Forest through the Lost Woods. They're still called the Lost Woods. He meets the Deku Tree. Once again, it is unknown if this is a Deku Tree from a past game or a whole other iteration. But Link finds the Master Sword with enough determination and vigor. I say vigor because you need a certain amount of health to pull the Master Sword out of the pedestal. This can actually straight up like kill Link if he doesn't have enough stamina, which shows once again he has to prove himself worthy of the sword once more. He has to be strong again. So he does. He ends up pulling it out eventually, and then he sees a vision. And it's the vision of Zelda putting away the sword and getting that message from the Deku Tree that, wouldn't it be nice if she told Link what she was thinking, How lost really are these woods? They're pretty damn lost, actually. And another thing we find out about these lost woods is that the Korok made them with their magic. They made the lost woods somehow. At least this one. So that's interesting. But yeah, he sees the vision, and then he comes to, and he's like, all right, I gotta do this. I'm gonna go stop Ganon. Link sets out with his Master Sword, following the pictures in the Sheikah Slate, and he regains his memories. He doesn't necessarily have all his memories, or all of his power at this point. But he has enough to hopefully take down Calamity Ganon. So at this point, he goes to Hyrule Castle. He goes in there. He finds the King's and Zelda's diaries. The King's diary is very emotional. It's very serious at first. He talks about how he needs to push Zelda. It's his job. He can't treat her like a daughter. He has to push her to do her job to help steal Calamity Ganon. But eventually it whittles down, years later to the point where the Calamity's rising. And he's like, she's tried her best and I feel bad for her. So when she comes back, I will hold her and I'll treat her as my daughter. I won't tell her to do any of this nonsense anymore. If she can't do it, she can't do it. I just want my daughter to come home. The sad part is that's the day when Calamity Ganon rises on Hyrule Castle and kills him. They never get to see each other again. So, really sad. Zelda has a diary. She has 2 diaries. One of them, she talks about her experiences with Link and how she comes to, grow a connection with him. It also explains why Link doesn't talk, which we talked about already. And then she says, on the final day, the day of the Calamity, she has a dream, and a lady is trying to speak to her. Some beautiful lady is trying to speak to her, but she can't, hear the lady. It's implied that this is probably Hylia. It doesn't have to be, but in my head, it's Hylia trying to warn her about Calamity Ganon. The malice coming up. We don't fully know, though. Either way, after that dream, on that day, it's when the Calamity rises. In another journal, it's her research journal. She talks about the Guardians and how, the Sheikah Slate and all that stuff, and how they randomly found the Sheikah Slate while unearthing stuff. She also mentions that there are 4 pillars underneath Hyrule Castle, and these pillars contain a ton more Guardians. The ones that they unearthed are nothing. The ones in the pillars, that's where most of them are. And they don't know where it is. They know it's under, Hyrule. But no matter how low they dug, they couldn't find these pillars. The only time they rose out is when Calamity Ganon came up, and that's when they came out. So before that, they didn't know. But an interesting thing about Hyrule Castle... is that in the library area, and they never talk about this, right? Actually, I'll talk about it in a minute. Not yet. But anyways, that's me talking about her journal and everything and the pillars. So Calamity Ganon, right? So Link makes his way to the top of the castle. There's a sanctum there. And, oh wait, why the video pause? What the hell? Stop it. Oh, because I've been idle for so long. That's so funny. Sorry, we're almost done, I swear. But he finds a cocoon up there. Link finds a cocoon, and you can hear Zelda, talking. It's implied that she's actually inside Calamity Ganon, by the way, for multiple reasons. But she's like, I'm sorry, I can't hold him any longer. And what comes out is this thing. This thing has the features of, Ganondorf. It has the features of Sheikah Tech on it. Basically, it was trying to reform a body. Once it knew Link woke up, it was trying to reform a body. But Link got here kind of quick, so it has this weird... malformed, really strange amalgamation of shit, and it's creepy. He falls out the cocoon, he breaks the floor under Link and himself, and they fall into a secret room in Hyrule Castle known as the Observatory. It has ancient Sheikah, or it has Sheikah text on it, which translates to Observatory, I believe. It's a big empty dome. Nothing's in there except for designs on the walls depicting Hyrule itself. Ancient place. We don't know why it's there. We don't know why it's under Hyrule Castle, but we can assume that the Calamity might have been there for all we know, because once again, it's just randomly under there. It's randomly under there. It makes no sense. Is Hyrule Castle Divine Beast? It has a special map and a basement and the basement has the Sheikah tech. I don't know, but it's funny. That actually is a pretty big theory that people have been having, and it could very well be something like that. Or maybe a Divine Beast is located under there or something. It has the nature of one. But the question is, why Calamity Ganon? Like, why does he come from underneath? Why is that room there? A funny thing to mention about this, though, this area. Oh, crap. A funny thing to mention about this area that only a few people have mentioned, a few YouTubers and stuff, and I found this myself as well, and it confused the shit out of me. If you enter the library in Hyrule Castle and you move a secret bookcase, some of you might know this area I'm talking about, but if you move a bookcase, there is a mined-out tunnel. Not a part of the castle. It's just a cave. If you go in there, you see mining equipment, you see some bookshelves, but then you also see the wall of the observatory. If you use the map, you see the wall of the observatory, meaning even though they didn't know about this shit, or it's the wall of the pillars or something. Either way, people weren't supposed to know about that, according to Zelda. So who's digging and who saw that? You know what I mean? That's so weird. Who saw it? Who saw it? Who mined in Hyrule Castle and saw this? Could it be explorers looking for treasure? Maybe this was found after the Calamity. But someone knows. Someone knows. Someone knows about... Maybe they don't know Ganon's in there, or maybe they do, but someone knew. I feel like someone knew. Even Sandra believes it. A lot of people believe it, because it's a wild... Like one of those like world-building theories where they don't tell you anything, but it's assumed by just these little things that someone knew about this shit. If Zelda and the Sheikah didn't know, like this had to be something crazy. So, yeah. That's interesting. Maybe they couldn't break through. Probably not. But it's still so weird. It's just so weird. Like, and what is this room for? Was it for Calamity Ganon? Was it for something else? How's it an observatory? I get the way it can be an observatory because, like, it shows, like, you can even see on the bottom there's, like, a little part where it shows Death Mountain. If you use the map, Death Mountain is actually in that direction. But there's nothing to actually observe with. Unless they're observing something. Some X-Files shit. Yeah, this is insane. This is the part where, in my head, I had a feeling there would be a sequel to this game. It was because of this strictly. And, of course... The fact that when you kill Calamity Ganon, you don't need the Master Sword. You could beat the game without the Master Sword. You need the Master Sword to kill Ganondorf or, like, do something with him. That already didn't make sense. And it could have been a Breath of the Wild thing. Clearly, probably wasn't. But yeah. So, Link beats Calamity Ganon. Calamity Ganon gives up on making a body for himself. He sheds it all. He becomes full malice. By the way, there's a mistranslation that I need to correct right now to let you guys know. When Zelda says he gives up on reincarnation, it doesn't have to do with the timeline or Demise's curse. She actually means, it's a mistranslation, she means that he gave up on making that body that he was trying to make. He's just resorting to being the Dark Beast, the big pig Ganon thing. That is his form now. But Link managed to fight him and defeat it. So he fights Calamity Ganon. He's now a giant boar. Link heads outside, and he can hear Zelda's voice again. And then she drops the sickest line in the series. Actually, I should get to some ending music now. But she drops a sick-ass line, and I love it. I love it. I love it. She says that, like, even though Link hasn't gotten all of his memories or power from the past, courage need not be remembered, for it is never forgotten. Which is the sickest line. Because, like, yeah, no matter what, no matter how weak he gets or whatever, Link will always... do what he needs to do. He has the courage to do what he wants to do. Or needs to do, you know? So, she grants him. Once again, this is a running theme in the series. They're somehow... These Zeldas are somehow able to manifest a bow of light. So she manifested for him. And once again, it's implied she's inside Ganon because she's able to open up these holes in Ganon. Like these glowing points. And you just ride around and you're shooting the glowing points with the arrow. This fight is easy as hell. But this song and the atmosphere is amazing. You're just riding through Hyrule Castle while this thing roams around and this song plays. And the piano goes nuts. And thank you. I'm so glad you love the cover. Because that is probably my favorite cover I've ever made. By far. I want to remake it one day. Like, it's just... I had a lot of fun making it. But yeah. Yeah, super climactic. And remember, this is a big redemption story. Not only are we fighting this thing that's existed for millennia It's also the thing that won 100 years ago. Link is finally doing this for everyone. And by the way, I should mention, I forgot to mention it in the point here, but in the Calamity Ganon fight, the champions do activate their Divine Beast, and they do shoot Ganon with the giant beam, which makes him lose like half his health. So they do actually help out and do what they were meant to do originally. The plan finally works. And they shoot his ass. One final eye like appears on Ganon's head. Link shoots the eye, and at this point Ganon is weakened. Zelda is freed. She comes out, and Ganon starts flying towards Zelda. Zelda just puts up her hand and does the sickest goddamn ceiling power I've ever seen. Like, I don't know if she's like more OP than the other Zeldas, but this is the most insane looking attack that like a Zelda has done. She just eviscerates Ganon, and like you see the mark of the Triforce, like a sigil. But this is the weird thing. In this game, no one mentions the Triforce. There's no talk of it. Maybe you'll see some symbols here and there, but there's never any talk of it. We don't know where it is at this point in the series. No one has it on their hand. Ganon probably doesn't have the power. Zelda doesn't have the wisdom. Link doesn't have the Triforce of Courage. We don't know where it is. We don't even know if she's using it here. She might just be calling the power of it, like calling on its power to seal away Ganon or use some implosion or something. But we don't know the deal of that. But yeah, it's a sick scene. It closes into like a void. It looks really cool when he's gone. But yeah, at the end, all is peaceful, and she asks Link if Link truly remembers her, and it goes to credits. But there is a post-credit scene. So let's, hang on. Oh, God, this song's so good. Like, I can't believe the piano. And you know what I found out, chat? Or at least, I mean, we've known it before. But the composer for this game is the Animal Crossing composer. I don't think any of us saw this coming from them. But, like, good job, honestly. They probably composed other stuff, too. But it's really funny to make that comparison. But, yeah. Anyways. So, in the end, the post-credit scene, time moves ahead a little bit, and Zelda's traveling with Link. She mentions that Varuta is acting strange. You should go check it out. The Divine Beasts are starting to break down. Maybe it's because their mission's over. Maybe it's something else. But they're in the process of wanting to rebuild Hyrule. So, Zelda mentions she can't hear the voice in the sword anymore, but she says she supposes she's okay with that and smiles, because, I mean, she's cool with it. I don't think she wanted that whole role in the first place. She's glad she successfully did it, but she can't hear Fi anymore, and that's it. Thank you, Fi, again, for doing what you did. Link and Zelda walking in a bright new future, redeeming the calamity that plagued the land 100 years ago, but of course, we know it doesn't end there for them. So it's only the end, but for now. But hopefully, by the end of Tears of the Kingdom, it leads to the happiest goddamn ending we could possibly have. That's all I want. That's all any of us want. But that is it. That is the entire retrospective. 360 slides. Once again, thank you for listening to me. It's been hours of me talking straight, and I'm really glad that you guys stuck around and had a good time. It means so much to me. And of course, Tears of the Kingdom might have some release to Skyward Sword and policies from other games, so knowing the lore and the story of Ganondorf as well throughout the ages could give that little bit of excitement throughout the story. Maybe now that you know his history more, and all of the struggles that all of these Links and Zeldas had to go through to stop him, why he's such an important character, and why this game is going to be so menacing to have him back, especially being as strong as he is. So, once again, it's thanks to you guys that I can even do anything like this, so thank you so goddamn much for any of this. I love that I can make something like this as part of my job. Know that means just the world to me. There's so many other things I could have been doing in my life, and I'm so glad that if I had to spend sleepless hours making something, it was something like this for a living. I just thank you guys. I don't know how to thank you more than that. Getting to talk about my favorite series ever and having people actually stick around and want to hear me for like 7 hours straight. 7.5 apparently. I can't tell you how much. Like, just thank you. And I'm gonna check all the stuff that's coming in a minute, because I know there's stuff coming in. I'm gonna check it in just a second, I promise. But thank you so much for just making my life what it is, and to be able to even afford these things. As someone who had like almost nothing starting off this YouTube, it means a lot that, like, I mean, when I got Breath of the Wild, I was so sad I couldn't get the limited edition, because I'm like, I'm poor, I can barely get the Switch. To know I can get the limited edition of this and come like full circle from being super depressed to a year where I'm the happiest I've been in a while, and to once again, all the subs and donations you guys give, like just now, the hype train earlier, all of that stuff, even though I say you don't have to do the thing, I appreciate it so much that you guys do the thing. I really appreciate that, and it's the reason that I can even make stuff like this. This was incredibly daunting, and before this stream, I actually was talking to Noma for like 40 minutes. It's actually why I started a bit late, and I was telling her how nervous I was because like my heart was beating so fast over this because I'm like, people are gonna think this is so boring, they're gonna hate it. And she was like, no, it's gonna be fine, even if it's a shit show. Like, that's what people like want from me. Like, they love your stream no matter what. And she kind of hyped me up. So thanks to Noma as well. I really appreciate that because it was a lack of sleep too. But like, anxiety was going wild, and I spent so many days making this. So I'm really glad it turned out the way it did. And I will put this up for download. There are a few things that are like, there's some spelling errors and stuff here that and parts that make the lore sound wrong. Like I said that Ravio was the Hyrulean counterpart to Link when I meant to say Lorulean. There's shit like that. But I'll try and change some. I'll at least change that at one point, and then I'll put this up for download tonight if you guys want it for yourselves as like a PDF or something. I can even export it as a PowerPoint slide. But yeah, I can't believe I talked that long and didn't lose my voice. I'm not even in pain. Thank you so much for the bits, John. I really, really appreciate that, and thank you for the A+. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you guys enjoyed it. So glad. It is such a relief. But yeah, that's the I can actually close it now. And well, we do have something left. To those who are new here, at the end of every single stream, we actually do have fan art from the community, and they make art of the things that happen during the streams or the jokes that we make. So there's probably some art tonight, but I know there is one for sure that's happening tonight. The artists of this community, a bunch of them got together and they made a collaborative art piece, a Zelda collaborative art piece, as a tribute to Tears of the Kingdom, but also for this stream. And I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any work of it to make sure that I would see it blind. So let's do it. Let's do it. We'll probably have some art before that as well. So yeah, and I'm gonna check all the donations and stuff right now before I go into the art, if you guys give me a minute here. But one more thing to mention is that we do have a Discord if you feel like joining. If you type !Discord, if anyone does that, Nightbot will post a link. There's one above right there you can see. Anyone is welcome, even lurkers. You get to know when I go live. You can talk about video games, anime, whatever the hell you want. There's channels for everything. There's even the stream art channel, so you could submit your own art to be shown on stream. Just make sure it's related to either me or the games that we've played or jokes that we've made. Make sure it's not something you drew in like 10 seconds in MS Paint for attention. And you could submit up to 5 pieces of art per stream. Max. Please try not to exceed it, especially for nights like this. But you can submit up to 5 pieces every single stream. And even if you submit it before the stream, it'll still count towards that stream. You know what I mean? So yeah, feel free to do that. There's also a channel called Your Art to submit your own original art. If you just want to show it off. There's one for original music as well. So yeah, there we go. I blinked. Can you do the lore stream again? Oh yeah, sure. If you guys want. Here. So this is the Shady Cicada retrospective. I covered every... And I can't even do the bit. Oh my god. Chat, there are so many slides that the browser like freezes when I try to scroll through them. 360 slides. Okay, I'm gonna get some music, and we're gonna get into this. Tonight's a special night, so it's gonna be a Zelda playlist. But yeah, wow, that was quite a bit. No complaints. No complaints. Okay, let me check my time here. It really was 7.5 hours, and it's still going. Here's a theme that makes me want to cry immediately. God damn it. Also, the Medley and Rivali art. Actually, I'm going to show it. This isn't made by anyone in chat, but QB did send me this because I asked for it. This is fan art from someone else. But it is... it's that. With Medley and Rivali meeting, which is really, really cute. I love that very much. If you give me a second here, let me get the... Let me get the art together. 1 second. Get chat over here. Okay. Proud of me. Thank you guys so much. It actually means a hell of a lot. I'm going to look through the donations and stuff right now, and then we'll actually get to the art. So give me a second here. I want to see all the stuff that came in, because I feel like I missed 1 or 2 things. It's only like 1 or 2 things, I believe. But thank you, QB, for the gifts up to Snivy. I very much appreciate that. Snipey very much deserves it. And now, no more ads. So hell yeah. Thank you so much. And Sanj, there we go. I knew I got a donation somewhere. Thank you for the $10 donations. Your grade is A for Ayo. One day. One day. Let's go. And also, you know what? I'm honored to get an A. I hope I did a good job, Sanj. I really put a lot into this. As much as I said it was kind of a bullshitty thing and there's some nonsense here and there, I really did put a lot in. So I'm really glad that people enjoyed it and had a good time. So thank you so much for the $10 donation, dude. And thank you for just being a lovely homie. And being here the entire time, too, basically. That means a hell of a lot, man. Seriously, thanks for just being a homie. And thank you for this. So much. Thank you to John for the 40 bits once again. And thank you, Chris, to the 8 bits, saying never, you could read a phone book and I'd be entertained. And that just means so much to hear. I'm glad that I can be a source of entertainment for anyone. Did I just get something else? I'm gonna look over. I'm scared. Oh my god! I saw a bunch, but I didn't see the total number. 25, John? John! I'm actually gonna start crying. Y'all better stop. Oh my god, man. It's John. John. And have a good night, Sanj, man. Thank you so much for coming by. John, thank you so much for 25 gifted my god, dude. My god, that is a lot. I really appreciate that. I'm sure everyone who got the subs from that will appreciate their ad-free experience. Thank you so much. You know you never have to do that, but thank you so much for doing it. You know I love having you here no matter what. Thank you for your support. And DTM, thank you so much for the resub, dude. Almost a year. It's the least I could do for the impressive presentation. Thank you so much, man. Seriously, you guys don't have to do anything for this. I just, once again, though, thank you so much for doing the thing. You know, I appreciate it. And it's because of this. It's because of you guys doing this craziness that I'm able to even do these streams and keep going. So thank you. And thank you, DTM. Thank you, John, for the 25. That is stupid. That is so much. Thank you. I'm actually going to start losing it, but thank you. I never thought I would reach a day where I could be comfortable with being this passionate about things I love. As someone who used to get kind of shunned for it. Not by, like, friends or anything. I do have lovely friends who are always kind of there for me, but, you know, growing up was a little weirder. Especially trying to do music and YouTube and stuff and being shunned for that. I was kind of seen as kind of like a not-so-great person. And to be able to get here and be successful and, you know, get the respect that I feel I deserved. But on top of that, having so many people be passionate about what I like means a lot. Because I never thought that would be a thing. I thought no one would ever care about anything about me. So, you know, thank you. That was just... I didn't mean to throw that out there. But it's because of this and the support you guys give me for just talking for 7 hours that you would do stuff like this with, like, the 25 subs. Or, you know, DTM coming with almost a year worth of subs. Shit like that means the world to me. So thank you for making me feel like me. Feeling useful. Feeling good. You know. Liking whoever Kiefer is, you know? Thank you. Anyways, let's get to the art, shall we? I'm getting sniffly. I'm sorry. So the collaborative art piece will be here, so we're gonna get to that. But we do have some Zelda art to get through beforehand. So we have. Give me 1 minute here. We have art from Snivy, and is a colored-in version of their Stydon sketch from last stream, and I love it. I really like. I even love the way you like did the shark teeth and everything too. Our boy, and he's coming back from the trailers we saw. I am so pumped to see what he's up to. Lovely art as always, Snivy, and the detail is insane. Even down to like the belt thing, like that blue gem belt thing, even has lighting and stuff on it. Like it's insane. So good job as always. Thank you for the good vibes as always. And thank you for Sidon. Sidon art is always welcome. Thank you so much for this. Shit, you're still alive? Yeah, we're going through the art now and ending it, but we made it through. We actually managed to make it through the slides. Great work, Snivy. Next up is from NanaDoesArt. They said I probably won't make it to the lore stream, but I drew a Zelda for the occasion. It's okay. Your art is a goddamn gift. Wow. Wow. That is super pretty. Oh my god, Nana. What? I love that. I also love, by the way, I don't know if this was on purpose or not. I feel like it was, because Nana's also very into the lore. The symbol in the back is Hylia's symbol. When you look at Hyrule's symbol, it's the wings with the Triforce, but just the wings has always been Hylia's thing. And we found that out in Skyward Sword. So, good symbolism there. But that lighting is so nice. And it's just such a pretty drawing. Like, she looks great here. Very, very good work. And honestly, just another favorite. A huge favorite that you've made now. Very, very good. God bless, Hylia blessed this Zelda, which is kind of redundant, but we love this one. I hope whatever life they lived after Skyward Sword was amazing, but seeing as Hylia can still possibly exist, it seems like she's still here and able to watch over the incarnations of the hero, which is kind of cute and amazing. Very good art. And next up comes from My Mom Said It's My Turn On. I'm going to show you the art while I read what they said, but we got some Skyward Sword art. We got Link holding the little lad. Look at the little face! That's so good! That is so goddamn good. But the Groose in the back, look how toned he is. That pose is amazing. I love everything about this. This really is like the if anyone hurts my little pet, I'll kill everyone here and then myself kind of, that meme. It's giving that. But really, really good. My Mom Said It's My Turn On said, here's some fan art of my favorite Zelda game. I've already pre-ordered Breath of the Wild 2, so I can't wait to play that, despite never playing the first. I hope you enjoy nonetheless. Sorry for not having a lot of fan art as of recent. Final week is in 2 or 3 weeks, so things here at my art college are getting rowdy. Never apologize, dude. You get that work done. I would honestly be concerned if you weren't getting that work done and prioritizing this over it. So please do what you gotta do. You're always welcome here to make art. Always. Your art's amazing. Anyways, love you, Shady. Thanks for the Zelda lore. If anyone ever asks me again, I can just direct them to the VOD, so thank you for that service. Also, YouTube content has always inspired me, even if I can never make good music. Never say never, man. And your Twitch streams have been a great source of fan art practice. You're amazing, and I'm thankful for your existence. Oh, you better not start. I just got off of getting emotional, I swear to God. Sorry for the long post, but here's a poem to end off. Alright. Clad in green, hero incarnate, travails in dungeon and twilight, till dawn revealed in courage, triumphs power of dark, laying hands on wizened locks in golden chains. Oh wait, laying hands on wizened locks in golden chains, in cycles of malice, the hero will still stand. I love that. That is very, very good. Also, so nice to see your awesome poetry for my favorite series. I didn't think I'd ever see that, so what an honor. Thank you so much for the lovely, lovely art. And poem and message and everything. Also, I would love to have that little thing as an emote. That face is so good. Even that Groose face, my god. Wow. Lovely art, man. So good. Next up comes from Dr. Alhan. They said, Aizawa vibes from Teach, which is me. I'm the Teach. And I do have mad Aizawa. I even have the tired eyes. It works. Also, Clyde. Now, this I wasn't expecting. This is amazing. This has to do with a single slide. A single slide during my presentation where I just had the ghost from Pac-Man named Clyde. And it just said Clyde with shitty text. Yeah, there you go. Chat's got it. I'm glad this meme stuck enough to get lovely fan art like this. He haunts my dreams. He is the ultimate. He's the fallen deity, as I called him. The Clyde slide. Lest we forget. Oh, I love it. Alhan, your art style is always just so damn good. I really love the way you do expressions. I also just love the way you draw me. And fantastic work. Great job with this, man. The Clyde slide. I'll post that too at some point tonight, in case you guys just want that slide for no reason. We have... Finally... You know what? Okay, I'm seeing it right now. It looks goddamn amazing. But first, before I look into it more, I have to ask, do you want me to look at it last or look at it right now? We do have a lot of art to go through, so do you want me to look at it now or do you want me to save it? Looks like there's variations as well. This is insane. Oh my god, dude. What the hell? Shall I just show it now? You know what? I'm too excited. I think I'm going to show it now. I'm still going to end with it, though. I'll show it now and end with it. But... well, Chi posted this, but Chi is one of the people who worked on it among a bunch of artists. This is a big collaboration. So I'm going to show it, and I'm going to show it again at the end. I just want to show it now in case people have to go and stuff. Makes more sense, yeah? There are 3 variations I see, so I'm going to show all of them. But Chi said, as you know, we started a Zelda collab for today. For only having 3 days, we all did it, which I'm still surprised. I'm honestly... You guys are insane. We did it and we pulled through to make this very special piece for tonight. So, along with myself, special thanks to the artists who made these possible. That Anime Nerd, PdaddyJ, Solar Symphony, QB, strange.block QB, Only Smiles, Montsey, ampyxu, TinyWindowless, NanaDoesArt, also known as Nanual, Luna, Orange, River, Justice Silverwing, and PanPlants. We also have 2 alts because we got more than 1 submission for Zelda. Okay. P.S. I hope you like the Korok hunts because there are a total of 15 Koroks in this collab. Can you find them all? What? You guys even put a mini game in this? Here it is, chat. Here's the first variation. Once again, there are 2 other variations with 2 different Zeldas, but oh my god, everyone. Wow. That is genuinely insane. Look at the borders you guys did. And all the borders representing the different games. You can see like the Minish Cap there. You can see like the Silent Princess for the Breath of the Wild one. I love that Breath of the Wild Link, by the way. He has such a chaotic look to him. I love the rupees and the goddess symbols surrounding, you know, the links there as well. The Ocarina of Time, or the Hero of Time. I like, of course, that is such a lovely piece of art of Skyward Sword Link up above as well. Also, CDI Link. I love the border for him because it has gamer miles and it has bombs, rope, lamp oil. This is so good. Holy shit. Also 15 Koroks. I see 1. I see Makar. That is a lovely Wind Waker Link, by the way. I like all the expressions are so well done. Oh my god. And they're so cute. I feel like I can tell who made some of these at the very least. I might be lost on some. Like the top is that anime nerd. Minish Cap is PDad probably. The Oracle Link to the Past, all of that. Like, I love how he has all the gear from, like, A Link to the Past, the Oracle games, all of that. That's probably QB, maybe. Montsey is definitely bottom left. Ampy did Twilight Princess. Oh. Orange did... No, I might be stuck here. I know PanPlants probably did the Zelda in the top right. Luna maybe did the 4 Swords one? Maybe? You got me? Am I getting good at this? Am I getting them right so far? I'm trying so hard. By the way, the Spirit Tracks one too. I love that one so much as well. Like him just working on the train. I just noticed the Spirit Zelda as well. That is so good. These are all amazing. All the reactions, all the poses that come with them. Like the Link Between Worlds Link. So goddamn good. Guess the 2 you did? Oh god. Oh no. Don't kill me if I get them wrong. Did you do Breath of the Wild Link? Did you do Breath of the Wild Link by any chance, or no? Chi definitely did the Hero of Time. I feel like that's Chi's art style. Oh man, I'm trying so hard. My memory can fail me sometimes. Orange might have done Spirit Tracks. I think Orange did Spirit Tracks. Maybe. I don't know who the hell did the CDI one. That's just funny. Like, I love that. I don't know who did that one, but that's great. Ganondorf was probably also Anime Nerd. This is amazing. And also, hi Carly, welcome. I just did a 7.5 explanation of the Zelda lore and have not stopped talking since. But where are the Koroks? Do you guys see the other ones? I see one. I see one by the 4 Swords guys. Yep. Look at me. Look at me being a professional. Huh? I try to remember your guys' styles as much as I can, but like I can be awful sometimes. Also you. Damn it. Okay, wait. Oh, you had to do Breath of the Wild and CDI. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Nice. Can you guess what I did, Shady? Did you do... Let's see. Did you do maybe one of the hidden Koroks by any chance? You either did maybe one of the hidden Koroks, or maybe you did... Maybe you did the heart piece, maybe? I don't know. I just woke up. How's the stream still going? We're about to end, but check this out. It's a collaborative art piece made by the artists in the community for this occasion, and it's so goddamn good. I can't get over this. It's amazing. Oh, I can't find these goddamn Koroks you guys hid. What? Oh, I see them. I see some. They're in the top corner there. There's some by Skyward Sword Link. There's some by the 4 Swords guys. There are, let's see. There's one in the bottom. There's 2 in the corner by CDI Link. I'm so glad you guys included CDI Link. That's amazing. I like how he's outside of the Triforce. Like, he truly is an outlier. He is. He is absolutely an outlier. You did do the heart. Oh, hell yeah. Look at me. Also, Justice worked on this, right? Justice, did you do the rupees, maybe? Because I don't feel like any of the links are your art style. I could be wrong. There's another Korok there. Another Korok in the corner. Oh, the little sitting one. Oh, man. Chat. There's another one up here. Chat. This... How did... Like, in 3 days. I told... Like, I told chat, too. Don't push yourselves. I don't even know if they did or not, but either way, to put this together is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's see the other ones with the other Zeldas. So this one has Nana's Zelda that we saw earlier. Very pretty. Amazing too. Good call on making the Zeldas all Hylia Zelda, by the way. All of them are Hylia. That's a great point because she is the beginning of all of this, you know, so very, very good work on that. Of course, I have to, like, I didn't even address it, but of course this Ganondorf is based on Tears of the Kingdom's Ganondorf, so we do have Tears of the Kingdom representation here as well, and that is very, very cool to see. This is, like, I can't get over how amazing this is. I don't know how you guys came up with this concept, who made the borders, but, like, these are all genuinely just amazing. You are missing 2? I'm missing 2 more? Let's see. Where are you? Oh, is it the one by Breath of the Wild link here? Is that one? Because I can't remember the ones I did find now. I feel like that one up there is one I didn't call out. And then... Let's see. Let's see. Is there one by Ganondorf that I'm missing? No. Luna did the BG and the borders. You know what? I can 100% believe that. Luna, shoutouts to Luna if you're still here. I love these borders because you got the point across so well as to which series they belong to. It's genuinely, it's just wild. Even like the Hero of Time one's really cool to see, like the fusion of Ocarina with Navi and like the Majora's Mask at the bottom. The Twilight stuff, like the symbols for, you know, A Link to the Past Link and all of his adventures and all. Like, this is insane. You guys did fantastic. I might be missing the last one, but I will try to find it. We do have one more Zelda to look at, and there's this one, which I believe this one had to be made by that anime nerd. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, but it seems like, you know, it coincides with the styles of Skyward Sword and Ganon over here. Very, very good. These are all so damn good. And I'm honestly, honest to God, I always like tease that I would do this, but like 100%, I think like within this month, I might actually pay to get this printed. I'm honestly thinking of just putting this straight on my door, or like my wall above my computer or something. But there's no way I'm not going to get this one printed. It has to be. You guys did so good. You should all pat yourselves on the back and just... It's so nice to see you guys be civil. You guys are all the loveliest community, as I always said, and it shows through stuff like this. You guys work together through a 3-day deadline, and you made it work. And I love that. I just love the feeling of this community coming together and making something so amazing. I wish I could do more for you guys, and I hope that one day I can. But for now, all I gotta say is thank you so much for making this stream so wonderful for everyone who comes by. Stuff like this is amazing and unexpected at times. You know what I mean? Unexpected in the sense that, like, I never see it coming, even though I should. But great work, everyone. For real. I was gonna print them and send them to your P.O. box. If you do that, I'll gladly take them, honestly. I will gladly take them. Thank you so much. We're gonna end with this art as well, by the way. But we're gonna move on as we do have more art, and I'm getting tired, so let's keep going. We will come back to it though. But thank you so much. And no worries, Pan. Get yourself that lovely, lovely rest. Lovely. Yeah, I hope your rest is lovely. Thank you so much for coming on by, and I know you've been, you know, dealing with some stuff, so I hope you're feeling better. I hope you end up feeling better. Get that rest, please. And you did such a great job, dude. Get yourself that well-deserved rest. I, too, will need to stop in a minute before I get a migraine. So let's keep it going. But thank you all so much for that. Once again, we're going to look at it again at the end. But next up is from Dr. Dralhon. We have a small little offended cicada. This is literally me when I go, what do you mean, chat? What do you mean? What the hell are you talking about? When my voice gets high, 100% this is it right here. I love it. I love that face. You know what? Honest to God, I keep saying that, but honest to God, if you... And this is up to you, because I don't have room right now. I have to try and make room for new emotes. I would genuinely love this as an emote one day. If you ever felt like turning it into one by, you know, just shrinking down the frame to make it the dimensions of one and coloring it in, I would honestly use this. Not saying you have to or anything, obviously. I'm just saying this has potential, absolutely, for an emote face. Very, very well done, though. I love it. From Snivy, yeah, like Cicada offended. That would be great. Next up from Snivy, they said, Wind Waker is my first exposure to Zelda games. That is an incredible one to start on. Very, very good one to start on, Snivy. And very cute art of Toon Link. who is still one of my favorite Links ever. He really made a name for himself, like literally. And he's so expressive and adorable. I love him. And I think my first introduction was Ocarina of Time. I rented it after playing Smash with my dad. But my first Zelda game that I actually played through and owned was Link's Awakening. I'm old, I know. But my love truly, like, it awakened after Link's Awakening, but like it really, really got into it by the time of Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker came out. So I feel you on the love for it. Lovely art. Super wholesome as well. Next was from Retro, who said they're dead after work, so they couldn't draw today, so here's some random sketches they did. Very, very cute. We got some more Balloon Guy. We got Lean. I'm gonna let it slide today, because today was a special occasion. Okay, Retro, you're off the hook. Alright, just for today. But thank you so much for this lovely art. We got some Woodwood, and we have your little Hip Tum Lad, which, by the way, that's what I'm going to be doing for you guys eventually if I can. Not if I can. I plan on doing it 100%. It's just a matter of time when. But to all who made Hip Tum Sonas, I will make a tag one day for you all to post yours, and I will commission someone to draw all of them in one big banner piece of art. And you can use that banner as you please for whatever you want. As long as you're not selling it, obviously, but, you know. Yeah. Great art. Next up comes from Dr. Alhon. They said, that ass turned my girlfriend into a rock. Wish I could do more than just fan art for you, but I'm still, but till I'm making money, this is all I can do. No, the fan art is more than enough, Alhon, for real. Even if you didn't make fan art, you are a lovely company to have. And also, the whole, that ass turned my, you know, my girl into a rock. That's, Minish Cap, of course. I love Link's grumpy face and Eslo just being, like, an absolute troll. It's almost like they switched brains here. This is perfect. I love this. Very, very good work. And like I said, your art's fantastic. So, like, don't worry about it at all. Once again, you guys never feel obligated to support me. The fact that you want to means a lot to me, though. Thank you so much, man. And this is lovely. And Gershak, welcome in, man. You made it. You made it in time in the sense that there's still more art to look at. So you can, you know, there's still a bit to go. Thank you so much for coming on in, man. Next up comes from Snivy, and it's, oh my god. This is actually probably one of my favorite things I've seen you draw. It's me as a Picori and Balloon Guy as a Picori. That is so cute. That is actually like one of the cutest things I've ever seen. If I ever restream Majora, you know what? I would love to use this as a stream starting soon art. If you give me permission to, I would love to use this. This is, like, with credit, obviously. I'll credit you every single time I use it, but, like, this is lovely. Very, very good work and very cute. It's me, but small. It's even got my hair. But it translated so well where it looks like it's, like, actually a part of the game. And the Balloon Guy, the way you translated it into Picori anatomy, super well done. Super well done. Seriously, Snivy, an absolute favorite from you. Very, very good work. Next up is from Justice. I was right. I was right. Except I didn't mention all of it. But Justice did make all of the assets, or like all of these the ones around the collab art. So some of these didn't make it in, right? Let me see what Justice said. I'm assuming you've seen the big collab piece already. But I just wanted to share all the extra stuff I did because I did way too much. Art Demon took over, I guess. I almost did every instrument as well, but I had to stop myself. That is insane. You really put a lot of effort into this. These assets are insane. Some of these you could actually use for like thumbnails and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, these are fantastic. Very, very good work. And I love it. I really love it. You got the races, the medallions, the pendants, the stones. Got the goddess symbols. You even got them in gold. This is awesome. And of course, Makar. You did it. I mean, and the Sheikah logo too. But you did such an amazing job with this, Justice. Seriously. What a great contribution. And the rupees, yes. Actually, you have the rupees here. I wanted to eat them. I'm not gonna lie. Look at them. I still thought it wouldn't be a good idea, but I still would love if they made hard candies that were rupees, like Zelda rupees, like Jolly Ranchers. But the only problem is that they would be sharp and they would stab you. So it can't happen. But maybe gummies? Either way, I want these. I want to eat them. Very good work. God, you even got Rupor in here. By the way, there is a type of rupee called Rupor, and when you get it, you lose money. It makes no sense. It's like a rupee-shaped void, maybe. I almost said Rupor's Drag Race. Very, very good, Justice. Like, just such a great job. And thank you for contributing to such a wonderful piece of art. Speaking of wonderful art, next up comes from Julia, also known as Joy Wham. She said, I am EP, so I'm hitting the land of slumber, but I did want to show what I've got done so far. So it looks like it might be a work in progress, and it is so goddamn cute. We have some iterations from Zelda, but Balloon Guy in these iterations, we have him as a tiny Minish, we have him in Skyward Sword Link, and as Navi from Ocarina of Time. That is so goddamn cute. Oh my god, I love the little Minish Bee guy so much. He's so tiny, and he's got like instead of a balloon, he's got a little 4-leaf clover, which is perfect because the Minish hold those. If you do actually choose to complete this, I cannot wait to see what comes of this because this is so amazing and cute so far. Thank you so much, JoyWham, as always, for your lovely, lovely art. All right. Next up comes from That Anime Nerd. They said, since Demise looks different to many people, this is my version of what I think Demise would look like to me if I were to be Link in Skyward Sword. You know, this is a really... First of all, this looks absolutely amazing, just showing him as like a dark malice dragon. But this is... You just brought on a really cool concept. Making art of what you think you'd perceive Demise to be based on your fears or like whatever darkness that you might perceive. I think you just opened up a new art prompt. Very, very good work on this. I love it. I really, really do. And like the colors, even like the crackles, kind of whatever style you got going on around it, looks amazing. And the fact that it probably has 4 eyes, because it's got those 2 eyes on the one side there, so that's even like more menacing and demonic. Very, very good work. It's also just kind of badass. Excellent work. Shady's Demise would be soup. Oh, absolutely. It's just a bowl of soup looking at me. It doesn't even look evil. It's just a bowl of soup. Amazing, amazing job, Anime Nerd, as always. Seriously. Next up, oh, sorry, I actually, my voice is starting to go, so I'm gonna keep going here, but there's a lot of art, so forgive me. I'm gonna try and do my best here. From Snivy, they said Banjo, Kazooie, and Zelda games were the best. I'm sad I'll miss out on most of the stream, but here, I hope you enjoy all this cursed art. This ain't even cursed. I just love this. Okay, maybe it's a little cursed. Maybe a little bit. We have Eslo with Kazooie, which is a mix I never thought I'd see. But you know what? I love it, but I also really love the way you draw Eslo. It's like, there's just something really cute about it. I love it. We got some bird homies. Very, very good. Excellent work on this. Thank you so much, Snivy. Next up is from River OG, and we got a slightly pixelated Master Sword, according to them. Master Sword thing. And I really like that. That's very, very good. I like the colors as well. And plus, in case no one knew, I actually have a fascination with swords and blades and stuff. So whenever someone draws like something inspired by something or just draws their own like blade in general, especially if it's fantasy related, I love it. So stuff like this, hell yeah. Great job, River. Excellent, excellent work. And man, I want to have a Monado. I want to buy one. I've been seeing one and it looks real good. New Master Sword just dropped. Oh god, we might be saying that for Tears of the Kingdom. Who knows how it's going to look if it gets repaired at all. Great work. Next up comes from 10 Ton Turbo. This art is amazing. I need to know though, is this your first piece of art in here? If you're in the chat? Because I feel like it might be, but I could be wrong. But anyways, they said it's Shady trying to explain all the Zelda lore to chat. You even have me with the green Triforce shirt. I love that. That is so good. But yeah, like this is pretty much how I was explaining everything. I also love the drawings in the back. We have Guardians. We have Phantom Ganon. We have the Triforce. We even got a Kikwi back there. We have Bongo Bongo. Like all of these iconic things I was calling out. That's awesome. I love the drawing of me. I love Balloon Guy like sweating up trying to understand what I'm talking about. This is absolutely fantastic. And honestly, like I really love your art style. If this is your first piece, then amazing first piece. If it's not, then forgive me, but excellent work. Excellent work. And plus, if someone ever asks me in public and I don't have a presentation prepared, absolutely you'll catch me like this trying to explain it. I tried once. I remember telling a friend. I think it was Patori. But I was looking like that. Very good work. God, I might want to just print all of these. Holy shit. Next up comes from Noodle, also known as Sushi and Tea, and they made the same concept actually. Me explaining Zelda 2 chat. So we have me here. I love that. I love it. I love that it's like the same look that everyone drew as well, like the same expression. We have Chat-chan, which is the anime girl representation of all of you. For those who don't know, she's an OC amongst the stream, and there's a lot of art of her. We have Noodle, the artist who made this, and their significant other, Toju, who also comes here and is also an amazing artist. And it, like, oh man, the crowd, like you guys clapping and having a good time, that is so cute. That is so cute. Also, thank you for drawing me like a Hylian. That looks awesome. I love the ears. And, yeah, no, everything about this is so, so lovely. I love the way you drew me as well, just in general, but, like, the crowd is what's getting me the most. It's so cute. So cute. Very, very, very good work. It's so funny seeing you all do this interpretations of me explaining the plot. It's so good. Thank you so much for the lovely art. Only Smiles said, ended up using what I learned of drawing Link Between Worlds Link. Okay, I wanted to take the guess, but I got scared. But okay, you did Link Between Worlds Link. They decided to draw a Link Between Worlds Phi. Oh my god! That's so cute, what the hell? It translated over, like, perfectly. That could easily be in the game. That could easily be in the game, and I would think it's official art. That is amazing. Very good job. Very, very cute. Master, your ink is running low. You're going to fade out within this wall. Please leave the wall. Please evacuate the wall. Excellent work. Very fun art style. The colors, everything are just popping. You did a great job as always, Only Smiles. And just in general, you are an amazing artist, so thank you so much for this. Next up, we have another piece of art from Dr. Alhon. They said the gamer miles are real. Is there a gamer miles stonks? I wish we should do it just for fun, just for no reason. But we have gamer miles Link. Hey girl, you ever heard of gamer miles? I like to imagine that while I was doing this, Link was just out trying to like tell people like, hey, forget the lore. How about you know my lore? He doesn't talk about me, and that's because he's afraid. There's too much to say, honestly. If you want to know, maybe you, redeem some gamer miles? That is excellent. I love this. Very, very good piece, Alhan. I like his outfit and his expression just say so much about him. He's getting a little confident these days, I'm not gonna lie. He's getting a little confident these days. I like it. I like that he kind of has an arc over these years. We're happy you enjoyed our combined efforts in the artwork. I'm so glad to hear that. I really hope that my reaction did it justice. I will be ending on it as well, to just look at them one more time. But you guys did so amazing. And Alhan, this is fantastic, so great work on this as well. From Retro, they said their energy got revived, so they made another piece here, and it is B-Guy showing you the lore. Hyrule.
Timelines? Whoa, Lord.
I like to imagine that, like, it's only one slide, and it's just this. And he's like,
It has a Triforce, and there's links, and they saved the day. That's all you gotta know, really.
you know? It's super cute. I love his little, like, teacher outfit. He's a little professor. He knows what he's doing, you know? Very good. I also love, like, just, he couldn't resist to draw a happy face up there. Good job, B-Guy. And great job, Retro. This is super, super goddamn cute. I also love him trying to touch the Triforce there. Everything about this, every little detail about this is so cute. So just thank you for this. Really, very good work. Next up is also from Retro, and we have B-Guy being able to hold a little sword. It's the Master Butter Knife. He can butter bread at high speeds, and if that butter's made of malice, it's gone. He can cut malice bread in twain. Gone, out of there. What will the little man wish with the Triforce? I feel like whatever wish he made would make the entire world happy. Whatever that wish may be, you know what I mean? He definitely would work for the benefit of others, or he'd wish for like a cake for himself. It could be either. It could be one or the other. But very cute art, Retro. I love this. Excellent work. B-Guy is a Link all on his own. In a different dimension out there. He is a different Link. Next up comes from Cowser Important, also known as Marisa. She said, the wife counterbot gave us the gift of Snurp Pasta. Oh, that's right. He called me Snurp Pasta. And I had to take a moment from absorbing lore to do a doodle. The stream has been so much fun. Thank you so much for putting this together, Professor Shady. Thank you, Marisa. Seriously. And this art is so goddamn good. We have lore, of course, racking B-Guy's brain. But we also have some Snurp Pasta, which looks amazing and kind of adorable. A little cursed, because they're in there. But it's actually really adorable. And you know what, chat? I actually kind of like the whole Professor Shady bit. It's starting to grow on me a lot. I really appreciate that you guys loved it so much, and I'm glad I could be a teacher in ways of video games. This is fantastic. It's super cute, and I love the little confused bee guy at the bottom with all the lore just hovering above his head. Excellent work as always, Marisa. Super cute, and just keep up the amazing work that you do. Also, just seeing you draw Snurps is just making me nostalgic for Miitopia now, because I remember when you did it back then as well. Very good. Very, very good. Shady Sensei. I'll take it. I'll take it. You know what? It beats Shadaddy any day. From QB, they said Oracle of Ages was their first game. I'm glad I got to draw him for the collab, and I decided to draw him again. So now we have him specifically in his Oracle of Ages bit going on here. He's got the Harp of Ages, I believe it's called. And it is super, super goddamn cute. And honestly, that is a great game to start with. That game was amazing. Because in that game, I didn't mention this, but opposed to Ocarina of Time, where that has time travel, the time travel in this one, you get to a point where you could time travel anywhere you want. So if you're like, oh, this room looks interesting, or this area looks interesting, I wonder how it looks in the distant past, you can just activate it. And as long as you don't spawn in like a house or something, like, you'll be fine. If you do, then it just sends you back. But really cute, really, really good work, and great, great taste in the game to make art for. Your art is super goddamn cute as always, man. Great work. Oh, don't be hitting me with this. Don't be hitting me with this song. We're almost there. If you have any art, I request that you guys do hold back, because it's 7:30 a.m. and I gotta go to bed and eat still a little bit. But you know, if you do have something last minute that you were working on and you really want to submit it now, do it. Like, do it. Like, you know, but don't rush yourselves. You can also save it, because I will be back. But we do have more art. Hang on. And this next one looks absolutely goddamn amazing. You know what? No, screw it. If you have art to submit and you're working on it, go ahead and submit it. It's a special night, and I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom. I forgot about the Tears of the Kingdom thing, so please go ahead if you want to. Sorry about that. From Keelix, they said, holy that one on the left took me forever. My wrist hurt. Let me show you guys, because look at this. Toby, that is such a good art style for Link. Oh my god. Even the shining on the hair and the hat. That is amazing. I believe this is, I guess, Skyward Sword, or just Toon Link in general. But I love the I love you making the fan art version of the art of Eslo chewing Link out there. That's one of my favorite pieces of art in like the whole series. So that really warms my heart to see. But I can't get over that one on the left. Really, really, really good work. Yeah, Avi, the whole thing lasted 7.5 hours. We're just doing art now. Avi, you have to see the collaboration piece. I'm gonna show it more at the end, but I'll show you a sneak peek right now. Chat came together and a bunch of them made a collaborative piece for today, and it's so goddamn good. Hang on. So look at this, all the different links from different artists, and there are 3 different variations because they got 3 different Zeldas submitted on the top right. But like, look at that, isn't that awesome? And all the borders represent the games they're from. There's like hidden Koroks on the art as well that I tried to find. It's insane. Like, man, I love this chat. And Keelix, once again, this is absolutely amazing. I almost said fire, but it is fire. You do great with what you do, and it's nice to see after all this time to see how much your art has evolved. I keep saying that, but it's true. So thank you so much. Thank you. Next up comes from Noodle. And Noodle, who's also known as Sushi and Tea, they said, I don't know if I'm going to be around for my actual anniversary of watching your streams, May 20th, because I got a new job. Congrats, Noodle. So I made some celebration fan art early. My very first piece of fan art was a Paper Mario style Shady, so I'm keeping a little tradition of redrawing it every year. Happy 3 years. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, this is the new one. It's me playing my new guitar. I love that. I actually remember every single one you've done. I'm glad you reposted them because I'm going to show them, but that is super, super cute. And it's me rocking out, as I always do. I always make sure to. Also, yo, the Paper Mario shoes, let's go. Super cute. If you guys don't know, Paper Mario is like my 3rd favorite series ever. So stuff like this, I love this. I love this very much. If you want a comparison, this was the first one that Noodle drew, like 3 years ago. And this was the second one. You can also notice the change in all my hairstyles and everything through the years. It's actually kind of funny to see. I really like it. I might actually be going back to this one. I kind of really liked this style. But these are all just fantastic in their own way. Very good work. But once again, your improvement it shows. Excellent work. Excellent work. It's also kind of weird to see that, like, I feel like I don't think this was on purpose at all. Like, it definitely wasn't. But it kind of reflects my mood over the years. Like, look at me, like, slowly kind of getting there, and then I'm happy. Like, it works. Very good job, Noodle. Join the long hair cult? Yeah, I might want to go back. I had it exactly like this, where, like, I had a bun in the back, but it still kind of came down and stuff. It would just take a lot of growing. Next up is from Keelix. And Keelix said, it really bothered me how they whitewashed Tetra and Wind Waker. Didn't it bother us all? I did a redesign that keeps her skin tone dark after her transformation because We Deserve Zelda isn't just the pale... Yeah. The reasoning behind it makes more sense now, but it's still kind of funny that she just lost her melanin. It just got snatched when she transformed. Featuring a redesign of the dress and stuff, mostly because the pink wasn't complementing her skin tone as well as white. That works because white still reflects Hylia. And I love that. That's super cute. I even love, like, the ruffled hair. I feel like that's just another vibe that adds to Tetra, but that is wonderful. I love that very much. This is one of those times where it's like, yeah, this needed to happen. Absolutely, in my head. It's very strange that she had dark skin. You could, like, and even if there's an excuse like she was tanned, it makes no sense that she became pale white upon turning into Zelda. This is lovely. There we go. Yeah, I was checking out, like, the ornamentation's so well done. The hair, I love the hair. The whole outfit in general is really, really well done. But yeah, for the record, like, these are the references. That's Tetra. But yeah, I love this very, very much. Very, very good work. Yeah, even her look of, like, why I'm in a dress. Yeah, because she's still, like, very tomboyish, you know? I understand, though, that, like, during that scene, she was definitely, like, in shock, knowing that she was, like, the princess of a ancient kingdom and shit. But even then, there has to be a point, and they do they showed a bit in Phantom Hourglass, where she's like, like, stop calling me Zelda and stuff. But this is fantastic, very good work, and very cute, very well done. All right, we're almost done. We're almost done. It's so early, I can hear, like, people waking up. Next, it comes from Solar Symphony. They said they weren't able to finish this during the stream, but they've been drawing TP Link for their personal art anniversary. Okay. It's been fun listening to and watching stream while working on this, so thank you, Shady. I'll make sure to share the final result when I'm done. Please do, because I love this. This is very well done. Also, him having just a bird with him is very fitting, isn't it? Even his, like, arm gauntlets kind of, like, seem to, like, look like something a bird would land on. Although, I guess he does do that, doesn't he? He literally does this in the game. I just remembered. Never mind. That looks amazing. Very, very good work. I love his expression. Love the smile and everything. And he is capable of smiling in this game. He loves animals a lot in this game. I think this is he's the most in tune with animals in the entire series. Great job, Solar. Your art style never ceases to amaze, and I can't wait to see how it looks when it's done. Good job on the belt and everything as well, by the way. Like, the actual detail of the clothing is awesome. Very good work. Next up comes from Chris Crystal. She said, started off with drawing character designs I thought were cute, and it evolved from that. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, first of all, thank you for also recognizing that the Four Swords Zelda design is awesome. Cool to see that. We got some Malin. We have Phantom Ganon stuck between realms again. Thank you for bringing the meme back. He's up there. That's so good. That drawing of Midna has me saying hi, but I promise I'll try to not. But that drawing has me saying hi. Master, your battery's low. We have Spirit Tracks Link going, I like trains. That is so cute. I love his little face. That's great. We have Tetra. Honestly, like, that expression, like, that looks awesome. That you managed to, like, it looks like an aged up version of her. Like, it looks really, really cool. Very good work on that. We have some different Zeldas. We got the Hylia Zelda. We have the Spiritual Stones as well. We have Deku Link. We have B-Guy's Link, Majora's Mask. We have, I believe, a Gerudo. Is that a Zonai Swirl? That's really good. We have Suavemente Ganondorf. You can't go wrong with that. I'm so glad we managed to fit him in here. That wasn't even intentional. Thank you, chat, for reminding me about him. That art of him's amazing. We have Baby Makar. We have Vine Boom and Fart. Why did you name the fart? That's so good. That is so good. It's even positioned in the position where my buttons are. We have Vine Boom and Fart Reaver. Chris, how did you even... That's so goddamn funny. Also, by the way, I just wanted to mention the Fi drawing also has me saying hi. That is a really good drawing. And Breath of the Wild Zelda saying, do you still remember me? We got Lore Rule stuff, Epona. There's so much packed in here. Navi. I think I called out everything, but very, very, very good work. Really cool to see this amalgamation of just Zelda stuff from over the series. You should, you know, pat yourself on the back again. These were amazing. But yeah, special shout outs to just like the facial expressions. Even Malin, like Malin's design, like you did such an amazing job. Her design is one of my favorites in the series too. So really nice to see it in your style. Great work. Next up comes from Chi. She said, made a Zelda-themed fan art. We have Shady as Courage, Uwu as Wisdom, and Villain-san as Power. Oh my god, the OCs. That is so good. I'm surprised we brought back Villain-san. God damn, that's awesome. Uwu as Zelda is really making me say hi, but I really love this. Excellent work. And of course, me as Link. How could I ever say anything against that? Of course, that makes me so goddamn happy to see. This is awesome, Chi, as always. And also, once again, shout out to all of the artists who worked on the collab and still were able to make fan art for this stream. You guys are insane. So Chi, you're included in that, obviously. Thank you so much for making this. And I'm probably going to save all of these tonight because this is fantastic. Very good work. Yeah, the Uwu is fantastic. If we can get more of her in the Zelda outfit, you know, just saying. I'm messing, but I'm not. Thank you so much. Next up, we have art from Retro. Retro said, oh, look, B-Guy found a cool mask. Don't. No. Don't, please, no. Don't be putting that on now. Please, no. That being said, I want to, like, look how nice that mask is. I want to put that on, but, like, no. Put that down. Lovely art, though, Retro. I need to know the aftermath. Does he become evil? Or does he overpower Majora's Mask? Or is his brain so empty that he can't be possessed? I wonder what comes next. But either way, lovely art, Retro. And super, super cute. Even if he gets into a little chaos, we love him for it, yeah? Also, can we just, like, take a moment to appreciate how, like, amazing Majora's Mask is? Like, the art, like, the mask itself. That is an insane design. How they came up with that, I'll never understand. Like, I know it's got a tribal look and everything, but, like, this is... It's such an iconic look that, like, I feel like even people who didn't play the game will know what this is. It's awesome. Alright. We have a few more pieces. Next up comes from Snivy. We got the Grooses. The Pompadour, it's like it's extending even more. The Pompadour gets ever longer. We have Groose, we have Goose Groose, and then we have like a B-Guy Groose. I love him in the back. He looks pissed. Oh my god, the boys. Groose is forming a gang thanks to Snivy here. Snivy's got a whole Groose gang. Grease. A couple of Grease? QB. That's good. That's really good. Yeah, more than one Groose. We got a couple of Grease. It's true. That's got to be the name now. In fact, we have to put hashtag like Grease, and this has to be like their rap album cover. This is fantastic, Snivy. I love this. Thank you for just making a whole gang of them. A whole gaggle, if you will. Very, very good work. And super cute, of course. Grease. Bruh. Next up comes from Chi. Chi said, this is for those who found all the Koroks in the collab piece. Congrats. Here's your reward. I got you. I got you, Chi. You get the shit. Just like in Breath of the Wild, you get a just steaming pile of Korok seed. Don't worry about it. But you know what? I feel proud. I feel like I missed one. I have to look back again. I might have missed one. So maybe I don't deserve this yet, but I want it. So just give it, throw me a bone. Throw me a bone here. I'll take it. Not that I want it or anything, but baka. But no, for real. This is lovely. Thank you for drawing such lovely look. The first time I'm ever going to say it. But thank you for drawing such lovely looking shit, Chi. May you continue to draw more lovely shit, maybe. But very good. There are 2 pieces left, it looks like, unless more people want to submit. But from QB, they said, RuPaul's Drag Race. I can't believe you actually went along with the meme and drew something for it. That is so good. It's RuPaul, but it's RuPaul's Drag Race. I love that. It's slaying. It is slaying. God damn. God damn. The lips. The lips and everything. It's just one of those, honey, I'm gonna take all your rupees right now. It's so good. Queen of stealing all your goddamn money. I love Rupor. I wish they bring it back in the games. I think it's only ever been in 2 Zelda games, and it was like Phantom Hourglass and Skyward Sword. But yeah. You were right about it being near Ganon. Oh, okay, I got it. Give me the shit then. God damn it. That is great. Lovely, lovely art. QB. Oh my god. From Snivy, we have a final Groose, which very, very handsome drawing right here. That is, man, that's good. That face works for Groose very well. Very good job on that. Also, I just love your Groose spree. It's been lovely to see all of your Groose drawings. For real, is one of my favorite characters. Since we're not going to be streaming Skyward Sword for a long time from now, who knows if we'll even ever do it again. You know, it's nice to get some remnants of it, because I'm going to miss it, you know? Is that Groose? We got a whole ass Groose. We have a bunch of Groose. Grease, even, Jacob. The same artist actually submitted, let me see if I can find it. There you go. Couple of Grease. It's so good. It's so good. And the last piece of art, it looks like, is from a retro, which is the aftermath of B-Guy putting on the Majora's Mask. Was something supposed to happen? No, I guess not. You know what? He's so brain empty that Majora's Mask did not affect him. And that is the end of the arc. Thank God. Because that would have been really bad. Instead of popping a balloon, he would have been like, what if we pop Earth? Very cute, lovely, and just fantastic job. And of course, like I said, I was going to end it on one final screen, being the collab. If people are just coming in, a bunch of artists in the community collabed and made this for the occasion tonight. Bunch of the different links in their art styles, and the the borders representing them and stuff. We have 3 iterations. You know, this one with this Zelda, this one with that Zelda. So yeah, excuse me, amazing work. So that's it. That is it. Art is over. If you have anything else, now I will say to please save it for the next stream. But I'm going to do my parting words now, because if I talk anymore, I'm probably going to throw up. I've been talking for 8 hours straight, chat. Sorry, 8.5 hours I've been talking straight. So I'm surprised I managed without losing my voice. All I'm going to say is thank you so much. Wait, the one you were looking for, zoom in, is to the left of Link to the Past link. To the left of Link to the Past link. There's a Korok there. Oh, that's a sneaky one. I see him up here. That is sneaky. Okay, good shit. That was a good hidden one. But yeah, excellent work. I wanted to say thank you so much. Are you good? No, I'm good. I'm good. I just like to over-exaggerate. I'm not going to go throw up or anything. I just like to say I'm a spew. Thank you all for such a lovely stream. This was in the making for goddamn ever. For goddamn ever. All right. And we've been teasing this for like a year. And people kept asking, when are you going to do it? When are you going to do it? And I was like, when Tears of the Kingdom finally gets, like, when Breath of the Wild 2 finally gets a title, maybe we'll do it. When it gets a release date, maybe we'll do it. And then I decided, right before it comes out, that's the best time. So we've been waiting a long time. We've been waiting for them to drop a title. That's how long it's been. And I'm so glad it went without a hitch. 7.5 hours of commentary on the series. 360 slides. We did it. You guys made an amazing art piece to go with it in the span of 3 days. We all scrambled for this, but I think you guys did the most impressive stuff of all here, because this is awesome. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Thank you for letting me live my life a way that I like to live it. Thank you for letting me enjoy my favorite series and making me not feel weird for hyper fixating over things that I love. And thank you for just having a good time and just being the lovely community that you are and putting all this art together and coming together. This was lovely. And before I go, I want to thank everyone for the follows, the raids, the donations were insane tonight. The gift subs were insane tonight. All of that. To keep growing like this and to keep getting that support is how I'm able to keep doing nonsense like this. And maybe one day I'll do another lore stream on something else. But not yet. The last thing I want to say is to all the Zelda fans or to anyone interested in the series who learned something out of this, I hope you look forward to Tears of the Kingdom. It's dropped for some people already, for those in future time zones, But for those waiting, midnight tonight, if you're digital or going to midnight launch, I hope you guys enjoy. And to anyone tomorrow, you know, I hope you get it as soon as possible and enjoy your gameplay of it. There will be no spoilers in the Discord or anything unless people mark spoilers explicitly. But I will catch you around. I might not stream for a few days because like I said, it's a sequel to my favorite game, and I need the time for myself, and I know you guys understand. So yeah. That being said, I will stream the game one day in full. We'll do a Korok hunt one day. We'll do a 100% stream run of that game one day, the same way we did Breath of the Wild, which was like over 20 or 30 streams of Korok collecting. It'll happen again. So you can look forward to that. More Zelda content, more streams in general. So it'll happen. So I'll catch you all around, yeah?